Mr. Tang, may I ask, what is your purpose for participating in such a high mortality survival challenge? Survival? No, no, no. I'm here to find the freshest and most delicious ingredients. Chapter 1, Partnering with the Goddess. Tang Ming, you are such a jerk. How many times do I have to tell you that we are not suited for each other? Why can't you just give up and stop causing trouble even in this situation? Under the blue sky and white clouds, with a gentle breeze blowing, waves crashed rhythmically at his feet, and Tang Ming looked confusedly at the beautiful woman glaring at him, his mind in a state of chaos. What is happening now? Has he crossed over? Just when he had reached the pinnacle of culinary achievement, he crossed over. Ding! Host's wish fulfilled. System officially activated. This system is the Food God system. For specific system functions, please browse the system page yourself. Crossing over can be understood. Having a system can also be understood. But what the hell is this wish fulfillment? When did I make a wish? Thinking of this, Tang Ming's expression became somewhat strange. He remembered that just before he fainted, he was giving an acceptance speech for an award. At that time, he had only jokingly complained that the only thing that could hinder his culinary skills was the ingredients. And if he had the chance, he hoped to personally go out into the wild to find the most natural and pure ingredients. After saying that, he fainted and then appeared on this beach, with a heroic-looking girl nagging beside him. Seeing that he seemed to be unresponsive after talking for so long, the beautiful woman furrowed her brows and intensified her tone. Tang Ming impatiently frowned, searching through his gradually recovering memories in his mind. The owner of this body he crossed into seemed to be a rich second-generation kid, also named Tang Ming, and the icy beauty in front of him was his goddess, Shu Yiting, whom he had pursued for 5 years without success. The reason he appeared here was that the Ice Beauty was participating in a survival challenge jointly organized by countries around the world, Extreme Survival. The challenge lasts for a year and will have selected participants survive together on a deserted island in pairs. Upon learning of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the previous Tang Ming was determined not to let it slip by, exhausting all his efforts to secure a spot, and ended up paired with his goddess. However, unfortunately, just as he disembarked earlier, he slipped and bumped into the ship's bow, falling into the sea. Then the old Tang Ming turned into the current Tang Ming. Hey, are you even listening to me? I'm clearly telling you that even if you force yourself to stay, I won't give you any chances. All right, can you be any more annoying? My participation in the challenge is none of your business. Just take care of yourself, okay? Tang Ming finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. You. Fine, I want to see what you can contribute to this challenge. Shu Yiting's face showed astonishment, and after a long pause, she gritted her teeth and said, Both of you, there are 10 minutes left until the challenge starts. We will soon activate the automatic filming drones to begin live streaming globally. Please make your final preparations and select your survival tools. Each person can only choose 2 items, and as the staff members who had come down from the distant ship finished speaking, 2 high-tech drones slowly powered up in their hands and flew to Tang Ming and Shu Yiting's side. At the same time, live streaming sections on major platforms around the world also opened for extreme survival. Seeing that things were beyond their control, Shu Yiting glanced at the camera, took a deep breath, and followed the staff onto the ship to select tools. But before that, she couldn't help but speak to Tang Ming. The survival time is a year, so selecting tools is crucial. I've already researched what is most needed for survival before coming here. Since you insist on staying, you'd better listen to my commands. I don't expect you to help me, but don't drag me down either. When I tell you to choose something, just pick it. I've made my choice. Just these 2. Before Shu Yiting could finish her instructions, Tang Ming had already picked 2 tools for himself and started registering with the staff. Looking at what Tang Ming had chosen, Shu Yiting was furious and nearly exploded. Clearly, there was a sharp and heavy machete, yet this guy picked up a clumsy kitchen knife. Clearly, there was a sturdy, portable steel pot, yet this guy took away a large iron pot that looked like a turtle shell. Do you think you're a restaurant chef here for a picnic? Before Shu Yiting could explode, Tang Ming seemed to remember something and turned to her. Oh, right. You better choose a flint as well. I am short on time and can't waste energy playing with friction fire. As for the last item, pick whatever you want. But it's best to choose something like a spatula for cooking otherwise. Don't blame me for not exchanging tools with you later. Jerk! In the distance, Shu Yiting's scolding could be vaguely heard, but Tang Ming was unfazed as he found shaded spot and called up his newly activated system panel. On it, there was a shining new prompt. System task, daily poisoning. As the host of the Food God system, you must not slack off on every meal in any environment. Please complete a simple dish within 2 hours. On the island, as the drones officially powered up, the challenge was officially announced to have begun. The viewership numbers on major platforms' live streaming sections skyrocketed in an instant. Finally, it's live. I've been waiting so long. Fireflyer's Lu Ming. This is the first truly global unified live broadcast, but I wonder if it will be exciting. Life and death stakes? Isn't that a bit too serious? So what? With so many pairs of eyes on them around the world, if something happens, we can't just watch the contestants die, right? What else? But you raise a good point, which is why all the participants in this challenge have undergone strict screening to minimize unacceptable scenes during the live broadcast. Those interested can check the contestant list to find out. That's right, it's still because of the fame of those like Uncle Bay otherwise. Even 20 names would be in jeopardy. I heard that those ranked at the front can at least be called kings in their respective regions in my opinion, this is a unique competition of national strength, a relatively mild way to compete in strength. Does that mean these contestants carry the mission of bringing glory to their countries? Pretty much. So what about this contestant named Tang Ming? The others are either special forces members or survival experts, and he doesn't even have a profession. His only skill is driving? Is this guy here to be a joke? But the beauty paired with him is quite good, a female special forces instructor, wilderness survival expert, senior nutritionist, and most importantly, she's so beautiful. Not just beautiful, she's a complete goddess. But why does the goddess seem a bit exasperated? If it were you, you'd be exasperated too if you were paired with a teammate like a pig in this situation. Please don't insult pigs. Even pigs know to choose useful things for themselves. Just look at what he chose. A kitchen knife and a large iron pot. I really don't know how the selection was made up there. Are they sending someone to embarrass themselves? And he even wants the goddess to cooperate with him in choosing flint and a spatula. What do you think? I'm very disappointed. I originally thought I could see a world-class showdown. But this pair is truly a disgrace. Strongly demand a replacement. They aren't afraid of losing face up there. But we can't afford this kind of person. Chapter 2, Am I Shameless? The barrage of comments was deafening, and Tang Ming, stranded on an uninhabited island, had no idea. But at this moment, he did feel a bit of an impulse to slap himself. Why did he foolishly wish to personally search for food? Are wild ingredients something a person can easily find? Looking up at a coconut tree nearly 20 meters tall, Tang Ming had already circled it countless times since receiving the task, but couldn't think of any way to get the coconuts down. Throwing stones at it was ineffective. Even the larger stones didn't have enough force. Using branches to poke at it was also futile, as the branches of the surrounding trees were too crooked and not long enough. Tying them together wouldn't work either. As for climbing the tree, sorry, but he had never learned how to do that. The most critical issue was that all the coconut trees nearby were this tall, giving him no chance to take action. Is this your outrageous capital? Not far away, Xu Yiting, who had finally chosen her tools, stood behind Tang Ming with a mocking expression. Tang Ming ignored her and continued to circle the tree deep in thought. If you can't even handle a coconut, I really don't know where you get the courage to come to an uninhabited island to survive. You act like you're capable, if you're so good. Why don't you try to pick a couple down for me to see? Tang Ming glanced at her and said irritably, why should I pick them for you? If I can't, I won't laugh at you. It's perfectly normal that a big man like me can't get them, and you, being a woman, can't either. You, Xu Yiting gritted her teeth and rudely pushed Tang Ming aside. Today, I'll show you who's useless. After saying that, she tossed the tools in her hand aside, rolled up her pants, and began to climb the tree using both hands and feet. Moments later, she had reached the top of the tree and threw a contemptuous smile down at Tang Ming. Do you know who the useless one is now? What's the point of just climbing the tree? If you're capable, pick a few down. Tang Ming rolled his eyes and shouted louder. Huh? Don't think I don't know what you're up to, trying to provoke me to come up so I can help you pick coconuts. Let me tell you, not gonna happen. Tang Ming, having his little scheme exposed, felt no shame or anger. He leisurely picked up the things Xu Yiting had thrown on the ground and waved them at the tree. Dream on if you think I'll listen to you. Xu Yiting snorted, not in a hurry at all. Oh, is that so? Then let me give you a math problem. The tree is 20 meters high. It would take you at least 20 seconds to come down. Even if I'm slow, it would only take me a little over 10 seconds to run to the sea, with the time spent throwing things, at most 15 seconds. If the shovel falls into the sea, there's a chance of finding it, but the fire starter? I wouldn't know about that. Tang Ming spoke slowly and began to step back. You dare. The smile on Xu Yiting's face froze. She truly didn't expect a man could be this shameless. If you lose it, it's useless. Do you dare throw it? After being in a daze for a while, Xu Yiting shouted angrily. Without fire, we can't survive. Without food, we definitely can't. So since we're both going to die anyway, do you think I dare not? Shameless. Say what you want. I've given you the chance. Now I'll count to 3. If you don't pick, I'm running. Tang Ming had made up his mind to be utterly shameless and pretended to run toward the sea. Stop. You bastard, wait for me. Let us see how I'll deal with you when I come down. Shu Yiting gritted her teeth in anger and fiercely grabbed a coconut, letting them fall to the ground. That's more like it. Also, don't threaten me. I don't have many other virtues, just shamelessness. You better not provoke me later. Otherwise, if I get unhappy, I might throw things around. Not just yours, even my own stuff. Don't blame me if you can't find it. In front of the live stream, the audience was collectively stunned, and the comments exploded instantly. What the hell, ruthless? I was wrong. I really was wrong. I thought this guy who only knew how to drive was a noob, but I didn't expect him to be a king. I bowed down. Others call me a scumbag, but I'm not convinced. If I'm a scumbag, then what the hell is this guy? The key point is, this is unresolvable. If I were a goddess, I really wouldn't know how to deal with him. Other things are fine. They can be carried anytime. But this heavy iron pot and kitchen knife can't possibly be carried around. I finally understand why this guy would rather choose the heavy stuff than the light ones. It turns out he is playing this trick. Hearing you say that, it seems reasonable. Talent. Poor my goddess, encountering such a shameless person. Let us have a moment of silence. Not to mention other aspects. In terms of shamelessness, I admit he has the strength of a national-level competitor. In the footage, Tang Ming had already begun to excitedly count the coconuts. 1, 2, 3. What are you waiting for? Keep going. There are still so many. Seeing no more coconuts fall, Tang Ming said unhappily. Shu Yiting shot him a fierce glare. I warn you, don't go too far. Coconuts are the most precious source of water and food we can find right now, and we cannot waste them. But this isn't enough. There are only 3. Shu Yiting gritted her teeth. You eat 2, and I'll take 1. That's enough. Who said these 3 belong to you? I can't even eat that much. Keep picking. Otherwise, I might just run away. Tang Ming replied irritably. Bastard. You. Shu Yiting was so angry her face turned red, and she vented her anger on the coconuts, smashing them down from the tree. What the hell? Are you trying to murder your husband? Tang Ming jumped and ran away. Before long, all the coconuts at the top of the tree had been picked and rolled to the ground. While Tang Ming was busy picking up coconuts, Shu Yiting finally managed to sneak down from the tree, her face full of rage as she rushed toward Tang Ming. Whoosh! Just as she reached out to grab Tang Ming's collar, she suddenly felt a cold glint flash before her eyes. Tang Ming turned around, holding the large kitchen knife in his hand, and flashed a smile at her. But that smile looked somewhat eerie in Shu Yiting's eyes. What do you want to do? Of course, Shu Yiting wasn't afraid of Tang Ming using the knife to cut her. She was just seriously worried that this guy loved to mess around too much. With such a heavy knife, she seriously suspected that if he accidentally hurt himself, it would be a big deal. Chapter 3 3 Requests. Tang Ming glanced at Shu Yiting and swung the kitchen knife around chaotically. I feel like you want to hit me. How could that be? Do I look like such a violent person? Put the knife down first, and let us talk nicely. Isn't it better? Then I'll eat a few coconuts now. You have no objections, right? Nodding in satisfaction, Tang Ming asked, but with a snap, the kitchen knife had already chopped down on a coconut. Picking up the coconut, Tang Ming opened his mouth wide as the sweet juice flowed out. Perhaps he applied too much force, as more juice flowed down his cheeks and chest. Bastard, you're wasting food. Knowing the hardships of surviving in the wilderness, Shu Yiting's face darkened, and she couldn't help but scold him. Refreshing. 1 coconut doesn't have much coconut juice. After a few sips, Tang Ming shook it a bit, found it empty, and turned his gaze to the other coconuts. But soon, a fragrant wind blew in, and Shu Yiting, with a cold face, reached out to block him. No more wasting food. How am I wasting food? Is there anyone who drinks coconut like this? You see how much you spilled. If there's no freshwater resource on this island, this is our lifeline. Then how should I drink it? Give me the knife, and I'll show you. Realizing that Tang Ming wouldn't respond to force, Shu Yiting took a deep breath and tried to soften her tone as much as possible. Then you better not waste it. If you don't waste it, can I eat freely? Yes, as long as you can handle it. At this point, Shu Yiting vaguely sensed Tang Ming's slightly raised mouth corners and quickly added, what I mean by not wasting is that not a single drop of water can leak. As long as you can do that, you can mess around with all these coconuts on the ground. Otherwise, you'll have to listen to me from now on. Then I'd be at a disadvantage. If I can't do it, I'll listen to you. If I can, I'll eat some coconuts. It's not worth it, not worth it. If you can do it, I'll listen to you. Listen to me? Anything. Unconditional obedience? Only one thing, and it can't be an excessive request. 3 items, or forget it. Deal. Shu Yiting clenched her fist, finally managing to persuade this guy after much effort. Let's get started. Waving her hand, Shu Yiting crossed her arms and stood leisurely to the side, leaving the stage for Tang Ming to perform. With a smirk, Tang Ming twirled the kitchen knife in his hand and casually grabbed a coconut, slicing down with a swift motion. Done. Shu Yiting's eyes lit up, quickly looking at the coconut. However, her brow furrowed slightly as she noticed that only a piece of the green skin was missing, and the coconut itself was not damaged. You have to hit it harder to open a coconut, otherwise it won't break. Shu Yiting kindly reminded. Tang Ming shot her a glare and swung the knife again. Swish, swish, swish. This time he didn't pause, and under Xu Yiting's tense gaze, the outer layer of green skin fell off the coconut, leaving a perfectly shaped hexagon. Next, Tang Ming placed the peeled coconut on the sand, struck a dividing line down the middle with his knife, and pressed down hard on the back of the blade. Crack! A sound of splitting echoed. With nimble hands, Tang Ming grabbed the coconut and began to twist it. After a moment, he stopped, holding the coconut in his palm. Show off. Why don't you open it then? Xu Yiting looked at Tang Ming's smug expression, feeling annoyed. Tang Ming smiled slightly, placed his palm on the top of the coconut, gave it a slight twist, and half of the coconut came off. The next moment, Xu Yiting's eyes widened in disbelief. Not just her, the entire audience in the live stream, who were ready for a spectacle, also stared wide-eyed. No way. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? Is this really a coconut? Amazing. How did this guy manage to take off the hard shell without damaging any of the flesh? The way it wobbles looks so appetizing. I've seen this method before. Some foreign influencers in tropical coastal areas do it, but they use a soft knife to cut around the edge before taking it off. This guy just hacked at it a few times and achieved that. The audience gasped in surprise, while Xu Yiting was also left in a daze, staring at the flesh that looked like a big pearl, slightly wobbling in front of her, and she couldn't help but swallow. She opened her mouth, just about to say something when Tang Ming had already moved the coconut away from him, and somehow pulled over a wild grass stalk, trimmed it, and with a plop, inserted it into the flesh. With a slurping sound, the flesh visibly deflated. Indeed, this is the correct way to enjoy food. He sucked it all the way down, then pulled off a piece of soft coconut meat and tossed it into his mouth, smacking his lips and raising an eyebrow at Xu Yiting. I didn't waste anything, right? No. You lost the bet. So hurry up and tell me what you want me to do. Humph, with a huff. Xu Yiting's strong-willed nature meant she wasn't the type to play tricks. Even though she had thought of countless picky ways to challenge him, she couldn't find a single flaw in Tang Ming's perfect technique. See, I gave you a chance, and you didn't seize it. Tang Ming chuckled. A teasing look starting to skin Xu Yiting. I warn you, don't think about any funny business. I said the requests can't be excessive. As if anyone would be interested in you. Pouting, Tang Ming turned away in disgust and picked up another coconut. Hey, can't you save some for later? Still eating. Aren't you afraid of bursting? None of your business. Before I figure out what I want you to do, you better not provoke me, otherwise. Sensing Tang Ming's mischievous gaze, Xu Yiting quickly ran to sit under a coconut tree, turning her back to him in a huff. Not long after, she felt the light in front of her dim. Looking up, the same type of coconut appeared before her. One more? If you get too many, you won't be able to finish them. Seeing Tang Ming holding 2 coconuts and handing her one, Xu Yiting gritted her teeth in pain. Eat it, or I'll throw it away. You dare. Xu Yiting glared at him, quickly snatching the coconut. That is more like it. It's not every day you get to take a vacation, enjoy the sea breeze, and drink some coconut juice. So relaxing. Tang Ming smirked slightly, taking advantage of Xu Yiting's distraction to plop down beside her, inhaling the faint fragrance wafting from her. Stretching his legs out on the beach, leaning against the coconut tree, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. You think we're here on vacation? Do you even know? All right. No need to emphasize that stuff to me. Let us talk about something practical. What are the competition rules? How are the rankings determined? And how do you use this thing? As he spoke, Tang Ming raised his hand, revealing a deep blue object similar to a wristwatch that was given by the organizers during the selection of items. Chapter 4, Newbie Gift Package. Tang Ming's question made Xu Yiting unable to help but glare at him again. My mom approved. What do you want her to know? Tang Ming narrowed his eyes and interrupted. Aunt Wu, Xu Yiting's words faltered, glancing nervously at the drone hovering above them. A stern image of a powerful woman flashed through her mind, and her beautiful eyes flickered a few times before she dryly smiled and said, what I meant is, that person must be as beautiful as a flower. Good for you. Tang Ming casually glanced at the drone, crossed his legs, and lay back a bit more, signaling Xu Yiting to continue. The latter shot him a discreet glare and began to explain. The wristwatch is a drone controller. During the live stream, if anything involving personal privacy comes up, like taking a shower, you can use this controller to temporarily raise the drone's altitude. You can also pull it closer for a close-up when needed. Additionally, the watch is equipped with a nanophysique detector that can monitor your physical condition at any time. The competition results are calculated in 2 parts, the number of live stream viewers and changes in physical condition. Viewer count accounts for 30%, while physical condition accounts for 70%. Specifically, the viewer count is determined by the appeal of our live stream, finding good food, showcasing impressive survival skills, and exploring unknown territories can attract viewers. Conversely, if you just sit there with a coconut and wait to die, even if others glance at you a couple of times, they'll quickly lose interest. Hey, I asked you to explain, not to attack me personally. Also, if viewer count is the case, Wouldn't that mean those with larger populations have an advantage? Do you think everyone can't figure out such a simple issue? Therefore, the viewer statistics for each country are not simply calculated by headcount, but rather by percentages. Moreover, viewers must be real name authenticated, along with iris locking. This basically eliminates the problem of bots inflating viewer counts. There are also small bonus categories for viewing duration, tipping, and so on, but I want to go into detail about those. So, for example, if I weigh 100 pounds now and after the survival challenge I weigh 120 pounds, does that mean I get extra points? Tang Ming couldn't help but ask. You wish. Gaining 20 pounds? In this wilderness survival, just maintaining your initial condition would be a miracle, just like me. I prepared my physical condition for 6 months before coming here to deal with potential food shortages and other issues. So what we're competing on is who can stay the most stable. Of course, that doesn't apply to you. Xu Yiting shot a glance at Tang Ming's seemingly weak frame, her face filled with sarcasm. No wonder you look like you've gained quite a bit. Who are you calling fat? Xu Yiting glared with her beautiful eyes. So you all came here stuffed? And I'm the only one who boarded the ship on an empty stomach. Serves you right, following me around like a shadow. Huh, I don't know if you all are smart or foolish. Since you know the competition rule is to gain weight, yet you all arrived looking plump. There's no room for growth. Look at my figure, it's a standard negative starting point, so you get it. Tang Ming seemed to discover a new continent, raising his eyebrows at Xu Yiting. Get what? Support me. If you fatten me up nicely, wouldn't that make winning easy? Never have I seen someone so shameless. But you have to admit that what they said makes some sense. I understand the reasoning, but, damn it. Shameless remarks caused the live stream's bullet comments to explode, and Xu Yiting couldn't help but curse loudly. Who doesn't know that being physically weak makes it easy to gain weight? But the premise is to survive. Do you understand? Alright, don't get excited. If you don't support me, then don't. I knew you were unreliable. At worst, I'll figure it out myself. You think you're so capable. If you had any way, I'd take your surname. Don't even think about it. Taking my surname means I have to support you? You're not great looking, but your thoughts are quite beautiful. After saying that, Tang Ming felt the extreme chill coming from beside him and couldn't help but shiver, quickly rolling over to leave. Tang Ming, you are such a jerk. The roar came from behind, just as expected. Tang Ming curled his lips and picked up the coconut that had been wasted at the beginning, splitting it in half in a few quick motions and using a shell to scoop out the meat inside. At the same time, his mind was focused on the summon panel. System task, daily poisoning, complete a simple dish within 2 hours, status, completed. Reward, 1 beginner gift pack. Task settlement, mild poisoning, 500 people. Converted gourmet points, 35 points. Gourmet points can be exchanged for items in the system store. Tang Ming clicked to take a look and gained a simple understanding of the system's mode. For example, food that is simple and crude will not be recognized by the system. In other words, anything that doesn't stimulate others' appetites cannot be called food. Just like the coconut he casually split open, it was too ordinary and casual, failing to arouse the audience's appetite. So he didn't get a task completion prompt at that time. The pearl coconut opened later, which stimulated the appetites of 500 viewers, successfully completed the task. The most basic completion requirement for such daily tasks is that at least 1,000 people must be poisoned. Therefore, to gain more gourmet points, he needed to do 2 things: create appealing food and attract more viewers. In other words, the system's ability to develop value is closely related to the competition. The more viewers there are, the greater the chance he has to earn gourmet points. As for the use of gourmet points, this is where the real surprise lies. It can be said that it completely opened a new world for Tang Ming. This can be seen from the items in the system store. Beginner hunting, price, 1,000 gourmet points. Beginner diving, price, 1,000 gourmet points. Beginner climbing, price, 1,000 gourmet points. Beginner carpentry, price, 3,000 gourmet points. Beginner invisibility, price, 30,000 gourmet points. From low to high, various aspects of life and surreal elements are all included. However, the prices are a bit too beautiful. According to the calculation that he needs 100 people to be poisoned to earn 1 gourmet point, to buy the simplest skill, he would need to poison 100,000 people. To achieve this, he would need at least hundreds of thousands to millions of viewers. After all, not everyone will be interested in food. Feeling the pressure, Tang Ming took a deep breath and focused his expectant gaze on the golden beginner gift pack in the system warehouse, clicking on it. A flash of light. Open beginner gift pack. Received 1 chance to purchase a beginner skill for free and 1 beginner pet capture card. Free purchase? Wow. Just a moment ago, he was disheartened by the high prices, and now Tang Ming's spirits were lifted as he quickly opened the store, his eyes landing on the last few skills. He was excited. Chapter 5 Beginner X-ray Vision. So what should he choose? He licked his lips and lingered for a long time on several top beginner skills. In the end, he focused on the most practical skill for him at the moment. Beginner X-ray vision, price, 30,000 gourmet points. After thinking for a moment, Tang Ming chose to purchase it. The nameplate representing the purchase opportunity in the warehouse disappeared. Tang Ming felt a cool air stream rush into his eyes, and everything went black for a moment. After a while, his vision returned to normal. Blinking a few times, Tang Ming looked around with some confusion. Is this it? It doesn't seem like much of a difference. The scenery in front of him was still the same. He stole a glance at Xu Yiting, who was still wearing clothes. Disappointing. There is still an activation button at the back. He clicked it. Finally, there was a slight change in his vision. The coconut in his hand, which was originally green, now looked almost transparent, revealing the white beneath it. Looking at the ground, it was still sand, but upon closer inspection, it felt like he was standing on a layer of transparent film, about an inch off the ground. Now it was time for the main event. To check out the girl. Just as he was about to turn his head, Tang Ming suddenly felt a twitch in his eye, and his gaze fell on a fluctuating number on the system panel. 35, 34. His gourmet points were actually decreasing. Is it that unreasonable? Activating the X-ray vision also deducts gourmet points? To confirm his suspicion, Tang Ming couldn't care about peeping anymore and quickly looked around to carefully compare the effects of the X-ray vision. A minute later, the gourmet points turned to 33. 2 minutes later, it was 32. The experimental results were out. 1 point was deducted per minute, and the intensity of the X-ray vision depended on the density of the material. For things like sand and stones, he could only see 1 or 2 centimeters deep, while for leaves and grass, he could almost see right through. The only strong aspect was looking at seawater, where he could see several meters deep into the sea. I don't have time to waste with you. Give me the knife. I want to see if I can find a water source on the other side of the island. Just as Tang Ming was studying, he heard Xu Yiting's voice. Turning around, his expression froze. A warm current rushed from his nose as if it was about to burst out. If he could see through 1 or 2 centimeters of sand and stones, there was no need to say how thick the shame-covering clothing provided by the competition committee was. No matter what, Xu Yiting was the goddess from before, the goddess he thought about day and night, suddenly standing naked in front of him. Even if Tang Ming had a thick skin, he couldn't help but turn red at this moment. Do you have to be this stimulating? Hurriedly shifting his gaze, Tang Ming casually picked up the kitchen knife at his feet and handed it over. Xu Yiting took the knife, somewhat surprised, before coming. She had prepared herself mentally for Tang Ming to make things difficult for her to borrow it. But now, are you okay? I'm fine. You're looking for water, right? Hurry up and go. So I'm going. You just stay here and don't run around. Still, I don't expect you to help. Just don't make things worse. Wait. Just as Xu Yiting was about to leave, she was stopped by Tang Ming. Looking at the thing Tang Ming handed over, Xu Yiting frowned. I'm not hungry. Are you a pig? You think about eating all day? Tang Ming glared at Xu Yiting in annoyance, grabbed a handful of coconut meat from the shell, and smeared it on her face before she could react. You. Realizing what happened, Xu Yiting raised her hand to grab the hand that Tang Ming used to smear her, ready to throw him over her shoulder, but was stopped by Tang Ming's low growl. Don't move. Can't you see how hot the sun is? A girl should at least have some skincare awareness. This is coconut oil I just scraped. It's good for your skin and can protect against sunburn. Xu Yiting's movements softened. That's more like it. As a girl, don't just think about being rough. As the beauty of our live stream, you need to maintain your advantages at all times to attract more viewers. Ouch. Just as Tang Ming finished speaking, Xu Yiting's unfinished action ended up being executed. Tang Ming's body completed a 180-degree turn in midair and landed hard on the beach. Thud. Seeing this, I felt relieved. It was worth the wait. What a good show. I sell coffins, and I've been following this guy for a long time. I play the Swona, and I've been following this guy for a long time. The custom flower wreaths are already in stock. The live broadcast room is full of joy, and Tang Ming is rubbing his sore butt. He wants to fight back, but accidentally catches a glimpse of the kitchen knife in Xu Yiting's hand and can't even dare to moan too loudly out of guilt. The depression that's been bottled up for so long finally gets released, and Xu Yiting feels completely relaxed, leaving behind a harsh remark as she turns to enter the woods. TCH, just because you know a bit of martial arts, wait until I have more food points later, and let's see how I deal with you, little girl. Grumbling a bit, Tang Ming glanced at the drone above him, a faint smile flashing across his lips. The conflict has begun, and I'm sure the audience won't be small. It's time to start the real show. However, before the performance, he still needs to prepare adequately. The marine resources are indeed rich, but they are rich in the sea. Although Tang Ming can now see through the seawater, many things can't just be grabbed by sight. With his current abilities, the easiest to obtain are undoubtedly the small seafood that might be hidden on the beach. The food points deduct 1 point every minute, and with the remaining 30 points, he can last half an hour. To avoid wasting time, he decides to plan before acting. Scanning the area, He stops at a rocky outcrop at the end of the beach. As he walks along, it turns out just as he thought. It's not low tide yet. On the beach, apart from the occasional small crabs scuttling by, there are very few shells or similar items to be seen. In other words, the small seafood at this moment is all hidden in the mud and sand. Trying to dig them out one by one in uncertain locations is undoubtedly like finding a needle in a haystack. But now, perspective, activate. The moment he presses the start button, Tang Ming's vision suddenly brightens. The perspective filters out the mud and sand on the beach, revealing a completely different state. Many places that look like calm sand to the naked eye actually have tiny holes beneath the surface. Those are the breathing passages left by common shellfish. Just that the constant washing by seawater creates a flat illusion. Holding a wooden stick, Tang Ming focuses on a small hole in front of him, observes for a moment, and inserts the stick. Once the position is set, he doesn't linger and immediately searches for the next hole. Only when encountering shells thinly buried in the sand that can be seen directly through the perspective will he grab them and toss them onto the nearby shore. Now, let me see the harvest. Chapter 6, Live Eating Bet. Extra, extra, the world rankings have been updated. What world rankings? While Tang Ming was busy digging for seafood, the crowd in the live broadcast room was attracted by a barrage. It's the previous world potential ranking where Bai Yi was only ranked 23rd. It has just been refreshed. Bai Yi has now dropped to over 30, and AIE has fallen to over 50. So impressive. Who's ahead? This time, the first place is a group from the U.S. called War God. In the past 2 hours, they have explored at least 1/3 of the island they are on and discovered a freshwater source. The other rankings are basically based on the area explored and the materials found. I noticed that those live rooms are all tough competitors since arriving on the island. They haven't wasted a second. It's clear that in a strange environment, the faster one gets familiar with their surroundings, the more advantageous they become, except for here. Who says otherwise? My goddess is already working hard, but she's got such a weird guy covering his face. What's wrong with the weird guy? I actually enjoy watching it. I just went out for a stroll, and those live rooms with their monotonous explorations, chopping trees, and clearing paths are so boring. What's the use of having something to watch? Relying solely on my goddess, how long can she hold on? I just checked the rankings and saw how low we are. Dead last. Just thinking about it is embarrassing. I even saw a comment from an American expert just now saying that this group is just here to make up the numbers and that if they make it to the end, he will live stream eating shit. Is he looking for food? Sticking a few sticks in the ground counts as food? Making marks? Just a glance shows where the food is. Why bother with the sticks? Just trying to attract attention. Does he really think he can make it to the end just by using a bit of cleverness to attract viewers? Huh. If this kind of waste can find food too, I'll live stream eating shit just like that expert. If you can't find it, will you eat? Do you dare? If you don't dare, then don't talk to me here. Weakness is weakness. What is there to say? Weak you old man. I look down on people like you who pander to foreign things. Let us gamble. Ha. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Trying to twist my words, considering a shell as food. That's all you are. So, those who support waste are not much better themselves. Trash. It was your idea to make the bet. Scared now? What are you even? Huh. You're just like him, only able to play a little trick. If you have the ability, let us bet on normal data. I won't say much. He just takes care of himself. If he can find food weighing more than 2 pounds, consider me lost. Including the weight of the shells, as long as it weighs 2 pounds, it's fine. Dare to come? Come on. Whoever doesn't come is a grandson. Already screenshotting. Already sent it to my friends in the US. On the international forum to take a look together. No objections, right? No objections, so there are foreign friends. No wonder they rushed in with all kinds of ridicule and provocation. They probably came after seeing that silly expert's comments. Perfect, you two can eat together. Huh. Keep being tough. Well, as for who can win, I won't say for now, but this new friend, I think you should go rewind the live stream. You might find a surprise. Smiling without speaking. By the way, the guy who made the bet, you're too much, right? You can't treat international friends like this. Don't you know he is an expert? If you provoke an expert, he'll show you eating shit, scare you to death. I really don't want to spoil it. But I can't hold back, international friends. Just a reminder, the trashy guy just now, while inserting sticks, carelessly tossed things on the shore. And it's almost a pound already, so you still have a chance to win. Tang Ming, of course, is unaware of the farce in the live room. At this moment, his shovel has already penetrated the ground beneath the first stick. With a strong pry, a large clump of mud mixed with seawater is dug up. When dumped aside, the mud is washed away by the passing seawater, revealing the edge of a coin-sized shell. Lucky start, but it's a bit small. Picking it up casually, Tang Ming rinses it in seawater, tosses it into the pot, and continues digging down the hole he just made. After several digs, a hole about 10 centimeters deep has appeared where the stick was. In the mud that was turned over, he found 3 clams of varying sizes, somewhat resembling a family of 3, with the 2 behind being a whole size larger than the first one. Hearing the clinking sound of clams entering the pot, Tang Ming smiled in satisfaction but didn't continue digging. Because at this moment, seawater has already flowed into the sand pit, and the deeper he digs, the more compact the sand becomes. Trying to dig deeper would waste a lot of energy. As a recognized lazy person by the public, spending more effort to obtain the same thing is obviously not his style. Without hesitation, Tang Ming took a few steps to the nearest stick, swinging the shovel. This time at a similar depth, another clam appears, and although there's only one, it's quite a good size. Now that's more like it. Holding the egg-sized clam in his hand and tossing it, a glint of excitement appears in Tang Ming's eyes. The instincts of a foodie tell him that ingredients of this size will definitely taste great. Therefore, the problem arises. Fresh ingredients need to be eaten quickly to avoid waste. Originally intending to dig the hole slowly, he has to speed up his movements. In the third hole, 2 clams. Not bad. In the fourth, a new species appears. Surprisingly, a green mussel, measuring a whole palm's length. The sound it makes when tossed into the pot is thicker than that of the clams. The joy of beachcombing is just like that. You never know what you will encounter next or how big it might be. Under the thrill of surprise, Tang Ming was even more motivated, and his actions became more skilled. After about an hour, he had already turned over all the wooden sticks he had inserted earlier. Good things should be shared. Although he was mentally prepared, the previously quiet live broadcast room suddenly erupted. Chapter 7. A simple delicacy. Wow, who told me this isn't real? Am I hallucinating? What a coincidence. I'm hallucinating too. I came to watch the scumbag starve, and now what the hell is this? I just want to know how many pounds are in that pot. That international friend who bet earlier, I heard you can estimate. Hurry up and take a guess. Is it 2 pounds? Same here. I allow you to count 10 pounds as one. Besides Lao Ba, I've never actually seen a live broadcast of someone eating shit. And this time I finally get to see it hot. I guess the international friend has already fainted in the bathroom from excitement. As someone who grew up by the sea, I just want to know, is it that the deserted island has too many resources, or can the scumbag see through things? This is completely unscientific. What a scam. And he only flipped such a thin layer. If it were me, I could at least double my haul. Watching this makes me want to go too. Who was it that told me I wouldn't starve if I went? You come out. And I promise not to beat you to death. The barrage of comments was even more explosive than Tang Ming had anticipated. At this moment, he had no intention of slowing down the excitement for the audience. After a brief rest, he began to quickly sort and line up his harvest from the pot. 8 green mussels, the smallest 3 fingers wide, the largest bigger than a palm. Just these 8 weigh at least 5 pounds. Clams, I couldn't be bothered to count. Most of them are this stuff, around 30 premium ones, the size of eggs, occupying half of the coconut tree shade when placed together. There were fewer razor clams, about 20 that could be considered razor clam kings, all as thick as a thumb. There were also dozens of smaller ones. The conch was about the same number as the green mussels, but not small, adding up to at least 2 pounds. There were nearly 20 scallops, relatively uniform in size, about the size of buns. Additionally, there were about 10 types of shellfish that even he couldn't name. Arranged neatly, the various shells resembled a peacock displaying its feathers, forming a beautiful picture around the coconut tree. All the viewers were amazed, and many seafood enthusiasts were salivating. Regardless of quality, these were all pure wild catch, completely incomparable to farmed ones. Speaking of quality, egg-sized clams and thumb-thick razor clam kings are treasures that money can't buy. Even if you don't eat them, they can make your mouth water. Ding. System task, daily poisoning. As the host of the food god system, you must not slack off on any meal in any environment. Please complete a simple dish within 2 hours. After controlling the drone for 5 or 6 minutes for various shots, the system task Tang Ming had guessed finally arrived. Looking at the things scattered on the ground, Tang Ming didn't dare to waste any more time. Even without mentioning the system's strict requirements for food, he wouldn't let high-quality ingredients go to waste himself. Next, he took the entrenching tool and cut a few sturdy small branches, stripped off the bark, compared their lengths in the iron pot, and cut them to the right length to fit in. Then, he walked around and chose a coconut tree with a large shade, digging a rectangular pit in the sandy ground not far from the tree. He found a few stones to build a stove. At this point, the preparations for cooking were complete. It was already late. Glancing at the woods where Shu Yiting had left, Tang Ming hesitated for a moment, but still walked toward the sand pit where the shellfish were placed. Processing seafood is quite time-consuming. However, before that, he did a quick selection of the shellfish. As a person who values quality, he would only use the best ingredients. If catching seafood was still somewhat unfamiliar to Tang Ming, processing it was completely instinctual for him. Seafood, once dead, can easily absorb the taste of seawater and impurities if not processed in time, becoming bitter and salty. Therefore, for many who don't know how to handle it, the best method is to just throw the shellfish into the pot. But doing so would cause the sand and other debris inside the shellfish to stick to the meat, affecting the taste. To perfectly bring out the extreme flavor of shellfish, especially without clean freshwater, the key point is speed. Quickly find the sand sacs and impurities on the shellfish while they are still alive and remove them. A simple rinse ensures there is no sand, and the meat won't be too salty or bitter. At this moment, Tang Ming was fully utilizing this instinct. With a gentle pry of the entrenching tool, he opened the shell, not even needing to look. He cut the adductor muscle along the skirt edge, then accurately jabbed a small stick into the meat, and gently squeezed to expel the inedible internal impurities. Even so, it took more than 10 minutes to process everything that needed handling. He randomly picked up some dry branches and leaves around, tore off some palm tree fluff for kindling, and with a few strikes of the flint, flames emerged. He stuffed the slowly burning kindling into the pit under the stove and added a few more dry branches, and soon a big fire was blazing. Tang Ming then took the previously peeled small branches and placed them in the pot, starting from the middle and laying them out towards both sides. In no time, the branches formed a steamer above the water's surface. After waiting a few minutes for the fire, the seawater in the pot finally began to boil. Glancing at the woods, Tang Ming opened the system panel, checked the task countdown, and saw only 20 minutes left. It seems you don't have that luck, he muttered to himself, then brought over the various premium seafood he had just processed on a palm leaf. Selected a palm leaf about the same size as the pot to place on the steamer and began to arrange the seafood. The less easily cooked conch and green mussels were placed on the bottom layer, followed by a layer of palm leaves, then scallops and clams. After that, another layer of leaves was placed, and the razor clams were neatly arranged on top. The pot was basically filled. Finally, a few larger palm leaves were used as a lid. The task was complete. Chapter 8, Seafood Feast. He tossed 2 large wooden sticks into the fire pit and temporarily didn't need to worry about the pot anymore. Steaming requires everything to be done in one go. With Tang Ming's experience, there was no need to lift the lid to check if it was cooked. Taking advantage of the free time, he went to the rocky area by the sea. As the saying goes, a clever woman cannot cook without rice. He felt quite awkward now, as he could find food but had no seasoning at all. His exquisite culinary skills had no room to be showcased. As a foodie, he didn't just want to eat for others to see. He wanted to enjoy it himself. Therefore, finding suitable seasoning was more urgent than finding food. Some might say that true chefs value the original flavor and don't use excessive seasoning. When encountering such people, Tang Ming would simply tell them 2 words: get lost. Let any chef try cooking without seasoning and see. Even if a cucumber is smashed into a flower shape, without seasoning, it will still be bland. Almost all seasonings revolve around one thing: salt. Now, as long as he can solve the salt issue, everything else will be much easier. In the past, to pursue high-quality sea salt, Tang Ming had indeed delved into some of the production processes. The normal method of production is sun-drying, where seawater is drawn into pools by the sea and dried until a certain temperature is reached, causing the sea salt to crystallize automatically and obtain brine. After that, the crystals are purified. However, for the 2 of them now, it was clearly unnecessary to make things so complicated. They just needed to find something ready-made. Tang Ming had glanced at this rocky area a few times while digging for shells, and naturally, many pits of varying sizes had formed. Given the current weather conditions, there was a high chance of finding coarse salt. This naturally extracted coarse salt, although it also contained impurities, could be processed simply and was basically edible. Of course, it would only suffice for this one meal. For later, they would still need to make some by hand to store. Holding a shell about the width of his palm, Tang Ming carefully stepped on the rocks, searching as he went. Soon, he discovered a small trace of pure white in some crevices between the stones. He carefully scraped it into the shell, gently blowing away the attached debris, and the sea salt became much cleaner. In the steaming air, a rich aroma began to waft around. Taking a deep breath, Tang Ming couldn't help but lick his lips after arriving on the island. He had only eaten 2 coconuts and had no dry food at all, and now his stomach was starting to protest. Not rushing to uncover the palm leaves, Tang Ming turned around and used a spade to open a coconut. Pouring some coconut water into the shell he had just filled with salt and began stirring with a wooden stick. After the salt dissolved, a layer of gray-black mud began to separate from the coconut water underneath. He set down the shell, and once the mud settled, Tang Ming poured the top layer of clean coconut salt water into another clean shell. A salty sweet dipping sauce was thus prepared. Of course, anyone with a bit of common sense knows that it's best not to eat coconut and seafood together. Tang Ming naturally understood this principle, but for a foodie, everything is secondary to taste. What he pursued was simply 2 words: delicious, delicious, delicious. As long as it was tasty, who cared about nutrition? In Tang Ming's previous words, did he lack that bit of nutrition? What he found most annoying were those who, after hearing a few rumors or reading some dubious popular science, felt they had become nutritionists, with all sorts of picky eaters. Just look at the older generation. They ate everything from grass to tree bark. And who among them isn't healthier than people today? However, Not considering nutrition didn't mean Tang Ming was careless about his meals. On the contrary, a perfect dinner not only had to taste good, but also had to be enjoyable and pleasant. To achieve this, presentation was key. If it looked good, it would naturally increase one's appetite. After picking quite a few broad, tender green palm leaves, Tang Ming neatly arranged them in front of him like a tablecloth. With sea snails as the base, clams as embellishments, scallops as decorations, and razor clams outlining the lines, in no time, he had created a peacock shape with the steamed ingredients against the tender green backdrop. It wasn't a stiff design, at least from the perspective of a high-altitude drone. It looked like a vivid peacock. Wow, this is the real seafood master. The ingredients, the presentation, pure, natural delicacies. Everyone, did I enter the wrong live stream? Is this really a survival live stream? My mouth is watering. Why show me this at night? Yes, this damn time difference. It's afternoon over there on the deserted island. And it's already midnight here. Midnight food envy. Is there no law? I just came to gloat and watch the fun. Why do I feel like I'm the one being laughed at? Suddenly, the instant noodles in my hand don't taste good anymore. I suspect this guy is doing it on purpose. It's not enough to just present the dish, but he also keeps doing close-ups. Is he trying to tempt people to death? However, this way of eating is a bit extravagant. It's just the two of them, yet he steamed so much. How are they going to live on? If I were the goddess, I definitely wouldn't be able to stand him. This guy is eating all by himself. What about the goddess? Doesn't he wait for her? Scumbag. But if it were me, I couldn't help it either. Seafood gets less tasty when it's cold. I really want to take a bite, just one bite. It felt as if he heard the calls of the crowd. Tang Ming fully adhered to the principle of letting the audience eat first. After posing the dishes, he casually picked up a large sea snail in front of him. With the prepared wooden stick, he gently pried it open, and a large piece of steaming snail meat was lifted out. Trembling with juices in front of the drone as if telling its own aroma. Bringing it to his nose, Tang Ming took a deep breath, revealing an intoxicated expression, then opened his mouth wide and bit into half of the snail meat. As he chewed, some juices began to drip from the corner of his mouth, disregarding his image. Those watching felt dry-mouthed and restless. After finishing a few bites, Tang Ming didn't wipe the juices from his mouth and picked up a clam, prying it open. Inside, the tender clam meat was accompanied by a thin layer of broth. With a pout, the clam meat was sucked into his mouth like jelly, making a delightful slurping sound. It's over. It's over. I can't take it anymore. This scumbag is simply inhuman. I can't watch any longer. If I keep watching, I won't be able to sleep. I can't sleep anymore, okay? Whoever dares to tell me this is a wilderness survival livestream, I swear I'll beat them up. It feels like this livestream should change its name to avoid confusing uninformed people. Change to what? This name is fine. I'm going to wake my best friend up to watch the livestream. I can't let myself starve. Good idea. I'm going to wake my friends too. Damn it. I won't come here at midnight again unless there's something even better to eat. Chapter 9. Plant Identification Skills. Are you all just focusing on food? Doesn't anyone think this is strange? How did the so-called useless scumbag turn into a drool-worthy gourmet? You feel that way too? From the previous incident with the excrement. Shouldn't we have figured it out? This guy is just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. I even trusted him so much. Letting him be my number one scumbag in my mind. As a chef with 30 years of professional experience, from my perspective, this little brother is no longer just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Just from how he handled the seafood and his control over cooking time, he can almost be called a top-tier chef. What I'm curious about is how he developed these skills at such a young age. But the information shows that his only skill is driving. Information? Do you believe that stuff? I always felt it was extremely unreasonable to have such a useless person mixed in with a team of elites. And now it seems he's actually a hidden master. Hidden master? I originally came to see how weak this last-place team was after listening to Professor Gibbs's evaluation, but unexpectedly, those watching the live stream are also a bunch of daydreamers. The previously noisy live stream room quieted down a bit after this statement. Another international friend? By the way, do you international friends all like eating excrement with such foul mouths? It's understandable not to like it, just like I don't like those so-called God of War teams. But it's excessive to come to someone else's live stream and throw around insults. There's a saying, don't argue with fools, because a fool's perspective is only that high. That Professor Gibbs, isn't he the one who live streamed eating excrement? Just let him eat directly. No need to wait for results. I can confidently say that even if others can't hold on, Brother Ming's group won't have any issues. A group of weaklings can only talk tough. You softies. No wonder you can only eat excrement. Go check out the hottest thread on international forums. Thousands of people have screenshots. And it's you types of international friends coming to boast and getting slapped in the face live. Don't compare me to that fool. I only let facts speak. The fact is, no matter how well he's eating now, his world ranking is still in last place. And his overall score is declining again. Unreasonable, ignorant Huaxia people. Absolutely mindless, foolish Americans. A verbal battle was about to break out. The already lively livestream room boiled over due to the presence of a few foreigners. Many people heard the news and rushed over. As for those foreigners, it was evident they wouldn't make any waves in this away game. Frustrated, they began to stir up trouble on major international forums. As the instigator, Tang Ming had no idea that his plain meal would cause such a huge uproar in the outside world. After indulging in a seafood feast for about half an hour, feeling completely stuffed, he finally stopped. He glanced at the mess around him and didn't have the heart to clean up. He always adhered to a principle when cooking: eat without worrying about washing up, unless he was alone. This was the pride of a chef. Seafood was peculiar. Before eating, it smelled great, but after consuming too much, all he felt was a stench. Patting his round belly, Tang Ming covered the leftover food with palm leaves and lazily leaned against a coconut tree that didn't smell of seafood. He summoned the system panel. Unsurprisingly, the task had been marked as completed, but a number below it made him sit up abruptly. 1, 10, 100,000, 1,500 gourmet points? This can't be real. Rubbing his eyes, Tang Ming confirmed he wasn't seeing things and quickly opened the task log. He flipped straight to the last task statistics. Mildly poisoned 100,000 people. Converted poison points 1,000. Lightly poisoned 3,000 people. Converted poison points 300. Moderately poisoned 200 people. Converted poison points 200. Total 1,500 points. Congratulations to the host for completing a small goal. Gourmet points have exceeded 1,000. A small step forward for civilization. Daily task gift upgraded to bronze gift. Please check in the warehouse. There are other benefits? Tang Ming's eyes sparkled as he quickly summoned the chest that quietly floated in the warehouse. It didn't look as dazzling as the novice gift pack, but since it was upgraded, it shouldn't be too shabby. After thinking for a moment, Tang Ming pressed the open button. Congratulations, host. You have opened the bronze gift and obtained the intermediate skill, plant identification technique. Plant identification technique? Why wasn't it a free purchase right? Feeling a bit disappointed, Tang Ming opened the system mall. He searched around, and his gaze landed on one of the skills. Basic plant identification technique, priced at 1,000 gourmet points, which could identify common plants and know their medicinal properties. The basic version costs 1,000. And now the system only shows basic items. I got an intermediate one, which isn't bad at all. Comparing the prices, Tang Ming felt much better and focused on the skill description. The intermediate plant identification technique can identify all known plants to humans and understand their effects. I have to say, the intermediate effect is significantly more powerful than the basic one. Just 4 words, known to humanity, say it all. In this era, how many plants are unknown? Even if there are, I probably won't have many chances to encounter them. So, from now on, I can modestly tell others. Please call me the Encyclopedia of Plants. Satisfied, he clicked to learn. Tang Ming felt as if a large amount of information was forcibly stuffed into his brain, and a torrent of information made his vision go black. He nearly fainted. After a while, he finally reacted, shook his head, and felt dizzy and groggy. Not far away in the jungle, there was a rustling sound, and then a figure emerged. Chapter 10. Is there more? A lot. With a grayish face. There was a hint of unwillingness. If I had another 2 hours, I might have followed the dried upstream to find the upstream water source. It's all that guy's fault for wasting so much of my time. Muttering to herself, Shu Yiting soon spotted Tang Ming not far away. What are you doing? Taking a few steps closer and seeing that Tang Ming's expression was a bit off, Shu Yiting frowned. At that moment, Tang Ming was still feeling dizzy and, hearing Shu Yiting's voice, couldn't be bothered to move. Ate too much, just lying down to digest. I knew it would be like this. I told you. Don't expect me to pick coconuts for you again because there might not be any water sources on this island. At that time, coconuts will be our only lifeline, and I absolutely want to allow you to waste them. Can your matters wait? I'm feeling dizzy and stuffed. Just let me lie down quietly for a bit. Tang Ming turned over, still feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Surprisingly, he didn't retort. Huh, I say a couple of words to you, and you're already unhappy. Shu Yiting huffed, feeling irritated without a place to vent. After thinking for a moment, she smiled slightly and carefully reached into her pocket, pulling out 2 red and green fruits that looked somewhat like tomatoes, about the size of a fist. From the way she held them, it was clear that these fruits were hard to come by. She moved in front of Tang Ming, squatted down, and offered one of the fruits in front of his nose. A few seconds later, Tang Ming suddenly opened his eyes wide. Do you want to eat? Shu Yiting squinted her eyes, looking quite pleased. Tang Ming didn't speak, his gaze fixed intently on the fruit in Shu Yiting's hand. Information about the fruit popped up in his mind. Let me see, didn't you say you were stuffed? Can you still eat? You just give it to me without so much nonsense. You seem quite fierce, you must be really hungry. I can give you one. As long as you promise to listen to me in the future. Just tell me if you'll give it to me. If you don't think about eating my food. Tang Ming rolled his eyes at Shu Yiting lightly and said indifferently, are you seeing things from hunger? You need to wash your hands before eating. Have you not woken up? Where's the food to eat? I can't be bothered to argue with you. If you don't eat, then fine. After saying that, Tang Ming turned and walked under the tree where he had left the seafood feast, lifted the palm leaves covering the food, grabbed the edges of the palm leaves, and was about to head toward the sea. Xu Yiting, who had followed him all the way, naturally saw the heavy seafood in Tang Ming's hands. The rich aroma in the air made her feel completely dazed. Who am I? Where am I? Wait, what are you doing? Didn't you say you wouldn't eat? It can only be thrown away. No way. Hurriedly extending her hand to block Tang Ming's path, Xu Yiting looked at Tang Ming's playful expression and felt her face heat up. She had intended to play it cool, but reality slapped her in the face so quickly. Wasting food is a bad behavior, so, as she spoke, her gaze was already on the various shellfish in Tang Ming's arms. Then you give me those two things in your hand. Let us agree first. This counts as a food exchange. I didn't eat your food for free. You are such an idiot. Tang Ming shot her a look, placed the food on the ground, and snatched the fruit from Xu Yiting's hand, scolding. Is it that impressive to just make some food? Xu Yiting, unable to hold back her anger, retorted. But as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Tang Ming dash toward the sea and throw both fruits into the water with force. Hey, what are you doing? She hurriedly chased after him, but the fruits had already floated far away with the waves. Poisonous. Looking at Tang Ming's serious expression, Xu Yiting's face turned a bit pale. But she didn't really doubt he was trying to scare her. If you don't eat, it'll go bad. A few minutes later, under the cool shade of the trees, as a mouthful of plump shellfish meat entered her mouth, Xu Yiting felt as if she was in a dream. And the guy opposite her, who was making a face of disdain and covering his nose, clearly hadn't done anything but was sipping coconut water and enjoying a feast. Even she could only rely on him for dinner. Moreover, this dinner was incredibly luxurious. Conch, scallops, clams, and even shellfish she couldn't name. Not only were they huge, but they also tasted unbelievably good. I can't say for sure about anything else, but today's meal, among similar seafood, was definitely the best tasting one she had ever had, hands down. The only thing that made her uncomfortable, happy, was that with so much food, she had to finish it all in one sitting because that bad guy across from her said that anything left over had to be thrown away. How could she continue living like this? Feeling regret in her heart, Xu Yiting made up her mind. If she was going to eat, then she would eat. Only after finishing could she make that guy with the nose pointed skyward understand how hard it was to survive. Otherwise, he would always think that survival was just like a vacation. However, right now, it did feel a bit like a vacation. The cool shade of the trees and the delicious food felt like a dream. Hey, can you eat a bit faster? Finish up and clean the ground quickly. Then take the bigger shells and wash them clean. Find some grass or leaves to put them under to catch the dew. What use are you? You've been out for ages and didn't even find a drop of water, and now I have to come up with a solution. Seriously, don't get too carried away. It's just a bit of food. If it were me, I would have found even more. Oh, I almost forgot. There are still a lot of shells in that pit over there. After you finish cleaning, go deal with them. Still more? A lot. Xu Yiting swallowed and glanced at the food in front of her, then looked at the pile of empty shells beside her. Just here, there must be over 10 pounds. Right? Did this guy rob the Dragon Palace or something? No, this guy must be boasting. I want to see just how much you call a lot. Chapter 11. Physical Strengthening. Not bothering to continue eating, Xu Yiting followed the direction Tang Ming pointed. As she walked, her eyes widened more and more. I must be dreaming. How did he manage to do this with those little arms and legs? This is at least double what we just ate. Even if he is a bit small, the quantity is overwhelming. They're piled together so densely that the shock it brings to Xu Yiting is even greater than when she saw the seafood feast earlier. Alright, this time I'll admit you're impressive. I didn't expect our luck to be so good this time. The resources on this island are so abundant. Although she was reluctant to admit it, the facts were right in front of her, and Xu Yiting had to compliment him a bit. Don't think that saying a few good words means you don't have to work. Hurry up and finish eating, clean up, I'm waiting to sleep. After saying that, Tang Ming ignored Xu Yiting, lay down, and opened the system panel again. Food points are over 1,000. Shouldn't we save some for the new year? Opening the shop, he didn't need to browse much. The lowest items started at 1,000, with not many choices. Beginner hunting, price, 1,000 food points. Beginner diving, price, 1,000 food points. Beginner climbing, price, 1,000 food points. Looking down the line, each one seemed quite useful, and he wanted to learn them all. Unfortunately, he was short on food points, and Tang Ming's gaze lingered for a long time. Finally, he focused on an option that wasn't a skill. Beginner physical strengthening, price, 1,300 food points. Develop physical potential, improve cell vitality, and enhance physical condition in all aspects. Compared to skills, his weak physique was probably what needed strengthening the most right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to lift a 10-pound iron pot. What kind of chef would that make him? In his previous life, at his peak, Tang Ming could flip a 40-pound iron pot with one hand. This one's for me. Without further hesitation, Tang Ming directly clicked the learning button. Anyway, he would have to learn all the skills here eventually. Once his body was stronger, would he still be worried about finding food to eat? In the next moment, Tang Ming felt a wave of movement in his stomach. Warm currents began to flow towards his limbs. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Gurgle, gurgle. After 5 minutes, Tang Ming was astonished to find that his previously bloated stomach had flattened, and he was feeling a bit hungry again. Is this really so scientific? Food converting to energy? After a little thought, Tang Ming guessed that the basis of this physical strengthening wasn't just a random boost. What made him even more annoyed was that, as time passed, a strong sense of hunger surged. I can't hold it. I need to find something to eat. With his eyes glowing green, Tang Ming immediately turned his gaze to Xu Yiting, who was still enjoying her food. This girl, while he wasn't paying attention, she secretly hid some shells behind the palm leaves. Was she planning to hoard food now? This is unacceptable. She is hiding her savings before they even have a certificate. She must be taught a lesson. It's time to assert my authority. Without saying a word, Tang Ming rushed over, taking advantage of Xu Yiting's moment of distraction to grab the food she had stored. What are you doing? Didn't you say you couldn't eat anymore? Tang Ming patted his stomach. The earlier hunger had finally eased a bit, and he glanced at Xu Yiting. I can't eat anymore. But that doesn't stop me from continuing to eat. It's better than you causing me trouble all day. How does saving some food cause you trouble? Seafood. With E. coli at this temperature is 8 times more likely to spoil. Don't talk about a day. Even a few hours can lead to spoilage. If you hide it and end up with a stomachache, wouldn't that be causing me trouble? You don't want to take care of me. But you expect me to take care of you. Isn't that a bit too optimistic? I don't expect you to help me with anything. But can you at least not make things harder for me? All right, Xu Yiting said, often repeating this phrase, now being returned to her word for word by the scumbag. Unfortunately, she couldn't refute it. From the wild tomatoes earlier to the seafood now, compared to the scumbag, it seemed like she was the one completely ignorant of life. But could she be blamed for this? Anyone trying to survive wouldn't have food piling up to the point of being unable to finish it. While she was lost in thought, Tang Ming had already arrived at the large iron pot. The seafood he had just taken with righteous indignation had already been digested quite a bit in that short time. He needed to hurry up and stock up on food. After steaming the seafood, Tang Ming hadn't turned off the heat. Instead, he added another pot of seawater. After a long time of boiling, the seawater in the pot had evaporated, leaving a thick layer of coarse salt clinging to the pot walls. Stirring it a few times with a stick, the salt fell off. After some casual mixing, the slightly yellow salt grains became much finer and more uniform. Tang Ming, not wanting Xu Yiting to remain confused, carried 2 palm leaves to transport the seafood raised in the pit to the seaside to wash them. At this moment, the coarse salt in the pot started to emit steam as it was reheated, and the salt turned a bit yellower. After feeling the temperature of the salt's surface with his hand, Tang Ming nodded to himself. Using a spade, he dug a deep pit in the salt and placed the seafood around it. Layer by layer, he alternated seafood and salt until the salt ran out. He then piled the remaining seafood on top and covered it with a lid. What is this? Xu Yiting asked, puzzled. Salt-baked seafood. You've never had it? With that one sentence, Xu Yiting obediently shut her mouth. After a series of blows, she felt that if she continued talking to Tang Ming, she would really become an idiot. After instructing Xu Yiting to control the fire, Tang Ming had some free time again. His stomach began to feel hungry again. But after about half an hour of absorption and digestion, he could already feel the difference from before. Clenching his fists, his originally loose muscles had become much tougher. Without needing to experiment, Tang Ming could be sure that he could now lift the empty iron pot with one hand. The specific increase would need to be tested to confirm. Thinking this, Tang Ming's gaze swept around and finally landed on a coconut not far away. Picking up the knife Xu Yiting had left under the tree, Tang Ming aimed at a coconut and chopped down. Crack! With a light sound, the large kitchen knife sank into the coconut halfway. Looking at the deeper cut than the one he made at noon, Tang Ming frowned. It seemed the increase wasn't as significant as he imagined. According to his expectations, this chop should at least split the coconut in half. Confused, he pulled out the kitchen knife and poured the coconut juice into his mouth. Suddenly, the corner of his eye caught sight of something, and he yelled out loud. Xu Yiting, you pig. Look at what you've done. Chapter 12, you better stop eating. What? While adding firewood, Xu Yiting trembled at the sudden shout. Turning around with a confused face, she saw Tang Ming storming towards her, tightly gripping the kitchen knife. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? I just want to ask, how did you get through the registration review? What a good kitchen knife, and in one afternoon, what have you turned it into? Take a look for yourself. Can we still live like this? Saying this, Tang Ming viciously shook the kitchen knife in front of her several times. Under the dim sunlight, the blade of the knife was covered with pockmarks and chips. Feeling guilty, Xu Yiting shrank her neck and quietly defended herself. I didn't do it on purpose. Who knew there were so many thorn branches on this island? It's just a kitchen knife. It can be sharpened again. We are talking about a kitchen knife, not a wife. The kitchen knife is my wife. If the knife is your wife, then sleep with it. Xu Yiting was so furious that she gritted her teeth. And the stick she was going to throw into the fire couldn't help but hit the sand at Tang Ming's feet. She turned around and walked away. As if I would sleep with you instead of it. Xu Yiting's sudden outburst shocked Tang Ming into silence, and he mumbled something, not daring to provoke her again. Half an hour later, a rich seafood smell filled the air again. Pouring some water from a shell onto the kitchen knife, Tang Ming picked it up and ran his fingernail along the now sharp edge, finally showing a bit of a smile. For chefs, a kitchen knife truly is their wife. Silly woman, eat it or not. Lifting the palm leaves, Tang Ming took a deep breath in delight. Not to mention, while the increase in other aspects of physical condition wasn't obvious, the effect on appetite was impressive. Don't eat, and I'll suffocate you. Seeing Tang Ming about to start cooking again, Xu Yiting furrowed her brows in distress. But during the Cold War, she really couldn't bring herself to preach. I don't know who said that this competition requires gaining weight to win, but it seems that your so-called desire to win is just a joke. Tang Ming adjusted the angle of the drone and mocked. If you have the ability, eat it all. Otherwise, stop with your sarcastic remarks. What about after I finish eating? After I finish, you can tell me to do anything I want. If I can't finish, it's the opposite. It's a deal. After receiving a satisfactory reply, Tang Ming raised the corner of his mouth and eagerly brought the drone closer, officially starting to eat. In the live broadcast room, the viewers who had been drooling earlier hadn't caught their breath yet when they discovered that the food broadcast had started again, and curses erupted. Damn, is this ever going to end? Has this guy never eaten anything in his life? This is too much. He has already stuffed, and he has still eating. Doesn't he know to leave some? It feels like the live broadcast room is going to be renamed as the Big Eater Live Room. It's easy to conquer a territory, but hard to defend it. At this rate, no matter how capable he is, it's going to be tough. Exactly. Food that goes into the mouth is truly one's own, and besides, shells are inherently perishable food. Eating a bit more isn't a big deal. Good news. I just checked the leaderboard, and do you know what I found? The comprehensive score of the goddess team actually went up, moving up one place directly. What is going on? Let me give you a piece of data. Every contestant underwent a physical fitness test when they got off the boat. And based on their physical condition at that time, an initial score was given. This score can be seen as everyone starting with 100 points. The 100 points included weight, body fat, and other comprehensive scores. In the half day since arriving on the island, the other contestants have all seen a slight decline, dropping 1 to 3 points. Meanwhile, the Scumbag score directly rose from 100 to 105, and it said that the data is still increasing, riding on the increase in physical fitness. The goddess team has significantly narrowed the gap caused by map exploration. Damn, this is possible? Ignorant Huaxia people, every time you come here, you see you're pleased with your own little cleverness. Don't you know that those contestants who are truly seeking survival are basically still consuming physical strength to explore and build shelters and aren't in a hurry to eat? When they start eating, the gap will narrow. Short-sighted. Damn, when did this brainless international friend pop up again? Looking for trouble, but it's true that they're brainless. At least the previous international friend who ate shit could gauge things by sight, but this one can't even do that. Narrow the gap. What are your lousy contestants going to use to narrow the gap? The barrage fell silent for a moment, and everyone's gaze turned toward the large pot of seafood in front of Tang Ming. Let us not even mention whether the other survivors have the ability to find so much food. Even if they did, could anyone eat and drink like this scumbag? The key point is that he can really eat. Is his stomach a bottomless pit? Half, by visual estimation, is at least 10 pounds. Is the scumbag now this crazy just to do whatever he wants with the goddess? The audience's voice seemed to echo Xu Yiting's feelings. Originally, she was watching with a schadenfreude mindset to see how far Tang Ming could go just to spite her. But less than 10 minutes later, half of the seafood was gone, and Xu Yiting was genuinely shocked. Staring wide-eyed, she slowly approached Tang Ming, her lips slightly parted. Hey, are you okay? I was just joking earlier. Don't take it seriously. Can I admit I was wrong? Please don't eat anymore. Joke? I've already eaten half. Are you telling me this is a joke? Today I must finish it. Feeling the boiling power throughout his body, how could Tang Ming possibly stop now? Ignoring Xu Yiting, he directly sped up. After all, he had realized by now that after using the physical enhancement, his body was indeed a bottomless pit. He didn't know what his upper limit was, but it was definitely not now. Chapter 13, Make a Pond. 10 minutes later, the last green mussel in the pot was flipped out by Tang Ming. Biting into it, Tang Ming, still unsatisfied, turned the pot over again. Only then did he reluctantly stop. Are you crazy? Xu Yiting watched Tang Ming's condition with fear, not knowing what to say. If you say this guy is smart, sometimes he is as stubborn as a mule. Is it really okay to eat so much? Ugh, So comfortable. After burping, feeling the warm sensation spreading through his limbs, Tang Ming stretched lazily. To prevent any accidents, he needed to prepare some more. After thinking for a moment, Tang Ming took 2 coconuts, and with one chop, they were easily split open. As expected, the increase in strength, combined with the sharpness of the blade, caused the coconuts to break instantly. Fortunately, Tang Ming only ate a bit too much and didn't get drunk, so the coconut was only opened at the top, just enough to drink the coconut water without causing waste. Watching Tang Ming drink 2 coconuts in one go and scrape out the coconut meat cleanly, Xu Yiting felt numb. This bastard in front of her was simply a monster. She had just worried he ate too much, but it turned out she was the one who ate too much. Speak, what do you want me to do? A bet is a bet. What else with that expression? It's as if I'm going to do something to you. Stop daydreaming and clean up the ground for me. Later, collect all these shells and throw them into that rectangular rock pit over there. That's it. Why throw it there? Just do as I say. Why ask so many whys? Tang Ming stood up and pointed to the location he mentioned, then lay back down. Carefully feeling the changes in his body, the warm flow emanating from his stomach finally showed signs of slowing down under the accumulation of a large amount of food. Luckily, the food he found this time was enough. Otherwise, like the other survivors, Tang Ming suspected that enhancing his physique could starve him to death. Lying quietly for about half an hour, his body returned to calm. Tang Ming got up, grabbed a large iron pot with one hand, and with a little effort, the pot, which was about 20 pounds with salt, rose and fell with his movements. This is more like it. Although he didn't turn into Superman in one go, at least he reached a normal person's level and even a bit higher. At this moment, Xu Yiting had just finished dealing with the garbage all over the ground and sat down not far from Tang Ming with an unhappy face, expressing her displeasure with her eyes. What are you looking at? Did I tell you to rest? What else do you want to do? You still call yourself an elite survival expert in the army. Can't you have a bit of independent thinking? Xu Yiting was scolded and looked completely confused. Sigh. How did I end up with such a foolish woman? Come with me. Tang Ming huffed in annoyance and got up to walk towards the beach. In no time, they arrived at the rocky area where Xu Yiting was supposed to throw away the garbage. After looking around, he started to collect stones from the surroundings. You go find some grass and branches to tidy up these areas in a bit. While filling in the uneven edges of the rocky pit with stones, Tang Ming instructed. Xu Yiting blinked a few times. Her face seemed to show a moment of realization, and she quickly started working. The two spent about an hour repairing the rocky pit, which was roughly 10 meters long and wide, and sealed up some noticeable gaps. A small pond was beginning to take shape. Next, without needing Tang Ming's orders, Xu Yiting enthusiastically picked up some small stones from the pond and piled them outside. Wiping her sweat, her slightly flushed face held a hint of expectation. We can go into the woods later to see if we can dig up some earthworms to put in here. There were still some leftover bits of seafood from before, and if we're lucky, we might have breakfast sorted for tomorrow. Tang Ming nodded, thought for a moment, and deepened the entrance facing the sea, moving 2 large stones beside it. If he couldn't sleep tonight, he could observe the tide's retreat time, and when the water level was low enough, he could block the entrance to gather more. Leave it to me. For the first time, Xu Yiting took the initiative to take on a task. It's rare. The goddess and the scumbag actually have a harmonious moment. In fact, the scumbag, while he may have a sharp tongue, is quite reliable when it comes to work. I'm increasingly optimistic about this pair. I was worried they wouldn't have enough to eat, but it turns out they're quite good at planning ahead. Now I just want to know what the expression is on the faces of those foreigners who doubted Ming Ji's abilities. Didn't they say they were coming to investigate the data? What's the situation now? I don't know, but there have indeed been quite a few foreigners coming in lately. But they all left after a while, probably scared off. The scumbag's appetite, if I hadn't watched him eat from start to finish. I wouldn't believe anyone could eat dozens of pounds of seafood in one go. I used to not understand the saying that being able to eat is a blessing. But now I know. I just checked the potential ranking, and the scumbag's physique score has reached 110, with his ranking rising 5 places. It's about right. Shellfish may look plentiful, but the actual weight isn't that exaggerated. Eating 20 pounds and gaining 5 is normal. So where's the promised reduction in the gap? These foreign friends are really not generous. They always come, slap us in the face, and leave. Can't they let us take one last shot at them? By the seaside, taking advantage of the little time before the sun sets, Tang Ming and Xu Yiting went into the woods to find some earthworms and such, tossing them into the pond. And the sky darkened completely. Back by the campfire, Xu Yiting was in a good mood, lying sprawled on the beach like Tang Ming, letting out a long sigh. It's a pity, we didn't have time to build a shelter today, and I don't know if it will rain tonight. Rain would be better. We wouldn't have to look for water. That knife needs to be borrowed from me tomorrow. Drinking coconut water isn't a long-term plan. Dream on. You want to harm my wife? No way. Tang Ming refused without a second thought. Can't you be serious? How can you clear a path without a knife? That's your problem. All right, time to sleep. We'll talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Humph. Xu Yiting huffed, no longer arguing, and through the faint firelight, she secretly glanced at Tang Ming several times. After a day, she felt that this man in front of her was completely different, mischievous. Yet he gave her a sense of security. Thinking about it, after a tiring day, she unconsciously closed her eyes slowly. I hope this isn't just my illusion. Chapter 14, The Harvest of the Pond. On the other side, Tang Ming was completely unaware of the girl's gaze, as his mind was entirely captivated by the system. He had been too busy to look before, but now that he had the time to take a glance, he discovered an unexpected delight. The food points had actually risen again. After enhancing his physique, the 200 points he had planned to keep for emergencies had now turned into 521. Looking at the log, Tang Ming couldn't help but smile widely. It turned out that he didn't need a task. Just by tantalizing the viewers' appetites, he could also earn food points. The additional 321 points were thanks to that pot of spicy salt seafood. Although he hadn't deliberately posed or set up anything, sometimes, when the quantity was there, it could still make people drool. Moreover, with his culinary skills, even if he cooked casually, the results were not comparable to the dark dishes made by other survivors. With this discovery, Tang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried about running out of food points without any tasks. Now it seemed that as long as he stocked up on enough food, he had no worries. However, on this island, there were no refrigerators or anything. So if he wanted a steady supply of food, he would have to spend more time planning in the future. Like this pond, it's a great renewable resource. Coming up with more methods like this would be the real way to stability. Thinking this, Tang Ming couldn't help but glance at Xu Yiting. Didn't she say she would keep watch and observe the water level? How come she's already snoring? Looking at the figure curled up by the fire, Tang Ming sighed helplessly. Women are just unreliable. However, the temperature difference by the seaside is indeed quite large. It was scorching hot during the day, but a bit chilly at night. Taking off his clothes, Tang Ming hesitated for a moment, then quietly went to the fire and covered Xu Yiting with his clothes. After adding some firewood to the fire, Tang Ming went to the beach again and found that the tide had already come in, but it would likely be a long time before it completely submerged the pond. Forget it, time to sleep. Tang Ming, wake up. The next day, before dawn, a voice filled with excitement on the beach woke him up. Blinking his eyes groggily, Tang Ming felt an urge to kill. He had spent the entire night under a bombardment of mosquitoes. Just when he thought those damn mosquitoes had finally reduced as dawn approached, he was woken up by this foolish woman. You better give me a good reason, or else. Don't sleep anymore. Come quickly. There's fish. Our rocky pit has fish in it. So many fish. Before she could finish her threatening words, Tang Ming felt his arm being pulled, and he was dragged by some female warrior towards the beach. What the hell? There was a phrase in his mind that he didn't know whether to say or not. After finally breaking free from her grip, Tang Ming was already pulled to the rocky area. Look, our trap worked. Taking a deep breath, Tang Ming held back the urge to curse and looked at the pond. Then, he widened his eyes. The water had receded from the pond. On the wet sandy ground, several small fish about 2 fingers wide were struggling to survive. This is what you call a lot of fish. Not much, right? I just counted. There are at least 5. 5, you bastard, just these few little shrimp. Enough to fill your teeth? Clearly, Tang Ming's morning grumpiness hadn't faded yet. You don't understand anything. In a survival environment, having such a harvest without expending energy is something many people dream of. Xu Yiting completely ignored Tang Ming's tone, jumping into the pit like a little girl, excitedly picking up the small fish and tossing them at Tang Ming's feet. Immature. He wanted to scold her again, but Tang Ming found himself unable to speak. Rolling his eyes at the woman who seemed to have aged several years younger, picking up the fish on the ground to take a look. Very ordinary little fish. He couldn't even name them, but the patterns were quite beautiful. As for the taste, as a top chef, how long has it been since he last ate such things? Sighing, Tang Ming glanced at Xu Yiting, who was still rummaging around inside, and didn't he interrupt her. He activated the system and turned on his X-ray vision. A quick scan revealed a glimmer in his eyes. Interesting. The corners of his mouth curled slightly as he stepped into the rocky pit, using his foot to push aside the shell fragments on the ground, and reached into a patch of sand. When he pulled it out, he held several wriggling tentacles mixed with mud and sand. Xu Yiting, who observed Tang Ming's movements, also widened her beautiful eyes and quickly snatched the fist-sized tentacle monster from his hands, her face filled with disbelief. How did you find this? I searched for a long time and didn't find anything else. If you could find it, you wouldn't be called a foolish woman. Tang Ming didn't explain much, as there was no need to. He then reached out to clear away a pile of shells and grabbed a dark green crab from the sand. Wow, such a big crab. Go find some grass for me. There are a few more. Xu Yiting quickly ran out. Orchid crabs. Xu Yiting's eyes sparkled. Oh, you still recognize orchid crabs. Not bad. You're so clever. Is that enough? Xu Yiting rolled her eyes at Tang Ming, took the crab, tied it with dry grass, and then followed closely behind Tang Ming with wide eyes. Didn't some people say yesterday that if it were her, the harvest would be much greater? Why not give it a try? Try what? Tang Ming chuckled, squatting down to continue searching. What a lovely morning. Looking at the seafood crawling in the pot. Shu Yiting's face was full of joy. Lovely. For such a little bit of junk, I barely slept well. Are you cold? Sorry. I didn't know you gave me your clothes. I only saw them when I woke up today, Shu Yiting said softly. Chapter 15. A breakfast that takes you to heaven. Is there such a thing in the forest? Don't come, my wife definitely won't lend you anything casually again. I'll go with you later. Shu Yiting's face showed a hint of joy. Really? Tang Ming rolled his eyes at him, stood up, and dragged the pot towards the sea. On the way, he activated his X-ray vision for a short while, but unfortunately, while there were still some shell traces on the beach, compared to yesterday, they were few and far between. It seemed they had harvested too much yesterday. It would take some time to recover. On the contrary, the rocky pit was quite effective in attracting food. And Tang Ming had previously used X-ray vision to observe the surrounding ground. Crabs mainly concentrated in the pits with food, while other places only had sparse small ones that were not enough to fill the gaps between teeth. While contemplating future plans, Tang Ming processed the ingredients. Just a few small fish, not much meat, and cumbersome to deal with. But that was for ordinary people, in Tang Ming's hands. The difference between a chef and an ordinary person was immediately evident. The largest of the 5 small fish was only palm-sized. In just a few strokes, he scraped off the scales, gently sliced along the back, and removed a whole piece of fish meat along the bones. After a few repetitions, the 5 small fish transformed into 10 pieces of translucent fish meat. Shu Yiting, who had come over wanting to help, was stunned by his quick handling. Go find some charcoal from the fire that's about to burn out, and chop me 2 longer sticks to sharpen. I'll process these fish meat further. Looking at the ingredients in hand, Tang Ming instructed. Are we going to grill this time? But crabs taste better when steamed. With your cooking skills. It's hard for me to explain. Tang Ming ignored Shu Yiting, went into the forest to pick a few leaves as big as his face, laid them on a flat stone as a cutting board, placed the fish meat on top, and finally shredded it into fish fluff, occasionally picking out the small bones. In no time, the 5 small fish were completely turned into a pile of fish paste. The processed crab was curiously examined by Shu Yiting, who found that not a shred of meat was left. The entire process lasted 10 minutes. Surprisingly, Shu Yiting, who should have been anxious about wasting time, didn't interrupt at all. Watching Tang Ming cook was purely enjoyable, making one forget the passage of time. After 10 minutes, the fish meat was thoroughly beaten to a paste, and Tang Ming placed it back into the crab shell. He began processing the remaining large octopus. Then, along the middle part of those tentacles, Tang Ming gently scraped with the tip of his knife, causing the originally round tentacle meat to flip outwards, doubling in area. Shaking the decent portion of meat skewers, Tang Ming found 4 branches to stick on both sides of the charcoal that Shu Yiting prepared, adjusted the height, and placed the meat skewers on the branch supports, rotating them evenly. When did you become so good at cooking? If I can't cook, should I rely on you? So, you're very unsuccessful as a woman. How am I unsuccessful? I've accomplished many things that women can't do. Why don't you say that? Is there anything women need to do besides being a vase? You're the vase. Your whole family is a vase. Oh, I bet my mom would be very happy to hear that. Bastard. Shu Yiting curled her neck, pouting as she turned her head to the side. Tang Ming, who didn't know when he had grabbed a pinch of salt, was evenly sprinkling it on top. What a pity. If only we had some cumin or something. It would taste even better. Finally, after a long wait, today has come. That damn scumbag, eating so well early in the morning. Doesn't he fear losing years off his life? Finally about to eat, making me lose my appetite for lunch. It's too torturous. Chapter 16. Into the woods. And, have you forgotten something important? Since coming to the island, this guy hasn't missed a meal, eating even more frequently than I do. What can we do? The prop team is too powerful. They should add chicken legs. Luckily, this is a comprehensive live broadcast. Otherwise, those foreign friends would probably start criticizing again. If it were me, I would criticize too. Didn't you see how the goddess looked confused in front of him? Bringing this guy along makes survival no different from cheating. It's a pity for our goddess, who was originally prepared to show off, only to become a vase directly. A very shiny one at that. But that's not certain. The goddess also has her strengths, like climbing trees, which the scumbag can't do. What are you saying? When did the goddess have to turn into a monkey to showcase her strengths? And for exploration, I bet the scumbag wouldn't be able to do that either. I don't think so. With that perverted insight of his, entering the woods might be even scarier. There are always contentious topics in the live broadcast room. In Tang Ming's world, there were only 2 words, gourmet food. Taking a bite, the tender fish meat wrapped inside burst in his mouth like an explosion, followed by the sweet crab meat filling his taste buds. This was a creative dish, a very successful one. Tang Ming had never made it like this before, but his understanding of the ingredients allowed the various components to showcase their characteristics to the fullest. If I keep eating like this, I will lose my fighting spirit. Touching her small belly, Xu Yiting's face was full of grievances. Want to regain your fighting spirit? Sure, just watch me eat from now on. And I guarantee you'll feel a lot of pressure. Dream on. Alright, it's getting late. Today we have plenty of time. We should try to find a water source. Otherwise, just drinking coconuts one tea lasts for many days. Xu Yiting rolled her eyes at Tang Ming and started packing things up. Tang Ming let Xu Yiting busy herself while he immersed his thoughts into the system. As expected, the system didn't issue any tasks for that breakfast, but it did grant him gourmet points. In fact, this time the gourmet points far exceeded Tang Ming's expectations, directly increasing by nearly 2,000 points. It seemed he hadn't wasted his efforts throughout the day, at least. The gourmet points had risen from double digits to 4 digits now. The number of people in the live broadcast room showed a trend of explosive growth. But the biggest credit still belonged to the genuine gourmet food. This trip into the woods must yield more useful items. As for skills, there are now more than 2,500 points, and I can learn new skills. However, the woods are not like the seaside. There are more hidden dangers. It's better to hold on to them for now. In case something happens, there might still be a solution. After he finished checking, Xu Yiting simply tidied up her things, pressing the big iron pot down with stones and tossing the fish bones into a crevice in the rocks. She also tied 2 coconuts with grass and slung them over her back. Tang Ming looked at her appearance and joked, "Anyway, if I don't eat them, you'll ruin them all. I won't let you take advantage." Xu Yiting unceremoniously hung 2 more coconuts around Tang Ming's neck, smiled brightly, and wielded a kitchen knife as she boldly stepped into the woods. Tang Ming patted the coconuts on his chest, didn't refuse, and followed her in. In this kind of island, it's best to keep your eyes sharp when leaving. There are plenty of poisonous snakes, and if bitten, it could be a big problem. Entering an area he was familiar with, Xu Yiting's confidence returned, and she earnestly reminded him, "Are there many?" A glimmer of excitement appeared in Tang Ming's eyes. "Hey, I'm telling you this to warn you of the dangers. What's with that excited expression?" "Sorry, I couldn't help it. I suddenly thought of salt and pepper snake bites and couldn't hold back." Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Tang Ming became much more focused while walking, glancing around the surrounding bushes from time to time, his face full of anticipation. Xu Yiting covered her forehead and, annoyed, picked 2 branches from the side, handing one to Tang Ming. "I'm not joking. The jungle isn't a playground. Hold the stick and tap the grass in front of you a few times before moving. It can avoid a lot of trouble." Unexpectedly, Tang Ming didn't take it but snatched the branch from Xu Yiting's hand. "Such good ingredients. And you're not thinking about how to catch them, but instead want to scare the snakes away? Wasting food is a sin, you know. Forget it. You walk behind me to avoid scaring my little treasures." After saying that, Tang Ming rushed ahead eagerly into the depths. "Hey, slow down." Gritting her teeth, Xu Yiting hurried to catch up, internally cursing her fate for being grouped with such a reckless person. After a few steps, Xu Yiting noticed that Tang Ming suddenly stopped, making a sound. "What's wrong? Is there really a snake?" Her heart tightened, and she quickly followed, only to find Tang Ming crouching beside a patch of grass, his face full of surprise. "What's going on? Can't you see? Wild leeks. This stuff is top-notch whether stir-fried or cold-tossed. I haven't seen it in years. I didn't expect to find it here." Saying that, Tang Ming quickly started pulling up the wild leeks, which looked no different from grass to Xu Yiting. Xu Yiting's lips moved, unsure of what to say. She seriously doubted whether bringing this guy out was a mistake. However, after a moment's hesitation, she joined in and started pulling up wild leeks. And by the way, pulling wild leeks is one thing, but you don't need to scrape off the sod too. Won't it be tiring to carry later? A small patch of wild leeks took them about 20 minutes to finish. Tang Ming looked at the 2 small bundles of neatly gathered wild leeks, as if he had found a treasure. Xu Yiting followed behind with a face full of resentment, holding a stick and wishing she could hit the scoundrel in front of her. "Do you know how much time we've wasted?" "Shoo." Just as she finished speaking, Tang Ming stopped again and made a gesture for silence. "What now? Don't tell me there's more wild leeks." Xu Yiting frowned and leaned in, but just as she spoke, her pupils dilated sharply. Following Tang Ming's gaze, she saw a snake the thickness of an arm slithering toward a grass nest. A palm-sized bird was frantically calling around it, but dared not approach. "What a pity." Tang Ming stared intently at the snake, slowly moving forward, shaking his head and sighing. "It's a pity, yes, but it's a king cobra. Without some proper tools, we can't afford to mess with it. That's why I said it's a pity. Why does it have to be a king cobra? This thing loves to eat its own kind. It looks like there are no other snakes around here, right? Otherwise, it could have made a good feast." Xu Yiting's tone paused. "You're regretting this? What else? And can you put down the stick? What if you scare it?" "I scare your grandpa. I warn you, don't mess with it. If you get bitten by this thing, you could die." Before she finished speaking, Xu Yiting's body tightened as she saw Tang Ming take a few steps and grab the tail of the king cobra, just within reach. "Ah!" With a scream, Xu Yiting rushed over, her face pale with fear. "Are you crazy? Let go." Saying this, she raised the stick to swing at the snake's head, which could pounce down at any moment. But before she could act, she saw the king cobra on the tree appear to be rewinding, its body quickly retreating. Tang Ming was pulling the snake's tail with one hand and pressing on its body with the other, his arms rapidly stretching. Then, with a firm grip, he pinched the area just below the snake's head. As he lifted his hand, the snake's body was already hanging in midair, twisting in an extremely unnatural manner. But no matter how it moved, Tang Ming's grip on the snake's head was like a vice. After shaking it a few times, the snake went limp as if its bones had been broken. Wow, this is a good find. Wild ones are fierce. I almost couldn't hold on. Beaming with joy, Tang Ming let the king cobra dangle from his arm, examined its mouth, and looked at its fangs with satisfaction. Are you insane? Do you know how dangerous that was? How dangerous? Look at you. You call yourself a survivor, but you're scared of a little snake. Tang Ming gave Xu Yiting a disdainful look, crouched down, and knocked the snake's head against a nearby tree trunk. Instinctively, the snake's two fangs extended and pierced into the bark. Tang Ming picked up the kitchen knife he had thrown down earlier and gently tapped the base of the fangs with the back of the knife. The two fangs broke off at the root. There, now you're not scared, right? Carefully covering up the spots where the fangs had touched, Tang Ming held up the king cobra and waved it at Xu Yiting, who stepped back several paces in fright, her face darkening. You better kill it quickly. Kill it. It's hard to come across such a fierce one. If I kill it now, there won't be any taste left. Besides, this thing is a treasure from head to tail. If I don't prepare it well, I wouldn't do justice to its fine physique. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've eaten such a big one. It must weigh at least 4 or 5 kilograms. So, while others might see it as terrifying, to a chef who has personally killed hundreds or thousands of king cobras, this was no different from a yellow eel. You're a madman. Xu Yiting glared at Tang Ming, who seemed absent-minded, her anger boiling over. She shot him a fierce look and turned to leave. Where are you going? We haven't finished yet. After walking a couple of steps, Xu Yiting was called back and turned around irritably. What now? Can't you see how foolish you are? Didn't you notice that big bird's nest above? Tang Ming pointed at the top of his head, speechless. Is there really such a ruthless way to kill everything? Xu Yiting scoffed, but her body was honest. As soon as she finished speaking, she started climbing the tree. In no time, she slid down with 4 bird eggs in her hands. Are you satisfied now? Only 4? That's better than nothing. We'll find more later when we have a chance. I find you to be a robber. What's wrong with being a robber? Only robbers can eat well. Now, stop dawdling. There are plenty of ingredients waiting for me to collect. After saying that, Tang Ming wrapped the nearly disassembled king cobra around his wrist, waved his hand, and continued forward. Xu Yiting followed slowly, her face completely devoid of the enthusiasm she had when she first entered the woods. The promised weak chicken scumbag is now trembling in fear at the snakes and beasts appearing around him. Yet he steps up to teach him how to be a person? Did he pick up the wrong script? Hey, can you slow down? Just because you caught a snake doesn't mean there are no dangers in the woods, like poisonous plants, venomous insects, and wild beasts. We have to be cautious of all these. Oh, is this the kind of poisonous insect you were talking about? Tang Ming paused in his steps, suddenly thrusting the kitchen knife he held into a nearby tree trunk, then extending the knife tip in front of Xu Yiting with a questioning look. Xu Yiting exclaimed, I tell you, this thing is also quite tasty. If you fry it in oil and add a bit of salt and chili, one is enough for me to drink a bottle of beer. Tang Ming licked his tongue, took the seemingly fierce big spider, stuffed it into his pocket, and gazed at the tree for a while before reluctantly leaving. Listen, in this jungle, there are ingredients everywhere. As we walk through it, remember to tread lightly and strike steadily. Many ingredients will lose their flavor if damaged in appearance. So, you must have a pair of eyes keen at discovering. Also, when walking in the jungle, it's essential to keep your eyes open and ears alert. Don't just look at your feet. The trees around often hold delicious treasures. With a serious tone, Tang Ming paused again, looking up at a large tree not far away. Do you see anything over there? Xu Yiting focused her gaze, and a black line appeared on her forehead. Monkeys? You can't be telling me you want to eat monkeys? Can't you use your brain a bit? Monkeys are friends of humans. How can we eat monkeys? Then, you can't eat monkeys, but we can steal their food. Look at those monkeys in the tree. They prove that there must be plenty of good food nearby. Saying this, Tang Ming pulled Xu Yiting to hide under a large tree. As long as we follow them, the harvest will surely be substantial. I'll wander around here, and you keep watch. When they start moving, just call for me. Chapter 18. The monkeys ran away. What nonsense are you going to wander about again? Can't you just behave? We finally get to explore a grove, not a mine. Shouldn't we gather more to justify my sweating? Tang Ming shot Xu Yiting a disdainful glance and ignored her, bending down to start moving along the surrounding bushes. Earlier at the beach, he hadn't felt the depth of his powers, but now entering the woods made Tang Ming truly appreciate the strength of his ability. The most terrifying part of the jungle is the unknown, but under his perspective, those things that could bring danger instantly became visible. without worries behind him. This place became a paradise. Of course, that wasn't the most exciting thing for Tang Ming. What thrilled him even more was that his plant identification skills had truly become a divine skill here. At a glance, with the dual effect of perspective and identification, various edibles and usable plants were completely exposed. Earlier, with Xu Yiting beside him, he felt a bit restrained. After all, he had perspective, but that woman did not. Now, wandering alone felt like the sea was wide enough for fish to leap and the sky high enough for birds to fly. However, driven by his foodie instincts, his main focus was still on edible items. This is clover, white flowers, sour flavor, and it also carries a fresh plant aroma. Without vinegar, it can be used to enhance flavor. Let us gather some. This wild garlic nearby is excellent. Although it doesn't have the pure taste of real garlic, it's still a type of wild vegetable, but its flavor is strong. Whether as a dip or paired with ingredients, it's top-notch. In my past life, it was almost impossible to buy this in the market. The few times I had it were from some mountain folks. I should gather more of this. Also, over there in that bush, there are actually wild Sichuan peppercorns. After finishing with the wild garlic, Tang Ming used his perspective to spot a thorny plant hidden in the bushes. He ran over excitedly. Not fully ripe yet, but nice. This green peppercorn is the best, especially for making fish. It's simply a perfect match. After 2 days of eating only salt, Tang Ming felt like he was going to dry out, and suddenly encountering such a stimulating spice made his mouth water. Without caring whether the thorns on the peppercorn tree would prick him, Tang Ming rolled up his sleeves and started gathering. He felt sorry for the king cobra on his arm, which was being used as protective gear and seemed to be showing signs of wanting to regain vitality. And over there are small red fruits, goji berries. I need to replenish my body. I can't miss this. There are also plenty of good items on the ground. The dandelions are a bit old, but there are still some tender sprouts. I'll pick a bit for dipping sauce. Purslane is tender, cools, and detoxifies. I can gather some to reduce heat. Chrysanthemum buds, these are delicious. Compared to those wild vegetables, this is the closest to a vegetable. There are quite a few here. I'll take less today and come back later when I'm tired of other things to really gather them. While walking and gathering, 2 hours passed unknowingly. Tang Ming had also stripped down. There was no way around it. Tang the scumbag was never the type to drop a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. He wanted everything he saw. When he came out, he hadn't thought much and hadn't prepared anything to carry all these ingredients. He simply took off his clothes to use his pockets. Even so, it still wasn't enough. Most of the wild vegetables he could tie up were bundled with weeds. And then he carried a large bundle on his back, like firewood. The clothes were specifically for collecting things that were hard to carry, like the peppercorns and goji berries. Tang Ming. Turning around, he saw Xu Yiting standing on a tree, loudly calling around. Standing up, Tang Ming waved his hand. Stop shouting. I'm right here. You scoundrel, what on earth have you been doing? I called for you for so long, and you didn't even say a word before wandering off. 5 minutes later, a somewhat anxious Xu Yiting rushed to Tang Ming, carefully examining him and sighing in relief when she found he was mostly fine. Sorry, the garden here is too rich in resources. I lost track of time. Tang Ming chuckled awkwardly. Where are your clothes? Should I take them off too? Are you crazy? Xu Yiting stepped back warily. Tang Ming looked at the torn clothes on her and frowned. Forget it. Even if you took them off, they wouldn't hold anything. We can just come back next time. By the way, what about the monkeys? You still have the nerve to ask. I waited there for half a day, and when the monkeys left, you weren't there either. It took me at least half an hour just to find you. The monkeys left? Tang Ming exclaimed with joy. They left, but don't be too happy too soon. They were jumping around in the trees. And I couldn't catch up at all, so it might be hard for you to have them lead you to find food. Looking at the large bundles of wild vegetables, Xu Yiting was truly dumbfounded. Then, I remember we came to find water? What water? With so much food. Isn't it enough for you to eat? Hurry up and take it. There's still plenty waiting for us to gather. After saying that, Tang Ming didn't care whether Xu Yiting was willing or not, directly draping his bulging clothes bundle around her neck. He then carried the various tied-up wild vegetables on his back, glanced up at the direction, and strode forward. Xu Yiting wanted to argue a couple of words. But smelling the familiar and unfamiliar scents coming from the bundle around her neck, a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she hurriedly chased after him. After spending more than 10 minutes, the two arrived at the large tree they had hidden under before. Looking up, the monkeys were indeed nowhere to be seen. Let us put our things down and go directly over. Tang Ming glanced at the things they were carrying and decisively unloaded everything in a pile under the tree, while a puzzled Xu Yiting quickly ran to the tree. Do you still have underwear inside? Looking up at the giant tree where the monkeys had been, Tang Ming thought for a moment, but still focused his gaze on Xu Yiting. What do you want now? If you don't want to take off your clothes, would you mind if I took off my pants? You rogue. Xu Yiting's face flushed, and she instinctively wanted to slap the lecherous man in front of her. But she found that he had already swiftly pulled down his pants. Chapter 19. A Whole Pot. You rogue, what do you want to do? Quickly turning her head away, Shu Yiting's ears turned red. I mean, with so many people watching, what can I do? Can we keep our thoughts simple and not jump to conclusions? Tang Ming said, tying the ends of the pant legs together and tossing them to Shu Yiting. Your performance time has come. I just observed that there's a big hole in the tree. You go up and put the valuable stuff in the pants. Drop anything that won't break, and make it quick. How did you see that? Shu Yiting was stunned and looked up at the place Tang Ming was pointing to. There was indeed a hole, but at that height, it was impossible to see what was inside from the ground. Use your brain. Didn't you observe that group of monkeys for so long? Didn't you notice anything? Notice what? This isn't a fruit tree, right? There aren't any fruit trees around here either. Where did that group of monkeys get the food they occasionally eat? Didn't you ever wonder when you were watching them? Tang Ming was too lazy to argue, urging Shu Yiting to go up while he ran to the side to pick palm leaves. If she couldn't fit everything later, the palm leaves could at least hold something. Seeing that Tang Ming seemed convinced there was something up there, Shu Yiting looked at the height of the big tree, gritted her teeth, and appeared to have made an important decision. Turn your head. You can only see if I let you. What are you going to do? Undress. You're not allowed to look. Shu Yiting's face reddened again. Lady, we are in survival mode, and you still care about these things? Did you see what's in the sky? A bell. I'm not looking. There are a lot of people watching. Aren't you just covering your ears and stealing a bell? I almost forgot to raise the drone's altitude. Otherwise, I wouldn't go up. All right, just be careful. By the way, is it a bit difficult for you to wrap your arms around this tree? Can you get up? At this time, Tang Ming finally realized he seemed to have overlooked something. He circled the tree and frowned. You know that. Hurry up and adjust the drone. However, this time, it seemed she had figured it out too. Both of them needed to cooperate. It would be impossible to not let Tang Ming see when they were dropping things down. So she stopped being coy, lifted her hand, and took off her clothes, then folded the sleeves, twisting the whole garment like a rope. Testing the strength with both hands, she wrapped it around the trunk, firmly gripping the ends and tightening it on the back of her hands. Do you need me to help push you down? Seeing Shu Yiting's actions, Tang Ming immediately guessed what she was about to do, a hint of appreciation showing in his eyes. This girl still had a few tricks up her sleeve. You wish. I warn you, when I go up, you're not allowed to look around, understand? Sounds like someone would want to look. When others go to the beach, they wear bikinis, and you, a tough girl, are still in a tank top. I don't even know where the highlights are. Tang Ming grimaced, but his gaze showed no signs of retreat. Shu Yiting gritted her teeth in anger but felt helpless against his shamelessness, so she shifted her frustration to the big tree in front of her. Pulling the clothes against the tree, she firmly pushed her feet against the trunk. Then, she straightened her arms and moved her feet upward again. It looked easy, but Tang Ming felt a bit nervous watching. Unconsciously, he leaned against the tree and looked up, saying, Don't rush, take your time. If something unexpected happens, just slide down. I'll catch you. You dirty rogue, get away from me. Don't stand under me. Hearing the voice coming from that position, Shu Yiting felt her body tighten and shouted angrily. All right, just be careful. Originally, it was a kind reminder, but Shu Yiting's tone made him realize something, and his gaze unconsciously drifted to some more obvious places. Noticing Tang Ming's departure, Shu Yiting let out a sigh of relief and quickened her movements. Like a worm. In just a moment, she covered the distance of about 10 meters, grabbing a thick branch to climb up. It didn't take long before Shu Yiting reached the hole in the tree. Then, her beautiful eyes sparkled with dazzling light, and her voice trembled a bit. Tang Ming, what's wrong? Why aren't you moving? No, I think I might be seeing things. You're not seeing things. Hurry up and gather it. We've been together for a day, and you're still so surprised. You need to change this mindset. Do you know what's inside? Shu Yiting took a deep breath and retorted, No matter what it is, I only know that if you don't hurry up, even if there's a lot inside, it won't be hours, unless you can bring that group of monkeys to improve my diet. Then I'll start throwing it down. Be careful catching. Nodding. Shu Yiting's mood calmed down a lot. She leaned over the tree trunk closest to the hole and reached inside to pull out a few items, tossing them down. Tang Ming had long been prepared. He folded several palm leaves together to make a simple net, keeping an eye on where the fruit would drop, extending his hand to catch it steadily, and then quickly dumping it on the nearby ground to continue catching. Just like that, tossing and catching. It took about 10 minutes to throw everything that could be thrown down from the tree hole. That's it, you pack the stuff on the ground. And I'll pack these fragile ones. Shu Yiting took a breath and said, Then be careful. Tang Ming nodded, glancing at the pile of fruits on the ground, feeling both delighted and troubled. Previously, using his perspective, he had seen the fruits stored by the monkeys in the tree hole. But he never expected there would be so many once he pulled them out. After a few trips, Shu Yiting finally finished cleaning up the remaining items in the hole, not even bothering to pack the food in Tang Ming's pants, directly hanging them around her neck. She quickly climbed down the tree. All done. Let us go. Chapter 20. The monkeys are coming. Like underground party members who had just stolen from an arms depot, the two exchanged glances, each grabbing their stuff and running off into the distance. Unbeknownst to them, high above, countless eyes were already on them, hearts in their throats. The difference in perspective meant that Tang Ming and Xu Yiting were completely unaware that as they left, the treetops in the distance had already started shaking. Amidst this, sharp screeches could be heard. However, the viewers in the live stream from a god's perspective had long noticed the unusualness in the distance. If they hadn't been typing, the two wouldn't have heard the warnings. Thank goodness we're moving fast, otherwise. Yeah, it's really thrilling, like watching a monster movie. If we were a bit later, we'd probably be done for. It's tense, but it's not that serious, right? These monkeys aren't tigers. Even if they find us, what can they do? What can they do? Girl, have you never been to a scenic area with monkeys? Go see what monkeys can do to you. Not to mention, these are wild monkeys. Their aggression is much higher than that of captive monkeys. That's right, aggression aside. The main issue is their numbers. If I'm not mistaken, there's a leader among this group of monkeys. Otherwise, a few wild monkeys wouldn't have the awareness to store a lot of food. If this group of monkeys retaliates, the annoyance level is definitely not something a tiger can compare to. It should be said that in this jungle, the hardest to mess with are the monkeys and baboons that climb trees. Once you provoke such a group, even if they lack the guts to come down and confront you, they can be as annoying as flies. The key is that their intelligence is not low. Let us not talk about monkeys. I was completely stunned today. Are these really humans? It's like the devils have invaded the village. In summary, seeing is believing. A true depiction. Seeing is believing 1. Seeing is believing 10086. The scum god goes out, and nothing survives. Brothers, let us shout our slogans. Yesterday, those who said that the useless guy's adventure was no good, come out and share your thoughts. My thoughts are blank right now, mourning for the other teams seeking survival. Without comparison, there is no harm. Surviving with the useless guy is the biggest mistake they've made in their lives. Low profile, where are we now? Just in this short time, the useless man has explored less than 1/10 of the island, and that's just in a straight line, not counting the area. I have a feeling that this is a man who can devour an entire island. First in the world, if you don't agree, come and fight. I'm Ming, brothers come and eat me. As Tang Ming and the others successfully escaped, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room gradually became cheerful. But the parties involved, who should have been even happier, couldn't find joy at this moment. There's nothing we can do. Sometimes, happiness comes with pain. The gains are so huge that we should be happy, but when it's too much, we should be sad. The previous stuff doesn't count. Just the monkey treasure alone was tied into 8 palm leaf bags by Tang Ming, and most of them could leak fruit while walking. He also had a heavy load in his pants. Just these things weighed at least 50 or 60 pounds. Looking at Tang Ming, he had a 4 to 5 pound king cobra wrapped around his left hand. The clothes at his feet stuffed with pepper and goji berries weighed at least 7 to 8 pounds. The various wild vegetables bundled on the ground didn't need a close look. There were at least 20 to 30 pounds. The total weight must be over 100 pounds. However, without a suitable carrying method, it's really hard to manage. Why don't we take a little less and use our clothes and pants to make a few trips? Tang Ming also realized the potential for misfortune in their excitement. It's possible, but we're afraid that group of monkeys will find out, and we'll have worked for nothing. Shoo! As Xu Yiting's voice just fell, Tang Ming quickly made a shushing gesture. The two quietly looked into the distance. If they discover that things are missing, hurry, let us hide these things first. And we'll leave. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Ming decisively spoke up. Xu Yiting nodded. The two acted quickly, finding a relatively sunken patch of grass to hide their large haul, and then covering it with various weeds. Finally, they placed palm leaves over the grass and pressed down with many stones and branches around. While the scattered monkeys hadn't found this place yet, the two each grabbed some easily portable items and left rapidly. 2 minutes later, a monkey jumped onto the treetop of the big tree where they had just hidden. Looking at the two tall figures not far away, the monkey's face was full of surprise and a hint of confusion as it looked around. After not finding anything, its gaze returned to the disappearing figures in front. It paused for a moment and jumped in the direction the two had left, putting down their things. The two exchanged a breathless glance and chuckled. Then they each collapsed on the beach, exhaling deeply. After resting for several minutes, Tang Ming got up, casually split 2 coconuts, handed one to Xu Yiting, and began to gulp down coconut juice. Watching Tang Ming spill it everywhere again, Xu Yiting didn't say much this time. She also started to drink greedily, mimicking him. The most conspicuous thing was the king cobra still wrapped around Tang Ming's hand. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be the main dish for lunch soon. Additionally, there were various miscellaneous items wrapped in Tang Ming's clothes, mostly seasonings. Although the wild pepper was small, to preserve its flavor, Tang Ming picked it in small bunches, which took up a lot of space. This stuff also had the strongest flavor. leaving Tang Ming's clothes covered in a numbing scent. Then there was sand ginger, which occupied more than half of the remaining space because it was the true magic ingredient for enhancing the freshness of seafood. In the remaining space, there was about a pound of goji berries, a small bunch of clover, and then 3 black hairy spiders, each the size of Tang Ming's fist when spread out. Chapter 21, Basic Manufacturing. You're still keeping these spiders? Shu Yiting said somewhat speechlessly. Clearly, she still had some resistance to this thing. I went through so much trouble to find these few. Do you want me to throw them away? You're not a qualified wilderness survivalist. You rushed a bit. So many must have gone bad. Shu Yiting also leaned over, a bit worried. Having them is good. If they're a bit bad, it's okay. They can still serve other purposes. Tang Ming found some clean leaves and began to sort things out. Most of what could be found in the monkey nest were fruits, and these were no exception. However, compared to other fruits, their skins were softer and easier to break. It seems the wild plant resources on this island are quite good. There are actually so many varieties. After sorting, Tang Ming smiled. There were about 10 wild tomatoes, each the size of a fist, light red. Looking not very vibrant and a bit undercooked, but they were almost edible. Tang Ming and Shu Yiting split one half to eat, and it wasn't too sweet. There were quite a few small berries resembling blueberries, some of which were crushed but showed no signs of rot. Additionally, there were some wild persimmons, much smaller than those seen in markets, the largest only the size of a ping-pong ball, and they felt very soft, as if they had been around for a long time. Most of them were crushed. Other small wild fruits resembling strawberries were almost squished into jam, all piled separately on a leaf by Tang Ming. No rush, let us deal with these first, in this warm temperature and environment. If we don't process them in time, they'll spoil quickly, and that would mean our efforts were in vain. How to process them? Alright. Having seen Tang Ming's cooking skills, Shu Yiting felt quite reassured now and started working without a second thought. Tang Ming didn't slack off either. He took the various fruits to the seaside and carefully washed them clean. Then he laid thick layers of palm leaves and the largest leaves he could find on the ground, then poured the sea salt from yesterday's pot into it. After a long time of fussing, this sea salt had turned very yellow and was almost inedible, but as a cooking tool, like for making some pepper salt dishes, it was still quite good. So Tang Ming didn't plan to throw it away directly. Instead, he wanted to store some, as sometimes when he didn't want to cook, he could take a shortcut. After cleaning the iron pot, Tang Ming opened several coconuts one by one and poured all the coconut juice in. Only then did he take the crushed berries, wild persimmons, and whatever else couldn't be preserved, smashed them all and threw them into the pot, maintaining a low fire. At this point, Tang Ming began to speed up the stirring in his hands. He stirred uniformly in one direction, and the syrup in the pot became increasingly thick. Finally, he gently lifted the spatula. The jam hanging on it was pulled into a non-Newtonian fluid like honey, and he quickly removed it from the pot. At this moment, all the various colors had merged into one, and the air was filled with a sweet aroma. So fragrant. Although she was a tough girl, Shu Yiting was still a girl, and her feminine nature made her almost unable to resist the sweet jam. She greedily inhaled the scent wafting through the air and praised it. How much did you find? Not much. I searched quite a bit and only found a wine bottle, a mineral water bottle, and these few large shells, which I just cleaned. Did you finish what you picked yesterday? Shu Yiting's eyes widened. Almost gone. And I have other uses for them. Forget your speed. I want to ask, just don't waste anything. Shu Yiting didn't say much, quickly getting up to climb a tree. Fortunately, on the beach where the two disembarked, there weren't many other things, but there were still a few coconut trees. If they were to build openly, it would take several days to complete, not to mention they had eaten coconuts for 2 consecutive days. And now they had completely lost their novelty. The sweet coconut juice in their mouths was probably not as refreshing as fresh water. Before long, all the coconuts from one tree were pulled down by Shu Yiting. What to do now? With a nimble descent from the tree, Shu Yiting asked, "You take a break first, then wash my clothes." Tang Ming piled the coconuts under the tree, lay down to rest, glanced at Shu Yiting, frowned slightly, and instructed, "Hey, don't overdo it. It's fine for her to struggle for food, but now she has to wash her own clothes too? Is she trying to reach for the sky? Then you handle these, and I'll go wash." Tang Ming didn't mind and changed his position to lie down. Humph, Shu Yiting huffed, yet still picked up Tang Ming's clothes and walked towards the beach. Now that's a bit of femininity. Tang Ming whistled at her back, a slight smile on his face, then slowly closed his eyes. The system interface appeared. I need to acquire a new skill, otherwise, it's really uncomfortable. He glanced at his remaining food points, having spent over 100 on this trip into the forest, leaving him with about 2,300. Acquiring a simple life skill shouldn't be a problem. Beginner weaving. Price, 1,000 food points. The price was not high, but the skill seemed a bit limited. Beginner handicrafts. Price, 1,000 food points. This skill included more aspects, but it seemed to lack mention of raw material production, which could lead to being taken advantage of. After browsing through all the skills priced at 1,000 food points, he couldn't find a suitable one, so Tang Ming continued scrolling down. Finally, in the 2,000 range, he discovered the ideal skill he had in mind. Beginner manufacturing. Price, 2,000 food points. After learning it, he would gain knowledge of the full set of production for most daily necessities. This skill was a growth skill, allowing him to spend food points to upgrade later, advancing to beginner carpentry. Not bad, not bad, it's a growth skill. It's a bit expensive, but it can integrate with other skills, so I don't worry about losing out. He learned it. After all, he only had a little over 2,000, and he couldn't learn anything more advanced. Chapter 22, Infatuation. With a tap, Tang Ming pressed the learning button. Immediately, a familiar rumbling sensation flooded his mind, but this time it was noticeably easier than the herbal identification skill. After about 5 minutes, the knowledge was fully absorbed. Tang Ming sat up and carefully examined the content he had just learned. Take off. With a satisfied smile, Tang Ming called Xu Yiting, who had just hung her clothes on a tree branch, over. Let us go back into the forest. Why? Don't you think we lack tools? Let's see if there are better materials nearby. Xu Yiting nodded. I can do that. I didn't think to prepare since we left in a hurry. Good. We need to hurry. Otherwise, if we don't make it back before nightfall, those things are going to spoil. After saying that, they wasted no time, grabbed a kitchen knife, and plunged into the nearby thicket. About half an hour later, they emerged with several bundles of coarse fiber plants in their arms. Most were palm tree bark, along with some strong hemp stalks and straw. Let us see who can weave a better net. How about it? Are you up for the challenge? After putting down their haul, Xu Yiting suggested. Okay, I won't bully you. The loser has to cooperate unconditionally with the work later. Is that all right? Just wait to be my tool. Xu Yiting smirked slyly, quickly gathering the softer straw and getting to work. Tang Ming showed a hint of amusement, gathered the harder palm fronds, and walked towards the beach. He found a puddle of water and soaked some of the materials in the seawater. Then, he brought over 2 relatively flat stones, one large and one small, placing the large one on the bottom and the plants on top, before starting to pound them with the small stone. Though it was a bit physically demanding, the results were evident. Before long, the fleshy parts of the plants were crushed into juice, leaving only the fibers on the stone. After finishing one, Tang Ming rinsed it in the water to remove excess impurities and picked up the next one. Time passed slowly. It took Tang Ming over an hour to process a large bundle of coarse fiber plants, resulting in a handful of relatively soft fibers. He hadn't expected that making a simple net would not be so easy. Before getting close, he saw Xu Yiting's triumphant smile. Looks like you've given up. If you can't do it, just admit it. Look at the net I wove. Isn't it beautiful? Tang Ming reached out to take it, glanced casually, and then, much to Xu Yiting's wide-eyed shock, he suddenly pulled hard with both hands, tearing her freshly woven net in half. What are you doing? Xu Yiting stood up in exasperation. Tang Ming continued tearing the net into shreds, clapping his hands. Do you think our time should be spent on toys? Can this thing even be called a net? Can it hold 5 pounds of fruit? I don't want to walk down the road having to help pick up the fruit that might fall out at any moment. Mine is not like that. What about yours? After all this time, I haven't seen you make anything worthwhile. Xu Yiting retorted. Forget it. It's hard to explain to you. If you don't understand, just watch quietly. If it weren't for you being so clueless, I wouldn't have to do these trivial tasks. After saying that, Tang Ming ignored Xu Yiting's expression. He sat down, sorting out the fibers in his hands and stacking them neatly. Then he found a stick, sharpened both ends, and drilled 3 small holes in the middle and at the ends with the tip of the kitchen knife, before threading 3 fibers through the holes. Repeating this process, as the 3 fibers decreased, the string became longer. Each time the fibers were about to run out, Tang Ming would add in a new one to replace it. Xu Yiting, who had initially been unconvinced, fell silent the moment the string appeared, squatting beside him wide-eyed, watching Tang Ming's skilled operation, her face slightly reddening. Fortunately, the scoundrel was too focused on making the string to pay her any mind, which alleviated much of the awkwardness. After watching for a while, Xu Yiting started to catch on. Each time Tang Ming's fibers were about to run out, she would helpfully hand him a new, straight fiber she had prepared. The simple and mechanical actions were repeated, yet neither of them felt tired. Watching the sturdy string grow longer in their hands, that sense of accomplishment turned into a powerful motivation. Another hour passed, and the fibers were used up. The string rolled into a large coil, neatly wound by Xu Yiting around a stick. Didn't he expect you could do this too? Seeing the fruits of their labor, and comparing it to her earlier self-satisfied actions, Xu Yiting complimented him with a hint of embarrassment. This is just the beginning. The hardest part is yet to come. Tang Ming sighed. Honestly, it was quite difficult for a grown man to do this. However, the carefully crafted item should last a long time, so the physical effort wasn't a big deal. After taking a short break, Tang Ming used a thin stick to make a small circle, crossing the string through it, and began to weave the net. Unlike Xu Yiting's hasty work, this net was tightly and evenly woven, with openings just the size of a pinky finger, perfectly capable of holding blueberries without spilling. As he went around, the openings grew larger, and Xu Yiting truly began to pay attention, her gaze unconsciously shifting from the net to Tang Ming's face. Is this guy really the spoiled rich kid I know? Has he been possessed by someone? Or as she thought, a trace of unnoticeable tenderness flowed through Xu Yiting's eyes. She had always known that Tang Ming liked her, but for a spoiled rich kid like him, expressing love was as simple as eating or drinking. This was also the reason Xu Yiting had never accepted Tang Ming's advances. She liked men who were responsible and capable. She had never imagined that someone like Tang Ming would change. However, now her judgment has been slightly shaken because of Tang Ming's performance. He must have learned these things for himself. Moreover, it definitely hasn't been just a day or two. Even the rare skill of weaving a net bag. He is so proficient at it that it makes one want to cry. By the way, can you stop being so infatuated? It's hard for me to concentrate when you're staring at me like that. Go away. Chapter 23. Not taking advantage of you. Oh no, the goddess seems to have fallen. Her eyes are off. I feel like I can smell the sour scent of love. Don't be nervous with a scumbag like him. It won't happen so quickly. If it were me, I'd also fall for him. This scumbag's skills are simply all-encompassing. He can cook, jungle, steal, and mess things up. Now he can even weave a net bag so exquisitely. What can't he do? If I had to say one thing, I guess it would be that he wouldn't lose. I have to say, in just these 2 short days, the surprises he has brought me are too many. I originally came for the goddess, but now I've fallen in love with her man. I want a boyfriend as talented as him. Even if he finds a mistress and has a child, I'd help take care of the confinement. Someone upstairs is amazing. Has anyone checked that potential leaderboard? What is the situation now? I just took a glance, and there is no movement. What is so surprising about that? That leaderboard was originally set up by those Americans to show off their survival team. How could they let others steal their thunder? In other words, no matter how hard the scumbag tries, they won't recognize him at all. Stupid foreigners. Do they think others are blind? Hurry up and say it. In short, however they want to belittle it, it's all up to them. Damn, do they have no shame? What can you do about them? But this isn't all bad. At least it shows that they're starting to get nervous by distorting the facts. I have a suggestion. Since we can't interact with the scumbag like this every day, why don't we do something ourselves? Sounds interesting. How do we do it? We can create our own leaderboard in our hearts, with the scumbag in first place. Whether those foreigners recognize it or not doesn't matter. Sounds good. We can gross them out a bit, but at least they pretended to invite quite a few experts to comment. We're lacking a bit of authority if we just make a list. This is simple. How many people really know those so-called authoritative experts? At least I don't know any. I'll just change my name later to Authority Number 1. Fun. I'll change mine to Authority Number 2. Explosive comments instantly piled up. In just 2 minutes, from Authority Number 1 to Authority Number 1 million, all appeared. The dense barrage of comments almost blocked the entire live broadcast screen, and more authoritative experts kept pouring in afterward. Despite the huge commotion in the live room, Tang Ming and the others remained unaware. With swift weaving, 2 real net bags were finally formed. Xu Yiting looked at one of them over and over, somewhat reluctant to part with it. Because compared to her so-called net bag, the one Tang Ming wove could definitely be considered a work of art. Evenly spaced holes, tight lines, and that stretchable opening. Of course, the most critical aspect is the super large capacity. With a length of 1 meter and a radius of at least half a meter, if filled with fruits, even hundreds of pounds wouldn't be much of a problem. Thinking of this, Xu Yiting playfully tugged at the net bag, and then gave Tang Ming an approving look. Very sturdy. Does that mean you admit defeat? Xu Yiting tilted her head. Too lazy to care about you. All right, the jam is about cooled down. Let us pack it up and head out. After saying this, Tang Ming went to wash 2 palm-sized leaves, shaping them into 2 funnels and inserting them into the plastic bottle's mouth. He asked Xu Yiting to help steady the bottle and funnel as they slowly poured the nearly solidifying jam inside. In no time, both bottles were filled. The plastic bottles were sealed with lids, while the wine bottle was casually plugged with a wooden cork. There was still a bit of jam left that couldn't fit. So Tang Ming found a wide shell with strong closure to hold it, tying a rope around it to prevent ants or the like from getting in. Finally, the 2 dug a hole under the largest coconut tree and solemnly buried the 2 bottles of jam. The shell was difficult to bury in the sand, so they wrapped it in palm leaves and tied it at a height of 2 meters off the ground. After dealing with the jam, both of them seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, because they both knew that this jam was the real strategic resource, convenient and compact, with sufficient energy. Whether they moved their camp or not in the future, it would be easy to carry. As for other spices, Tang Ming simply wrapped them in palm leaves, placed them in the overturned iron pot, covered them with several layers of palm leaves, and pressed down with a few stones, making it generally inaccessible to animals. After tidying everything up, Tang Ming took his clothes and pants down from the tree branch. He put on his pants and then looked at Xu Yiting. Take off your clothes. Take off again. You jerk. When will it end? Didn't we have a net bag? Tang Ming didn't explain but just looked at her disdainfully. I let you be a vase, not a beggar. Look at yourself. What have you become? Saying this, Tang Ming threw his clothes into her arms. Xu Yiting instinctively caught the clothes and looked down at herself, her face flushing quickly. It was fine before, just a few rips, but after climbing trees, her entire outfit had been deformed from the vigorous tugging, dirty and torn. At this moment, wearing it felt like being wrapped in a rag sack. Without saying a word, she quickly ducked under a large tree and adjusted the drone. 5 seconds later, she came out again, holding the torn sack from earlier. She shyly looked at Tang Ming. I'll give you back your clothes, and you take care of yourself. You think I'm taking advantage of you, huh? If you really feel bad, let me see sometime. Go to hell. Damn guy, every time I feel a bit moved. You ruin the atmosphere. No wonder you're single. After a moment of cursing inwardly, Xu Yiting's sense of shame instantly vanished. Angrily, she ran to the beach and vigorously washed the torn clothes, then threw them to Tang Ming. I'll change clothes with you, not taking advantage of you. You really aren't taking advantage of me. Tang Ming casually hung the clothes on a branch, didn't tease her much, grabbed the tools. And the two entered the woods. Chapter 24, Discovering the Bamboo Grove. From a distance, the monkeys seemed not as frantic as before, but there were still quite a few watching from the surrounding trees. Quickly grab and go. These guys have sharp eyes. I'll gather the fruits. And you take your wild vegetables. Removing the branches that covered the food, the two quickly began to gather supplies. In no time, they had filled 2 heavy bags. After confirming there were no omissions, they quickly left. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Once they couldn't see the monkey group and that big tree, Xu Yiting relaxed and cheerfully patted the pockets on her back. Fortunately, they encountered monkeys. If it had been other creatures with a keener sense of smell, they might have discovered them at such a close distance. You're overthinking it. Do you think monkeys are stupid? However, this place can be visited more often in the future. Even if there are no monkey treasures, there's still quite a bit of other food. Much richer than near our camp. It's a pity we don't have time to find water today. Otherwise, it would be a perfect day. That's not necessarily true. The fact that those monkeys can live in this area proves there must be a drinking water source nearby. We just haven't discovered it yet. Xu Yiting's words seemed to remind Tang Ming. Without thinking, he activated his X-ray vision. Previously busy looking for wild vegetables, he hadn't paid attention to other situations. At this moment, focusing on observation, it didn't take long for Tang Ming to discover clues. The denser the vegetation, the darker the color, just 1 or 2 centimeters underground. And these colors seem to develop along certain stripes. Let us try walking over there. After observing for a while, Tang Ming directly filtered out the plants on the ground, focusing only on the color distribution underground, and found a route from shallow to deep. Did you find anything? Xu Yiting looked curiously and noticed that the route Tang Ming pointed to didn't seem special, and it was somewhat contrary to the direction she discovered yesterday where a small creek had dried up. That's fine. After discussing, the two hung the wild vegetables they collected on a high branch as a coordinate and walked along the direction extending from the bushes. Half an hour later, they stopped because there was no longer a path in front of them, just a cliff-like gorge. What do we do now? Looking left and right, Xu Yiting realized that to go around this gorge, they would have to walk for quite a while. Tang Ming, however, didn't say anything and walked towards the mountain wall. He reached out to touch the rocks on the wall, feeling a damp sensation. When he withdrew his hand, it seemed completely wet. There should be seepage from the mountain. Let's split up and see if we can find the dripping point, Tang Ming analyzed. Xu Yiting also stepped forward to touch the mountain wall, a glimmer of joy appearing on her face. Such an obvious feeling of moisture might mean there's a water source nearby. Without saying a word, she began searching along the mountain wall. Tang Ming chose a direction opposite to hers. At this point, his perspective effect was not strong because the seepage down the wall made all the colors look similar. Tang Ming, come here quickly. Suddenly, a shout came, and he turned to see Xu Yiting's voice coming from afar. Without thinking much, Tang Ming hurried over. Did you find water? No, but I found something else good. Xu Yiting's face was playful, as if she wanted Tang Ming to guess what she had discovered. Tang Ming was too lazy to respond, his gaze sweeping over and then widening as he stared at a large area of green not far away. Bamboo? A look of surprise blossomed on Tang Ming's face as he quickly walked towards the bamboo. Looks like you know the value of bamboo. Xu Yiting followed with a smile, reaching out to touch the smooth bamboo. Of course. Tang Ming shot her a glare. Even someone with no common sense would know how beneficial bamboo is compared to other plants. Moreover, the techniques in his head regarding making tools from bamboo were countless. This trip would be worth it even if they didn't find water. That might not necessarily be the case. The density of the bamboo and the fact that it was growing right beneath this mountain wall indicate that this spot is the wettest area of the entire wall. Who knows, we might be able to artificially extract some water. Tang Ming observed again and said, What do you mean? Xu Yiting's eyes lit up. After all, She was a serious survivor, just overshadowed by Tang Ming's brilliance, but she still had common sense. Well, let us start digging. From here. Tang Ming nodded and brought Xu Yiting to the spot on the mountain wall where the color was the darkest in his perspective vision. Fortunately, the soil on the ground was incredibly moist after years of seepage, so it wasn't too hard to dig. As they continued digging deeper, they could see water slowly seeping out from the bottom of the pit. We have water, Xu Yiting exclaimed with joy. Keep digging. Tang Ming nodded, his face also showing a smile as they worked harder. After half an hour, they dug a pit close to a meter deep, and by now, the seepage had reached a level visible to the naked eye. Let us clean out the mud and impurities inside, and I'll go chop some bamboo. After saying that, he left Xu Yiting to smooth out the water pit. Tang Ming dove into the bamboo grove, looking for the sturdiest bamboo he could find, then glanced at his kitchen knife with a pained expression, gritting his teeth as he chopped down with the tip of the knife. The larger the bamboo, the sturdier it is. With Tang Ming's precision, even if each chop landed in the same spot, it took several chops to cut the bamboo down. If it were Xu Yiting, Tang Ming could guarantee that his wife would have ruined it. With a crash, the bamboo fell. By now, the water in the pit had gathered to about half, but it was still a bit murky. Should we wait until it's clearer before we collect it? Xu Yiting looked at the bamboo tube Tang Ming had brought and said, Chapter 25, The Jam is Gone. Tang Ming frowned. After just chopping down a bamboo, he had already been bitten by many bugs. You're afraid of something too. After about 10 minutes, the bamboo tube was almost filled, and only a thin layer of water remained in the pit. Tang Ming also emerged from the bamboo grove, carrying a bundle of bamboo of varying sizes on his shoulder. You really are greedy. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to carry it? Xu Yiting opened her mouth. This guy really was crazier than her when it came to gathering supplies. I call this killing two birds with one stone. This bundle of bamboo is just right for making a stretcher to carry things. You find some grass to plug the tops of the bamboo tubes. After saying that, Tang Ming set down the bamboo, went to the mountain wall to pull down a few vines growing along the rocks, then fitted the water-filled bamboo tubes one by one and hung them on the bundle of bamboo. Let us go. The way home was rewarding, but it wasn't easy. A bundle of bamboo plus 8 water-filled bamboo tubes weighed nearly 100 pounds, along with 2 large bags of fruits and wild vegetables. The total weight made what could have been a 1-hour journey stretched to 2.5 hours. Once they got home and dropped everything, both collapsed onto the sand, too lazy to move a finger. This time, they rested for a full half hour before regaining some energy. I told you not to be so greedy next time. Even as a tough girl, Xu Yiting felt like her body was about to fall apart and couldn't help but chide him. However, the look she gave Tang Ming was full of admiration. Just now, she had worried several times that Tang Ming wouldn't be able to hold on. Yet he had not even let out a grunt, stopping to rest only a few times to take care of her. Actually, I'm quite lazy. It's better to get it over with in one go. As he spoke, Tang Ming got up to tally their haul. The 8 bamboo tubes of water should hold about 20 to 30 liters. Just for quenching thirst, that would be enough for both of them for many days. One large bag of fruits weighed 50 to 60 pounds. Although many were small wild fruits, they were of good flavor, and even monkeys would save them instead of eating them. Even if they didn't look for food in the next few days, it would be enough to fill their stomachs. The large pile of wild vegetables also counted as a rare feast. Adding that to the jam they had before, Tang Ming suddenly frowned at the thought of the jam. He looked up at the tree where they had hung the shells and finally noticed what felt wrong. The shells were actually missing. Damn! With a curse, he jumped up from the ground. Where's the jam? Xu Yiting followed his gaze and also noticed something was off. A look of surprise rose in her beautiful eyes. I don't know. It was clearly hanging when we left. Neither of them suspected the other, and they walked around the tree. But there was no sign of the shells, not even the rope that had tied them. Could it be that we remembered the wrong tree? How is that possible? The other 2 bottles are still buried under the tree. Saying that, Tang Ming looked down at his feet, and his expression turned a bit ugly. The sand that had been leveled before seemed to have been disturbed. We've been robbed. Tang Ming squatted down and quickly started digging through the sand. The stones used to secure the bottles were still there, and the wine bottle was also still there, but the plastic bottle was missing. Expand the search area. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Ming spoke, his face full of seriousness. Although 1 bottle of jam didn't mean much to him, the fact that something could be lost from their camp made him feel extremely uneasy. Xu Yiting's face also showed some tension as she followed Tang Ming to start searching. Look, there seem to be footprints here. Suddenly, Xu Yiting pointed to the ground not far away, her sharp eyes catching something. The 2 of them moved closer, and their eyes widened in surprise. The footprints were small, and they shouldn't belong to humans. It's not like an animal's hoof or something. The outline looks a bit like a claw. Could it be a bird? No way. Even if a bird could take the shell, it couldn't possibly dig up a bottle from underground. Tang Ming shook his head and quietly activated his X-ray vision, following the increasingly shallow footprints. Then he discovered some jam mixed with the sand in a sandy area. But what was surprising was that the jam was located beneath a large tree, and the footprints disappeared right under that tree. That thing can climb trees. Looking up along the tree, Tang Ming also found something similar to jam on the trunk. The two exchanged glances, seemingly coming to a realization. We might have caused some trouble. How could a monkey find its way here? Who knows? Let us see if anything else is missing. That shouldn't be a troop of monkeys. Otherwise, this place would have been turned upside down long ago. Let us keep looking for any discoveries. Soon, using the method of searching for water sources, he quickly found something different. Some traces of jam led straight up the trunk to a tree top, and then there were some traces on another tree. Following the trail, he finally found a shell that contained jam under a tree. Picking up the shell to take a look, he noticed that almost all the jam was gone, and some ants were crawling on it. Raising his head again, his eyes suddenly focused, looking straight at a tree top not far away. Here, lowering his voice, Tang Ming waved to Xu Yiting. They quietly huddled together, and Tang Ming pointed at the tree top he had discovered. From Xu Yiting's perspective, a monkey's tail was sticking out from the tree top, gently swaying, and faint screams could still be heard. It hasn't left yet. Yeah, this guy seems to be in a hurry. Tang Ming smiled. Xu Yiting couldn't see it, but he could see clearly that the monkey was holding a plastic bottle, knocking it against the trunk, and continuously biting the bottle. Tang Ming analyzed. If we had a bow and arrow or something, it would be easier, but being empty-handed. I really don't have that skill. Xu Yiting picked up a stone and juggled it in her hand, feeling that it would be hard to reach the monkey's position. Shaking her head. Then can you make a trap? Tang Ming thought for a moment and asked. Chapter 26. Catching a pet? Yes, but that's a monkey. How can we easily trap it? They're always up high in the trees. Not going to catch it? No need. This guy has been here for half a day. Proving he is reluctant to leave. Since he likes jam, let him eat. The rope is ready. A bit was left from the netting made earlier. Following Tang Ming's instructions, Xu Yiting quickly made a touch trap and buried it in the sand on top of the wine bottle. Then Tang Ming shouted a few times towards the forest where the monkey was hiding. Through his X-ray vision, Tang Ming saw the monkey's eyes looking in his direction. With a slight smile, he demonstrated by digging up the wine bottle, pulling out the cork, pouring some jam onto a clean leaf, and licking it with his tongue, revealing a satisfied smile on his face. After that, he poured some for Xu Yiting as well. After a busy day, both of them were already hungry, and the pleasant expressions on their faces while eating jam were genuine. They only stopped when they could no longer see the large tree. So now we just wait. Putting down their things, Tang Ming began to assign tasks. He left the pot for Xu Yiting to fill with water and went to the seaside to retrieve food for dinner. The king cobra that Tang Ming had been messing with all day was now on the brink of death. He directly chopped off the snake's head along with part of its venom glands, then held the head and applied force. With a tearing sound, the entire snake's skin was pulled off cleanly. He buried the venomous part deep somewhere, tossed the internal organs into a rock crevice, and hesitated for a moment before discarding the snake bile. Not that it couldn't be eaten, but in such wild conditions, eating that could easily lead to trouble. The peeled snake meat was white and clean. He made 2 cuts at the neck, just like skinning the snake, separating it into 2 pure meat strips, while the remaining bones were chopped into pieces and piled aside. The final processing of the snake meat was quite meticulous. He first used the back of the knife to pound it along the muscle fibers until it became tender, then cut it into large pieces that were translucent, the shimmering pieces resembling little lambs. The snake meat was mixed with some Sichuan pepper and coarse salt and stirred, then some ginger and other ingredients were added for flavoring, and set aside to marinate. Next, Tang Ming took out the wild vegetables, sorted them, and washed them one by one. Due to the large quantity, he only took the tender parts, washing about 10 pounds before stopping. Half an hour had passed by the time he finished preparing the ingredients. Looking over at Xu Yiting's side, she had also basically filtered the water. After all, she was a trained survivor. She didn't need Tang Ming to teach her how to filter water, and she handled it quite professionally. The tattered clothes that couldn't be worn were torn into a small piece to serve as a cloth at the bottom of the bamboo tube. Then some charcoal and gravel were added on top, allowing it to drip slowly. The water that came out, while not particularly clean, would definitely be safe from bacteria after boiling. Even drinking it directly wouldn't be a big problem. After collecting 2 bamboo tubes of clean water, Tang Ming washed the wild vegetables and snake meat that had been rinsed with seawater again until he was satisfied. Watching Xu Yiting filter the last bit of water and wash away the remaining mud and sand from the bamboo tube, Tang Ming spoke up. I think I heard some calls just now. I wonder if it was successful. Xu Yiting grabbed a bamboo pole and helped Tang Ming raise the bamboo tube, seemingly listening for something. As they got closer, the monkey's screams grew louder, and they turned around a corner that was blocking their view. Both looked towards the large tree. Under the coconut tree, a monkey was tightly bound as if handcuffed, gnawing at the ropes that bound its hands. Noticing the movements of Tang Ming and the others, it lost its composure and began to thrash around, tightening the ropes on its wrists even more. It was quite a size. Tang Ming put down his things and walked towards it. Shu Yiting followed closely behind, her face filled with concern. Be careful, don't get scratched. Now that it's caught, how should we deal with it? We can't just kill it and eat it, right? Tang Ming didn't speak, stopping a meter away from the increasingly frantic monkey, pondering the issue himself. Personally, he was not picky about meat, but as a primate, he found it hard to get over the mental barrier of eating a monkey, even if he found it a bit annoying. But if they didn't eat it, there wasn't a good way to keep it contained. It had hands, feet, and teeth, and it wouldn't be feasible to keep it tied up every day. Of course, if he had that patience, he could learn to train it like a monkey trainer, but training, especially with a wild monkey that had already grown up, would require breaking a lot of whips to get it done, under the watchful eyes of many. If Tang Ming really dared to get rough, the viewers in the live stream would probably explode with outrage. Here, tasty food for you. Just as Tang Ming was hesitating, Shu Yiting, seeing the monkey tied up and looking pitiful, couldn't help but take a wild persimmon and carefully extend it forward. Her action surprisingly calmed the jumping monkey down quite a bit. It stared at the fruit in Shu Yiting's hand, retreating behind the tree, its eyes filled with confusion. Seeing the monkey settle down, Shu Yiting took a few more steps forward. Suddenly, as Shu Yiting approached, the monkey went wild again, charging at her. Be careful. Do you think it's a 3-year-old child? You've stolen its fruit, and now you're trying to tempt it back. Tang Ming was somewhat speechless. How can we know without trying? What if it can be tamed as a pet? That would be much more interesting in the future. Shu Yiting seemed not to give up easily, raising the fruit in her hand again. How naive. Do you think this is a game, catching pets and all? Tang Ming was talking when he seemed to remember something and quickly pulled out the system. Chapter 27, Obedient Monkey. In the personal warehouse, a card quietly floated in midair. A pet card. It was something obtained from completing a task earlier, but he had been focused on skills at that time and hadn't encountered any animals. So it was forgotten in the warehouse. Now, it was perfect for use. He could catch a monkey, and with its climbing ability, it would be so enjoyable to find something in the future. Thinking this, Tang Ming aimed the card at the monkey. The primary pet capture card, when released, can capture small animals not exceeding 1 meter in size and 50 kilograms in weight. The requirement is that there must be direct contact between the captor and the pet. Fortunately, he had already caught it. Otherwise, that condition would indeed be a bit difficult to fulfill. He smiled with joy and quickly walked towards the monkey. What are you doing? Shu Yiting was startled. Aren't you going to catch a pet? You need to establish a connection first. Tang Ming grinned and reached out to grab the rope tied to the monkey. He pulled the rope towards him and pinched the monkey's paw with one hand. Eek! The monkey let out a sharp scream and tried to bite Tang Ming's hand. Slap. Behave yourself. Tang Ming slapped the monkey's head while simultaneously activating the primary pet capture card. In the next moment, the previously wild and frantic monkey seemed stunned and quieted down. It stared blankly at Tang Ming, its eyes showing a different glimmer. Pet capture successful. At the same time, the system's prompt sound rang in Tang Ming's ears. Is it really that easy? Tang Ming blinked a few times, staring wide-eyed at the monkey. After a while, he remembered to let go of his hand and tentatively reached out to touch the monkey's head. The monkey didn't struggle. Instead, it leaned towards Tang Ming's palm, showing a look of enjoyment. What is this? Shu Yiting's eyes widened in disbelief as she leaned over to look at the seemingly dazed monkey, unsure how to react. It needed a bit of discipline. Once it got slapped, it became obedient. Tang Ming chuckled and, facing the newly acquired pet, didn't even rush to prepare a meal. After petting the monkey a few more times to confirm it was fine, he began to give commands. Sit. The monkey obediently sat down, its big tail swaying back and forth. Take a few steps and see. The monkey stood up and started to circle around Tang Ming. Amazing. Tang Ming was overjoyed, sitting down on the beach, waving at the monkey, which obediently walked up to him with a pleasing expression. Good monkey. He directly picked the monkey up and placed it on his lap, hesitating for a moment before reaching out to untie the rope from the monkey's hands. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the monkey didn't run away. Instead, it climbed up Tang Ming's arm to his shoulder and began to play with his hair, as if trying to pick out lice. Am I seeing things? How did this monkey get so close to you all of a sudden? After holding it in for a while, Shu Yiting finally couldn't help herself and reached out to touch the monkey too. However, unexpectedly, before her hand got close, the monkey suddenly turned its head and bared its teeth at her. Slap. Tang Ming slapped the monkey's forehead again. Why are you being fierce? This is your mistress. Go over and let her pet you. As soon as he said that, the monkey's eyes rolled, and it jumped down from Tang Ming, squatting in front of Shu Yiting, obediently presenting its head. Incredulously, Shu Yiting reached out to touch it. Her face was filled with joy. Quick, tell me, how did you do this? To be honest, I'm a hereditary monkey trainer. I'm the 999th generation descendant of Flower and Fruit Mountain. You're talking nonsense. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Aren't you afraid of Aunt Wu beating you up? Shu Yiting shot Tang Ming a glare, but her hands didn't stop caressing the monkey, showing a bit of affection. If you don't believe it, fine. I think it's your looks. This monkey thinks you're its kind. So it naturally gets close to you. Monkey, scratch her. Ah. The previously obedient monkey suddenly jumped onto Shu Yiting and started scratching her armpits. Haha, don't move. You bastard Tang Ming. Hurry up and make it stop. Knowing that Shu Yiting was the mistress, the monkey didn't act too wildly despite Tang Ming's command, making Shu Yiting laugh and scold at the same time. Tang Ming watched the two having fun together, a smile on his face. It seemed the pet capture card didn't turn the monkey into a robot that only followed commands. It still had normal thoughts, just that their intentions were aligned now. After a while of playful chaos, Tang Ming finally told the monkey to stop. After thinking for a moment, he instructed the monkey, from now on, she is the mistress. If she doesn't listen to me, you scratch her, you have to do whatever she says, except against me. Got it? You little rascal, what nonsense are you teaching? The monkey will listen to me in the future. I'll give it good food. Hearing this, the monkey's eyes began to shine. Its gaze unconsciously darted toward the jam stash. You want to eat jam? Seeing the monkey's reaction, Shu Yiting, eager to win its favor, quickly asked. The monkey looked a bit excited and nodded vigorously. I'll get it for you. Unexpectedly, Tang Ming spoke before her. What if it runs away? Shu Yiting felt a bit anxious watching the monkey disappear. It shouldn't. This monkey loves jam. We'll make more in the future to keep it loyal. At this moment, Tang Ming finally realized something was off. There were so many eyes watching from above, and he had tamed a monkey without anyone noticing. He needed to explain. However, it seemed too late to explain now to the audience that was dumbfounded. The entire live broadcast room had turned chaotic. Almost everyone was spamming various astonished comments, expressing their shock. It was completely illogical. A wild animal like this had become so obedient to a novice in such a short time. Yeah, we were conquered by the food in just one day? Shut up. You're the monkey. Your whole family is monkeys. Actually, if you think about it, the monkey's actions are understandable. After all, with that cooking skill, just looking at it makes one drool, let alone this naive monkey. Chapter 28. Hot pot on a deserted island. This little monkey is so cute. I wish I had one. It's simple. If you have that cooking skill, you can lure one too. Forget it. Let us talk about something else. I just want to know how many things that cooking god can actually do. He tamed a monkey in just a few moments. How can others compete? Others can't compete anymore, okay? Look at this pile of gains, plus the monkey, and we've even found a water source. We're far ahead of those people. I took a stroll and was lucky enough to catch a wild chicken or something. Overall, the level of this group is just average. It's all because the cooking god is too strong, and they are too weak. By the way, didn't someone say they wanted to rank the leaderboard? Is that done yet? So many authoritative experts are waiting. I know about this. It's coming soon. Once the cooking god finishes eating, it should be released. It will be directly displayed in the most prominent position on the Shark platform. Everyone should go support it then. No problem. Reluctantly handing the bottle to Tang Ming. She looked at him eagerly. Tang Ming smiled slightly, took the bottle, opened it directly, and found a shell to pour the jam for the monkey. Remember, from now on, if you want to eat anything, you must get my permission first. You can't mess with the campus supplies. But you can eat whatever you want in the wild. The monkey happily accepted the shell and immediately brought its mouth to it, the moment the delicious food entered. Its entire monkey face lit up with delight. Shu Yiting kept petting the monkey's tail and fur, completely enamored. Do you think we should give it a name? Always calling it monkey feels off. Sure, let us call it Xiaoting. You're the one who should be called Xiaoting. Your whole family is Xiaoting. Then you name it. How about Xiaoming? Get lost. Haha, you thought you could name me, but I actually had my name all figured out a long time ago. Let's call me Great Sage. GG. The monkey seemed to understand Shu Yiting's words, excitedly leaping onto her shoulder, dancing with joy. Look, it thinks this name is great. Shu Yiting said proudly. Whatever you say. I'm hungry. Come help out. Tang Ming waved his hand, noticing that it was getting dark, and stopped teasing the monkey, quickly bringing various ingredients to the iron pot. After taking a look at the ingredients on hand, he hesitated for a moment and boiled half a bamboo tube of water. He added the snake bones and skin into cold water to blanch, forcing out the blood and foam, then fished them out to drain. Next, he poured a little more water into the pot, adding sand ginger, goji berries, and other seasonings. Then, he chopped some tomatoes and sprinkled in a handful of goji berries and Sichuan peppercorns. Finally, he added some wild onions. Covering the pot, he had prepared the base. Afterwards, Tang Ming found some peanuts and almonds he had dug out from the monkey's nest and handed them to her to crush in the bamboo tube with a stick. He himself chopped some sand ginger, wild onions, and wild garlic, mixing them in a certain proportion to make a sauce set aside for later. Then, he carried over a bamboo pole, cut off a section, and after some trimming, scraped off the excess bamboo shavings to create 2 delicate bamboo bowls. The remaining part of the bamboo was cut into sticks. He sanded the edges and smoothed out the splinters, resulting in several pairs of evenly sized chopsticks. Finally, he found a suitably sized shell, tied it with a bamboo stick, and made a delicate soup spoon. He laid out several large leaves on the ground beside the iron pot, stacking the sliced snake meat like a pagoda. Surrounding the pagoda were various wild vegetables, and finally, he arranged a circle of colorful fruits and vegetables around the wild greens. A sumptuous dinner was officially taking shape. Xu Yiting watched Tang Ming arrange the food with great sage, her eyes shining. By now, she felt more and more like she was living in a dream. When did the wilderness also have such treatment? According to the original plan, wasn't she supposed to be exhausted, lying in a camp that hadn't been built yet, thinking about how tired she would be tomorrow? Now, as the sun set, the three of them sat on the beach with the sea breeze. The aroma of the snake meat hot pot wafting from the pot, and food piled high in front of them. Not only did they not have to eat with their hands like wild people, but they also had exquisite bowls and chopsticks. In this situation, even the top Michelin restaurants she had visited before paled in comparison. Let's eat. Looking up, Tang Ming had somehow turned his tattered clothes into a neckerchief around his neck. One hand held the pot lid, and the other held two long bamboo chopsticks. Today's ingredients are quite delicate, so to avoid wasting, I'll take care of the cooking. I feel like you just need a tall chef's hat, and you'd really look like a chef. Seeing Tang Ming's serious expression with his bare shoulders, Xu Yiting couldn't help but chuckle. Tang Ming shot her a glance, took their bamboo bowls, added the various prepared condiments, and sprinkled in some chopped green onions. Finally, he poured a ladle of the boiled, snowy white snake meat broth over everything. Between the hot and cold, an enticing aroma wafted from the bowl. Swallowing hard, Xu Yiting took the dipping sauce Tang Ming prepared, eager to take a bite right away. It wasn't just because the sauce smelled so good. It was indeed a dream to enjoy such a flavorful hot pot in the wild, something every survivor wouldn't even dare to imagine. Too bad we don't have cooking oil right now. If we could add some, the flavor would elevate to another level. Watching Xu Yiting in rapture, Tang Ming wasn't satisfied. While speaking, he picked up 2 pieces of snake meat with his specially made long bamboo chopsticks and placed them into the snake bone broth. As he stirred slightly, the snake meat became even snowier and more enticing. 10 seconds later, he fished out the 2 pieces of snake meat and placed them into Xu Yiting's dipping sauce bowl. Thank you. Taking a deep breath, Xu Yiting couldn't wait to stir the snake meat, ensuring it was fully coated with the sauce while rapidly cooling down. Then, with the rich sauce clinging to the meat, she popped it into her mouth. In an instant, it felt as if she had entered a realm of immortals. The meat was soft, tender, smooth, and slightly bouncy. The rich aroma of the meat, the fresh scent of the sauce, and the complex flavors brought by the various nuts made her unsure how to describe the taste. Delicious, she mumbled with her mouth full of snake meat. Tang Ming smirked slightly, bringing the drone closer to capture her enchanted expression. GG. Meanwhile, the monkey watched Xu Yiting's delight and began to chirp. Oh right, I almost forgot about you. Tang Ming laughed, using a leaf to hold some cut fruit salad, drizzled with jam, and pushed it in front of the monkey. Chapter 29, The List of Our Kind. GG. All of its favorite foods, the monkey danced with joy, reaching out to grab them. But just as its paw was halfway there, Tang Ming stopped it. Then, in the monkey's puzzled gaze, Tang Ming handed it a pair of small, delicate chopsticks. Next, he picked up his own chopsticks, grabbed 2 pieces of snake meat, dipped them in the sauce, and brought them to his mouth. The monkey blinked a few times, imitating Tang Ming by picking up the chopsticks and poking at the food. Just like this. Tang Ming opened the chopsticks again to demonstrate for the monkey. Hey, enough. How could Great Sage possibly use chopsticks? Xu Yiting laughed, seeing the monkey's anxious expression. How will you know if you don't try? Eating should have a sense of ritual. Since we've set the table, we can't eat too sloppily. Tang Ming wasn't in a hurry, continuing to demonstrate. If he could really teach it, the monkey would definitely become a highlight in the live stream, and the audience would come flocking in. As the monkey practiced, its fingers seemed to become a little more nimble. Finally, it successfully brought the chopsticks together, glanced at Tang Ming, and tentatively poked at the fruit in front of it. This time, Tang Ming didn't stop it, letting the monkey eat the fruit, which elicited surprised squeals. After one success, the monkey seemed encouraged and, without Tang Ming's prompting, instinctively adjusted its fingers to open them wider, picking up another piece of fruit. Yes, just like that. If you can be a little more nimble with your fingers, you'll be able to pick it up. This child can be taught. The monkey had developed an interest in chopsticks, and after that, Tang Ming didn't need to teach it much more, continuing to blanch the snake meat. Xu Yiting, meanwhile, temporarily forgot about the food. Watching the monkey observe Tang Ming's movements and then practice on its own, gradually managing to pick up things like a child. Her mouth was agape in shock. In fact, it wasn't just her. The viewers outside were in an uproar. I love this. Such an interesting live stream. Watching the goddess eat is pure enjoyment. I just want to say, Trash God, I also want to have a monkey with you. This is a serious issue. The trash god and the goddess had a monkey before marriage. Do they need to take responsibility? Those with this thought didn't deserve to be fans of the trash god. The rice has already been cooked into a meal. If you talk about responsibility now, is that still a trash man? Makes sense. Everything else is fine. But will this snake meat, cooked for such a short time, have parasites? Even if there are parasites, my mouth is already watering. I want to snatch a piece of meat from the goddess's mouth, even if it's been chewed. Dude, do you really have to be that intense? You can forget about the goddess's meat, but there's still a chance with great sage's fruit. Would you want the one it's chewed? EW. With delicious food in front of us, can you not be so disgusting? This monkey is too smart. It learned how to use chopsticks in such a short time. Normal. The monkey's IQ is equivalent to that of a 3 or 4-year-old child, and some smart ones can even reach 10 years old. As for great sage, I suspect it's even more than 10 years. It's truly a divine monkey. I'm looking forward to its future performances. I have a feeling that with the addition of Desheng and Jiashun, this group will definitely become the biggest highlight. Everyone, our rankings have been released. And I urge all authoritative experts to give their opinions quickly. I've seen it, and I have to say, the brother who made the list is really talented. He directly used the list from their side and swapped Jiashun's position with that of the number 1. What was it, the war god? Is it really okay to be so lazy? Haha, this is a master move. It should have been done long ago to let them know what it means to be disgusting. Brothers, let's put in more effort and pile up the likes on the list. Their garbage ranking, recognized by only a few 100,000 people, can't compare to ours. By the way, are we being too arrogant? I've heard that this survival competition is not just about survival. There are many more brutal systems to come. What if we end up being slapped in the face? With Jiashun's temperament, could he really be slapped in the face? That is true. The other survival groups are all nervous, while Jiashun's group just finishes things while having fun. They are enjoying a top-notch meal that is delicious in appearance, smell, and taste, accompanied by beautiful goddesses and playing with incredibly clever monkeys. Jiashun said this is a vacation, and he wasn't exaggerating. You Huaxia people, is this all you know how to be shameless? Do you think you can just create a list and make it a fact? I thought the list was already shameless enough, but I didn't expect this live stream to be even more chaotic. There's a player who shows no respect for the competition, and you guys have elevated him to the heavens. Do you know what I've seen? For 2 whole days, this group of Huaxia players hasn't even managed to build a simple shelter. With such a combination, how dare you claim the first place? Suddenly, a flood of foreign comments filled the live stream. All kinds of mocking phrases started to flood the screen. Jiashun goes to battle, nothing grows. Jiashun goes to battle, nothing grows. Keep formation downstairs. It seems they were prepared. The moment the foreign mockery appeared, the Huaxia audience, who had been building up energy all day, went wild as if they were on steroids, completely ignoring that it was already late at night. The dense barrage of comments drowned out those foreign words. Garbage war god, eating like a beggar, and still daring to call himself a god. A god's dinner should be like what you see now. Weakling war god, isn't even fit to carry Jiashun's shoes. They should be ranked 100 because there are only 100 teams. Otherwise, they'd be ranked even lower. Jiashun is world number 1. Come argue if you disagree. Jiashun is world number 1, undeniable. Shameless Huaxia people only know how to argue, saying he is number 1 in the world. Do you have any basis for that? Shameless foreigners, who has no shame. Don't you have any self-awareness? Up until today, the war god team has almost fully explored the entire island, found a water source, built a shelter, and located stable food, standing on solid ground. Why do you rank them last? You are disrespecting the facts. Your rankings have no real effect. You want facts, right? Alright, I'll give you foolish foreigners some data. Up to today, the food found by your war god team is just enough to fill their stomachs, while the amount of food found by my Jiashun is over 10 times theirs. Chapter 30, Striking It Rich. As for exploring the map, your so-called war god explored the entire island and found just 1 meal's worth of food, while my Jiashun only needed to explore 1/10 to obtain 10 times what you have. Overall, the efficiency is 100 times yours. As for the shelter, they are on a tropical island, with temperatures reaching 30 to 40 degrees during the day and above 25 at night. In such conditions, are they really building a shelter that turns into a steam room for themselves? Survival competitions are not done step by step. Do you know what adapting to the environment means? Do you come to compete without using your brain? Of course, you can pretend not to know what I just said. But one thing is undeniable. The nanophysical condition detector does not lie. The data just detected for your so-called war god is only 97, 98, with an average drop of 25. Meanwhile, our Jiashun, with food reserves exceeding yours by 10 times, has a physical condition of 112, and even the goddess has reached 103. This data, across all teams, is the best. The data emperor said it well. What a bunch of useless tasks from the war god, and a group of so-called experts they're praising their efficiency. Where is it high? Can exploring a map fill your stomach? Or is sleeping on the beach so nice that it can kill you? Also, according to the statistics from the past 2 days, Zhaxin's group simultaneously had a peak viewership of 150 million, while your war god maxed out at only 30 million. Don't even say that we Huaxiao have a large population. Even if we only count foreign views, we exceed 10 million. Go take a look at your data statistics. Are you brave enough to publish it? The facts have been stated, and you say your so-called war god team compares to our Zhaxin? Is it not a pile of dog poop? I have to say, masters are among the people. One Huaxiao audience member, named the strongest data emperor, spoke up, gradually quieting the live stream. He said, aren't we supposed to compare facts? I've provided such precise data. Now please present your facts to tell me why our Zhaxin cannot be ranked first. Even if you say your data is true, it's just attracting viewers through fancy cooking, while the war god team hasn't even started to exert themselves. With their strength, it would be easy to improve their physical condition. Oh, cheating? You can do that too. Who said you can't? As long as your war god has the skills of a top chef and makes top-notch food, I'll immediately become their loyal fan. But even if you give them the opportunity, they still don't have that skill. Forget it, Data Emperor. Don't waste time with these fools. Can't you see that what they want is not data, but a sense of superiority? Their war god is just impressive. No matter what you say or what the data is, he is simply the strongest. What do we call such people in our country? Brain-dead fans. Meaning, if you want to compare brain-dead fans, there's no competition. Where are Zhaxin's brain-dead fans? Zhaxin goes to battle, nothing grows. Zhaxin is world number 1. The war god is just nonsense. Zhaxin goes to battle, nothing grows. 10086. In an instant, the live stream went white again, not giving those foreigners a chance to refute. After a long while, the barrage tide receded. The live stream became quiet again. However, not long after, another bombshell news exploded among the crowd. Everyone, I just received news that on the official competition website homepage, many foreigners reported us for malicious competition, claiming we are using the rankings to attract viewership and disrespecting objective facts, demanding us to withdraw the rankings. Oh, this operation is slick, if you can't argue. Just report. Brothers, shouldn't we start working too? Let's report a wave. Let's go, let's go. In an instant, a large crowd logged into the official website, and various report messages poured into the competition group's public inbox like snowflakes. At this time, Tang Ming and their snake meat hot pot were almost finished. Under Tang Ming's exceptional control of the heat, the snake meat was eaten clean. The tender snake skin opened a new world for Xu Yiting, and she almost fought to eat it all. Various wild vegetables, which would normally have some taste, were selected by Tang Ming to be the freshest parts. And after perfectly controlling the blanching time, they became sweet and delicious, all going into the 2's stomachs. Soon, the last bit of wild vegetables was finished with the remaining broth. The 2 lay on the beach in a big shape, disregarding their image. At this rate, I feel like I'm going to turn into a pig. Touching her slightly protruding belly, Xu Yiting sighed with satisfaction. You don't need to worry about this at all. Why? Eating so much and not worrying about gaining weight. Is it because of the wild vegetables? No. What I mean is that you are just a pig, and there's no need to have such concerns. Go die. As Xu Yiting's little fists came swinging, Tang Ming rolled over to the other side of the coconut tree and opened the system. This time of day was always the most exciting. However, Tang Ming wasn't too hopeful this time. Snake meat is something that people either love or see as a monster. But soon, Tang Ming's eyes widened as a set of numbers dazzled him. 7,300? Did he see that right? The least favored snake meat surprisingly brought in over 7,000 food points. What on earth happened? Could it be because of the monkeys? However, no matter how surprised he was, he wouldn't know that the reason behind it was a ranking list made by some fans, which suddenly made him, a food streamer, the center of global attention. Many onlookers, unaware of the truth, were drawn in, and the ensuing heated argument sparked a strong sense of national pride among them, contributing a large number of food points. Additionally, among the foreign spectators, there were many who were not from the US. These individuals had a bystander mentality, and Tang Ming's luxurious survival food truly shocked them. In the end, it was the monkeys joining in and the harvest from the food that contributed to this. In other words, if it weren't for some ranking list, what Tang Ming could have earned in food points today would have been at most a bonus from the monkeys, and it wouldn't have been much more than that. Of course, no matter how it came about, Tang Ming was now profiting immensely. Having struck it rich, he naturally wanted to splurge. Chapter 31. Learn some new skills. Tang Ming was about to open the mall when a notification pinged, drawing his attention. Congratulations, host, you have accumulated over 10,000 food points. After completing the promotion task, you will obtain the qualification to upgrade to the intermediate mall. Promotion task, within 24 hours, complete a real meal. Is that it? Looking at the system task, Tang Ming felt a bit dazed. After a while, he finally realized the difference. The previous daily tasks required making food, while now it was gourmet food. Just one word apart, but the meanings were worlds apart. For example, the same dish, if processed and edible, is food. Gourmet food, on the other hand, is defined as food that is recognized by the public and generally considered delicious. And the term meal is also crucial for Tang Ming's identity. A meal recognized by him is definitely not as simple as just one dish. Take dining at a Michelin-starred French restaurant, for example, which includes aperitifs, starters, appetizers, soups, main courses, cheese, salads, and coffee. Of course, this is just French cuisine. Other meals generally consist of three major parts: appetizers, main courses, and desserts, each consisting of several dishes. Thinking about these things made Tang Ming's head spin. System brother, I'm trying to survive here. Do you know what survival means? It means having nothing when you need something. Asking me to prepare a meal is just torturing me. Glancing at the supplies he had accumulated over the past 2 days, Tang Ming felt bitter. The only fortunate thing was that there were plenty of fruits and jams for dessert, so he should be able to manage that. But for the appetizers and main courses, no, he needed to get busy. Even high-end restaurants with abundant ingredients need to prepare a meal several days in advance. With his current situation, if he really waited until tomorrow, the food would be spoiled. Thinking this over, Tang Ming quickly opened the system mall. Now he needed to learn 2 practical skills. Before learning, Tang Ming reflected on the current environment. The interior of the island had not been deeply explored, and he didn't know what ingredients were available. However, today he had already searched through the plant types, and as for animals, he had only seen monkeys. Even if there were other carnivorous animals, without tools, it would be impossible to catch them. So he could temporarily disregard land-based practical skills. The source of food needed to come from the sea. For that, swimming and diving were essential skills to learn. Although Tang Ming could swim, his dog paddle was so poor that it would be a miracle if he didn't drown in the ocean, if he went into the water unarmed. At best, he could collect some shells or touch an oyster, so he needed to get some tools. Then there were traps. With 1 night left, it was still possible to make traps now. After thinking it through, Tang Ming had a clear direction for the skills he wanted to learn. He scanned the skills available and finally settled on a few. Beginner deep diving, price, 2,000 food points. A combination growth skill that, upon learning, grants automatic acquisition of swimming, diving, and breath-holding skills. Maximum diving depth of 10 meters and breath-holding time of 5 minutes. Beginner carpentry, price, 3,000 food points. The actual consumption is 1,000 food points for basic tool manufacturing. A combination growth skill that allows flexible use of various materials to create most practical tools and materials. Keen hearing, price, 3,000 food points. After learning, it greatly enhances hearing distance and sensitivity. This was the skill that Tang Ming hesitated over for a long time before deciding to learn. As the saying goes, the eye that sees 1,000 miles and the ear that hears the wind. He already had a weaker version of the eye, which was basic X-ray vision. He believed that this ear would also be quite useful, especially since he was going to dive tomorrow. Just relying on sight might not be enough. If he encountered a shark or something, he would be able to hear it even without seeing it due to its massive swimming power. Furthermore, good hearing would also make it easier to detect prey. The most crucial point was that this skill was 10 times cheaper than X-ray vision. So the sooner he learned it, the better. In a flash, he spent 6,000 food points, leaving him with 1,300 food points, preparing for tomorrow's fishing endeavor. After learning the 3 skills, Tang Ming's mind was filled with a wealth of new knowledge, and he appeared more astute. He could clearly hear the distant waves, the nearby chirping of insects, and various sounds in the forest. Frowning slightly, he noticed too much noise around him. His ears twitched a bit, and immediately returned to normal. After filtering, even the sounds of mosquitoes that were gradually appearing around him were filtered out. This expenditure was worth it, confirming that his keen hearing, like X-ray vision, could be controlled at will to choose what he wanted to hear and what he didn't. He smiled with satisfaction. Then, he took off his shorts and walked towards the sea. Hey, what are you doing? Shu Yiting asked upon seeing his actions. Want to have a passionate couple's bath? Tang Ming turned his head and grinned. Taking a bath is just taking a bath. Do you need to be so lewd? Shu Yiting pouted. But she was indeed a bit tempted. By now, it had already turned dark, and even though the drone was still working, it was hard to see anyone clearly. It was the perfect time for a bath. Smelling the sweat on her body, she hesitated for a moment, but then followed him. The monkey blinked a few times and also hopped after Shu Yiting. At this moment, the seawater, having been sunbathed all day, still maintained the temperature from the day. There was no cold feeling at all. After testing the water temperature, the two walked in confidently. Ah, refreshing. Tang Ming sighed contentedly after burying his head in the water and then lifting it up again. Shu Yiting followed closely beside him, enjoying the moment while reminding him. It's dark now, and we don't know what's in the sea. We should stay close. Look, what's that? Suddenly, Tang Ming pointed beside Shu Yiting with a look of horror. Shu Yiting was startled and quickly turned to look. Splash! An artificial wave crashed right onto Shu Yiting's head. Turning her head, she saw Tang Ming's mischievous smile and the waves crashing towards her one after another. You bastard, are you seeking death? With an angry expression, Shu Yiting retaliated. However, in the blink of an eye, Tang Ming had vanished without a trace. With the faint moonlight, she looked around and found no one. That dead guy, what kind of tricks is he up to again? I don't believe he won't show up. Heightening her vigilance, Shu Yiting posed as if pushing and carefully observed her surroundings, prepared to attack the moment that guy showed his face. 1 minute. 2 minutes. As time passed, Shu Yiting's vigilance was replaced by worry. That guy, is he in trouble? Where are you, you jerk? If you don't come out soon, I'm getting angry. No response. Another minute passed, and Tang Ming still hadn't shown up, leaving Shu Yiting completely panicked. Chapter 32, Warm-Up Match. Hey, Tang Ming, where did you run off to? Come out. I promise I won't hit you. While shouting, Shu Yiting began to unconsciously stir the seawater, her face gradually turning pale. 5 minutes later, Shu Yiting was completely lost. Frantically splashing the seawater, her eyes starting to redden. Tang Ming, you bastard, where the hell did you go? Suddenly, Shu Yiting's body stiffened as she felt something tugging at her calf, pulling her down. Even though the seawater only submerged her stomach in the area she was standing, she lost her balance and flailed her arms, about to fall backward. At the same time, a wave rose on the surface, and Tang Ming, who had just played a prank, popped up from the water, his head dripping. Oh, Tang Ming, who thought he would be met with a beating, hadn't even seen the scene before him when he felt a darkness before his eyes, his neck being tightly embraced. Even his whole body was clung to by Shu Yiting like an octopus. Stop, don't do this, let me catch my breath first. Struggling to squeeze his nose out of Shu Yiting's arms, Tang Ming gasped for fresh air. However, just after taking 2 breaths, his face was once again pressed down, completely denying him a chance to breathe. Alright, I know you're strong, but being strong doesn't mean you can bully people. Although he had managed to catch his breath, the increasing pressure of Shu Yiting's arms made Tang Ming feel even more suffocated. He reached out to push her away but felt her body trembling slightly. He couldn't help but stop his movements. Just like that, allowing Shu Yiting to hang on him for a while, the tightness around his neck finally eased. Without saying a word, Shu Yiting relied on her own strength to stand in the water again and then turned to walk toward the shore. Hey, are you okay? After taking advantage, you just run away, you jerk. Suddenly, Shu Yiting turned her head and gave him a cold glance before leaving on her own. What the heck? Confused, Tang Ming was baffled, completely unable to understand why Shu Yiting had suddenly changed her attitude. He stood in the water for a while, feeling too lazy to think about it, and submerged himself again. Earlier, to scare Shu Yiting, he had actually been squatting nearby, holding his breath, and hadn't had a chance to really experience deep diving. So this time, he decided to swim a bit deeper. Of course, at this late hour, he couldn't go too deep. Otherwise, if he encountered some dangerous situation, it would really be like calling for help with no response. As he dove deeper, facing the pitch-black seabed, even though Tang Ming had no problem with breathing, an inexplicable sense of despair began to slowly occupy his mind. No, I can't continue. Suddenly turning around, Tang Ming quickly swam toward the surface, gasping for air. Then, he swiftly reached the shore. Claustrophobia, or deep-sea phobia, isn't a disease. It's the fear of darkness and pressure that exists in everyone's heart. At this moment, Tang Ming seemed to suddenly understand why Shu Yiting had acted so vulnerable earlier. Disappearing for a full 5 minutes was basically a death sentence for an average person. Leaving her alone in the dark sea to find herself, that kind of despair. Thinking of this, Tang Ming felt a pang of guilt on his face as he approached Shu Yiting. The latter turned her head and ignored him. I'm sorry, I won't do it again next time. Suddenly, Shu Yiting's body stiffened as she felt a hand on her shoulder. A soft voice from Tang Ming reached her ears. Let go. With a bit of sparkle returning to her eyes, Shu Yiting shook her shoulders. Bastard. Shu Yiting turned around and punched Tang Ming down onto the beach, saying, This is for scaring me next time, for holding your breath. While hitting Tang Ming, Shu Yiting's expression finally softened. Tang Ming cooperated with various cries of agony, scaring the monkey far away, leaving only its head peeking out from behind a tree. Its eyes darted around, unable to analyze whom it should help between the master and the mistress. I can't take it anymore. This live stream is unbearable. Just finished a snake meat feast, and now it's time for dog food. Do single dogs have no rights? This is a live stream with a smell, all sour and stinky. I only know that the jerk has made his move. It's quite a dilemma. Should I agree to this marriage or not? The monkey already has someone. Who cares about your agreement? The onlookers are thoroughly enjoying the show. The two in the live broadcast finally had enough fun and calmed down, lying on their backs a meter apart, gazing at the sky. Don't dive at night anymore. It's very dangerous. When could you hold your breath for so long? I remember when we were kids in the courtyard, we competed to see who could hold their breath the longest, and you could only manage 30 seconds at most. Wasn't that because of you pushing me? I remember you were always first, holding your breath for 1.5 minutes. And you even said that whoever could beat you, you'd marry them. Tang Ming unconsciously said as memories of his previous life surfaced in his mind. Go. That was just a joke. Shu Yiting's face turned red. I knew you wouldn't take a jerk's word seriously. I'm used to it. Tang Ming retorted. By the way, the trash from earlier hasn't been cleaned up. I'll go take care of it first. TCH, as if anyone cares about you. If you don't admit it, just lie there. I still have things to ask. Tang Ming rolled his eyes at the escaping Shu Yiting and continued. Is this competition just about surviving on the island? According to what you said, all the participants this time are experts. This competition seems to have no difficulty at all. Shu Yiting hesitated for a moment, quietly raised the drone, and then lowered her voice. Speak quietly. As long as we can hear each other, it's fine. The competition rules will be announced in a week. Tang Ming's spirits lifted as he sat up, waiting for Shu Yiting to speak. What we're doing now is just a warm-up match, a performance for the public. The real competition hasn't started yet. Otherwise, with the abundant resources on this island, having people like us survive here is really not much different from a vacation. No wonder. What does the real competition look like? This island serves as our base camp and starting point. A week after the competition begins, we need to head to the Central Island to submit our resources. The Central Island has 10 locations, situated in the middle of the 10 base camps. 100 teams are divided into 10 groups. Of course, due to geographical reasons, some teams might be a bit farther from the Central Island. But the distance won't be too great. Chapter 33, Fish Cage. Specifically, food is like currency. Whoever pays more can stay on the island longer. The Central Island is also called the Resource Island. It's larger than our small island and has a lot of food raised by the competition group. For example, on our base camp island, everything has been scouted. It's basically unrealistic to obtain a large amount of food like pigs, cows, and sheep, while the Central Island raises those things. The longer you can stay on the Central Island, the greater the harvest. When one person only eats snakes, insects, mice, ants, and seafood, while another eats high-fat, high-protein meats, how big do you think the difference in physique will be? Moreover, this isn't even the cruelest part. The cruel part is that the last team every week will be directly eliminated. This means that to avoid being eliminated, one must do their utmost to conserve food and exchange it for survival qualifications. As she spoke, Shu Yiting cast a strange glance at Tang Ming. It's also my fault for not clarifying things with you and following you around eating and drinking without a care. Fortunately, we've made great gains these past 2 days. With those fruits from the monkey treasure, we shouldn't be in last place after a week. You continue. So, while I'm surviving, I also have to guard against others trying to steal my stuff, like theft? That's right. However, to avoid fighting, local teams can directly expel trespassers once discovered. Each team only has 1 chance to trespass per week. So, the competition isn't as simple as you think. This is just the first round. I don't know the specifics of the second round, but it will definitely be more brutal. It's possible that by then, even fighting won't be restricted. You can imagine what the scene will be like. Tang Ming nodded, his expression turning somewhat serious. It seemed he needed to quickly improve his strength. Otherwise, being able to cook a meal and find some food wouldn't be enough against increasingly twisted rules in the future. So, after hearing the rules, do you understand why I feel so much pressure? There are also some things that you shouldn't know right now, so I can't tell you for the time being. It looks like this competition is quite deep. Seeing Shu Yiting's mysterious demeanor, Tang Ming pursed his lips and stopped asking questions. After contemplating for a while, he formed a rough plan in his mind. Of course, the core principle remains the same. Food, a lot of food, is the key to victory. If you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. Taking advantage of the night, he needed to make some decent tools. With that thought, Tang Ming didn't dare to delay any longer and called Shu Yiting over. Do you remember the bet from earlier? You have to help me with something. Now that the task has come, open all the coconuts we picked earlier, pour the coconut water into a pot to heat it, and scrape out the coconut meat to gather together. Shu Yiting was taken aback. What are you going to do? You wouldn't understand if I told you. Just do it. I won't harm you anyway. Tang Ming waved his hand and piled up the leftover bamboo from earlier in front of him. With a swift motion, he split the bamboo into thin strips. Then, he separated the green bamboo skin and the slightly tougher white part along the middle of the strips. After more than an hour, several pieces of bamboo had been transformed into a pile of slender bamboo strips. Next, Tang Ming took 10 or so sturdy bamboo strips and inserted them into the sandy ground, securing them firmly. He then started to weave them together with flexible bamboo strips. After half an hour, the object in front of Tang Ming began to resemble a large bamboo basket, eventually transforming into a giant fishing cage measuring 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. The fishing cage was shaped like a shuttle, with one end tightly secured. Tang Ming took the tentacles left at the open end and roasted them over the fire, then bent them inward. After 10 minutes, the barbed tentacles were bent into place, and the entire fishing cage was officially formed. Reaching inside to test it, he found that due to the slender and flexible nature of the bamboo strips, it was very smooth to enter. Even fish much larger than the opening could easily squeeze in, but getting out would be difficult. This was because, apart from the sharp barbed opening, the surrounding tentacles would close tightly together, leaving no gaps. Tang Ming nodded in satisfaction. The effect of his basic carpentry skill was indeed on a different level than that of basic manufacturing, if he hadn't improved his skill level. Although he could still make a fishing cage, the finished product would definitely be bulky and heavy, likely disappearing by the next day if thrown into the sea. In contrast, this one was delicate and smooth, with a large opening and ample interior space, capable of accommodating any large sea creatures that might come along. It was full of promise. Even if it wasn't needed at the moment, as long as the opening was handled properly, it could serve as a huge container, easily holding 100 pounds of goods. At this moment, Xu Yiting also put down the coconut in her hand, shook her arms, and circled the fishing cage several times, her eyes shining brightly. This thing is probably going to catch a shark. May your words come true. Tang Ming chuckled and continued, if you have time after finishing up, help me dig up some earthworms or something. We'll set them out tonight. No problem. Great sage, if you have nothing to do, go help catch some bugs or something. After thinking for a moment, Tang Ming turned to the curious monkey that had been watching him all evening and instructed. The great sage blinked its eyes, looking somewhat excited, and quickly nodded before bouncing into the forest. You really use everything, even the monkey. What can I do? I have a wife and kids to support. The pressure is on. Tang Ming sighed and continued weaving. Who is your wife? How shameless. I wasn't talking about you, so why are you blushing? Uft. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Time quietly passed again, and after more than an hour, the bamboo strips under Tang Ming's feet were mostly used up. He now had around 10 fishing cages the thickness of his thighs. These were basically smaller versions of the previous giant fishing cage. The openings weren't large, but they were very suitable for sea eels and general small fish. They were also easy to transport and perfect for wide netting. Seeing Tang Ming stop to rest, Xu Yiting approached again, examining the exquisite fishing cages, and couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 34. The monkey fishes for the moon. To be honest, she could also do this. But if it were her, it would probably take half a day to finish even one, let alone make it like this. And this one, take a look. Saying that, Tang Ming picked up an entrance and exit. This barbed entrance was even larger than the opening of the previous super fishing cage. Aren't there any materials left to make cages? Xu Yiting curiously took it, comparing it to her head, realizing that even if she tried to dive into it, there would be no problem. Sigh, it's impossible to communicate with you. After preparing the entrance and exit, Tang Ming walked toward the seaside and stopped by a rocky pit. He moved the stone that had previously been used to block the exit. Oh, why didn't I think of this? With this, I don't have to get up in the middle of the night to check if the tide has gone out. The fish that come in won't escape. With a smirk, Tang Ming wedged the barbed entrance into the spot where the stone had been, then moved the stone to secure it tightly. Now the problem is bait. Haven't you finished with that coconut yet? How can you say that? I didn't know you needed so much coconut meat, and I still have to scrape it into pulp. How fast can I be with a shovel? Then why don't you think of a way? Silly woman. In the pot beside them, the coconut water that Xu Yiting was heating was bubbling continuously, and the small half pot of coconut water had already evaporated by more than half. After thinking for a moment, Tang Ming took a bamboo tube that had been used for water and carved a diamond-shaped bamboo piece. Fixing it on top of the bamboo tube, sitting cross-legged, he placed the bamboo tube between his legs and began scraping from the top of half a coconut downwards. In no time, the coconut meat was easily scraped clean. Setting it aside, Tang Ming picked up another one. Xu Yiting watched from the side, her eyes nearly popping out. Seeing her about to speak, Tang Ming directly interrupted. Do you still doubt that you're a pig? You can't even utilize such a simple tool? You're the pig. Not convinced? Then let's make a bet. I can make you forget that you're a pig. Do you believe it? I'm not a pig to begin with, so how could I forget? See, you've really forgotten, haven't you? Bastard, I'll kill you. The scoundrel really is a scoundrel. Old habits die hard. Speaking of which, the scoundrel seems to have some big plans. He's unusually diligent today, which isn't his style. Diligence is good. It just shows those silly foreigners how terrifying the scoundrel can be when he puts in the effort. Yes, with this wave of fishing cages and traps going down, I estimate tomorrow's results will be explosive. Then we'll go over there to report and see what the organizers have to say. On the island, with Tang Ming's help, the remaining coconuts were quickly processed. At this point, the coconut water in the pot was bubbling into large bubbles. Tang Ming stirred the mixture with a spade until it turned into syrup, then packed it into a bamboo tube. What's this for? Xu Yiting couldn't help but ask. Coconut sugar, haven't you tried it? I have, but you wasted so much coconut water just to make coconut sugar? Xu Yiting's voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees. Wrong. Coconut sugar is just an extra. What I want is the coconut meat. Tang Ming shook his finger, cleaned the pot, and then pulled out Xu Yiting's torn shirt to use as a cheesecloth. Like filtering soy milk, he squeezed all the coconut meat into coconut milk, which flowed into the pot. All right, let it separate overnight. We'll deal with it tomorrow. After preparing the coconut milk, which filled about half a pot, Tang Ming covered it tightly with leaves to prevent insects from getting in. Let's go dig for earthworms. Although he wasn't wearing anything, Tang Ming felt the tide rising and quickened his pace. Shu Yiting followed him with a spade. As if remembering something, she said, "Is that so?" Tang Ming frowned and looked towards the woods. It was dark and he couldn't see any monkeys, but his ears twitched slightly. It seemed he had noticed something. He followed the sound. Chirp, chirp. After walking about 100 meters, the monkey's voice grew louder and more urgent. It's the great sage's voice. At this distance, Shu Yiting sensed something was off, and the two quickened their pace towards the monkey. As they got closer, the monkey's calls became clearer. At the same time, other sounds also reached their ears. Chirp. Just as they were puzzled, a dark shadow pounced from the tree and clung to Tang Ming. In the next moment, it climbed onto Tang Ming's shoulder and pointed upwards. Had it discovered something? The two looked up and heard a series of puffing sounds from the tree, but they couldn't see what it was. After thinking for a moment, Tang Ming handed the bamboo pole he originally intended to use for digging earthworms to the monkey. Go. Get the thing down from up there. The monkey's eyes lit up, took the bamboo pole, and quickly climbed up the tree. A few seconds later, with a loud thud, something fell onto the fallen leaves not far away. The two squinted in the dim moonlight and widened their eyes. Is it raining pies from the sky? No, it was the monkey fishing for the moon. Looking at the item in front of him, Tang Ming's mouth almost split into a grin. He pulled the monkey, who had climbed back onto him to show off, and gave its head a few affectionate pats as he walked forward. On the ground, a coconut crab weighing at least 10 pounds was struggling to flip itself over. The huge crab was tightly pinching a white seabird. It's a seagull. The two squatted down and lifted the seagull's wings. It seemed that it wasn't completely dead yet, still struggling weakly. Double delight. With the moonlight, the food presented to them became clearer. The coconut crab looked like a spider, with its abdomen taking up most of its body, long and plump. And its large pincers looked very sturdy and powerful. As for the seagull, it looked rather pitiful, with one wing broken and one claw missing. However, it was still a decent size, weighing over 2 pounds. It seemed that tomorrow's food was secured. Yeah, a nap comes with a pillow. This thing isn't cheap outside. Tang Ming nodded with a smile. Just when he was worried about how to make tomorrow's feast sumptuous, in such a short time, they had food from land, sea, and air. Although the air force was a bit weak, it was more than enough for a dish. The great sage is impressive. Even catching a worm can lead to such good fortune. Chapter 35, a surprise for you. Tang Ming nodded and dug out a piece of semi-solid coconut sugar from the bamboo tube, handing it to the monkey. The monkey sniffed the aroma, licked the coconut sugar, and squeaked excitedly. With its mouth full of sweetness, the monkey nodded like a chick pecking at rice. All right, clean up. Let's go dig for earthworms. After the excitement, Tang Ming found a rope and tied the two large pincers of the coconut crab together, then secured its body. The seagull was on the brink of death, so it couldn't escape, but it had a bloody scent, which might attract other carnivorous animals. Tang Ming put it in his super big fish cage and tied the cage to a tree. After finishing, the three of them continued into the forest. This time, they were smarter and made a few torches. Otherwise, they wouldn't see anything soon. Half an hour later, Tang Ming and Shu Yiting stopped. They exchanged glances, both frowning. The soil on this island was sandy, and while Shu Yiting could dig a little yesterday, today, with the use of more than a dozen fish cages and rocky pits. At this speed, it was completely unsustainable. They needed to think of other ways. How about we go to the beach? I heard it's easier to catch fish there at night. The night beach was indeed livelier than during the day. At least, under the light of the torches. They could see many thumb-sized hermit crabs crawling around on the sand. Tang Ming had noticed these yesterday, but wasn't interested, as the meat was scarce and unappetizing. However, as bait, having some was better than none. Let's catch them. Looking at the hermit crabs crawling everywhere, which were numerous but fast, he found it difficult to catch them with any tools. Chirp. The monkey watched their movements and joined the battle. Soon, both Tang Ming and Shu Yiting stopped. Their faces filled with surprise. For an adult, bending down to catch them didn't guarantee success, and was rather tiring. But the monkey's size and agility made catching hermit crabs seem effortless. Looks like we need to switch to logistics. Excitedly holding a net bag, Tang Ming directly followed the monkey. With the monkey's intelligence, it quickly realized Tang Ming's intentions and worked even harder, soon filling the net bag with over 100 hermit crabs. At this point, the monkey's little follower had switched from Tang Ming to Shu Yiting. Tang Ming, meanwhile, walked towards the water with the torch. While catching hermit crabs earlier, he noticed some other seafood. For instance, not far ahead on the shallow beach was a flower crab, half buried in the sand, leaving only its eyes exposed as it waited for prey. Of course, under normal circumstances, this disguise would be hard to spot. But the thin layer of mud was just within Tang Ming's line of sight. Approaching the crab, Tang Ming stretched out his foot and stepped on its back, easily grabbing it. It was a good size, weighing over 3 taels, which was considered large for this type of crab. Continuing forward, after walking about 10 meters, he discovered another stone crab in the sand. It was pinching a small fish as thick as a finger. Tonight's double harvest was quite bountiful. With a grin, Tang Ming collected everything. Besides the occasional crab, there were also plenty of shellfish emerging to feed along the beach. They kept gathering, and by the time the monkey had nearly caught all the hermit crabs on the beach, Tang Ming's net bag was filled with several pounds of seafood. However, under Tang Ming's deliberate neglect, some decent-sized shellfish managed to escape. He left them on the beach to slowly cultivate for future needs. Once they regrouped, Xu Yiting's net bag was packed tight with hermit crabs, weighing around 5 or 6 pounds. Tang Ming's haul wasn't as numerous, but because of the crabs and shellfish, it was much heavier. Back at the camp, Tang Ming picked out several valuable crabs, tied up their pincers, and placed them together with the coconut crab as tomorrow's backup ingredients. The other less desirable and unappetizing catches were all put into one net bag. Then, he stepped on it a few times, turning it into minced meat. He mixed it with the previously caught earthworms and added the leftover coconut meat from the coconut milk extraction to make several large balls of bait. He found some wild grass, wrapped the bait balls, tied them with stones, and stuffed them into the fish cage. The preparations were thoroughly completed. Next, the two of them carried the small and large fish traps to the seaside. The small fish trap was placed down every 10 meters along the coast, and with no buoy to mark it, Tang Ming dove underwater to secure it with a wooden peg. The large fish trap was placed in a rougher area of the sea, secured tightly with big rocks to prevent it from being swept away by the current. They casually scattered some bait in the previous rock pit, and that was it. After everything was done, Tang Ming was completely exhausted. He had no energy to talk, and the two of them along with the monkey leaned against the campfire and slowly drifted into sleep. After a groggy sleep, they woke up only when the sun was bright the next day. Upon opening his eyes, Tang Ming felt a lingering soreness in his body. But the only good thing was that there were surprisingly no mosquitoes bothering him all night, so he had a decent rest. Pig, the sun is already shining on your backside. Xu Yiting walked over with a bundle of firewood, looking down on him. Tang Ming rolled his eyes at her. As if you woke up any earlier. Didn't I? Huh. If you had woken up early, you would have been yelling and screaming by now. You wouldn't be so calm like you are now. Thinking back to yesterday morning, Tang Ming didn't believe that this girl could resist checking the traps. If she had checked the traps, how could she not come and disturb him? Humph, no matter what, I woke up before you, and you should thank me, otherwise. Would you have slept so comfortably? Tang Ming paused when he saw that Xu Yiting was holding a plant that had been burned down to just a little stem. With his plant identification skills, he recognized it as something that could repel mosquitoes. When did you get that? Do you think I'm like you? Unable to move once I see food? I found it while tailing the monkeys yesterday. I originally wanted to surprise you. But who knew you turned into a pig as soon as you lay down? Xu Yiting said gloomily. Fine, I'll consider it a good deed. I'll reward you by not calling you a pig today. Looking for death. A series of punches, and Tang Ming instantly woke up. He got up from the ground and rubbed his body. The soreness had surprisingly lessened a lot. Great sage, go pick a few coconuts for me to rinse my mouth. Gigi. The monkey flipped over and quickly climbed up the tree. Chapter 36, The Dispute Behind. Huh, holding half a coconut. Tang Ming rinsed his mouth and spat out the water, feeling refreshed. Xu Yiting clenched her fists, wishing she could punch this wasteful guy a few times. However, with the great sage around, this guy no longer needed to do anything himself to get coconuts. She couldn't even tease him. Wow, am I seeing things? Rinsing with coconut water. Is the waste god floating or the goddess unable to hold the knife? It should be said that the difficulty is too low. The waste god is artificially raising the difficulty. If those foreigners saw this, wouldn't they be heartbroken? Coconuts are so precious. Even the war god wouldn't dare eat them. Didn't you see what happened last night? If you had, you'd probably be heartbroken. What happened last night? The waste god and the others stayed up too late. I couldn't hold on and fell asleep, just woke up. Don't spoil it, just watch. At the same time, in a large conference room in Danyang, a huge projection displayed the survival footage of Tang Ming and the others. At the main seat, an elderly man with graying hair looked at the participants on both sides of the round table with a faint smile. Let us talk. What do you all think of this matter? Old dang, that ranking list on the website is just something the netizens arranged spontaneously. It's just for fun and isn't a big deal, right? Yes, everyone knows that such rankings are just for attention and aren't credible. The protests from the US side feel like nonsense. Two middle-aged men in military uniforms spoke one after the other from the left side of the elderly man. According to last night's data analysis, after the ranking list came out, our team's live broadcast popularity did indeed see a significant increase. On the right side, however, there was a contrasting opinion. This is good for us, but we must pay attention to the international impact. If this continues, it might provoke international public opinion disputes. The right side continued to speak. What disputes can there be? They can make a ranking list, so can we. I've watched the live broadcasts of these past 2 days, just like those netizens said, in their hearts, Tang Ming's group is number 1. Do our citizens not have this little bit of freedom of speech? Someone on the left frowned and retorted. I never said there shouldn't be freedom of speech. But when it comes to international impact in terms of speech, shouldn't we, as the representatives from Huaxia for this competition, have a certain level of control? Even if they want to create a ranking list, shouldn't they learn from the US and provide real data for a scientific comparison? To hell with scientific comparison. Zhao Guohua, it's a shame you are one of the leaders. I suspect you haven't even watched the live broadcast. What scientific comparison do they have? Our team has such a clear advantage. Even the nano data is far ahead, yet they still place us at the tail end. Where's their science? Tell me. Nano data is only temporary and cannot represent the whole. Bah, you know it's temporary. So based on the facts, shouldn't we be temporarily leading? Why hasn't their ranking list shown any temporary changes? Not to mention this, the more I talk, the angrier I get. I think this ranking list is completely necessary and should be promoted more. You will provoke international disputes. Disputes or not, if you're afraid of disputes, why participate in a competition? The contestants are out there risking their lives. We in the rear can't even provide this little support. What right do we have to call ourselves a support? You make it sound like we reported them first. If they didn't go report, would our netizens even go? There's a cause for every effect. They brought this upon themselves. Who can they blame? You're saying this without considering the bigger picture. If something unexpected happens, who will take responsibility? I'll take responsibility. Is that okay? Do you think everyone is like you, a turtle hiding its head? They've already bullied us to this point, and you're still talking about the bigger picture? To hell with the bigger picture. You're simply being unreasonable. Don't you understand what this team is made of? What their level is? If we let them be put on a pedestal and then they fall, who will be the one to lose face? The whole country. All right, everyone stop. The argument in the conference room grew increasingly intense. The elderly man raised his hand to calm the increasingly agitated sides. After a moment of silence, he looked at the third position on the left side, where a middle-aged woman was seated. Wulan, you have the most authority to speak on this team. What is your opinion? The middle-aged woman slowly stood up, but didn't look at the elderly man. Instead, she looked at Zhao Guohua across from her. Zhao, if you have something to say, just say it directly. There's no need for indirect jabs. Tang Ming is my son, and I'm the one who added him to the competition list. Since he chose this path, as his mother, I will support him to the end. I also believe he won't disappoint me. If anything unexpected happens, I'll take the blame and bear the responsibility. After speaking, Wulan sat down and said no more. The elderly man did not expect Tang Ming's mother to be so resolute. He chuckled awkwardly and said, it seems everyone has very different opinions on this matter. Since there are so many opinions, we don't need to force a consensus. Let us use the method Wulan just mentioned for responsibility division. Those who don't support this group can vote now. If anything unexpected happens, it won't have anything to do with you. On the contrary, if the supporters of this group achieve results and bring benefits to the country, then in the future, you will get the larger share of the cake. Conversely, if they don't achieve results or even cause a bad influence, you will bear the main responsibility. I agree. Wulan was the first to nod. I disagree. Zhao Guohua immediately expressed his stance. The elderly man turned to him in confusion. Old Dang, this is unfair to those of us who vote against it. We have 2 teams in total. Those who express their opinions are for this one, but for the other team, they are still responsible. If we really divide factions, then the other team shouldn't be involved anymore. Old Deng nodded. It seems the conflict is quite serious. Wulan, what is your opinion? Okay. Wulan replied succinctly. All right, let's start the voting now. Those who support Tang Ming's group, please raise your hands. After raising your hands, the contestants in Tang Ming's group will be fully under your responsibility, including this ranking event, which you can handle according to your wishes. The rest will automatically become the heads of another group. Chapter 37. Goods are in, big goods. Elder Deng nodded, his expression becoming serious. As soon as he finished speaking, Wulan was the first to raise her hand. Then, the 2 middle-aged men who had just argued fiercely with Zhao Guohua also raised their hands. And then, there was nothing after that. In the conference room, of the 13 people, apart from Elder Deng, who did not express an opinion as the host, the other 9 chose the other group. Elder Deng looked at the obvious disparity and couldn't help but smile bitterly. You all have thought this through, right? If you hadn't thought it through, I wouldn't send my son to the front lines. Well then, today's meeting is over. Regarding this vote, I will have Secretary Shin put it into the records later. The meeting is dismissed. After summarizing, Elder Deng was the first to leave. Once he walked far away, the 2 people beside Wu Lan exchanged glances, their faces full of bitter smiles. No need for that expression. I didn't force you to stand with me. Wu Lan glared at the 2, and it was clear that her eyes still carried gratitude. I can't not stand with her. Ting Ting is my niece. If I don't support her, who will? The person answering had a square face and was named Shu Kunshin, who bore some resemblance to Shu Yiting. Sigh. I'm not even envious of you two. One indulges his son in chasing girls, while the other worries her niece can't get married. I'm the only one who gains nothing. It sounds like little Ming is not your godson. If he wins over Tingting, wouldn't you also benefit? Wu Lan sneered. Cough. Cough. Hearing Wu Lan's blunt words, Shu Kunshin kept coughing. Little Lan, I am Tingting's uncle. Isn't it inappropriate for you to say that in front of me? Whether it's appropriate or not. The fact is the fact. Can it be changed? Saying this, Wu Lan's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness as she looked at the big screen. I knew that Zhao Guohua had been plotting something. Now he got what he wanted, completely severing ties. And those guys, who usually talk about sticking together, ran away faster than anyone else when something happened. Zhang Guangrong said indignantly, this matter is my fault. I didn't think it through and confusedly agreed to let that brat participate in the competition. I don't know if it's good or bad. Speaking of that brat, I have to say, he has surprised me this time. Maybe they can really create a miracle. Miracle? Is it that simple? Others may not know, but at their level, they are more aware than anyone of how deep the competition really is. This is also the reason why, despite Tang Ming's initial lead, everyone still avoids him like a snake and strikes him when he is down. Right now, it can only be considered a warm-up match. A temporary lead doesn't prove anything. On the contrary, what they see are many of Tang Ming's flaws, such as wastefulness. If this flaw continues in the competition, it will only worsen, eventually leading to a collapse. Of course, there are also issues of faction struggles for power involved. One could say that Tang Ming is now a huge gamble. His mother and others, forced into a corner, have placed all their hopes on him. If he wins, everyone is happy. If he loses, they lose everything. A determination revealed in Wu Lan's eyes. Their essay saying online called Mysterious Confidence. Doesn't she know what kind of person her son is? In just a few days, the first round will be submitted, and then there will be a good show to watch. Don't say. Those 2 days have indeed been comfortable for him, with food and drink. If he gets lucky in the first round, he might hold on for a bit, but unfortunately, there are still 8 more rounds. That's tough. A group of people spoke in a sarcastic manner and left the venue. Wu Lan and the others were so angry their faces turned dark, unable to vent. With a belly full of anger with nowhere to release it, Wu Lan glared at the screen, her eyes fierce. On the island, Tang Ming, who had just walked to the rocky pit, couldn't help but sneeze and scratch his nose. He looked suspiciously at the drone. Is some bastard cursing me? Uffed. Haha. In the conference room, the 2 middle-aged men laughed at Wu Lan, whose brows were furrowed. How do you know they're a bastard? In the pit, Shu Yiting, who couldn't wait, had already jumped in, her eyes sparkling, holding a small sea turtle in her jade hands. Look, you look so much like him. Like your uncle. Tang Ming rolled his eyes at her and activated his vision. Frowning slightly. Logically speaking, there should be plenty of bait prepared yesterday, and with the barb trap set up to allow entry but not exit, there should be more sea goods, but unfortunately, there wasn't much more than yesterday. Shaking his head, Tang Ming didn't want to think too much, after all. Catching these things depends on luck. Stepping into the rocky pit, Tang Ming quickly found the hidden big goods in the sand and cracks. 3 blue crabs, weighing about a pound in total, several stone fish, averaging 2 tails each, good for soup. Also, a few small octopuses, barely enough for 1 bite. This catch is acceptable. But why do you seem a bit unhappy? Like during our previous survival simulation, apart from catching a few small sea snails and shells, we hardly saw any decent crabs. Shu Yiting was easily satisfied, handling a few crabs as she advised. Tang Ming nodded and walked towards the beach where he had placed the small fish traps. When he set the traps yesterday, the tide had risen, and now that it was low tide, the water level had dropped significantly, bringing the fish traps much closer to the shore. It didn't take long for all 12 small fish traps to be retrieved. One by one, they were emptied. The results were mediocre. He caught quite a few small crabs, just enough to fill gaps in the teeth. There were 7 or 8 small octopuses, which, along with the ones from the rocky pit, were barely enough for a dish. Additionally, there were some small fish about 2 fingers wide and a few shrimp. For ordinary survivors, this might already be a decent catch, but to Tang Ming, it felt like a waste of effort. This amount was even less than what he could pick up with his vision. Hopefully, the big fish trap will yield some surprises. Casually tossing all the seafood into a net bag, Tang Ming dove into the water, swimming towards the rocky area. With the water level dropping, the big fish trap was half exposed above the surface. After removing the stones that weighed it down, Tang Ming and Shu Yiting worked together to pull the fish trap ashore. As soon as it hit the ground, Shu Yiting couldn't wait to look inside. Then, she exclaimed in surprise, "Goods are in, big goods." Tang Ming hurriedly climbed ashore, and Shu Yiting had already dragged the fish trap onto the beach. Chapter 38, Bamboo Worms. Guess what's inside? While untying the entrance and exit at the back of the fish trap, Shu Yiting smiled brightly. I don't care what it is, as long as it's big. Shu Yiting smiled with her lips pressed together, and with a whoosh, she tipped the entire fish trap upside down. Damn! Tang Ming felt a flash in front of his eyes as a black shadow rushed towards him. Are you trying to murder your husband? Dodging the black shadow in front of him, Tang Ming was delighted, circling around behind it to take a satisfied look. Weren't you fierce when catching snakes? Why not now? You think I'm stupid? This thing is slippery. If I accidentally get bitten and end up rolling to death, will I still have my hand? But I like this head. Picking up a stick, Tang Ming poked at the eel in front of him, estimating in his heart. It was about the thickness of his wrist and weighed around 4 to 5 pounds. Such a size is indeed rare in these shallow coastal areas. After inspecting the eel, Tang Ming's gaze fell on a nearby fish, which weighed about a pound and had dark spots and stripes on its body. This grouper is quite unlucky, getting stuck in the same trap as the big eel. Look at how it was bitten. Right, but it seems not dead. I'll rescue it later. You rescue it. Just send it to the pot for rescue. Shu Yiting covered her mouth and giggled. Big goods are just these two, plus a yellow snapper, weighing about half a pound, which is not small for this species. In addition, there was a large blue crab, about half a pound. It could be said to be the biggest crab caught by the two of them. Last night's hard work was not in vain. This was another feast. Shu Yiting was happily fiddling with the seafood on the ground. It seemed that the amount of catch was closely related to the bait. If I hadn't picked up the snake's internal organs from the pit and put them in yesterday, we probably wouldn't have attracted such high-quality seafood. We need to pay more attention to bait in the future, Tang Ming nodded. He put the grouper and yellow croaker in one net, and the eel in another net separately. Then he dug a pit on the beach and tossed the catch in to keep it alive. The remaining crabs and other seafood were tied up and placed together with the previous catch. After counting, the smaller crabs and small fish were turned into bait, and a fish trap was filled with some, which was thrown back into the sea. After finishing, the two of them and the monkey casually ate some fruits for breakfast. Tang Ming took Shu Yiting and carried the bamboo pole back into the forest. Familiar with the path, they arrived at the cliff where they collected water yesterday in less than an hour. However, before they got close, their faces changed slightly. When they left yesterday, they had covered the dug water pit with branches and palm leaves. But now, some branches were scattered all around, and the palm leaves were also pulled apart. Upon closer inspection, there were some deep and shallow footprints in the surrounding soil. What is this? It seems that some animals have been here. They are quite lazy. They say that one should not forget the well digger when drinking water, but they have even ruined the well. What should we do? Shu Yiting frowned, looking at the small water pit that had almost turned into a muddy pond, her face showing a bit of pain. What to do? Meet compensation. Tang Ming ground his teeth, determined a spot that looked likely to yield water, drew a circle, and the two of them began to dig again. After wasting an hour, a new water pit took shape. As usual, Shu Yiting was responsible for improving the well, while Tang Ming cut bamboo. The bamboo tubes for holding water were insufficient yesterday, so he cut a thicker bamboo and made a bunch. During the remaining time, he cut several evenly sized bamboo lengths of about 3 meters and pulled a lot of vines. After spending 2 hours, they used these bamboo and worked with Shu Yiting to create a large rectangular bamboo cage. One end of the bamboo cage had a door with a movable latch, blocked inside with a bamboo stick so that any animal that entered could not come out. Together, they placed the bamboo cage over the newly dug water pit and securely tied the 4 corners of the cage to the surrounding bamboo or ground with vines, completing the bamboo cage trap. Looking at the water pit, since it had been dug deeper today, the water seepage had sped up, and they could already collect water. Shu Yiting asked, "What are we making?" "Delicious food." Tang Ming smiled mysteriously and went into the forest with a kitchen knife. In the bamboo forest, the monkey was holding a bamboo tube, following Tang Ming's instructions, with a pair of crafty monkey eyes surveying the top of the bamboo forest. What is the great sage doing? Can't he look for himself? Tang Ming took the bamboo tube from the monkey's hand, which surprisingly contained a few bird eggs. My great sage has become bad following you. This has nothing to do with me. Monkeys are omnivorous animals and occasionally eat insects and bird eggs. I just asked him to be a bit more focused. After Tang Ming's words, the monkey seemed to have discovered another bird's nest, quickly climbing up and soon sliding down with 3 bird eggs in his hands. Not bad. Patting the monkey's head, Tang Ming praised. Are we here to help find bird nests? Of course not. Tang Ming handed the bamboo tube to Shu Yiting, activating his acute hearing and X-ray vision simultaneously. In an instant, Tang Ming felt the surroundings had completely changed. With a slight movement of his ears, his gaze swept over, and soon he found his target and walked over with the kitchen knife. A small white worm, about the thickness of a finger, was pinched out. Bamboo worm. Shu Yiting's eyes lit up, quickly approaching. Do you recognize it? Tang Ming asked curiously. Tang Ming smiled slightly and tapped on the cut bamboo. How did you know it was there? Shu Yiting looked at Tang Ming suspiciously. She had caught bamboo worms before, so she knew that sometimes it depended on luck. But Tang Ming's performance seemed as if he had already seen them. Tang Ming looked down on her ignorance. At the same time, he secretly warned himself that sometimes he seemed to be overdoing it. Xu Yiting was a bit naive, and he could easily deceive her with a few fabricated words. But the countless eyes above him would not be so easily fooled. It seemed that in the future, when using X-ray vision, he needed to act a bit more casually. Chapter 39, News from the Outside World. While thinking this, Tang Ming's hands did not stop moving, quickly locking onto a bamboo stalk that had more bamboo worms and cutting it down. The two worked together and soon filled an entire bamboo tube. Seeing that it was almost enough to eat, Tang Ming was not greedy and shifted his gaze to the ground of the bamboo forest. If we are talking about bamboo-related food, the first thing normal people would think of is bamboo shoots. Entering the treasure mountain, Tang Ming certainly wouldn't forget this precious ingredient. However, he was picky about food. Those that grow on the ground might look big, but often they taste bitter and astringent, with coarse fibers and poor texture. What he was looking for were those that had not yet emerged from the soil. These bamboo shoots, although small, are tender and juicy. With a crisp texture that doesn't require soaking like large bamboo shoots, they can be eaten with minimal processing. For an average person, digging for these bamboo shoots relies entirely on luck. But for Tang Ming, there was no need to say more. Although he could only see those just below the surface, the quality of bamboo shoots could vary greatly even within a couple of centimeters. However, having gained the previous insight, Tang Ming did not act so obviously this time. He first dug out a visible large bamboo shoot at the discovered location, and then naturally dug out smaller ones as well. Just like that, the two of them and the monkey were busy in the bamboo forest for over an hour before stopping their collection. Thanks to the monkey's hard work, they found about 20 bird eggs. Although they were not very big, they were equivalent to 3 to 5 chicken eggs. The bamboo worms filled one bamboo tube, weighing more than half a pound. Additionally, there were about 10 adult bamboo worms, which had thick yellow shells. Most likely, the monkey caught them while looking for bird eggs. Compared to the larvae, with a little processing, they had a unique flavor. As for the bamboo shoots, there were plenty, under the conditions of having the cheat activated. Although it didn't take much time, the piles of large and small ones together felt like at least 20 pounds. And that was after Tang Ming had only selected the freshest ones. After quickly checking that the previous harvest and stored food had no issues, they ate some fruits, drank some water, and began to rest. Half an hour later, Tang Ming got up. Although his whole body was sore, he gritted his teeth and continued to work. The ingredients for the big meal, thanks to luck, were already more than halfway to his expectations. Now he just needed some higher quality seafood to get started. Of course, without all the necessary materials, Tang Ming wouldn't spend a lot of time making a proper bamboo raft that could go out to sea. Instead, he simply tied them together to serve as a buoy for when he got tired from diving later. So the shape didn't matter. As long as it had enough buoyancy for his upper body to grab onto and rest, that was fine. Half an hour later, the makeshift bamboo raft was completed, and Tang Ming pushed it to the water's edge. Then, he split the pointed end crosswise, added a small piece of wood in the middle to form 4 fish spears, tied the split roots tightly with rope, and sharpened the 4 ends. A bamboo fish spear was completed. Testing the fish spear in the air, it felt quite handy. Tang Ming didn't waste any more time and took a makeshift small net and a spade into the sea. Are you going into the water? Seeing Tang Ming's prepared bamboo raft and equipment, Xu Yiting hurried over, looking a bit worried. Well, since it's still early, let's see if there are any good things in our sea. You were so tired just now, and you didn't take a good rest. Diving into the sea takes a lot of energy, so don't overdo it. It's okay, I'm just taking a look, I won't go too far, don't worry. Just be careful. Don't push yourself too hard. If anything happens, call out to me, and I'll come to support you. All right, you know my strength. Holding my breath for 3 to 5 minutes is nothing. Don't act like a little wife. Bah, who is your little wife? Just pay attention and don't wander off too far. Xu Yiting spat at Tang Ming, helping him push the bamboo raft into the water, but she didn't leave immediately. She kept watching Tang Ming swim with the bamboo raft until he reached a visible position before she relaxed and continued filtering the water. However, most of the time, her beautiful eyes were focused on the bamboo raft floating in the distance. What's gotten into the trash god? He's pushing himself so hard, hasn't stopped since morning. Yeah, it looks easy for us to watch them work, but most of it is physical labor. After working for most of the day and lifting such heavy bamboo, an average person would have long given up. I dare say, with the intensity of their labor, not many other live streams can compare. With the trash god's attitude, who would dare say he doesn't respect the competition? Definitely, didn't you notice? Our ranking has already been pinned and highlighted on the domestic live streaming platform, which means those big shots are supporting us. I just heard a rumor, not sure if it's true, but it said that the trash god is actually the son of a big shot, participating in the competition to pursue a goddess. That seems unlikely, right? If he really were the son of a big shot, would he have this ability? Who knows? The guy who told me that rumor isn't ordinary either. So it shouldn't be nonsense. I heard not long ago, due to the complaints from those foreigners, the big shots held a special meeting where most people thought the ranking should be revoked, saying it would cause international disputes, which directly angered a certain big shot suspected to be backing the trash god, saying he would take responsibility for this group. If something goes wrong, he'll take the blame. Who does this big shot think he is? Why can't our ranking work? The others won't help their own people. What are they thinking? Chapter 40, Diving into the Sea. Actually, you don't need to guess. This news should be true. Do you know why those big shots don't have high hopes for Tang Ming? Because he wasn't chosen properly, but rather randomly pushed out by that big shot. In such competitions, luck is one thing, but a person's luck can't always be that good. Dude, I don't like what you're saying. What's luck? Is the trash god's performance these past 2 days based on luck? Haha, you'll only know if it's luck later. Let me tell you something else. The rules of this competition might make you stop laughing. I'll just mention the simplest one. A week later, all contestants need to go to another island to submit their harvests. The group with the least harvest will be directly eliminated. Take your time to digest that. Damn, there's this rule? I haven't heard of it. This rule will only be announced 3 days later, but you can ask those who really have some influence. They should know in advance. So, does that mean the trash god has wasted a lot of resources by feasting these past 2 days? Exactly. His actions completely disregard winning or losing. This is a world-class competition. He represents our face. To have such a careless person participating is irresponsible. If the competition rules are really like this, I also feel a bit of pressure. After all, there are only so many resources on the island. If we consume too much, it will get increasingly difficult later on. So, do you still think luck is useful? Even if it's not luck, if he has the strength, how far can he go with such recklessness? We need a team that can represent us and achieve good results, not someone who starts strong but ends weak. Just filling in the gaps. An insider series of statements made everyone in the live stream quiet down a bit. What the guy upstairs said seems to make some sense. But I just love watching the trash god style. What can I do? Right? We watch for this kind of unconventional attitude. Otherwise, what's the difference between this live stream and others? Anyway, I support the trash god. If he gets eliminated, I won't bother watching this live stream anymore. Besides, with such a big island, with the trash god's efficiency, it wouldn't be excessive to waste resources. Those who say he's wasting resources are just people who can't find as many resources as he can, and the trash god has the ability to see through things. The truth is, in front of someone with the ability to see through, any strength is insignificant. The trash god goes out, leaving no trace. Brothers of the trash god band, let's show our momentum. The ranking is already out. We support the trash god till the end. After a brief silence in the live stream, it regained its energy. In a certain villa, several people watched the bullet comments with fluctuating expressions. The news has been released. So why is the result still like this? Don't worry, this is just an appetizer, planting a seed of doubt in their hearts for now. After all, up until now, their flaws haven't exploded. Still, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. When they fall, the benefits we can gain will be maximized. So, we won't just provoke them. We need to collaborate with them to increase publicity. Aren't they calling him the trash god? We'll elevate him to the altar. Yes. With such a big advantage at the start, when they all fail, just thinking about the negative emotions that will explode at the end is thrilling. But have you thought about one outcome? What if he really makes it to the end? Impossible. Even if he has that strength, we have prepared enough backup. Unless he's truly a god. That's fine. After you mention this, I really look forward to it. That position is about time for our people to sit down. Outside, the undercurrents are surging, and Tang Ming is currently facing turbulent waves. After leaving the calm bay, the wind and waves on the sea multiplied. Tang Ming initially wanted to dive directly, but looking at the bamboo raft drifting with the waves, he hesitated for a moment. Tied a rope to the bamboo raft and secured the other end to his waist before diving. Once submerged, the raging surface of the sea was almost imperceptible. Tang Ming's heart also calmed down as he observed that the water depth at his current location was about 5 to 6 meters, not exceeding his beginner diving limit. So there wasn't much danger. The underwater situation was much more comfortable than at night. Under the sunlight, with his ability to see through, the underwater world was laid bare. However, unlike the diving scenes on TV, he could hardly see groups of fish swimming around. Even if there were fish, they were mostly gathered in small groups around the coral reefs, and none were particularly large. Fortunately, Tang Ming's goal wasn't fish. His simple spear meant he couldn't deal with everything like those equipped with full gear. What he could catch were only some relatively slow-moving or hiding seafood. Observing all the way, Tang Ming slowly swam toward the seabed. Soon, he discovered some things within his reach. Sea urchins. This thing stands out on the seabed, with its dark color and long spines, easily identifiable from a distance. Looking at the net bag tied to his waist, Tang Ming decided to temporarily give up on catching sea urchins, as he was currently bare-chested and the net bag had holes all over it. He didn't want to end up getting pricked before catching any seafood. Besides sea urchins, The other easy catches were various shellfish. Most of these shellfish cling to the rocks and are well camouflaged. Without the ability to see through, Tang Ming estimated he would struggle to find them even in 5 minutes. Fortunately, even the thickest shell is only about a centimeter thick, with a bit of filtering through his X-ray vision. What appeared in Tang Ming's eyes was a cluster of delicious shellfish meat. He casually found a coral reef that looked like it had the most shellfish meat and swam directly over. Using his harpoon to stabilize himself while the other hand used a trowel to scrape down along the reef wall. It didn't take much effort to scrape one off. He casually stuffed it into his net bag and continued to the next one. Diving down again. Without the cumbersome harpoon, his speed increased significantly, allowing him to use both hands to scrape up shellfish, speeding up the progress once more. Soon, after several rounds of catching his breath, Tang Ming was no longer satisfied with mere quantity. Instead, he set his sights on quality. In the same amount of time, with no shortage of goods, digging out a few larger ones was definitely more worthwhile than collecting several smaller ones. And precious shellfish were even more cost-effective than the cheaper ones. Author's note, Chapter 41, The Catch. Oysters. This shellfish meat weighs about 3 taels, not bad. I'll take it. Scallops. This one's too small, no meat. That one is surprisingly palm-sized. Great, let's dig it up quickly. Over here, there's abalone, a good find. At least 4 pieces of abalone. The ones I dug earlier weren't this big. I've struck it rich. With each dive, as the number of trips increased, the harvest became more abundant. By the 10th dive, Tang Ming had filled his not-so-big net bag. He yanked off the net bag and tossed it onto the beach. Hey, you there, hurry up and take care of this. Looking at Tang Ming, who was beckoning with his nostrils in the air, Xu Yiting's expression darkened, and she clenched her pink fist and approached him. Before she could make a move, Tang Ming had already overturned the net bag. Clatter. The sound of numerous shells colliding made Xu Yiting's pupils shrink. So many? Instantly forgetting why she rushed over, Xu Yiting squatted down and casually picked up an oyster, gasping in surprise. Are all the oysters on the seabed this big? And the scallops, they're all palm-sized. Is this abalone? As she rummaged through, Xu Yiting's eyes widened as she found an abalone from the pile of seafood, holding it in front of her face, almost covering her entire face. This size is too exaggerated, right? Tang Ming chuckled. There's only this one gem. The others are okay. Hurry up and sort them out. Dig a water pit to keep them alive. I still need to go down again. Be careful. Don't be too greedy. Seeing Tang Ming about to dive again, Xu Yiting, though envious of the haul, couldn't help but remind him. Tang Ming nodded and quickly swam back to the previous spot. Xu Yiting excitedly dug a pit nearby, categorizing the various seafood, and even found a few palm leaves to shield from the sun before contentedly continuing to filter the water. Because in this short time, he had realized that the seafood was right there. Even if they didn't catch it, they couldn't escape. While working, getting to know the seabed thoroughly was the priority. Thinking this, Tang Ming slowly swam to a large oyster, scraping at it while carefully observing his surroundings. At the same time, he activated his acute hearing. Without it, all he could hear was the roaring sound of the surging seawater, which severely affected his thinking. Once the noise around him quieted down, Tang Ming instantly felt his thoughts become much more active. Observing the entire underwater world began to change as well. With his ear turned, the sounds of small fish swimming were naturally gentle. The seaweed swaying was barely audible. Occasionally, a few popping sounds indicated some unknown creature releasing bubbles that floated upwards. Filtering these ordinary sounds again, the world became even quieter. Buzz. Just as he was enjoying the uninterrupted fishing, suddenly, a sharp buzzing sound broke Tang Ming's train of thought. Turning his head, he saw a small fish's tail flash and disappear from a crevice in the reef, stirring up a small cloud of murkiness. Is this little fish insane? Curiously watching for a while, Tang Ming didn't notice anything unusual. Before long, another urgent sound came, and Tang Ming looked towards the source again. Still from that same crevice in the reef, something unknown had again stirred up a small cloud of murkiness. Is this never-ending? If a shark shows up, wouldn't I be telling the story of the boy who cried wolf? After hesitating for a moment, he swam towards the crevice. Peering into the gap, Tang Ming quickly noticed something unusual. On the sandy ground outside the crevice lay scattered small fish scales and some broken crab legs. These things, if not looked at closely, would be nearly impossible to discover using Tang Ming's X-ray filtering function. Could it be that something big is hiding inside? Thinking this, Tang Ming adjusted his angle to look deeper into the crevice. Sure enough, there was something. With a look of joy on his face, Tang Ming adjusted his body position again. Without the thick stone wall blocking him, he finally saw what it was. This thing is all meat. After some thought, he used the trowel to cut some barbs on the 4 prongs of the harpoon before diving back down. Got it. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Ming directly jabbed the harpoon inside. Puff. He tried to pull it out, but it didn't budge at all. Soon, half an hour passed. and Tang Ming had gone back and forth to the surface 5 or 6 times, the large net bag on him gradually becoming heavier. Thinking this, Tang Ming took a deep breath and dived into the water one last time. This time, he swam directly to the front of the harpoon. He tried to move it, and the struggles inside were much less than before. Grabbing the harpoon with both hands, Tang Ming began to twist it vigorously. Once he felt no more resistance, he started pulling the harpoon out. Grabbing hold of a tentacle, Tang Ming quickly swam towards the surface. "Hey, I've got the catch." Approaching the shore, an excited Tang Ming began to shout. Xu Yiting saw his smug look and, while feeling displeased, couldn't help but smile widely as she jogged over. Chapter 42. The God of Trash, Not Human. "How much did you catch this time?" "Wow." Before Tang Ming had completely emerged from the water, he untied the net bag from his waist and tossed it onto the shore. "Wow, so much again, impressive." With joy, Xu Yiting bent down to pull the net bag. Smack! Before her hand could touch it, a dark shadow flew in from afar, hitting her arm, causing her to stumble back several steps in fright. Just as she was about to curse, Xu Yiting's attention was immediately drawn to the items that had crashed into her. "Is this also what you caught? Can't you see? Shouldn't you be jumping up to give me a flying kiss by now?" Tang Ming said unhappily. Just this one catch alone could be equivalent to what other teams would gather in a week. "Are you going back in?" "Of course, this is just the beginning. If I don't clean this sea out today, I won't come up," Tang Ming declared boastfully. "Look at you being so full of yourself. Do you know what it means to be insatiable? You are the typical example. If you want to go, then go. But take advantage of the good afternoon light for better visibility. You aren't allowed to come up until you clean it out." Seeing Tang Ming run back and forth without breaking a sweat, Xu Yiting was completely relieved and teased him. "Once you're done with the water, if you have time, go get some materials for making ropes. Now that we have so many things, we're running seriously low on ropes." "Got it, don't worry. I can handle this kind of heavy work without your skills." "Oh, so you can be humble sometimes? Get lost. I hope a shark drags you away, and then we'll see how arrogant you are." The two bantered back and forth, while the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but laugh. "Brothers, if we don't shout our slogans now, when will we? The God of Trash is out, leaving no grass behind. The props team is mighty. The props team is awesome. After all, it's the God of Trash. Even sea monsters are caught. Is he Poseidon's son? Poseidon is nothing. The God of Trash is destined to rule land, sea, and air. He truly brings disaster wherever he goes. I'm so envious. Even those who cheat in the wild can't compare to this. This speed is just like picking up. Yes, today's harvest might surpass what those teams gather in a week. The God of Trash is really not giving any chances at all. A week? You must be overestimating those teams, right? Not to mention anything else, just the diving time. How many can stay underwater and move for 5 minutes? Moreover, the depth of that sea is at least 5 or 6 meters. In such conditions, even the world record holder for breath holding would probably not dare to say they are better than the God of Trash while constantly moving. I remember watching a diving video by Bear Grylls, which took almost a day to catch a fish, and this time he ranked over 50 on the leaderboard, which is mid-tier. Using this as a basis, we can estimate how much other teams could gather in a week even if they managed to dive. As a diving enthusiast, I can responsibly tell you that the gentlemen above have completely overlooked the biggest challenge. In deep-sea diving, visibility is the most difficult part. Once the water depth exceeds 5 meters, without underwater flashlights or similar equipment, you can hardly see anything. Even if you could see, finding camouflaged oysters that look just like the rocks is incredibly difficult. Even with professional equipment, achieving the same results as the God of Trash is impossible. So, what conclusion have you all come to after discussing for so long? The God of Trash is not human. Underwater, Tang Ming has dived again. The flexible use of hearing made him feel as though he had discovered the door to a new treasure. Now, he was thinking about how to further develop this ability. He continued to harvest shellfish, but most of his attention was focused on his ears. Gradually, he filtered out unnecessary sounds through hearing and observation, such as the occasional quick swims of small fish, the bubbles created by underwater creatures breathing, and the sounds of small creatures hunting. The world around him became quieter. The underwater world seemed to reveal a new painting. Following some subtle sounds he could still hear, Tang Ming went to check them out. Through his perception, he indeed found some clues. For example, he was now hovering over a flat sandy bottom. At first glance, it looked calm, but every little while, a series of small bubbles would emerge from beneath the sand. If it were ordinary bubbles rising, they wouldn't be so regular. After observing for 2 minutes, Tang Ming decisively reached out and began to dig in that direction. At the same time, he focused his eyes to maintain visibility, preventing the stirred-up sediment from obstructing his view. After a few digs, a small pit was created in the sand, and Tang Ming paused his movements. After carefully observing for a moment, he suddenly pressed his palm down into the still undug sand, inserting his thumb downward. When he raised his hand, he had a large mass of something in his palm. Shaking off the attached sand, a clawing blue crab revealed itself. Just the head must weigh at least a pound. Not easy. If someone else were looking for this, they probably wouldn't even find it. It camouflages incredibly well. The excitement on his face grew stronger. The feeling of treasure hunting was just like playing a game. When you discover something that others don't know, that thrill is simply delightful. Still, the old routine, treasure hunting cannot delay work. He continued to gather seafood, only looking for treasure during his spare time. However, this time, it took a bit longer. And after changing several reefs, he once again heard a sudden splashing sound. Author's note, Chapter 43, Flower Dragon. Determining the direction, Tang Ming rushed over with his spear. It was at the bottom of a reef, where the sand met a gap. Lying down, Tang Ming peered inside. Then, his face lit up with surprise. The first thing that caught his eye was two long, thin antennae, followed by a massive shrimp head. A lobster. At that moment, Tang Ming felt nervous, not because he was afraid of the lobster, but because he was afraid it would escape. This reef gap had two exits, and the lobster was hiding right in the middle. After a moment of hesitation, he took off the net bag from his waist, stretched it to the maximum, and blocked one of the openings. He then swam to the opposite side of the lobster, holding the previously caught blue crab in one hand and slowly poking the spear inside with the other. With a splash, the lobster, startled, curled its body and shot out through the other exit. Without hesitation, Tang Ming quickly swam to the net bag, pressed down on the opening, and tightened the closing rope. Done. Looking at the struggling lobster in the net bag, Tang Ming let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he had the main dish for his feast. Although the lobster was not too big, about 2 pounds, it was enough to make a delicious dish without losing quality. Just as he was about to surface, his gaze shifted slightly, and he turned to look behind him. His spear quickly stabbed into the sandy bottom. The next moment, the spear shook violently. The water around the tip became murky due to the stirred-up prey. Luck was on his side. If it weren't for the commotion he made while catching the lobster, he might not have discovered it at all. Slowly lifting the spear, he saw a stingray the size of a basin thrashing its wings. Tang Ming smirked and quickly swam toward the surface. Hey, enough already. Are you not done yet? Don't I have a name? Tang Ming teased. What's wrong? You can't take a little criticism, huh? Do you believe I'll dump the net bag? Tang Ming raised his neck and threatened. You said it. Tang Ming smiled slyly, lifting the net bag and loosening the opening as if about to dump it out. Wait. Shi Yiting's expression changed, and she lunged forward to grab the net bag. Due to her speed, she accidentally bumped into Tang Ming's arms. Talking tough, but your body is very honest. Tang Ming slyly wrapped an arm around Shi Yiting's waist, teasing her. Too lazy to deal with you. Looking at the beautiful creature with two long antennae in the bag, Shi Yiting's eyes sparkled with colors. Carefully taking out the lobster and holding it up to the sunlight, the brown and yellow colors blended, shimmering with a rainbow-like pattern. So beautiful. Can you stop drooling while complimenting it? Tang Ming couldn't help but say. Go away. Who's drooling? I'm just craving its meat. Who would have thought that our sea area is so rich in resources? At this rate, getting rich is just around the corner. I don't like that comment. What do you mean by rich resources? It's clearly my powerful skills, okay? If you have the ability, go catch one and let me see. Cut it out. Look at how capable you are. Fine, I'll keep it alive. What about you? Forget it. This is probably enough to eat. If I keep going, it'll be wasted. Tang Ming glanced at the sky and shook his head. Probably enough? Enough to eat? Do you think you're a pig or an elephant? Aren't you afraid of the wind blowing your tongue out? Tang Ming pouted and didn't explain, casually pulling the spear from the water. This drew another gasp. Is there more? Watching the basin-sized stingray fall at his feet, Shi Yiting jumped back a bit. This creature looked docile, but the stinger on its tail was venomous. Getting stung would be serious. Let us count the harvest first, and then decide how to eat. Saying this, Tang Ming, under Shi Yiting's astonished gaze, pulled out the previously unnoticed big blue crab from the bottom of the net bag and raised it in front of the seemingly numb Shi Yiting. Pervert. Soon, the two gathered all their harvest from the past 2 days, and looking around, it filled a small area of the beach. Monkey treasure. The two of them and a monkey had eaten some, and there were about 50 pounds left, including 2 or 3 pounds of nuts. Various wild vegetables. They ate about half yesterday, and the remaining half today was a bit wilted. After sorting, they had about 7 or 8 pounds of tender ones left. Bamboo worms, half a pound. Bamboo shoots, about 20 pounds. Bird eggs, more than 30, totaling about half a pound. 1 coconut crab, around 8 pounds. 1 seagull, 2 pounds. Octopus, the big one weighs at least 10 pounds. The rest of the smaller ones add up to more than a pound. The grouper and yellow croaker together weigh about 2 pounds. The orchid crab and blue crab together weigh around 3 pounds. 1 lobster weighs 2 pounds. A sea eel weighs 5 pounds. 1 stingray weighs 7 pounds. There are over 50 oysters, and the shells are too thick to calculate the weight. Just looking at the meat, each one has at least a couple of ounces. totaling about 5 pounds of meat. There are about 30 scallops, which also amount to 3 pounds of meat. There are around 20 sea cucumbers, weighing more than 3 pounds. 8 abalones, varying in size, but the meat is really thick, probably around 2 pounds. Additionally, some sea snails, after removing the shells, can yield about 3 to 4 pounds of meat. Adding it all up, not only are Tang Ming and Xu Yiting shocked, but the viewers in the live stream are also blown away. Many people are not regular viewers, so what they see might just be Tang Ming's catch at that moment. Now that everything is gathered together, they realize how terrifying it is. This is just too shocking. Too awesome. Seriously, after watching so many live streams, so much wild hunting, this is the most spectacular one, bar none. It's hard to imagine how all this was achieved with just a kitchen knife. These things could last a month. With my appetite, I could eat for a year. A year? I feel like I could never finish it in my lifetime. The person upstairs is exaggerating, right? Not at all. That coconut crab alone would cost at least $4,000 to $5,000 if bought outside. So it's not a matter of whether you can eat it, but whether you can afford it. Chapter 44, Refining Oil. Not just the coconut crab. Even that flower dragon and big blue crab would cost at least $1,000 each. And that sea eel is also several hundred. Plus that abalone the size of a face. Is it a head of abalone? If this were made into a meal, how luxurious would it be? A meal? You really believe that if the trash god could make all this into one meal, I would eat shit standing on my head. Screenshotting this moment, 2 days later, someone finally dares to say in the live stream that they would eat shit. But this time, they probably can only talk about it, with so much food. Let alone 2 people, even 20 people would struggle to finish it. Even if they don't finish it, just having some would be enough to whet the appetite. With the trash god's cooking skills, tonight is destined to be another sleepless night. I have to quickly prepare some late-night snacks, or I want to be able to sleep from the cravings. Same here. On the island, Tang Ming and the others have finished counting everything. Altogether, they have about 150 pounds, and that's the pure weight after removing the shells. No, we can't go on like this. After the excitement, Xu Yiting calms down and says seriously, what's wrong? Although we have a lot of food, most of it is hard to store. So we need to figure out how to handle it. Otherwise, food that spoils by the time it's turned in 1 T count towards our score. How is it hard to store? Just put it in our stomachs. All right, let us not waste time. Let us get to work. You gather more firewood. I'll extract the oil. Oil? Where's the oil coming from? Tang Ming ignored her, taking 2 large bamboo tubes to the iron pot. The coconut milk scraped out and placed in the pot last night has completely changed. He gently inserted a bamboo spoon into it, and a layer of white, cream-like substance floated on the surface. Carefully scooping it up, it almost filled 2 bamboo tubes. He added a couple of handfuls of firewood to the fire. The military shovel began to stir slowly. After about 10 minutes, popping sounds began to come from the pot, and the cream started to turn yellow. But around the yellow oil residue, a layer of transparent grease formed. It really can produce oil. This is good stuff. It's the only oil composed of medium-chain fatty acids among all edible oils. Medium-chain fatty molecules are smaller than the long-chain fatty molecules in other foods, making them easier for the body to digest and absorb, and they can also boost metabolism. Tang Ming explained, are you planning to use this oil to cook? Not just for cooking, it can also be used for health therapy, skin whitening, and maintenance. Skin whitening. Xu Yiting perked up. What? You don't mind me wasting stuff now? If I minded, would that stop you from wasting? Waste is waste, and you make it sound so grand. I call this not wanting to lose a child to catch a wolf. The oil is almost ready, and there is still a lot to do. Don't just stand around. Go help me open those oysters. How many to open? Open them all. Open them all. Are we having oysters for dinner tonight? As she spoke, Xu Yiting seemed to remember something and glanced at Tang Ming. Are you trying to make up for a loss? Stop kidding, you trash girl. All you do is drive. Hurry up, I'm waiting to use it. After that, Tang Ming began carefully scooping out the coconut oil. Xu Yiting pouted, taking the military shovel to the seaside, looking at the mountain of oysters with some trepidation. How long has it been since they started opening them? After Tang Ming processed the coconut oil, his gaze swept over the ingredients. He finally focused on the coconut crab, as it was the thickest, so he decided to process it first. He cleaned the pot, added a little less than half a pot of seawater, placed a steaming rack made of bamboo, put the coconut crab inside, and covered it with a lid, turning up the heat. Then, Tang Ming took the seagull to the seaside, plucked its feathers and cut off the legs that had little meat, leaving the entire seagull looking emaciated. Disgustedly glancing at the skin and bones seagull, Tang Ming found a piece of bamboo and sharpened it into a bamboo knife. He then made an incision on the seagull's neck. And after a crunching and tearing sound, he pulled out a complete skeleton from inside the seagull's belly. Setting the skeleton aside, Tang Ming cleaned out the seagull's insides and blood, washing it in seawater. When he picked it up again, the seagull had become much smoother, but it had shrunk again, leaving almost just the skin. He took the bamboo tube, poured in some clean water, and rinsed it again. The seagull was now roughly processed. Back at the camp, Tang Ming cut some sand ginger and wild garlic, stuffed them into the seagull's belly, then rubbed coarse salt all over it, and placed it in a split bamboo tube to marinate. At this time, steam began to rise from the pot of coconut crab. Lifting the lid to take a look, Tang Ming ran to the seaside to grab the previous blue crabs and orchid crabs. He left the largest blue crab weighing over a pound untouched and tossed all the others into steam together. He added another handful of firewood to the pot, then took the abalone to the seaside, scraping off the black dirt from its surface with the bamboo knife and removing the insides. The abalone became much whiter. At the stone cutting board, Tang Ming took the largest abalone, made cross cuts on its surface, and placed it in the steamer, cutting the smaller abalones into small cubes. Next, Tang Ming took several sea cucumbers to the seaside, opened them up, and cut off their teeth. He grabbed a bamboo tube filled with water from beside the fire, checked the water temperature, which was around 50 degrees, and directly soaked the sea cucumbers in it. After doing all this, Tang Ming lifted the pot lid to check. The crabs had already changed color, and the crosscuts on the abalone had opened up due to the heat. He pulled the firewood out from the stove and took out the entire steaming rack to place it in a cool spot. Next, he took some wild garlic and placed it beside the firewood he had just removed, letting it slowly roast while he returned to the seaside. Half an hour later, Shu Yiting's progress was a bit disheartening. She had only managed to open 7 or 8 oysters so far, which seemed almost untouched compared to the mountain of oysters nearby. At this speed, we're probably looking at having tonight's dinner tomorrow night. Stop with the sarcasm. If you can do it, give it a try. This is really hard to do, especially with these wild ones being big and all. There are stones everywhere. It's hard to even find an opening. Can't you think of a way if you can't find one? What is the brain for? Saying this, Tang Ming picked up a large stone and smashed it down onto one of the oysters. Chapter 45. All ingredients processed. With a muffled sound, the oyster was crushed, and juices flowed everywhere. You violent man, can we still eat like this? I never said it was for eating. Tang Ming shot a glare at Shu Yiting, lifted his butt, and pushed her off the stone she was sitting on, then grabbed another oyster. He casually glanced at it, inserted the bamboo knife into one spot, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, it seemed something inside was cut. After prying it open again, the oyster shell was revealed, showing the juicy oyster meat inside. Bringing it to his mouth, he opened wide and slurped the whole piece of oyster meat into his mouth, then gulped down the broth that tasted of seawater. Smacking his lips, Tang Ming provocatively looked at Shu Yiting. There are simpler methods, but you just don't have the skill. If you're so good, why don't you do it yourself and let me do it? Shu Yiting retorted. I could do it, but can you handle that pile of ingredients over there? You can't even do the simplest tasks. If it weren't for the agreement that I wouldn't call you a pig today, do you think you could be this carefree? Humph. Shu Yiting vented her frustration by picking up a large stone and smashing it down on an oyster. See, scolding really works. Now you're getting smarter. Satisfied watching Shu Yiting vent, Tang Ming laughed as he picked up a nicely shaped oyster, inserted the bamboo knife, and pried it open. In less than 10 seconds, it was done. However, this time he didn't eat it, just set it aside for later. 20 minutes later, with a combination of brute force and skill, the mountain of oysters was completely opened. He poured the coarse salt that had dried on the pot walls onto the previous pile of salt, washed the iron pot clean, and dumped all the clean bamboo tubes of oyster meat into it. After checking the pot, he added a little more clean water and turned up the heat. He added a few large sticks to the stove, then left the pot alone, using the spare time to wash a large amount of ginger and wild garlic. Chopping and slicing as needed. As for Shu Yiting, he assigned her to peel bamboo skewers. While peeling, Shu Yiting's face was full of defiance. Don't tell me you're just going to boil the oysters to eat. Of course, it's just bait. How complex does it need to be? Bait? Shu Yiting was startled. Yeah, haven't you noticed our fish trap hasn't caught much? I thought it was because the bait wasn't good enough, and these oysters are just perfect. Let us boil them first and see. If it doesn't work, we'll switch to something else. I don't believe you. You never say anything truthful. Although Tang Ming spoke seriously, Shu Yiting wasn't that foolish and naturally didn't believe him, cursing. Let us make a bet. Get lost. Only a fool would bet with you. Before Tang Ming could finish, the clever Shu Yiting quickly cut him off, falling silent. Tang Ming happily got on with preparing the ingredients. He then took the wild vegetables and scallops to the beach. After picking through the wild vegetables, he washed all the edible ones. If they didn't eat them today, they really wouldn't be able to eat them. Opening the scallops one by one, he removed the internal organs, placing all the skirts into bamboo tubes, and carefully extracted the pearls. Look at you. Are you really going to process all the ingredients today? What? Leave them to rot. With a moment's hesitation, Tang Ming still chose not to tell the truth. Otherwise, this girl would probably fight him. After saying that, Tang Ming went to the beach to start cleaning 2 giant creatures. After thinking about it, he didn't go overboard. He just cut off 3 tentacles, which weighed about 2 pounds. The remaining tentacles and head were kept intact, but he sliced each tentacle into more than 10 thin strips of meat. For this type of fish, the best part to eat is the skirt. Faced with a whole fish the size of a basin, Tang Ming naturally wouldn't eat it all. He cut off about 3 pounds of soft and elastic skirt from the edges, leaving a large round mass of meat in the middle. Clearly, this state was not conducive to preservation. After removing the internal organs from the stingray, he placed it on a nearby palm leaf, laid the knife flat, and slowly sliced across its surface to create a complete large piece of meat, leaving the edges uncut. Then he flipped the knife and cut from the other end. A few minutes later, the bones and other parts inside the stingray were removed, and the whole fish was sliced into something resembling a scroll, holding the head and tail, stretching it out to over 10 meters long. What kind of knife skills are these? Amazing. This is the first time I've seen fish sliced like this. It's practically a book. The book even had a line written on it. God of Shredding appears. As a chef with 20 years of experience, I had to shout out God of Shredding along with them. If I were to slice it, I could manage 5 or 6 pieces at most. But this God of Shredding produced over 20 pieces, and each one was so even and neat, it could even let light through. And that seagull, with just a few cuts, the entire skeleton was pulled out. Has the God of Shredding performed surgery on seagulls, so skillful? This is the real food live stream. You don't even need to eat, just watching is a pleasure. Indeed, if those foreigners saw this, they would probably shout cheating. After a brief display of knife skills, the live stream stirred up a storm. But Tang Ming didn't slack off. He then called Xu Yiting for help, finding 2 tree branches not far apart in a cool, breezy spot, and hung the stingray meat up. Chapter 46, Octopus Fan. Watching the stingray meat swaying in the wind like a banner, Xu Yiting didn't know what to say. She had seen fish drying before, but never had she seen it done so impressively. The key point is that it's easy to collect. With such a long piece, if it rains or gets windy, it can be folded like a book and taken down in less than a minute, and it dries faster than regular fish. So there is no need to worry about it spoiling before it dries. After admiring the stingray banner, Tang Ming found 3 long bamboo poles and set them up around the pot to form a tripod. You should take more walks when you have nothing to do. It's fun. This was Xu Yiting's first impression. Who would have thought you had such a childlike side? Xu Yiting looked speechlessly at the half-processed ingredients all over the ground, pouted, and said nothing, heading into the woods. Tang Ming went to the beach, caught a near-death sea eel from a puddle, gutted it, and then along the spine, sliced the sea eel into long strips of meat. After thinking, he set the bones aside and marinated the sea eel meat with some sea salt and ginger. Once he finished these tasks, the oyster meat in the pot had been boiling for about half an hour. He took a long pair of chopsticks and picked up all the oyster meat, casually tossing it onto a palm leaf. He left only the pot of boiled oyster broth. Then, he turned up the heat. Originally, this step should be done on low heat to simmer slowly, but looking at the sun in the sky, Tang Ming knew he didn't have that much time to wait. Skillfully stirring the pot, he increased the evaporation speed of the steam, and in a blink, half an hour passed. The oyster broth, which would usually take 4 hours to concentrate, began to thicken quickly. He grabbed some salt and added a bit of coconut sugar. Then, Tang Ming turned around and pulled out a banana from the monkey treasure. Although it looked like a banana, the name shown in Tang Ming's herb identification skill was plantain. This thing can be considered a banana but contains much more starch than a regular banana. With no thickening agent, a little bit of it can replace thickening. While stirring the pot to prevent sticking, Tang Ming crushed the plantain in a bamboo tube, creating a paste, then added a bit of water and mixed it. After letting the plantain juice settle for a moment, he poured it into the pot. The addition of starch quickly thickened the broth, and large bubbles began to rise. Is this not edible? Why throw it away? Feeling heartbroken, Xu Yiting quickly walked over to the palm leaves and asked with a pained expression, "Can we eat it?" "We can eat it, but all the essence is gone, and it doesn't taste that good. If you want to eat it, you can, but I remind you, if you don't leave some room in your stomach, you'll regret it later." "Where did the essence go?" Tang Ming looked at Xu Yiting with a strange expression. His eyes filled with a sense of "I suspect you're joking, but I have no evidence." He pouted and glanced at the pot. Xu Yiting stood up to take a look. There was only a small amount of light brown liquid bubbling in the pot, and a salty and fragrant smell rushed to her head. "What is this?" "Oyster sauce." "Don't tell me you've never had it." "I've had it." "But is this how oyster sauce is made?" "How many oysters did you waste?" 4 or 5 dozen big oysters, just for this little bit of oyster sauce. Aren't those oyster sauces on the market just a few bucks a bottle? Although that's somewhat reasonable, but we're in survival mode. Do we really need to be so extravagant? Who said the quality of life in survival mode should be lowered? If we don't eat well, how can we have the energy to work? Tang Ming ignored Xu Yiting's protests, satisfied as he watched the oyster sauce take shape in his hands, carefully ladling it into a bamboo tube he had prepared. "Just keep being difficult. I won't bother with you anymore." Seemingly genuinely angry, Xu Yiting went to sit under a large tree, sulking and not looking at Tang Ming. Tang Ming rolled his eyes, not bothering to explain. He couldn't explain it anyway. In the world of foodies, only foodies understand. Xu Yiting was at most just a food enthusiast. At this moment, his thoughts were solely focused on the oyster sauce in his hand. With this, his culinary plan was truly on track. Because oyster sauce, also known as, combines the freshness of MSG, the aroma of soy sauce, and the saltiness of sea salt. Not to mention, the oyster sauce in Tang Ming's hands was a premium version made with significant investment. Just smelling it could invigorate a person. Time to cook. After being lost in thought for a moment, Tang Ming was full of energy. He looked at the ingredients, mentally going through all the dishes and confirming the order of preparation. However, there were quite a few dishes prepared today, so reluctantly, he looked at Xu Yiting and asked, "Are you full yet?" "Not yet. If you're not full, hurry up and help. Or do you want to wait until they spoil before eating?" Tang Ming shot her a glare. The latter looked at the ingredients scattered all over the ground, which Tang Ming had already slaughtered, and a wave of frustration surged in her heart. Reluctantly, she got up and walked over. "That's more like it. How can you be angry on an empty stomach? I'll fill you up later. You can be as angry as you want. You're responsible for opening the coconut crab and save the belly for me. Get the meat from the other parts and set it aside, then we'll deal with the other crabs." Humph. Xu Yiting ignored him but still took the coconut crab and began smashing the claws. Tang Ming smirked, not bothering with her. He glanced at the remaining layer of unscraped oyster sauce in the pot, hesitated for a moment, and then added some water to it. Then he took out the previously processed scallop meat, cutting the larger pieces into small cubes. Next, he removed the skirt from some snail meat and cut it into small cubes. He also peeled some shrimp from a few small fish traps and turned them into shrimp meat. After that, Tang Ming picked out some ginkgo nuts from a pile of dried fruits, washed them, and set them aside. Finally, he took a papaya, peeled it, removed the seeds, and cut it into small pieces. Once everything was ready, he took the marinated seagull, removed the ginger and other ingredients used for marinating, and cut off the butt part that would have an off flavor. He then stuffed the scallop meat, snail meat, shrimp, ginkgo nuts, and papaya in a specific order. He stopped only when the seagull meat skin was swollen and bulging. After that, Tang Ming found a piece of herb and tied it around the armpit of the seagull, tightening it. Instantly, the seagull was shaped like a big head and a small head. Once finished, Tang Ming broke off a bamboo skewer that Xu Yiting had peeled, poked a few small holes along the opening, and used the herb to seal the holes. The entire seagull became airtight. He squeezed the seagull a bit to even out the unevenness inside, then brought the seagull to the pot's edge. The oyster sauce broth that had been boiling in the pot was now bubbling. Holding a spoon, Tang Ming scooped up the oyster sauce broth and poured it over the seagull. Under the heat, the already swollen seagull meat skin became even rounder. Before long, the entire seagull had swelled up a circle, becoming more rounded and plump, with a herb tied at the neck opening, resembling a gourd. After blanching the seagull, Tang Ming casually tossed the seagull bones and the cut pieces of abalone into the pot and covered it to simmer. Instantly, the gourd came to life. "You still say you haven't retained your childlike spirit." Nearby, Xu Yiting, who had been sulking, was now attracted by the meat gourd, staring in astonishment at the gourd-like creation that looked like a craft. It was hard to imagine how Tang Ming had transformed a seagull into this state. But it's quite cute, and it smells good. The meat flavor, combined with the drizzle of oyster sauce, can make one swallow even before it's cooked. Unfortunately, if only we had 7 seagulls, we could save Grandpa. Tang Ming looked at the gourd, satisfied, and joked, "Should I pair it with a pangolin to make it even better? That would be great. The taste of pangolin is slurp-worthy." "Pervert. Can't you think of anything other than food?" "What do you mean?" Tang Ming looked at Xu Yiting with increasingly lewd eyes. Xu Yiting took 2 steps back and then gave Tang Ming a light smack on the head. "Bastard, what are you thinking? Aren't you the one who made me think like this? When did I ask you to think of such nonsense? Who told you to always be so suggestive? I thought you were going to be suggestive again, so I played along. You're asking for it." The island began to turn into a free-for-all, and the live stream was exceptionally lively at that moment. Gourd baby, 7 babies on a vine. Props team, hurry and send 6 more seagulls over. I want to see the gourd babies save Grandpa. One gets eaten, and another one goes, right? With Jashin's appetite, I feel 7-1 be enough. Poor Grandpa. It looks like there's no hope for him in this lifetime. Survival in the wild, living so exquisitely. Won't he really get struck by lightning? Jashin, what's lightning? Is it delicious? Slurp. Today's surprises are overwhelming. I never thought someone could make coconut oil and oyster sauce while surviving in the wild. We don't even use such high-end stuff at home. A few hundred? Is Jashin's cooking worth that much? It seems that the foreigners secretly watching the live stream have already fainted in the toilet. Jashin is not playing the same game as them. A man with a hell-level difficulty aura, living out the dreams of all adventurers. Don't rush to praise. This is just one seagull. There are still so many delicacies to make, etc. I've discovered a serious problem. It seems Jia Shun has processed all the ingredients, which means he is really preparing to finish it all in one meal. What to do? With Jia Shun doing this, it's making us. This family is completely disregarding the competition. There is no sense of responsibility at all. I unfollowed. There is no need to keep watching, no matter how capable he is. It's all in vain. It seems a mysterious object has mixed in upstairs. What I mean is, with Jia Shun doing this, I can't afford late-night snack expenses. I just ordered one. Do I need to order another? I think that mysterious object is right. I must unfollow. Otherwise, I'll really be tempted to death. Brothers, tell that mysterious object what Jia Shun's motto is. Food is best stored in the belly. If he stops being wasteful one day, he won't be my Jia Shun anymore. So excited. I knew Jia Shun would make a big move today. I need to finish watching today's live stream even if I don't go to work tomorrow. On the island, Tang Ming lay on the ground, gasping for breath, looking resentfully at the spirited Xu Yiting. You scumbag, do you want to murder your husband? Humph. If you have the guts, get up and fight me. If you can't even beat a woman, who can you blame? You're tough, just wait. I can't fight you. But I can spit at you. What? I said, I will spit at you. After I finish cooking a dish, I'll spit some into it. Stop. Xu Yiting's expression changed in a panic. Her cocky demeanor vanished in an instant. She forced a smile and gently helped Tang Ming up, tenderly rubbing the spots he was hit. Does it still hurt? Do you want me to give you a massage? Are you still going to hit me? Dare not. How could I dare to hit the chef? We haven't had dinner yet. So you mean you'll hit me after dinner? How could that be? Do I look like that kind of person? Yes. I warn you, don't push your luck. Then hurry up and massage me. Over here, be gentle. I haven't eaten yet. You're using too much strength, ouch. After a good 10 minutes of comfort, Tang Ming finally felt relaxed enough to get up and continue cooking, leaving Xu Yiting there gritting her teeth. Back at the stove, Tang Ming lifted the lid. After about 20 minutes of boiling, the ingredients in the pot had already released their aroma. He scooped out the seagull bones, added sea salt and wild onion ginger, and continued to simmer for a while longer. When the broth became richer, he removed the previously added ingredients, leaving only some small diced abalone in the pot. Next, Tang Ming took the steamed large abalone and added it in. The shell of the large abalone was set aside for later use. Having done this, the sea cucumber in the bamboo tube had also softened. Chapter 48, Barbecue. After a round of stirring, all the flavors coated the sea cucumber evenly, and Tang Ming added a bit of clover to enhance the sourness. The cold sea cucumber salad was complete. At this moment, Xu Yiting finally finished processing the crabs. All the small crab shells were discarded, and the crab meat was placed in a bamboo tube, while the crab roe and crab paste were separately placed on a large leaf. Not bad. I've contributed to the cooking. Tang Ming looked at the processed crab meat and crab roe and praised. Xu Yiting rolled her eyes. Are you praising me or mocking me? That doesn't matter. Help me skewer those bamboo worms with bamboo sticks. Tang Ming waved his hand and brought over the coconut crab's belly, which he had specifically asked Xu Yiting to keep. The whole coconut crab, the most precious part, was the belly. Upon opening it, a strong, oily aroma wafted out. Unlike other crabs, the coconut crab has the highest oil content in its crab paste, and since it's large, it can easily become overwhelming. After steaming, the moisture content in the belly was also very high, mixing with the crab oil and crab roe to resemble a thin porridge. Using a pair of bamboo chopsticks, Tang Ming extracted the long intestines from the coconut crab's belly and added the crab roe and crab paste from the other crabs. Then he added wild garlic sauce, minced ginger, and stirred it evenly again. Finally, he poured the crab paste, resembling salad dressing, into the bamboo tube filled with crab meat. The steamed coconut crab was considered complete. Setting the finished dish aside, Tang Ming lifted the pot lid. The broth for the abalone had thickened considerably. He pulled out most of the firewood to keep the broth at a gentle simmer and covered the pot again. The removed firewood had mostly turned to charcoal. Although it was still emitting heat, there were no more flames. He then took the 10 raw oysters he had set aside earlier, opened the lid, and placed them directly on the charcoal. He also brought over some large sea snails and placed them on the charcoal to grill. After the ingredients were fully integrated, he tilted the bamboo tube over the charcoal. Timing himself, Tang Ming didn't pause and went to the pit to catch the yellow croaker fish. He removed the scales and bones, leaving only the boneless white fish meat, which he quickly sliced into translucent sashimi. He took a leaf and arranged the fish slices into a fish shape. Then he found a small shell, added some oyster sauce, and squeezed in some acidic fruit juice, placing it next to the sashimi. Keep an eye on it, turn it evenly. He glanced at Xu Yiting and found that she had already skewered all the bamboo worms. Tang Ming spoke up. Xu Yiting pouted, amazed at Tang Ming's cooking efficiency, but also stunned by the grand array of dishes. For an ordinary person, not to mention handling so many ingredients at once, even 1 or 2 dishes would probably leave them flustered. Yet Tang Ming, throughout the entire process, didn't seem flustered at all. Instead, it flowed smoothly. Often, While Xu Yiting was momentarily distracted, he had already stealthily completed a dish. Xu Yiting started managing the grilling of eel and oysters, while Tang Ming brought over the sauces. The previously prepared ginger garlic water, coconut syrup, coconut oil, and fruit juice. Noticing that the eel on the grill hadn't released its moisture yet, Tang Ming didn't rush to add the seasoning. Instead, he took the bamboo worms that Xu Yiting hadn't processed yet, removed the head, claws, and wings, leaving only the meat from the chest and belly, and skewered them, placing them on the fire along with the other bamboo worm larvae. A few minutes passed, and the scent of fish filled the air as the moisture from the eel evaporated. At the same time, the bamboo worm skewers in Tang Ming's hands began to dry out. He handed the bamboo worms to Xu Yiting to hold temporarily, then picked up the ginger garlic water and evenly brushed it onto the eel with a brush made of several herbs, and also coated the bamboo worms. Many people who don't know how to grill like to add oil first, thinking it looks better and is less likely to burn. This is actually a misunderstanding because once oil is applied, it forms a protective layer on the surface of the ingredients, which can effectively prevent burning but also blocks the infusion of flavors. Therefore, for seafood and other moisture-rich items, the best grilling method is to not add anything initially. Dry out the moisture to leave space for the subsequent seasoning, and then add the flavoring ingredients, like the ginger garlic water with salt. Once the flavors have infused enough, you can add oil at the end. At this moment, the ingredients had already lost moisture, and continuing to grill would put them in a state prone to burning, which is when oil is truly needed, just like now. While observing the changes in the eel, Tang Ming began to instruct Xu Yiting. The latter listened intently, her gaze towards Tang Ming, carrying a hint of something unusual. Why does this guy seem to radiate an unknown glow every time he cooks? Hey, I've been talking for a while now. Are you even listening? It's time to add the oil, you idiot. What are you daydreaming about? Coming back to her senses, Xu Yiting's face flushed, and she hurriedly grabbed the brush to start applying oil. Honestly, you need me to teach you such a simple thing. I really don't know how you'll get married in the future. I don't care. I actually don't want to care. I just worry that some foolish woman will starve herself. Then I'll haunt you as a ghost, making you cook for me. Tang Ming was taken aback. Is this a confession? Confession your head. Who would want you to cook? Sizzle. As soon as Xu Yiting finished speaking, Tang Ming had already picked up the syrup bowl and brushed the thick coconut syrup, resembling honey, onto the surface of the eel. In an instant, a sweet aroma filled Xu Yiting's nostrils. So fragrant. While the two bantered, time passed quickly. Soon, the bamboo worms in Tang Ming's hands were done grilling, and he placed them in the bamboo tube to keep warm. Chapter 49. Pressure creates motivation. Glancing at the eel, it still needed a bit more cooking, so Tang Ming didn't linger, placing various seasonings by Xu Yiting's feet, instructing her on when to brush what, and when to add garlic sauce to the oysters. Before rising to the stove, he lifted the lid, and a bubbling sound emerged. The broth in the pot had thickened considerably, then increased the heat, further reduce the abalone sauce in the pot until it becomes extremely thick. When it reaches that point, take the pot off the heat, scoop the sauce out, and drizzle it over the large abalone. The thick abalone sauce slowly spreads over the abalone, as if it has been coated with a layer of golden skin. Tang Ming couldn't bear to throw away the remaining sauce, so he carefully scooped it into a shell. This stuff, just like oyster sauce, is top-notch. Adding a bit to any dish will definitely elevate the flavor. He meticulously scraped the sauce remaining in the pot. Tang Ming took the pot to the seaside to wash it clean. As the final dish, it was almost time for it to make its appearance. However, the fate of the star ingredient didn't seem very good. After placing it on the stone cutting board, Tang Ming directly pressed down on its neck, twisted his hand, and pulled, separating the head from the tail. Next, he swiftly chopped the entire shrimp tail into 8 large pieces. At this moment, the iron pot on the stove had just heated up, and Tang Ming poured in some coconut oil, letting it sizzle as he poured a whole bamboo tube's worth. Only after pouring enough did he reluctantly stop. When the oil reached a certain temperature, Tang Ming tossed in the lobster pieces one by one. With a sizzling sound, the shrimp meat began to shrink, transforming into little lobster balls. The lobster heads and claws turned bright red. Then, he quickly scooped them out and set them aside. Next, Tang Ming brought over the large blue crab he had left earlier, removed the shell, and chopped it into 8 large pieces as well. After cracking 5 bird eggs, he coated the crab meat with the egg mixture and placed it into the pot to fry. This time, it took significantly longer than the lobster. He only scooped it out once the blue crab was basically cooked through. Then, he took the bamboo tube filled with wild garlic paste he had prepared earlier and poured it in with a splash. As the garlic paste gradually dried and became fragrant, Tang Ming took out a small sieve he had woven the night before and scooped out all the garlic paste. Once the oil heated up again, he poured in the crab roe from the blue crab, stirring it to break it apart, then added coarse salt and a bit of oyster sauce. Next, the crab went back into the pot to stir fry with the crab roe. Once the crab meat was thoroughly coated with the crab roe, He added in the fried garlic paste. With a quick toss, the oil in the pot disappeared, leaving it fragrant and dry. He took the pot off the heat and plated it. A large pile of garlic and blue crab was naturally inconvenient to place in the bamboo tube, so he piled it up on a clean leaf like a small mountain, resembling a golden hill. After washing the pot again, Tang Ming added a bit of oil, then poured in coconut syrup, the fruit jam he had made yesterday, and some chopped wild fruit resembling hawthorn. After stir-frying for a while, he quickly poured in the lobster balls. A few shakes of the pot ensured that the fruit sauce evenly coated the surface of the lobster balls. With one hand, he lifted the pot off the heat, and the glazed lobster meatballs were poured into a nearby bamboo plate. Surprisingly, there was almost no sauce left in the bamboo plate holding the lobster balls. He took the lobster head, scooped out the lobster brain, and placed it at one end of the bamboo tube, then positioned the small lobster tail on the other side, reassembling the lobster into shape. After washing the iron pot again, he poured in oil, added oyster sauce and various seasonings, stir-fried for a bit, then added the previously cut skate wing pieces. After the fish meat tightened up, he added clear water, brought it to a boil, and poured in a little abalone sauce. He tossed in a handful of wild onions and covered the pot. Inside, there was only a lonely East Star grouper left. He grabbed it, took a minute to clean it, removed the internal organs, and made a few cuts on the fish meat to help it absorb flavor. He rubbed a little sea salt on the fish meat for seasoning, laid some sand ginger at the bottom of a bamboo plate, and stuffed some sand ginger into the cuts and the belly of the fish. After that, he lifted the pot lid and placed a steaming rack over the simmering skate, then placed the East Star grouper on top. At this point, the grand meal was mostly complete. Glancing over at Xu Yiting, Tang Ming still didn't sit idle. The oysters were almost done roasting, and he had asked her to add the garlic sauce earlier. After checking each one, Tang Ming moved some that were already cooked to the side and sprinkled a bit of wild onion on top. He also looked at the eel, which had developed a charred brown surface due to the coconut syrup, making it look very appetizing. Almost done, let us take it all down. Looking at his masterpiece, Xu Yiting was very pleased. Strictly speaking, this was her first time cooking, although most of it was done under Tang Ming's guidance. It was still something she had made. Moreover, the finished product looked great, and she believed the taste wouldn't be bad either. At this moment, the bamboo tube had already become a bit charred, and steam was billowing from the gap where the apple was sealing the bamboo tube. Using a branch to poke the bamboo tube to listen for sounds, Tang Ming moved it away from the fire. Finally done. Stretching with satisfaction, Xu Yiting sighed. Don't rush, there is still work to do. Tang Ming interrupted her relaxation directly. I find you to be a workhorse. Is there no end to this? Do you want to make us all burst from eating too much? Just hold on. This next task is simple. Go get some fruit juice. And then you can call it a day. I still have 2 dishes to finish before we start eating. 2 more. Big brother, we're really trying to survive here. Can you not joke around? Look at how many dishes there are. Is this life even sustainable? You should think from a different perspective. Pressure creates motivation. People can only unleash their potential when they're on the brink of despair. I'm pushing hard so we don't slack off. Why does it feel like what you're saying is similar to saying you need to be full before you have the energy to lose weight? Of course, you can understand it that way. Go to hell. Chapter 50, Ready to Eat. With a floor full of food, Xu Yiting cursed Tang Ming for being wasteful. But her body was very honest as she took the filtering cloth to make fruit juice. Tang Ming, meanwhile, took the opportunity to cut some scallions and ginger into strips. He also ground some dried fruits into powder, added a bit of sea salt, and made a batch of dry seasoning, placing it next to the roasted bamboo worms. After waiting a few more minutes, he lifted the pot lid, and the steamed grouper came out. He removed the ginger slices from the fish body and belly, draining off the excess water, and set it aside. The red braised skate underneath was also almost done, so he added a bit of seasoning, sprinkled some scallions on top, and plated it in the bamboo tube. Another dish was completed. Next, Tang Ming quickly cleaned the pot, heated it up, and poured in some coconut oil. After 2 minutes, when the coconut oil was sizzling hot, he poured in a bit of oyster sauce and abalone sauce mixed to create an alternative soy sauce. Then placed finely sliced ginger and scallions on the fish. With a sizzle, he poured the hot oil over it. Instantly, the aroma surged again. He placed the pot back on the stove, took the leftover lobster legs and some fried shells, tossed them in, stir-frying briefly before adding a small pot of clear water. Then, he placed the steaming rack on top and took the long-awaited seagull meat gourd to start steaming. At this moment, Xu Yiting, with a pained expression from using so much fruit, had managed to squeeze out a bamboo tube of fruit juice. Tang Ming took a taste, added some boiled clear water, a bit of sea salt, and squeezed in a few drops of juice from other fruits before filtering it again with the cloth. This time, the fruit juice looked much fresher. Xu Yiting took a gentle sip, and her eyebrows instantly raised. Why does it taste so much better? If I could explain it clearly, you would be a chef. Tang Ming smiled. Seasoning relies on talent and practice. Without experience, it's really hard to teach. All right, There are only 2 dishes left. But there is no further processing needed. Let us set the table and dig in. God knows how long Xu Yiting has been waiting for this moment. She hadn't eaten anything for a whole day and felt both exhausted and hungry. The fact that she managed to hold on until now without sneaking a bite was, in her opinion, a miracle. At the grand feast, they couldn't spread out in front of the stove, so the two chose a spacious, flat area and laid out a large green tablecloth. One person sat at one corner, while the other occupied the opposite corner. Once they were seated, Tang Ming adjusted the lenses of his drone and Xu Yiting's drone. Xu Yiting's drone was responsible for capturing the entire dining table from above, while his was ready for close-ups at any time. After everything was set up, Tang Ming took out the carefully prepared items, a delicate bamboo bowl for each person, a pair of bamboo chopsticks, a shallow bamboo plate, and in addition, a bamboo cup, a bamboo knife, and a fork. The entire set of tableware was neatly arranged in order, giving off a high-end and elegant vibe even before they started eating. Damn, they even prepared knives and forks for a simple outdoor meal. Do they need to be this extravagant? This is called taste, and besides, are you calling this a simple outdoor meal? Even at a Michelin star restaurant, you might not get such a luxurious dinner. I can't take it anymore. I feel the greedy bug in my stomach stirring. Guys, don't just stare, let's get to work. What work? Pull in the audience. For this dinner, we need to have billions of viewers to justify the effort that Jia Shun has put in these past few days. Right. Such a grand occasion. If we miss this opportunity, it won't come again. I'm going to wake up the whole family. I'll go too, just in time to bring a few buddies out for a late-night snack while watching. I'm going to post something on the forum. As the grand meal approached, the entire live broadcast room was nearly mobilized. People were pulling in viewers, and others were advertising. Posts about this dinner surged to the top of the competition homepage. Century Feast, the most luxurious ingredients, the top chefs, Michelin in the wilderness. High Society Night Banquet. The world's #1 gourmet combination shows you what true wilderness survival is. A meal that uses hundreds of pounds of ingredients. Is it a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Let's enter room 100 to find the truth. A flashy, attention-seeking garbage team pulls off another big stunt. I want to know how far they can go. The posts had both positive and negative comments, but they all attracted countless curious viewers. Audiences from around the world flooded into room 100. In the Donghai #3 villa, Tang Ming's mother, Wulan, had a dark expression as she stared blankly at the big screen. Her earlier joy now turned to shock. Behind her, Xu Yiting's uncle, Tang Ming's godfather, and other family members wore bitter smiles. This kid really knows how to stir things up. For your niece, this little brat has really spent a lot. Although it's said that to win a woman's heart, you first need to win her stomach, but not like this. Now's not the time to discuss that. We should think about how to handle the aftermath. This kid is making a bigger scene, and now almost the whole world is focused on him. Originally, with such a huge advantage, how did this dinner turn everything upside down? What if something unexpected happens? Those gleeful onlookers might be laughing their heads off. By then, they might already be laughing too much. I heard that due to the daytime excitement, some countries have already started to take action. Should we prepare for something? Prepare for what? This brat is driving me crazy. I hope he gets eliminated in the first round, so I don't have to worry all day. Calm down. Although this kid is a bit reckless, he still has talent. I think we should wait and see. After all, each team only has 3 chances to hide their support. The later they use it, the more targeted the useful items will be. And honestly, I can't tell what else this kid might need. Not being able to tell is a good thing. Anyway, it's only the 3rd day. Let's just enjoy the show. By the way, Longjia, who did Xiao Ming learn his cooking skills from? I'm getting hungry just watching. Achoo. On the island, Tang Ming was unaware that he had been targeted by a certain overbearing mother. After setting the table, he poured juice for Xu Yiting and the monkey. There was no alcohol on the island, so this would serve as a substitute for the pre-dinner drink. I'll find a chance to brew some later. Otherwise, it feels like something is missing without wine. Chapter 51. Let's start with the appetizer. Xu Yiting took a sip of the juice, which was sweet and tangy with a hint of light fragrance. She had no idea what Tang Ming had added, but it was refreshing and very appetizing. The monkey imitated her, licking it, and immediately refusing to put the cup down, sticking its whole mouth into the cup. Tang Ming took a small sip himself, feeling his taste buds awaken with the juice's stimulation. Not wanting to delay any longer, Tang Ming served the appetizer, cold sea cucumber. As one of the only 2 cold dishes, the sea cucumber was sliced as thin as a cicada's wing, reducing the fishy taste while maintaining its chewy texture, reminiscent of jellyfish. With the added sourness from the clover, it was very much to Xu Yiting's liking, and she nearly finished half a plate by herself. Once the cold sea cucumber was nearly gone, Tang Ming brought out the sashimi. As another cold dish, the sashimi had a slightly different texture from the sea cucumber and, paired with a special dipping sauce, was quickly devoured by the 2 of them. At this point, Xu Yiting's appetite was fully stimulated, and she eagerly gazed at the real feast not far away. However, Tang Ming didn't continue serving. Instead, he poured her a glass of plain water. Isn't there juice? Shu Yiting asked in confusion. Not having culture is really scary. It's not for you to drink. It's for you to rinse your mouth. Cleaning out any residue in your mouth will let you fully appreciate the flavors of the other foods. After saying this, Tang Ming took a small sip of plain water himself, swirled it around in his mouth, and then spat it out. Who would have thought he was so meticulous? Although it was a bit complicated, Shu Yiting felt that being able to enjoy such high-end treatment on a deserted island had its own charm. It added a few more points of appreciation to her gaze toward Tang Ming. The next dish was the typhoon shelter fried crab. After Shu Yiting finished rinsing her mouth, Tang Ming announced the dish while bringing over a golden crab he had stir-fried earlier. Shu Yiting couldn't wait to use her chopsticks to pick it apart. The crispy garlic was fluffy like sand, crunchy, but not burnt. She picked up a piece of crab meat and put it in her mouth. The garlic flavor combined with an unknown spiciness, achieving a perfect balance. It was nothing like Shu Yiting had imagined, where the strong garlic flavor would overpower the crab taste. It truly achieved a harmonious and delicious flavor. Taking another gentle sip, the crab meat enveloped in crab roe was even more fragrant, making her appetite grow with every bite. Before she knew it, she had devoured an entire large crab. When Shu Yiting wanted to eat more, she realized that the garlic used for seasoning had already been gobbled up by Tang Ming as a snack. Beast, she cursed under her breath, and her gaze shifted back to Tang Ming. He smiled and got up to grab the bamboo tube containing the egg. After a quick motion with the knife, there was a crisp sound, and the bamboo tube was evenly split in half. In the next moment, a fragrant aroma of egg mixed with the fresh sweetness of seafood wafted out. Shu Yiting looked at the half presented to her, her eyes wide open. Firstly, it was because Tang Ming had split the bamboo without spilling a drop of broth. Secondly, the steamed egg that she thought would be ordinary looked as smooth as a mirror, without a single bubble visible. Shaking it a bit, the texture felt like jelly. It was both edible and drinkable, perfectly balanced, and it washed away the slight greasiness left by the typhoon shelter fried crab. So satisfying. Shu Yiting finished the egg custard in the bamboo tube cleanly in one go, letting out a sigh of relief and patting her stomach, which was already half full. But looking at the subsequent dishes, she quickly sat up straight again. After finishing the light dishes, let's have something spicy. After saying that, Tang Ming placed the grilled bamboo worms in a tube in front of the two of them. He also set aside the dipping dish of nut powder he had just prepared. He pulled out a long bamboo skewer, and the bamboo worms were roasted to a golden crisp, coated in dry powder, exuding a rich aroma. He took a bite, and several worms burst in his mouth, filling it with an explosive sensation, a truly unique experience. After a moment's thought, Tang Ming pulled out another skewer and handed it to the great sage. The previous dish had seemingly failed to spark the monkey's interest, but this one was sure to open up a new world for it. Sure enough, the great sage, who often ate insects, had its eyes shining brightly upon seeing the bamboo worms Tang Ming offered, and it eagerly tore off two to pop into its mouth. It chewed, and its expression shifted, making excited chirps. As for Shu Yiting, there was no need for Tang Ming to say much. She had already started on her third skewer. Seeing her expression tighten, Tang Ming quickly glanced at the bamboo tube, then sighed in relief as he snatched the remaining skewer of adult bamboo worms from the alert Shu Yiting. If we're talking about good things, these were even more exciting than the larvae. Although the adults looked like beetles, the meat from their thorax was pure, rich, and without any strange taste. In his past life, Tang Ming could spend an entire day in the bamboo forest just to catch a handful of these for a feast. After devouring most of the skewer, he finally handed the remaining small portion to Shu Yiting under her resentful gaze, allowing her to have a taste as well. He then turned around to bring over the grilled oysters and snail meat. Speaking of which, this dish was the most ordinary among all the dishes tonight. However, the quality of the oysters was high, with a large, plump piece of meat complemented by a rich garlic flavor. With one bite, the mingling aroma of scallions and garlic mixed with the succulent oyster meat burst in his mouth like a soup dumpling, providing a strong sense of satisfaction. Watching Tang Ming eat the dish she had prepared, Shu Yiting felt a sense of accomplishment and picked up a piece with her chopsticks, gently placing it into her mouth. Then, she closed her eyes in satisfaction. How about that? I can cook too. After swallowing the oyster, her worries dissipated, and she proudly said, "Not bad. From now on, you can handle the oyster dishes." Tang Ming readily praised her. Shu Yiting suspiciously rolled her eyes. Why do I feel something's off? Nothing's off. Just more work for the capable. Tang Ming chuckled, recalling a joke from the kitchen. When someone praises you excessively, it might not mean your dishes are good, but that you are about to become their long-term tool. After each having 2 oysters, they tacitly decided not to finish them all at once. Tang Ming turned around and brought over the long-awaited lobster bamboo tube for Shu Yiting. After sitting for a short while, the steam from the shrimp balls had dissipated, but miraculously, No broth had leaked into the bamboo tube. Instead, it had solidified on the surface of the shrimp balls. The crystal shrimp, having eaten many heavily flavored dishes earlier, was just the right balance. The author has something to say. Chapter 52. Can't eat anymore. It looks a bit hard, and it's cold. Xu Yiting hesitated. That's the specialty of this dish. If I had ice, I'd have served it on ice. Hearing the explanation, Xu Yiting grew even more curious, extending her chopsticks to pick up a shrimp ball, which looked soft and was covered in a layer of red glass-like coating. Tentatively, she placed it in her mouth. Crack! It was as if an ice ball had burst beneath the thin layer of glass syrup. A sweet and sour juice erupted in her mouth. Biting down further, the bouncy texture of the lobster made her teeth find their excitement point. Her mouth opened and closed uncontrollably, unable to stop. Delicious. With sweet lobster meat almost spilling out, Xu Yiting's eyes were filled with surprise. So much so that she could barely speak. Tang Ming also popped one into his mouth, but his expression remained relatively neutral. He had used a method similar to sweet and sour pork for this dish, and as he had mentioned, without ice to cool it quickly. The texture was slightly off from his expectations. However, with this flavor, it was already a rare delicacy to be found outside. Seeing how much Xu Yiting enjoyed it, Tang Ming refrained from snatching more. He turned around and served the steamed grouper. Compared to the lobster, this dish was simpler to prepare. But it was all about the freshness and didn't require much skill. He pushed aside the scallions and picked up a piece of cheek meat, dipping it lightly in the special soy sauce before placing it in his mouth. A wave of freshness hit him. The grouper was steamed perfectly, the meat firm yet tender. And after a couple of chews, it slowly flaked apart in his mouth, providing a delightful experience. After 2 bites of fish and a sip of fruit juice, as Tang Ming was nearing the end of half a fish, Xu Yiting finally finished the lobster balls. Seeing her still unsatisfied expression, Tang Ming couldn't help but chuckle. The little glutton who had just stolen a bite looked just like this. He reached out towards Xu Yiting. What are you doing? Don't move. Just as she was about to grab his hand, Tang Ming's expression turned serious, stopping her movement. And his finger gently touched her face to wipe away the sweet and sour juice from the corner of her mouth. Glancing at the residue on Tang Ming's hand, Xu Yiting's face turned red. Surprisingly, she didn't get angry and mumbled quietly, I can clean it myself. How many times have I said it? As a vase. You need to constantly pay attention to your image. Why won't you listen? Get lost. Oh my god, can't I just enjoy the feast? Why are you feeding me dog food? The scumbag is being too much. The scumbag is just worried we won't have enough to eat, throwing us a little filler. Thank goodness we have dog food to eat. Otherwise, I might starve to death. I just want to grab my roommate and feed him a bag of real dog food. He keeps waking me up to watch live streams. Is this something a person should watch? I've never even dreamt of eating something this good, right? On this lonely island, there can actually be crab stir-fried in a shelter and sweet and sour lobster balls. It's completely unreasonable. I really want to try those bamboo worms. They look so delicious. Upstairs, your taste is quite heavy, but I also want to eat those bamboo worms. Even the picky scumbag couldn't hide his expression while eating them, so the taste must be guaranteed. As a foreigner, I must say, I was also conquered by the streamer's food. From the order of the meal to the arrangement of the utensils, you can tell he is an elegant gentleman. He is not as unbearable as rumored online. True international friends, your taste is quite good. Rare, we actually have foreign fans in our live stream. It's his serious attitude towards food that moved me. Although he cooks a lot, I haven't seen any signs of waste so far. That's because they haven't eaten enough yet. There are still so many dishes to come. It's strange if they don't waste. I can't believe it just got a little harmonious, and now there's a fake international friend popping out again. Probably heard someone say to eat shit upside down and got drawn in. You know these fake international friends have this hobby. Brothers, we're eating a feast today. Can we not talk about shit before we finish? Everyone focus on the feast and talk less. By this point, the popularity of the live stream was still rising. But everyone seemed to be captivated by the delicious dishes being presented, and after a brief moment of admiration, they returned to calmness. At the table, Tang Ming was already serving another dish. Braised skate. The name sounds quite ordinary, but the dish itself was anything but. In the rich broth, chunks of skate curled slightly, giving off a translucent appearance. With a gentle flick of the chopsticks, they easily jiggled. Xu Yiting picked up a few pieces, and her eyes immediately narrowed into slits. Full of collagen, it was every woman's favorite. What's more crucial is that the rich broth completely neutralizes the cloying sensation of collagen. The flavors linger beautifully on the palate. For the two who just finished a relatively light steamed grouper, there is a stark contrast. If there was rice, I could mix it with this broth and eat 3 bowls. Xu Yiting lamented while eating. Tang Ming glanced at Xu Yiting's already swollen belly and frowned. Hey, what's with that expression? Don't believe me? If you have the guts, bring out some white rice and see if I can finish it. Xu Yiting retorted. All right, not exposing you makes you even more excited, huh? Let us continue. Saying this, Tang Ming brought out grilled eel, one for each person. And no one is allowed to waste. Shi Ting smacked her lips. The aroma of the eel was still strong, but after just eating the stingray, the similar smell made her feel suddenly full. What's wrong? Can't eat anymore? I suddenly feel full. So, being able to eat and knowing how to eat are two different concepts. If I hadn't arranged the meal sequence, you would have been lying down by now. Where would you get the energy to brag with me? Tang Ming looked down on her. What do you mean? Shi Ting became interested. A person who knows how to eat knows how to stimulate their excitement nerves. Just take the meal sequence, for instance. I alternated between light and rich dishes to give your stomach a break. Occasionally adding a sour and sweet dish relieves pressure. This is sustainable development. No wonder. I was wondering why I could eat so much without feeling overwhelmed. But what's the use of our research on this? What's the use? Eating more is how you gain weight. As a pig, shouldn't gaining weight be your ultimate dream? Go to hell. It's not available today. It will be updated tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon. Chapter 53, Big Eater? Since Shi Ting couldn't eat anymore, Tang Ming naturally wouldn't waste it. The fragrant grilled eel was perfectly cooked, with coconut sugar replacing honey, forming a thin layer of caramel on the surface. Taking a bite, it was crispy and soft, with a full-bodied flavor. Watching Tang Ming eat so deliciously, Shi Ting couldn't help but swallow hard, picking up a piece of eel and putting it in her mouth. It seemed that the previous cloying feeling vanished again. This is the second rule of gaining weight that I want to teach you. It's better to enjoy together than alone. No matter how delicious something is, eating it alone doesn't taste as good. Look at me eating. Don't you feel hungry even if you're full? You're too chatty. I'm just worried you'll overeat and trying to help you. Well, I really appreciate that. Tang Ming rolled his eyes at her and lifted the eel's tail high. With his mouth open, he bit into the thick part of the eel. Then, like a greedy snake, he chewed a few times. And the entire piece of eel was gone in less than 20 seconds. Where did you get such a big stomach? Although it wasn't a whole eel, that piece alone must weigh over a pound. He finished it as easily as drinking water, and Shi Ting stared wide-eyed. This is just the beginning. Tang Ming smiled faintly, picked up another piece of eel, and slurped it down like sucking noodles. As a large amount of food went down, that warm sensation from yesterday started to flow through his body again. The enhancement hadn't stopped. I told you, this supernatural power couldn't possibly just increase a little bit. Feeling his stomach empty again, Tang Ming ignored Shi Ting's shocked gaze and brought over all the unfinished food. A dozen or so oysters and sea conchs, one bite each. The fresh and sweet shellfish were perfectly barbecued, never becoming tiresome, and the more he ate, the more he craved. A small half of the steamed grouper. With no small bones, large chunks of fish went into his mouth, bringing a unique sense of satisfaction. There was still more than half a pot of braised stingray left, and he directly used a spoon to scoop it up, eating it greedily, his mouth full of oil. The rich aroma stimulated every taste nerve. Even though his stomach was already full, watching Tang Ming's sudden crazy eating, Shi Ting couldn't help but swallow again. Hey, you're not getting stimulated, are you? I only ate a small piece of eel. I'm not trying to compete with you. Eat slower, don't choke. Can't you say something nice? Tang Ming glared at her unhappily, continuing to feast on the bamboo tube filled with braised stingray. He cleaned the meat and drank every last drop of the broth. Seal broken? This is a battle mode, right? Why is he suddenly devouring everything? His eating manner was quite rude, but why does it seem even more tempting? I really want to taste what it's like. Has anyone calculated how much he has eaten so far? Right. Just now, everything came out looking exquisite. And I didn't pay attention to the portions. Thinking back, it's terrifying. Indeed, we were misled by the waste god, thinking it was like a high-end meal where one eats in moderation, but completely forgetting that they weren't eating single servings. So far, the two of them have consumed about 20 pounds of food. Among these, the goddess probably ate around 3 pounds, and the rest was all handled by the waste god. And the most ridiculous part is that not even a drop of broth is left. Plus, there are still several dishes yet to be served. I'm starting to doubt life. Even the goddess can't keep up with him. The goddess seems reasonable, after all. She worked all day and has such heavy physical exertion, but the waste god's fighting power is limitless. But that is not certain either. There isn't much food left now, just a pot of soup, a sea gourd, and a single abalone and coconut crab. After watching for so long, it's still all show. Knowing there's no food left, he deliberately creates a crazy illusion, making it seem like he can eat so much with this appetite. A few big eaters could do it too. Miss Munikata from our country once ate 66 servings of food by herself. When converted to weight, it definitely exceeds 30 pounds. So there's nothing impressive about this. Don't even mention Munikata. Even our Anthony has an appetite exceeding 20 pounds, yet only these Huaxia people seem so surprised. And our country, yes. With jeers rising, the mixed live broadcast room erupted again. But unlike any other time, most of the speakers this time were foreigners. When it comes to cooking, their country's contestants can't compare, but when it comes to big eaters, Every country has a few impressive ones. For a moment, the 100th live broadcast room seemed to be occupied by the United Nations, with experts rising like a storm. Only the Huaxiao audience fell into silence, because after thinking for a long time, they really couldn't come up with many outstanding big eaters from their own country. The most impressive one seems to be the Tang Ming in front of them. They still said he could hold on longer, but unexpectedly, he quickly started to shoot himself in the foot. In a certain villa, a few people from the previous opposition gathered together, laughing and chatting. They all said to calm down. This kid has a knack for self-destruction and doesn't need us to push him. He took a good hand and ruined it completely. What is this called? Trying to show off, but failing miserably. Wouldn't it be better to store food and last a few more rounds? He insists on self-destructing. I feel like it won't take a week. After tonight, his reputation will plummet. Those brainless fans were so arrogant. How come now they can't say a word? Isn't it because they hyped him up themselves, talking about the big eater, putting their faces up just to get hit? Come on, let us drink. And wait for the show to end. Outside, waves were rising again. Tang Ming also finished off the previous leftovers and took the last main dish. A premium abalone. Announcing the name of the dish, Tang Ming placed the large abalone covered with a thick layer of abalone sauce in front of the two. Intermission rest? Can you still eat? Just a little bit. Tang Ming raised the corner of his mouth, deciding not to say much to avoid affecting Shi Yiting's appetite. Chapter 54, Still Eating? The abalone was cut in half down the middle, just like a steak. After eating for a long time, they finally had a dish that could be enjoyed with chopsticks and forks, and the two of them immediately quieted down. Elegantly picking up their utensils, they cut a small piece. As it entered their mouths, the soft, sticky, and rich flavor made their entire mouths feel relaxed. This was a dish meant for savoring slowly. Unfortunately, their lazy eating style became a useless representation in the currently passionate live broadcast room. Look, he can't take it anymore. He can't eat anymore. What a load of crap, the so-called big eater. And this is all the fighting power they have. Huaxia is just Huaxia, boasting about being powerful. But when it comes to actual combat, I'm embarrassed to say anything. From now on, let us call it the Clown Live Broadcast Room. Look at your posts claiming to use over 100 pounds of ingredients. And it turns out this is the level. A large-scale slap in the face scene. Enough. Are you done? The feast is still ongoing. How do you know the trash god can't eat anymore? Do you swallow abalone whole when you go to a Western restaurant? Wasn't that dish meant to be savored slowly when it first came out? Didn't you hear? Finishing this dish means it's halftime. Do you know what halftime means? It means there's an even more intense second half to come. Second half. Where do you see the second half? Stop pretending to be a big shot. I really don't know if this group of contestants is here to be funny or to compete. Making such a fuss is simply nonsensical. If you have the ability, why not let your team do something like this? Do they have that ability? Our team is here to compete. We absolutely want to do such pointless performances. Only these two would use such methods to attract attention. Speaking of popularity, it's really high. Almost breaking 300 million online views. And what is the result? 300 million people watching a slap in the face. TSK. I believe in the trash god. He absolutely won to lose. Wake up to reality. He has already lost. Impossible. The battle in the live broadcast room is getting more intense. However, Tang Ming and his companion have already carefully savored the mountain delicacies in front of them. You take a break. I'll prepare the next dish. Lifting the lid, the seagull meat gourd lay in the rising mist, as if it were a newly refined magical treasure. He poked at the surface with bamboo chopsticks. It sank slightly. It still needs a bit more cooking. Covering it again, Tang Ming picked up the net bag containing bamboo shoots. He went to the seaside. When they were in the bamboo forest earlier, in order to reduce weight, these tender bamboo shoots had already been processed. And now the net bag contained only the fresh edible parts. After a simple wash, Tang Ming brought it to the stone cutting board. Swish, swish, swish. The wide kitchen knife was wielded like a beam of light, and uniform, delicate bamboo shoot shreds fell like rain onto the large leaves set aside for serving. It only took 5 minutes to chop all 20-odd pounds of bamboo shoots, forming a mountain on the leaves. What are you doing? Didn't we agree to finish 2 dishes and call it a day? What is this mountain for? Shu Yiting was a bit confused. Preparing ingredients, can't you tell? Big brother, do you know how much bamboo shoot this is? No matter how much, these things can't be stored. Such fresh ones will spoil by tomorrow if not eaten. Are you going to let them go bad? Tang Ming ignored him and brought over the wild vegetables to place next to the bamboo shoots. Is this also to be made? Swallowing hard, Shu Yiting's face showed shock. I said, are you annoying? Always getting startled like this affects my performance. But Tang Ming waved his hand lightly and snatched it away. This is today's staple food. How can we fill up without it? If you keep making a fuss, do you believe I'll cook that ray fish too? You're being unreasonable. How can you possibly finish all this food? Are you crazy? Whether I can finish it is my business. How about we make a bet? As soon as these words were said, Shu Yiting's face twitched, and she quickly softened her expression. Listen to me. Don't cause a scene. You just want to bet with me to gain some advantage. I'll let you have it. Can we not eat? No way. Feeling the consumption in his stomach reaching a critical moment, if he stopped now and stimulated his physique again, that would be tomorrow's problem. And how could Tang Ming give up such a good opportunity? You'll burst if you eat more, no matter how impressive you are. Can you compare to those big eaters? The most powerful big eater in the East can only eat about 30 pounds at most. Look at how much is in front of you. How much do you weigh in total? You're such a big person. Can you stop being so willful? Shu Yiting couldn't help but shout. I can only say you know nothing about strength. All right, don't get anxious here, at worst. I'll promise you that if I really can't eat anymore, I want to eat. But for now, don't stop me, or I'll eat it all. Go ahead, eat yourself to death. Shu Yiting stomped her foot angrily and ran to a tree in the distance to sulk. Without her obstruction, Tang Ming could finally let loose. Lifting the pot lid, he set the seagull meat gourd aside and looked at the lobster soup. After a long cooking time, the fried lobster soup had turned milky white, exuding a rich fragrance. He fished out the shrimp shells and removed the flavored wild onions, leaving no impurities in the pot. Shaking off the dust on top, Tang Ming took a bamboo tube of clean water and soaked the tentacles in it for a moment. After washing them again, he scooped all of them into the pot with both hands, as if holding a large handful of noodles. Then, he took a pair of long bamboo chopsticks and slowly stirred in one direction. Nodding to himself, Tang Ming poured in all the bamboo shoots next to him. Turning up the heat, he brought the soup back to a boil and cooked it for nearly 3 more minutes before adding all the wild vegetables. Next, he took a bamboo tube and cracked all the remaining bird eggs into it. Chapter 55, Octopus Longevity Noodles. After mixing well, he poured the egg mixture into the pot with one hand while using the chopsticks to stir with the other. As the water temperature rose, the egg mixture transformed into silky egg flour in the soup. He scooped up a spoonful of soup to taste, adding some coarse salt and sprinkling green onions. With both arms, he lifted the entire iron pot down and placed it in the center of the dining table. Satisfied, he looked at the large pot of food in front of him, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Now, his stomach should be quiet. Shu Yiting had the intention to ignore Tang Ming, but seeing his eyes full of green light as he looked at the food, she couldn't help but walk over. What you said earlier still counts, right? What did you say? If you can't eat anymore, you want to eat. Don't worry. I'll just eat a little. This thing can be stored longer, and if we don't finish it tonight, we can eat it tomorrow. That's good. Shu Yiting breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze falling on the gourd next to the pot. She had been looking forward to this dish for a long time. Tang Ming also noticed her thoughts, smiled faintly, and with a bamboo knife, he cut the gourd in half. After sitting for a while, the surface of the gourd had cooled, but as soon as it was cut open, white steam rose again. A sweet fragrance of papaya mixed with the rich aroma of scallops and nuts penetrated their minds. At the same time, the rich broth flowed down from the opening of the gourd, and the droplets of oil on the surface made the two of them, who hadn't seen animal fat for 3 days, feel inexplicably excited. However, even though the outer skin was seagull, the main part of this dish was still its interior. The scallop meat, snail meat, and nuts had been simmered for quite some time in the small space, becoming soft and fragrant. Scooping up a spoonful, the fresh sweetness of the papaya was even more refreshing. What a magical dish, both refreshing and rich. And the seagull meat. I originally thought this kind of seabird would have a strong fishy taste, but it turned out to be just like chicken. It's actually quite fishy, but after being neutralized by the things in the stomach, it's not very noticeable. If there were a bit of cooking wine, the effect would be even better. Seeing Shu Yiting eat a few bites before being unable to continue, Tang Ming once again took on most of it. Then he looked at Shu Yiting. Do you want a bowl of noodles? Forget it. This is as plentiful as pig food. I'll eat it tomorrow. Shu Yiting shook her head. Tomorrow? It'll be gone by then. Hurry up and try it. She cautiously suggested, but Tang Ming was already impatient. He quickly served himself a bowl, picked up a large chopstick full, and stuffed it into his mouth. Is it really that delicious? You weren't acting like this when we had lobster and abalone earlier. The next moment, she was stunned. The texture. It was simply too amazing. It could be said that it had completely qualified as noodles, the most elastic noodles. How did they achieve this? Shu Yiting sucked the noodles in one go, chewing and asking. Shu Yiting opened her mouth wide, as if she were listening to a tall tale. See, you always have to ask, and every time I tell you, you don't believe it. Forget it anyway. Even if you say it, I won't understand it. Just don't eat too much. Shu Yiting still advised with concern. Okay, let me eat less. You go help me peel some fruit to cut the greasiness, and then bring over the coconut crab salad. Oh right, there's also coconut crab. I actually forgot such a big dish. A pang of regret crossed her face, and Shu Yiting hurriedly ran to bring over a bamboo tray filled with coconut crab meat. The white crab meat piled up like a small mountain in the bamboo tray, containing not only coconut crab meat, but also quite a bit of blue crab and orchid crab meat. Altogether, it was about 4 pounds. Although she kept telling herself she was already full, she had tasted all the dishes from start to finish, and leaving one untried would indeed feel regrettable. Picking a piece of crab claw meat, Xu Yiting took a small bite, her eyes lighting up again. What a good thing. It's actually bitter. Bitter, for most people, was definitely not an easy flavor to accept. But for Xu Yiting at this moment, it seemed like a digestive aid, instantly relieving much of her greasiness and clearing her mind. The entire dish seemed to have completed a grand cycle, everything becoming perfect. I have to say, you've treated me to an unforgettable feast today, until the incessant slurping sounds beside her made it impossible for her to indulge any longer. She turned her head in dissatisfaction. You're eating, can you not be so rude? You're making it seem like you're starving. The problem is, I really am very hungry. Tang Ming felt like his stomach was experiencing this sensation. As he continued to eat more food, it seemed his stomach's digestive function had shifted into high gear, making it impossible for him to stop. Stop boasting. I didn't tea-bet with you. No need to put on this show. Just eat enough. Xu Yiting shot Tang Ming an annoyed glare, looking into the pot. Then, the air seemed to freeze instantly. As Xu Yiting stared blankly at the pot, and after a long time, she quickly rubbed her eyes. Chapter 56. You're overestimating pigs. This can't be real. Where did you put the noodles? Getting up, Xu Yiting walked around Tang Ming and the iron pot. In my stomach, Tang Ming said, using his long bamboo chopsticks to scrape the last bit of bamboo shoot shreds and wild vegetables from the pot, making a clattering sound. Impossible. Xu Yiting looked incredulous, reaching out to touch Tang Ming's stomach. Looking again at the broth, there was hardly any left, about 20 pounds. How much does Tang Ming weigh? At most around 120 pounds. Can one person eat half their body weight in food? No, there was still close to 20 pounds earlier. Overall, he ate about 80 pounds. But his stomach, it didn't even bulge a bit. How is that possible? Her pale hand skeptically pressed and prodded Tang Ming's stomach. Xu Yiting was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped. Well, although their essay saying that a full stomach leads to, but with so many people watching, can we be a bit discreet? At least wait until it's dark and they can't see before touching, okay? With all the heat flowing chaotically inside him. Now being poked by Xu Yiting made Tang Ming's eating speed slow down, and he couldn't help but say, am I seeing things? Or why have I never noticed this guy actually has an 8-pack, and it feels so solid? Following her gaze, Tang Ming also noticed the difference in his body. Reaching out to touch the abs that had appeared on his stomach and the eye-catching V-line beside it, a hint of surprise on his face. This effect is just too good, but if this keeps up, will I turn into a muscle monster or something? Moreover, not just his stomach has changed significantly. All the muscles in his body seem to have swelled a bit. With just a little effort, Tang Ming could feel the power brought by the tension in all his muscles. Awesome. He couldn't help but let out a comfortable groan and accelerated his eating again. The body is the capital of revolution. I can't miss this opportunity. Xu Yiting, speechless, rubbed her forehead. Are you still eating? Just a little bit more. A little bit. A little bit. A little bit plus 10, 000. A little bit plus infinity. Tang Ming's words completely sent the live stream room into a frenzy. The diehard fans who had just been feeling down after being mocked by a group of foreigners seemed to have taken off in a rocket in less than 10 minutes. The exhilaration in their hearts all focused on 3 words, a little bit. The accumulation of countless bullet comments turned the entire live stream screen into dazzling white light, making it impossible to see any other words. Only those viewers who temporarily turned off the comments were gaping, watching the miraculous scene before them. If it weren't for the close-up shots from every angle, I would have reported it. This is blatant cheating. Is this guy still human? A beast. A beast is too weak a description. It can only be described as livestock. Can someone tell me how a stomach can hold so much? And he didn't even get full, and he even developed abs? Yeah, I was watching that guy's stomach the whole time, almost visibly eating his way to an 8-pack. So, is this the true unsealing? This guy was hiding deep. He left the goddess dumbfounded and was still looking for where the food went. It's hilarious. By the way, what did that foreign friend say about how much that Miss Kinoshita can eat? I forgot. Could you repeat it? She can eat food for 66 people, 30 pounds. Isn't that amazing? And that Anthony can also eat 20 pounds. But it seems he can only teach people how to eat, not how to be a god. Moreover, how many of those so-called big eaters dare to do a live stream like this? The surroundings are all beaches. It's hard to cheat. 300 million eyes, no? 400 million eyes are watching. Everyone, keep a low profile. Is this the largest slap in the face seen in history? Let me help this guy show off. I just want to ask, who else? I suspect this guy is cheating, but I can't find any evidence. What should I do? I also suspect he is cheating, but I can't find any evidence either. This is tough. The earlier eating broadcast had been recorded and posted on the official homepage, inviting any dissenting friends from various countries to find evidence. When he goes to battle, nothing remains. When he speaks, there's nothing at all. When he goes to battle, Nothing remains. When he speaks, there's nothing at all. Brothers, let's shout the new slogan. The noisy live stream room formed a stark contrast to the quiet atmosphere on the island. By the flickering firelight at the dining table, only Tang Ming's slurping sound could be heard. Are you still eating the coconut crab? If you're not going to eat it, I will. Putting down the large iron pot that looked like it had been licked clean by a dog, Tang Ming's gaze turned to the coconut crab that Xu Yiting had only eaten a little bit of. Eat it. Eat it. It won't kill you, pig. You're overestimating pigs. Can pigs eat as much as I can? You are better than a pig. Yes, I am better than you. Moreover, didn't you promise to cut the fruit for me? Why haven't you started yet? You're really a brute. Today, I'll see how far you can go. Unable to argue with Tang Ming, Xu Yiting seemed to be provoked, gritting her teeth as she got up and went to cut the fruit. While cutting, she shot cold smiles at Tang Ming. Tang Ming smiled with satisfaction, picking up the coconut crab salad. After finishing this dish, his big meal would officially be over. He took his time, spending 5 minutes eating about 4 pounds of pure crab meat. After licking the last bit of crab roe sauce, Tang Ming looked eagerly at Xu Yiting. Hurry up, can you? I'm starving. Come on, eat. If you can't finish today, I won't let you off the hook. Seemingly getting angry, Xu Yiting brought a large bag of fruit in front of Tang Ming and dumped about 10 haphazardly cut fruits in front of him, her expression fierce. So what if you finish eating? If you finish, I'll take your surname. If you don't finish, from now on, whatever I say goes. The author has something to say. Chapter 57, the very last one. Damn, is this really happening? In the end, the goddess couldn't resist gambling. This isn't called gambling. It's a sure win. The scum god is probably going to fall this time. Speaking of which, these fruits are the heaviest, even if some were eaten earlier. There are still around 40 to 50 pounds. Really taking oneself too seriously, daring to gamble. Muscular but simple-minded. What a brute. Haha. There are still international friends who dare to speak. Aren't you afraid of getting slapped in the face again? If you have the ability, come and hit me. If he can finish eating, I'll live stream eating crap. Do you know what it means to eat crap while it's still hot? I'm talking about you. Forget it. Let's try something fresh. Always talking about eating crap. I've never seen someone really do it. Exactly. Just watch the live stream. With the scum god's performance today, I don't even feel like stepping on you black fans. It's too degrading. A small fruit has sparked another round of mutual insults. Tang Ming, with a pained face, bit into the fruit in his hand, slowed down with the peeling. I'm about to burst. I can't take it anymore. Aren't you supposed to be an eating champion? Keep eating for me. I want to see how much you can eat, you bastard. This time, it was Xu Yiting who wouldn't back down. Quickly peeling fruits and piling them in front of Tang Ming. Are you really trying to murder your husband? Can we stop eating? No, you must finish it. Then, I'll eat a small one. After saying that, Tang Ming picked and chose, grabbing the biggest papaya and struggling to take a bite. Xu Yiting instantly felt her intelligence insulted. She gritted her teeth and sped up her movements again. Oh no, I'm so full. I really can't eat anymore. This is the last one. The very last one. The absolute last one. Time quietly passed, and Xu Yiting, without realizing it, had peeled all the fruits that could be peeled. Only some small fruits that didn't need peeling were left. Meanwhile, Tang Ming, groaning for a long time, had lost count of how many he had eaten. Just as he took out the last blueberry-like fruit from the bag, ready to stuff it in his mouth, he suddenly noticed Xu Yiting, who looked like a fossil. Staring blankly, he awkwardly pulled the fruit away from his mouth, trying hard to make himself look painfully stuffed, holding his stomach and saying, I'm stuffed. I can't eat anymore. This time, I can't eat even if you kill me. Bastard, I'm going to fight you. Suddenly, Xu Yiting screamed and lunged at Tang Ming. What are you doing? I really can't eat anymore. You can't force me. Can't you just let me win? Tang Ming quickly ran backward, shouting as he went. You bastard. Do you think I'm a monkey? If you have the guts, don't run. Hey, you can insult me, but don't insult the great sage, with your IQ. How can you compare to the great sage? He never doubted me from start to finish. Luckily, I'm smart enough to let you win, otherwise, having a pig take my surname would be so disgraceful. Die. On the island, after eating too much, a man and a woman started their post-meal exercise. However, in the live stream room, no audience could close their mouths. Is it done eating? No way. Am I seeing things? You're not seeing things. Why have we all become stutterers? The shock aftermath caused the barrage to display a bizarre scene, everyone mindlessly typing, all of them unintentionally entering stuttering mode. After a long while, they finally returned to normal. Damn, that was the last one. Same old recipe, same old taste. The scum god is still the same scum god. Once full, he starts to act recklessly. What do you mean he starts to act recklessly after eating? He acts recklessly whether he's full or not. What a fun live stream. Tonight is the most exciting one I've ever watched. A divine banquet, divine appetite. Can someone tell me how much was eaten tonight? I feel like my brain is in a mess. 120 pounds, definitely. That's not the point. The point is, after eating so much, the scum god can still jump around. That's the scariest part. Didn't you notice his reluctant gaze at the end? I suspect if there were more food, he could keep eating. Let's not discuss this topic anymore. If we keep going, the scum god will be treated as inhuman and sliced for research. Right. Keep it low-key. Just get your face swollen. No need to whip the corpse. Luckily, I'm smart enough not to bet on live streaming eating crap. Otherwise, I would have lost, leaving one fruit uneaten. If I were the goddess, I'd have killed him. Still in the same villa. Earlier, the big shots who were drinking and chatting freely now looked dazed. Did you see that? How is that possible? He really finished eating. Unbelievable. But this is a good thing, with his appetite. How much food would he need every day to fill his stomach, and how much could he spare to hand in? However, the data we received never mentioned he had such an astonishing capacity for food. It feels like things aren't as simple as we thought. Perhaps we really underestimated him. Who would have thought Wulan was hiding so deeply this time, and we were all played by her? But we don't need to be too nervous. No matter how powerful he is, he's just one person. How's the preparation and arrangement and other aspects going? It's all ready, this time. A person who was planted 10 years ago is being used. In every aspect, there's no way to raise suspicion, and coincidentally, he is also one of those responsible for transporting supplies. With him around, that kid won't be able to get anything useful. That's good. Do we know when Wulan's side plans to start the backup? Haven't received any news yet, but if a team is dispatched, it should be in the next few days. Several countries' backup teams have already applied to enter today. They probably see the situation isn't right and want to stabilize things before the first round of submissions. How's our team doing now? Developing quite well. The map has basically been explored, and they've found some food. Although it's not as exaggerated as this kid, they still have about 10 pounds, if they proceed steadily. By the submission time, they should have over 50 pounds of stock. The overall strength of the other players in their group is average. If there are no special situations in this round, we shouldn't need to intervene. Both of them are active members of Wolf Fang, so we don't need to worry about their strength. The key is still to keep a close watch on this side. This kid is truly strange, with so many skills. Not a single one of our intelligence gatherers could find anything. Chapter 58, Golden Gift Pack. Wulan probably anticipated us long ago. Luckily, this group still has Xu Yiting. If she weren't so weak, it would be a bit difficult to deal with. Haha, that's right. Without her, we wouldn't dare to be this obvious. As the eating broadcast ended, the external turmoil began to slowly subside. The highest record of over 400 million views for the live stream has completely shattered the record for the live streaming industry by who knows how many times. Tang Ming, who had been kicked several times by Xu Yiting, finally managed to tire her out. Without a flushed face or panting, he found a spot to sit down and digest. In contrast, Xu Yiting, already a bit stuffed from eating, was feeling even more exhausted due to Tang Ming's incredible changes in physique. If it weren't for him deliberately slowing down to let her cool off, she probably wouldn't have even been able to touch a hair on him. After a bout of chasing, she was now out of breath and couldn't even move. Tang Ming didn't provoke her anymore. While resting, he silently felt the increase in his strength. During their run earlier, he had already tested himself. In terms of speed, he had at least doubled his performance compared to yesterday. Of course, this doubling didn't mean he could now run 100 meters in 5 seconds instead of 10, but rather conceptually. In reality, he should be able to easily catch up to world records. As for strength, he had just tried lifting a stone weighing around 200 pounds and could almost lift it effortlessly, with single-arm strength exceeding 100 pounds. If he were to punch with full force, it would reach a terrifying level. Additionally, there was a more intuitive enhancement, his 5 senses. Almost everything around him, from the slightest breeze to the rustling of grass, was within his perception. At this moment, he believed he had reached the limits of human capability. Of course, this was in comparison to the average person. When it came to finer details, he wouldn't dare claim to be the best in the world. However, in terms of overall quality, he had definitely reached a freakish level. After evaluating himself, Tang Ming lay back and fell asleep on the beach, his mind entering the system. Upgrade task completed. Reward. Qualification for intermediate mall upgrade. Task completion rate, 200. Evaluation, perfect. Special reward, 1 golden gift pack. Wow. Happiness came so suddenly. Tang Ming was so excited, he almost jumped up with a start. Suppressing his joy, he swallowed hard and opened the warehouse. 1 golden treasure chest was spinning 360 degrees in the void. Open. After admiring it for a moment, Tang Ming directly clicked to open the golden gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have opened the golden gift pack and received 1 free chance to advance a skill to intermediate level, 1 intermediate pet capture card, and a high-level martial art, Dragon Subduing 18 Palms. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms. Staring at the last name in shock, Tang Ming's jaw nearly dropped. A line from a song suddenly floated through his mind. Had those boasts from years gone by really come true? Just a moment ago, he had used it to tease Xu Yiting, and unexpectedly, he really had it now. Was it really necessary to be this thrilling? controlling his racing heart. Tang Ming reached out to click on the dragon subduing 18 palms manual to learn it. In the next moment, his mind was like a movie playing out. With the Huang Rihua version of Xiao Feng standing amidst a sea of soldiers, each move exuding the sound of dragon roars and tiger howls. The 18 palms followed one after another, like a dance of dragons, ultimately converging into a massive azure dragon that sent everyone around tumbling. The trajectory of each palm seemed to imprint itself into his mind. With a swift motion, Tang Ming unconsciously mimicked Xiao Feng's actions and began practicing on the beach. Awakened by Tang Ming's movements, Xu Yiting turned to look. She saw Tang Ming leap in front of her, squatting in a horse stance with his feet spread apart, drawing a circle in the air with his palms before bringing them together. Dragon subduing 18 palms, he shouted, slowly pushing his palms toward the coconut tree. Puff! Seeing Tang Ming's serious expression, Xu Yiting couldn't help but burst out laughing like a pig. I believe now that you really ate too much. Your brain must be fried. Haha, dragon subduing 18 palms. Are you trying to make me laugh to death so you can inherit my dried fish? Bang! Just as Xu Yiting finished speaking, she felt a heavy tremor behind her. Even the ground seemed to shake slightly, startling her into jumping away from the coconut tree. Turning around, she saw coconuts raining down like a shower. Tang Ming quickly ducked and covered his head. What did you just do? She asked, swallowing hard, her face filled with disbelief. She knew that the coconut tree was over 10 meters tall, and even a normal person kicking it with full force wouldn't cause that much shaking. How about it? My dragon subduing 18 palms is impressive, right? Tang Ming blinked a few times and proudly raised his palm. To hell with your dragon subduing 18 palms. Tell me, how did you do that? Saying it again, she still didn't believe it. Is it really dragon subduing 18 palms? I finally mastered it. If you dare to bully me again, watch me beat you so hard you won't be able to walk. I'll beat you so hard you won't be able to walk. Xu Yiting was practically going crazy. How could there be such a disgusting man in the world? With a roar, she reached out and grabbed Tang Ming's hair. Ouch! 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 Can't we just talk things over nicely? Don't pull my hair. Then tell me how you did it. Why did the coconuts fall? Be gentle. I'll tell you, okay? Great sage, come down here. As Tang Ming finished speaking, the great sage poked its head out from the top of the tree and chirped at him. I knew you were up to something. I warn you, we're out of food now. If you dare to eat recklessly again, I'll deal with you. Yes. I promise I won't eat recklessly again. At most, just a little bit. Ouch. No more little bits. I'll go on a hunger strike, is that okay? Seizing the opportunity, Xu Yiting finally got to vent her frustrations before letting Tang Ming go. The latter looked dejected, but inside, he was extremely excited. Every man has a dream of being a hero, and Tang Ming was no exception. But before, it could only be a dream. Now, just before that palm was unleashed, Tang Ming had never expected such a huge impact. However, it was enough to shock him on the spot. According to his understanding, he didn't possess the true energy required to perform the dragon subduing 18 palms. That palm just now had only utilized the cleverness involved, yet it still exerted an attack power at least 10 times greater than his own strength. Awesome. With this skill, I no longer have to worry about my wife suffering. Lying down again, Tang Ming took out a kitchen knife to admire, his face filled with smiles. In the future, when going on adventures and encountering bamboo, or whatever, he would directly use the dragon subduing 18 palms to clear a path. Absolutely perfect. Moreover, when he encountered trees with lots of fruit, one palm strike would probably be enough that even the great sage wouldn't be needed. It would be simply delightful. Chapter 59, Upgrading to the Intermediate Mall. After being excited for a while, Tang Ming tried a few more martial arts moves before turning his gaze back to the previous rewards. The first two, while not as novel as the dragon subduing 18 palms, were definitely much more practical. Take the intermediate pet capture card, for example. It had increased the capture capacity to animals within 5 meters in length and weighing no more than 5 tons. With these specifications, Tang Ming couldn't think of anything that couldn't be caught. However, on this island, encountering such large creatures would probably be quite difficult. So he decided to save it for later use. The last item, the intermediate skill-free upgrade card, could advance a skill he had already learned to intermediate level. While looking at the introduction, Tang Ming also thoroughly understood the skill rules. Any skill, apart from special system rewards like the dragon subduing 18 palms, had to be learned from the basics and upgraded step by step. Looking at the upgrade opportunity, Tang Ming didn't hesitate for long before setting his sights on the X-ray vision skill. This skill had been incredibly helpful to him so far, and it was originally a high-level skill. Even the basic level would cost several thousand, let alone the intermediate level, which would probably require hundreds of thousands to obtain. Though he had determined his target, Tang Ming didn't rush to upgrade. Instead, he looked at the food points. Then, a golden number made him dumbfounded. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 253,000 food points. Damn, It was even more exaggerated than seeing the dragon subduing 18 palms. Tang Ming almost jumped up 3 feet high. The span is too large, isn't it? Over 200,000. That means at least 20 million people have been turned into fans. So, how many people are actually watching their live stream today? Patting his excited chest, Tang Ming quickly browsed through the system logs. And there were no signs of instability like last time. The data started skyrocketing from the first dish. This means that all of this is due to the grand meal he prepared. However, the conversion rate is a bit exaggerated. Thinking about it, Tang Ming realized the key point. Food itself represents public recognition, and unlike before, with so many dishes today, there must be at least one that suits someone's taste. Coupled with the standard grand meal process, the elegant or exaggerated way of eating, it can be said to be appreciated by both refined and common tastes. It seems that such grand meals can happen more often in the future. Compared to the small fuss of ordinary food, this is much more enjoyable. With an uncontrollable joy on his face, Tang Ming opened the system mall. Detected that the host has qualified for the upgrade to the intermediate mall. Would you like to spend 100,000 food points to upgrade to the intermediate mall? 100,000? Although he had just become rich. Seeing this number still stunned Tang Ming for a moment. This damn system, it really requires money for everything. Without today's income, how long would it take to save 100,000? And with that 100,000, how much could he learn basic skills? After pondering for a long time, Tang Ming finally gritted his teeth. Food points can be earned again. The primary mall is already so powerful, the intermediate mall should not disappoint him, and indeed, some primary skills have become a bit inadequate for him now. For example, deep diving, with only 5 minutes each time, after deducting the time to ascend and descend. There is hardly any time left to explore the seabed properly. Upgrade. Realizing this key point, Tang Ming reached out and clicked to upgrade. In a flash, the system interface transformed into a scene of flowing light, starting to spin, and a few seconds later, the system interface reappeared. The skills were still the same, but there were now primary and intermediate options, as well as prices. Just as Tang Ming thought, the price of intermediate skills is basically 10 times that of primary ones. But the effects have also increased tenfold. Next to the skills, there was an added character attribute and a new item purchase entrance. Clicking into the item entrance, Tang Ming's eyes widened. How is this so different from what I imagined? In Tang Ming's mind, the new options opened in the intermediate mall should at least include some elixirs or the like. But looking at it now, fish hooks, fishing lines, fishing nets, goggles, oxygen tanks. Everything is so ordinary, extremely mediocre. Moreover, the prices are exorbitant. A fish hook actually costs 20,000 food points. Is this a robbery? Although it's called an eternal fish hook, it's just for fishing. Can it catch fish faster than he can catch them himself? More critically, he also needs an opportunity to use it. In front of so many people, taking out a fishing rod to fish would be too conspicuous, right? As he browsed further, Tang Ming did find something familiar among them, a primary pet capture card, priced at 50,000 food points. This is acceptable. The effect of the Great Sage is beyond doubt. However, the intermediate pet capture card is a bit shocking, costing as much as 500,000. Of course, apart from these. As he flipped further, Tang Ming found some things he yearned for immensely. For example, an intermediate space ring, containing 5 cubic meters of space. If he could take this to the wild, it would be incredibly enjoyable. But the price is also quite enjoyable, starting at 1 million food points. As a compromise, after searching, Tang Ming finally found a primary space ring, priced at 100,000 food points, containing 1 cubic meter of space, equivalent to the capacity of a net bag. To buy or not to buy? After struggling internally for a long time, Tang Ming decided to hold off. After all, 1 cubic meter isn't very useful for him right now. It's just a net bag's worth. He can always decide later if he really needs it. Exiting the items section, Tang Ming opened the skill options again. He looked through them. There was no need to check primary skills for now, as he had already learned most of what he needed recently. Now he just needs to enhance the intensity with intermediate skills. After spending 100,000 food points to upgrade to the intermediate mall, he has 153,000 left, and he has been keeping 100,000 in mind for the space ring. So he can only spend 50,000. Still poor. Tang Ming hesitated for a moment and opened the character attributes section. Host, Tang Ming. Age, 23. Physique, primary enhancement, enhancement progress, 20. Skills, primary X-ray vision, primary carpentry, primary deep diving, micro hearing, intermediate plant identification. Martial arts, 18 dragon subduing palms. Pets, monkey. Items, intermediate pet capture card. Food points, 153,000. Seeing his attributes for the first time, Tang Ming was somewhat intrigued. There weren't many issues with the others, but the primary enhancement at 20 surprised him. His world-class physique has only been enhanced to 20? After silently calculating, the total amount of food he consumed over the past 2 days is about 200 gene, which means he needs 1,000 gene to reach 100. Chapter 60, Cheetah. It seems that he is going further down the path of being a big eater. Glancing again at the skills he has learned, Tang Ming closed the attribute panel. Primary X-ray vision. No need to say, he directly used the free opportunity to upgrade. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to gather the required 300,000 food points even if he emptied his savings. As for the remaining primary carpentry, it's enough to make general items. So there's no need to rush to upgrade. The only choices left are the primary deep diving and micro hearing. After some thought, Tang Ming placed his finger on the primary deep diving option. X-ray vision and hearing go hand in hand. Enhancing the vision will undoubtedly improve his ability to find prey significantly, so the deep diving, which represents mobility, is the most urgent. Moreover, the power of intermediate deep diving also made him extremely eager. The diving time increases to 50 minutes, and the diving depth reaches 50 meters, which is almost impossible to achieve without professional tools. In addition to these two aspects, swimming speed also improves drastically, allowing him to catch up with ordinary fish. Feeling certain small muscles in his body starting to change with the skill enhancement, Tang Ming tried to move his body, and his muscular body surprisingly became much more flexible. Unconsciously twisting, Tang Ming's waist moved like a water snake. Deadly fairy. This scene happened to be seen by Xu Yiting, who opened her mouth in astonishment and looked at him disdainfully. Tang Ming's face turned red, and he didn't dare to twist anymore. Any more twisting would be excessive. After glancing at the sea, he ultimately didn't jump into experiment. Turning his head, he pulled out the long-awaited intermediate skill-free card. X-ray vision, upgrade. After the familiar disorienting sensation, Tang Ming opened his eyes again. The world in front of him had undergone a tremendous change. In his field of vision, almost everything turned transparent with his gaze. His whole body felt as if he was standing in midair, 1 meter above the ground. With the experience from last time, Tang Ming instantly concluded. Intermediate X-ray vision, penetration depth, 1 meter. This depth is 100 times more powerful than before. At least when it comes to finding food. There is hardly anything that can escape Tang Ming's eyes. Excitedly looking around, soon a minute passed, and 10 food points were deducted. Tang Ming's face darkened. Sure enough, the stingy system didn't miss the opportunity to make money, and the consumption of X-ray vision had also increased tenfold. Adhering to the principle of not wasting money that was deducted, Tang Ming secretly glanced at Xu Yiting. Then, his expression changed. In his line of sight, a black figure was slowly approaching in the distance behind Xu Yiting. Hey! With a loud shout, Tang Ming quickly ran towards Xu Yiting. Startled, she quickly got up, looking at Tang Ming with a puzzled expression. What are you crazy about now? I see you really ate too much tonight. Furrowing his brows, Tang Ming ignored her and walked around the coconut tree where Xu Yiting was resting, heading in the direction where the black figure had just turned. The night was too dark. Although he had the ability to see through, Tang Ming could only make out a shadow. It looked like some sort of animal, but it was quite large, about 1 meter high, and very agile. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared after Tang Ming shouted. Fortunately, although the animal was gone, it left behind a faint trail of footprints where it had passed. Xu Yiting, who had followed him, also saw the footprints in the sand, and her expression tightened. Crouching down, she examined the shape of the footprints and frowned. It seems we're in trouble. What kind of creature is it? Judging by the footprints, it should be a feline, and not a small one. The most likely candidate was a cheetah. Can there really be such a thing on the island? Tang Ming was stunned. I don't know. The island is randomly assigned, and it's likely that even the organizers don't know exactly what's there. If it really is a cheetah, it'll be hard to deal with. Tang Ming nodded. He didn't know much about wild animals, but he was aware that this notorious killer in the animal kingdom could run at incredible speeds. Even he, in his current state, would be no match for it. Moreover, the characteristics of felines made them very difficult to detect when they were lurking. Without using his ability to see through, it would be hard for Tang Ming to spot one. What do we do now? He asked, glancing seriously at the direction where the footprints had disappeared. For this kind of beast, the first thing we need to do is be more alert. From now on, we should take turns sleeping, with one person on guard at night. Also, we can't store food the same way we did in the last couple of days. We need to take some protective measures. So troublesome? Tang Ming frowned as he listened. After a long day, we still have to keep watch. Can't we just have a normal night? There's no choice. Unless we can catch it, but trying to catch it barehanded is almost impossible. It's too fast, can climb trees, and its attack power is no joke. Xu Yiting's brow was also tightly furrowed. Is it even good to eat? What time is it? And you're still thinking about this? Why not think about it? On such a large island, it's either it kills us or we kill it. If we kill it, shouldn't we think about how to prepare it? That way we won't panic when the time comes. Tang Ming stated confidently. You. Xu Yiting shot him an exasperated glare, But after hearing what Tang Ming said, the tense atmosphere eased quite a bit. Speaking of which, I've never dealt with such ingredients before. It sounds like a challenge. One more question. If we hunt the cheetah, is it illegal? It's a wild beast. And although it's a protected species, the League's regulations state that any wild animal that poses a threat to personal safety can be killed without any responsibility. Well, that's good. Tang Ming licked his lips, his gaze towards the darkness changing instantly. Pervert. Starting tonight, you sleep in the tree and keep your eyes peeled. If that thing comes back, you better call out immediately, got it? With the intelligence of the great sage, he naturally understood what Tang Ming was saying. He glanced timidly at the depths of the forest, but still nodded seriously. Watching the great sage climb to the top of the tree, Tang Ming felt a bit more relaxed, but he still had no intention of sleeping. Seeing his actions, Xu Yiting followed suit. You sleep first, I'll keep watch. Tang Ming said while smashing fibers. I can't sleep. Tonight we can make more ropes. And tomorrow I'll set some traps around to see if we can block that thing. Sure enough, you still want to eat cheetah meat. Tang Ming chuckled. Chapter 61, Revenge. Get lost. Do you think everyone is as carefree as you? Acting like if you're scared, it won't come. Think positively. It's not easy to find such a big wild delicacy on the island. If we catch it, we'll strike it rich. You need to have a life to spend it. Besides, how much money can one cheetah bring? Instead of wasting time catching it, why not go catch some fish in the sea? Is that the same? Fish can be caught anytime, but when can you eat cheetah? Plus, I'm not talking about getting rich from the cheetah. I'm talking about its food. Think about it. If this thing can survive on the island, it proves there must be plenty of wild food here. As long as there is, we have a chance. To be honest, Tang Ming was really tired of eating seafood these past few days and missed meat terribly. You think you know everything, always daydreaming. Xu Yiting rolled her eyes at him, not wanting to say more. The two were completely on different wavelengths in their conversation. Tang Ming raised an eyebrow, smashing the plants in his hands while opening the system in his mind. Soon, he found the hunting skill in the basic skills section. Basic hunting, price, 2,000 food points. After learning, gain basic hunting skills and trap-making methods. Not expensive. Feeling generous, Tang Ming glanced at it and clicked to learn. Compared to other skills, this one didn't have much knowledge. Moreover, it complemented the basic woodworking skill well, as many hunting tools required woodworking skills to make accurately. Not bad. While smashing plants, Tang Ming selected the hunting methods that would be most advantageous to him in his mind. However, no matter how he hunted, one thing was indispensable: rope. Most traps would require it. Speeding up his actions, the two worked together for over an hour to produce a large amount of fibers. Returning to the campfire, Xu Yiting was still responsible for organizing and handing over the fibers while Tang Ming twisted them. However, this time, Tang Ming increased the 3 strands of fibers to 6, using the most complex twisting technique he had in his mind. The finished product was twice as thick as a net bag and had greatly improved quality and toughness. After making a section, Tang Ming tried pulling it. With his strength, he had to exert a lot of effort to break it. With this quality, do you think it can bind a cheetah? Tang Ming handed the rope to Xu Yiting, asking. She took it and tried, but even using all her strength, she couldn't break it. Looking back at Tang Ming, her gaze became a bit strange because just a moment ago, she had watched Tang Ming snap the rope directly. And she, who was much stronger than an average adult male, couldn't do anything even with all her strength. When did you get so strong? Did you just notice? I've always been strong. I just let you in normally. Otherwise, I would have already. Before Tang Ming could finish his sentence, his hair was already grabbed. If you dare mention that word again, do you believe I'll kill you? I believe. Just let go first. Say, will you dare next time? I want to dare, my lady. Don't keep pulling at the same spot. If you pull it bald, how will I marry a wife? Looking for death. 10 minutes later, Tang Ming looked at the short hair on the ground, wanting to cry but having no tears. Recently, he seemed to have been a bit too cocky, as he had failed to guard against that fierce woman's sneak attack twice. This grudge had to be repaid. After spending 2 hours, all the fibers were used up, and in front of the two, there was now a large pile of seemingly sturdy ropes. I'll weave a bigger net first. You hold it with both hands. Tang Ming grabbed one end of the rope and handed it to Xu Yiting. What do we need a net for? Xu Yiting was a bit puzzled but still took the rope, firmly holding one end as Tang Ming instructed. It's for catching tigers. Tang Ming grinned maliciously, starting to weave the rope around Xu Yiting's arms. Then, taking advantage of a moment when Xu Yiting was not paying attention, he pulled the rope sharply. With a whoosh, Xu Yiting's hands were tightly bound. What are you doing? Xu Yiting was startled and tried to struggle, but found that Tang Ming had used some method that made it impossible for her to break free. What do you think I want to do? Tang Ming chuckled and walked up to Xu Yiting. Wasn't pulling my hair just now quite enjoyable? Want to try pulling another one? As he spoke, Tang Ming circled around to Xu Yiting's back, pretending to get close in a lewd manner. You better untie me now, there's still time. Xu Yiting's cold voice came through. Do you think I'm stupid? If I untie you, will I still have my life? regardless of the outcome. This time I will make sure you experience what despair feels like. After saying that, Tang Ming wrapped another piece of rope around Xu Yiting's feet. Don't think I don't know you want to use the dragon tail sweep. My dragon subduing 18 palms is at a master level. Xu Yiting's little scheme was exposed, and there was finally a hint of panic on her face. Don't be nervous. I'll take good care of you. With one hand around Xu Yiting's waist. No matter how she struggled, Tang Ming laid her flat on the beach. I warn you, with so many eyes watching, don't do anything reckless. Seeing Tang Ming lean down, Xu Yiting truly panicked. Tell me, will you still bully me in the future? No, I won't bully you anymore. Just don't come over. I don't believe you. Unless you swear that if you bully me again, you'll be a pig. If I bully you again, I'll be a pig. So straightforward. You must be just brushing me off. I swear, if I bully you again, I'll be a pig. What are you? I'm a pig. Haha. Now you've admitted it yourself. I didn't force you. Then why don't you untie me? Did I say I would untie you? Naive. With a chuckle, Tang Ming stood up and sat to the side, pulling the remaining rope on Xu Yiting's feet and starting to weave. Bastard, what do you want? I want to sleep. In your dreams, I'd rather die than sleep with you. Come on, don't be self-important. Did I say I wanted to sleep with you? Tang Ming rolled his eyes at her, stood up, and gestured with what he had just woven, continuing to weave no matter how Xu Yiting shouted. 10 minutes later, Tang Ming finally turned the rope into a net. He picked it up again, wrapped it around Xu Yiting, and then tied several thick ropes to both ends of the net. Great sage, he shouted at a tree, and a curious monkey peeked out before quickly climbing down. Take this end and tie it to that tree branch over there. After saying this, Tang Ming handed one end of the rope to the monkey and demonstrated how to tie it. It wasn't until the great sage clumsily learned how to do it that he let it climb the tree. Chapter 62, Want to Sleep. Soon, under Tang Ming's guidance, the great sage tied the rope to a thick tree trunk. Tang Ming pulled hard from below, turning the slip knot into a dead knot, and hung his weight on it, which didn't budge at all. Then he turned to Xu Yiting, who seemed to have a bad feeling, and grinned, handing the other end of the net to the great sage. This time, the great sage didn't need to tie the rope, just had to pass it through a branch of another big tree and throw it back to Tang Ming. Holding the rope thrown down by the great sage, Tang Ming suddenly pulled down hard. The net where Xu Yiting was located rose up, beginning to float. Bastard, what are you doing? Xu Yiting couldn't move her hands or feet, twisting around in the net. Tang Ming said nothing, continuing to pull the rope until he had lifted Xu Yiting into the air and then stopped. He wrapped the excess rope around the trunk to secure it tightly, then looked up at Xu Yiting. Now you can sleep, right? As he spoke, Tang Ming tugged gently on the rope that bound Xu Yiting, and the ropes that had been tightly tied to her hands and feet seemed to come undone in a straight line. Finally free from her shackles, Xu Yiting gritted her teeth in anger, turning to get up, only to find that the net she was in seemed to be a complete entity, with no way to escape. Tang, if you have the guts, let me down. Looking at her height above the ground, it was at least 7 or 8 meters, and the nearest trees were at least 5 or 6 meters away from the net. For a moment, Xu Yiting really didn't dare to make any rash moves. Stop shouting. I kindly designed a hammock for you, and you're still not satisfied? Hammock? Xu Yiting looked around the net and had to admit that the net Tang Ming had woven was evenly detailed, with fist-sized holes that allowed for good ventilation. If she didn't struggle and just lay there, it did feel a bit like a hammock. Trying to lie down, her body swayed slightly, and the hammock rocked along, a sense of indescribable comfort rising in her heart. Of course, the main reason for this comfort was the height of the hammock, with only 2 ropes holding it. Even a leopard wouldn't be able to climb up the ropes from below, let alone jump up. Thinking about it, Xu Yiting's anger lessened a lot. She shot a glare downwards and continued to enjoy the pleasure brought by the hammock. How is it? Comfortable? Tonight you'll just sleep up there for me, and I'll let you down tomorrow. Then how will you sleep? Xu Yiting asked, pouting. Do I need you to worry? I'm a master of the dragon subduing 18 palms. I'm just afraid it won't come, otherwise, it will just give me some courage. Do you still need courage? You seem very confident. Exactly. So you just sleep well and rest up. You'll need your energy tomorrow to help me catch the leopard. Tang Ming waved his hand dismissively, starting to clean up the pots and pans while complaining about how he had brought Xu Yiting up so early and now had to clean up himself. Xu Yiting smiled faintly, watching Tang Ming's busy figure, feeling a sense of reassurance. Leaning against the comfortable hammock, she slowly closed her eyes. After half an hour of cleaning, the mess from earlier was finally tidied up. Tang Ming glanced at the various utensils piled in the pot, frowned, and found a few bamboo poles to start chopping. After an hour, he made a bamboo box. The box was about 1 meter long, but with Tang Ming's beginner carpentry skills, it looked neat and sturdy. There wasn't a single gap. Even an ant would find it hard to crawl in. Inside the box, it was divided into several layers. The bottom layer contained several sealed bamboo tubes, all filled with things carefully refined today: jam, coconut oil, oyster sauce, and abalone sauce. The middle layer held bowls, chopsticks, and plates, while the top layer contained the only remaining food, dried stingray. After locking all the key items inside, he pulled the drawstring tight, and the beach looked much tidier. After thinking for a moment, Tang Ming still felt a bit uneasy. So he tied the box with a rope and asked the great sage to help hang it in a tree, suspended about a person's height off the ground. When needed, he just had to loosen the rope and bring it down to the ground, effectively preventing any unknown small animals from rummaging through the box when no one was at the campsite. On the leaves, all the fish and inedible scraps from the day were piled up. Taking a look, Tang Ming lost interest in sorting them out, mixed everything together, kneaded it into a paste, wrapped it in leaves, and put it in the fish cage. He carried it down to the sea. This time going into the sea, Tang Ming immediately felt different. Moreover, he felt no sense of suffocation at all. The only regret was that his perspective couldn't be used as a searchlight. Otherwise, it would be much easier to feel around for shrimp at the bottom of the sea at night. These spots had already been marked by him during the day. The places where fish were most active, and the harvest should be much better than the random placement from yesterday. Although the fish seen during the day weren't that big, every bit counts, and with enough quantity, Tang Ming could find a way to get quality. After finishing setting up the small fish traps, Tang Ming put most of the remaining bait into the large fish trap. Today's bait was much more abundant than yesterday's, giving him a great sense of anticipation. The so-called KNWI refers to positions where the terrain suddenly drops. In such locations, fish can easily attack or retreat, and they often hide large catches. After finishing his work at sea, Tang Ming casually scattered the little remaining bait in the rocky pit. After 2 consecutive days of harvest, he didn't hold much hope for this pit. Once the traps were set, it was already late, and Tang Ming lay on the beach beneath Shu Yiting, staring at her as she slept soundly above him, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. This girl really looks like a pig when she sleeps. Shaking his head with a smile, Tang Ming activated his acute hearing to filter out various sounds that might arise during the night. Of course, this time he didn't dare to completely shut it off. He just eliminated some insect chirps and the sounds of the sea breeze and waves, so he could sense any movements around him at any time. Finally, he placed a handful of mugwort to ward off mosquitoes and then comfortably closed his eyes. Chapter 63. Luck will only get better. The next morning, before Tang Ming was fully awake, he felt as if it were raining from the sky. Opening his eyes, he just happened to see Shu Yiting peering down from the netting above, with a mischievous smile on her face. "Did you wet the bed?" Instantly awake, Tang Ming quickly sat up, wiped the water off his face, and sniffed his nose. "You're the one who wet the bed. Your whole family wet the bed." Initially proud of having woken Tang Ming up, Shu Yiting's expression darkened and turned red at his retort. "It must be you. Otherwise, where did the water come from? You're such a big person, and you still wet the bed. How embarrassing. I had the great sage fetch me water. Who told you to sleep like a pig and not wake up when called? Hurry up and let me down." Shu Yiting gritted her teeth and pushed a leaf out of the netting, letting it fall in front of Tang Ming. "See, the great sage is just being taught bad habits by you." Tang Ming shot her an annoyed glance, but didn't plan to keep her up there any longer. He untied the rope and slowly lowered the hammock. "You said it yourself. If you bully me again, you'll be a pig," he reminded her before releasing the hammock. Shu Yiting huffed, not daring to retort. If this guy hung her up again, she might really wet the bed. Once free from her cage, Shu Yiting quickly raised the drone's altitude and then zoomed toward the woods. Watching her retreating figure, Tang Ming subconsciously touched his face and then brought his hand to his nose to sniff. Unexpectedly, his unconscious action triggered another round of gritted teeth from Shu Yiting, who poked her head out to prevent him from peeking. "What is this bastard thinking all day? Am I really such a filthy person?" Great sage. On the beach, Tang Ming snapped his fingers at the monkey in the tree. Soon, a well-trained monkey hurried over, carrying a coconut. Tang Ming spat out the coconut water with a puff. He handed the remaining pulp to the great sage for breakfast, and then said leisurely, "What's the rush? Money spent will come back. Pressure creates motivation. Today, I'll show you what real strength looks like. Just keep bragging. Do you really think you can have the same luck as yesterday every day? It's definitely not possible to have the same luck as yesterday. It will only get better." After saying that, Tang Ming pulled some nearly extinguished charcoal from the fire pit. Then he opened a bamboo box and took out the remaining dried ray fish from yesterday. He set up a grill made of branches over the charcoal and placed several pieces of dried ray fish on it. "Are you eating this too?" "Why not? If it weren't for considering breakfast, I would have eaten it yesterday." The dried ray fish had no moisture, so Tang Ming set the grill a bit higher to slowly roast it over low heat. "We have to prepare for our first submission in just 2 days. With you acting like this, what will we do then? Although you have some skills in catching fish, the other contestants aren't pushovers either. Be careful of capsizing in the gutter. You know nothing about strength." Tang Ming curled his lip. Before yesterday, he might not have dared to be so arrogant. But today's him is not the same as yesterday's. With intermediate X-ray vision and diving skills, he didn't even know where his current limits lay. Of course, Today's goal wasn't just to eat. He finished his breakfast quickly and set off early to see if he could find some wild game for a feast. After checking that the ray fish would take a little longer to cook, Tang Ming sent the great sage to look for bird eggs nearby while he took Shu Yiting to the rocky pit. As he had estimated, the rocky pit was still lukewarm, yielding a few stonefish and small sea fish. There were no octopuses today, but he found 2 crabs weighing about 3 taels each. They were okay for a snack, but far from enough for breakfast. After tying up the crabs, Tang Ming jumped into the water and swam near the coral reef. The fish traps from yesterday looked a bit askew. They must have been affected by the tide. However, it wasn't a big deal, as long as they weren't missing. That would be fine. In one breath, he gathered all 10 or so fish traps together and dragged them ashore. What awaited him was Shu Yiting's astonished eyes. Do you know how long you just stayed in the water? I didn't pay attention. What's wrong? At least 10 minutes. Did you not breathe once? Or did I miss it? I didn't breathe. With my strength, I could go for half an hour without needing to breathe. You're just bragging. You must have taken a breath when I wasn't looking. Tang Ming told the truth, and Shu Yiting indeed dropped her suspicions, bending down to help empty the fish traps. As soon as she got the first one, Shu Yiting exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, so many." With her words, the fish from the trap spilled onto the ground. 7 or 8 lively sea fish appeared before their eyes, followed by a fist-sized octopus sliding out. Just this one was already as much as they had caught yesterday combined. I told you, today's luck will only get better. You still didn't believe it. Tang Ming smirked, giving himself a pat on the back for his cleverness. If it weren't for having observed the positions of the fish traps in advance, he probably wouldn't have had such a harvest. Along with that, he followed suit and began emptying the fish traps as well. The subsequent catches were no less impressive than the first. Basically, each contained a few fish and crabs or octopuses. They even pulled out 3 sea eels. Although none were very large, each weighed about half a pound. In total, after counting, there were about 50 small fish, most weighing around 2 taels each, but altogether they weighed around 10 pounds. There were over 10 octopuses, with the large ones weighing 3 to 4 taels and the smaller ones 2 taels, totaling about 3 pounds. There were also 7 or 8 stone crabs and flower crabs, totaling around 2 pounds. The 3 sea eels weighed 1.5 pounds. Looking at the haul at his feet, Shu Yiting felt a bit dazed, missing her chance to mock Tang Ming, which had now evaporated. However, compared to mocking, she naturally preferred the harvest, digging out a few small water pits. Shu Yiting placed the various seafood inside them, then looked at Tang Ming with eager eyes. The latter understood her meaning and immediately turned to head back into the sea. In the live broadcast room, the people who had just woken up were now gathering again. Originally still feeling groggy from just waking up, they were unexpectedly energized so early in the morning. This scoundrel must have had an affair with the Dragon King's daughter in his last life. Otherwise, how could he have such good luck? Waking up from a nap to find over 10 pounds, and it took less than 20 minutes. Don't say that. Those other teams are scrimping and saving, and they already have quite a bit stored. I just saw a few showing off their harvests. Oh, I haven't checked out the other live broadcast rooms. How's it going? The situation is a bit chaotic. It seems to have entered 800 schools of thought contend mode. Chapter 64, Setting Traps. I have to say, these teams do have real skills. Some have explored the islands and found fruit trees and banana groves, reaping abundant harvests. Others have caught quite a bit of wild game using traps. In any case, they are all bringing in goods. The latecomers of Huaxiao still know to watch other live streams? How do you put it, a frog at the bottom of a well, observing the sky from the well? Do you really think being self-proclaimed #1 is impressive? That's just because others haven't exerted their strength yet. Those teams have already explored the map. And now is the time for real gains. You can go check out the War God group. I guarantee you'll be astonished. You know it was yesterday, and they consumed it. So what do you have to compare now? Besides, your gains are increasing, and so are theirs. I don't know if they've improved, but my family's trash god has a legitimate first place so far. Just check the nanophysique data. No need for further explanation. It's better not to mention this. But I just took a glance, and trash god is like standing at the peak, looking down on all the mountains. How did that 220 physique come about? Is it really just about eating more to grow more? With the current data, others would be dead before they could reach that, right? So, as long as Trash God doesn't squander resources, crushing them would be like child's play. As for Trash God squandering, unless the sun rises from the west, and even if he does squander, those who should be crushed will still be crushed. Does this dozen or so fish cages give you the courage to boast? It seems you still haven't understood my point. Those people have long figured out the distribution of resources on the map, and what they need to do now is to go directly to collect, while he is still relying on luck to eat. No matter how lucky he is. Can it compare to others who are harvesting nonstop? You probably don't know what a European emperor is. Ultimately, you're still promoting luck. After today, I hope you can maintain your current optimism. While the live stream was in debate, Tang Ming and another person had already worked together to lift the big fish cage onto the shore, before they even set it down. Both had a strange premonition in their eyes, because this big fish cage was much heavier than yesterday's, and they could clearly feel something bouncing around inside. It's time to open the box. Rubbing her hands, Shu Yiting hurriedly reached in front of Tang Ming and opened the bottom of the fish cage. It took quite a bit of strength to turn it over. Pulling it up, splash, crackle. It sounded like water spilling onto the ground, with a dense crashing sound. Various fish goods flowed out in a large puddle. Swallowing her saliva, Shu Yiting quickly made some space to avoid the fish splashing onto herself. You didn't throw the fish cage into the fish nest, did you? How come there are so many? It's not as good as the one I caught in the sea yesterday, but at least it's 5 or 6 pounds, with long tentacles wrapping around his arm, very lively. The other two were a bit smaller, but still about 4 pounds. Besides these big guys, there was also a golden fish, over 3 pounds. Flat and round like the sun. The only thing Tang Ming wanted to ask was, how did such a wide body squeeze into his fish cage? Aside from these giants, there were also quite a few small fish, and it seemed that they really came in schools, with over 10 mackerel, each about 3 tails, totaling around 3 pounds. Such a harvest could simply be called a bonanza. Please call me European God. Throwing the big fish cage aside and carefully observing the pile of fish goods on the ground, Tang Ming was all smiles. Look at how proud you are. If you can guarantee not to eat, then come say that to me again. Otherwise, no matter how much you gain, you're still an unlucky person. I'll just eat a little bit. No, you still open wide to eat. I really can't take that little bit from you. Shu Yiting quickly waved her hand and began digging a pit to store the goods. Before long, all the gains were classified, and looking at the murky water pit, Shu Yiting couldn't help but look worriedly at Tang Ming. Let's be clear, today these seafood, except for the small ones, the big ones must be kept. No problem. Today I just want to eat leopard fish. Tang Ming nodded without hesitation. Beautiful you. Speaking of leopards, what will happen to these things later? What can we do? Just leave them here. I can't wait to attract them. All right then. You need to move quickly. There are quite a few things to do today. This was also a newfound ability. After his overall physical quality improved, his control over his body became more refined, and even his knife skills improved a lot. Some actions that used to be somewhat strenuous to perform are now easy. Turning around, he grabbed all the mackerel. This thing basically dies once out of the water. Perfect for breakfast. In no time, the mackerel were skewered with bamboo sticks, forming a circle, and placed next to the fire pit to roast along with the stingray meat. After finishing the first 2 items, the only thing left to handle was the eel, but the eel is aggressive and has strong vitality. If a leopard dares to come eat it, who bites who is still uncertain. For now, it will be kept. Besides that, the small miscellaneous fish needed urgent processing. Adding up the 2 batches of cages, this thing filled an entire pool, and even Tang Ming found it a bit of a headache. After looking for a long time, he picked out the ones suitable for making soup, over 3 taels in size, and with strong vitality, and placed them in a water pit. Chapter 65, Testing the Trap with His Body. Tang Ming was too lazy to deal with the rest of the small fish, so he chopped them all into small pieces, wrapped them in leaves, and threw them back into the fish cage as bait. Trash God really is floating. The fish others consider a feast can only become bait in his hands. There's no way around it. Luck does not allow him to be low-key. Who measured it? Just now, how much stuff came out of that big fish cage? What about that so-called war god that the international friend just mentioned, which has already started harvesting? Only about 30 pounds, and most of it is fruit. Haha, haha. This is called obviously being able to rely on luck to eat. Why rely on strength? You guys should watch your words. Their team is harvesting, which is terrifying. Low-key, low-key. Would I tell you that Trash God just took 10 minutes to come up from diving twice? You talk too much. Trash God relies on good luck, okay? Just know that yourself. In the live stream, an unintentional action from Tang Ming triggered a wave of showing off. On the island, he turned to see that Shu Yiting's traps were not set up yet, so he carried the fish cage down to the sea. For Tang Ming, the daytime sea was completely like land. He chose some tricky spots where the fish schools were the most, and set the fish cage down. The big fish cage was placed back in the same spot as yesterday, hoping for another lucky explosion. Back at the fire pit, Tang Ming flipped the mackerel and stingray, then poked small holes in the sea urchins to clean out the insides, leaving only the yellow part. They weren't very big, but better than nothing. Taking a clean bamboo bowl, he scrambled the eggs, then grabbed a few palm-sized fish, removed the fish meat, minced it into fish paste, and poured it into the sea urchins along with the eggs. Boiling seawater in a pot, Tang Ming placed the sea urchins inside. Next, he took the golden fish that he hadn't processed earlier, gutted it, made some cuts, and placed ginger slices on it. He also put it next to the sea urchins. After finishing, he turned the mackerel and stingray on the grill. Tang Ming found another bamboo stick, broke it into strips, and prepared to make a steamer and pot lid. He hadn't prepared a pot lid before and had always used overlapping palm leaves to cover it. Always feeling the heat wasn't enough. As a foodie, He absolutely couldn't tolerate that anymore. While making the steamer, he was also preparing the food. After working hard for over half an hour, Xu Yiting finally finished her side. Pulling Tang Ming over, Xu Yiting took him around the campsite to set up traps. This is called a snare trap, this is a spring trap. And that one is a rebound trap. I've marked all the locations. Tell Big Saint to be careful, and you also need to be careful. Tang Ming looked at each one and frowned. What are these traps for? To catch leopards. I tell you, the difficulty of these traps is very high. And I set them up with great difficulty. Don't mess with them. As soon as Xu Yiting finished speaking, Tang Ming had already placed his hand on one of the traps. With a swish, Tang Ming's hand that touched the spring-loaded needle was ensnared by a rope, and he was flung upward by a nearby branch tied with a rope. How about that? Impressive, right? Seeing Tang Ming nearly fall, Xu Yiting raised her head proudly, her face full of arrogance. Looking at the strange rope in his hand, Tang Ming stepped forward, tugged at the branch acting as a spring, and said, "The trap is okay, but the strength? Even I can't lift myself up. How are we supposed to catch a leopard?" Xu Yiting's expression darkened. "If you don't understand, stop talking nonsense. Do you think making traps is easy? To achieve the kind of strength you're talking about, it's impossible without professional tools. Why is it impossible? Stop with the sarcastic comments. If you have the ability, come and try. It's easy to talk when you're not the one doing it. I won't say I'm better than anyone else, but when it comes to traps, I am definitely not worse." Xu Yiting retorted angrily. Tang Ming rolled his eyes, scanned the area, found a coconut tree the size of a thigh, and took the rope that Xu Yiting had tied to the small sapling. He handed one end to Dasheng, instructing him to tie it to the top of the coconut tree. Meanwhile, he gathered some bamboo pieces and began to carve the striking needle. You don't want to use a coconut tree as a spring, do you? Do you know how much strength is needed to stabilize it? Tang Ming ignored her, finished his bamboo pieces, created several interlocking grooves, and began to pull the rope down. With a creaking sound, the coconut tree bent over. Then Tang Ming stepped on the rope to create a slip knot and drove several sharpened wooden sticks into the ground to secure it. Finally, he pulled the slip knot and gently hooked the bamboo pieces he had carved between the wooden sticks to form the striking needle. He carefully placed it down, slowly released the rope, and scattered some fallen leaves around the rope loop for camouflage. The trap was complete. Do you want to give it a try? Tang Ming clapped his hands and raised an eyebrow at Xu Yiting. The latter stared at the taut coconut tree and the intricate device Tang Ming had made from bamboo, no longer daring to show off. When a master shows their skills, you know the difference. Compared to Tang Ming's powerful trap, my previous contraption could probably only catch a wild chicken or something. If you're so capable, why didn't you come up with this earlier? Aren't you always emphasizing your special training and expertise? If you don't get a chance to show off, you'll never find your place. What place am I supposed to find? Xu Yiting retorted. A vase. How many times do I have to say it? Just be a good vase, but you won't listen. I don't care what you say. Xu Yiting's face darkened, and she reached to grab Tang Ming's hair. However, this time, Tang Ming was prepared, dodging to the side. Xu Yiting, unwilling to give up, lunged at Tang Ming again. Unexpectedly, she missed and stepped right into the trap Tang Ming had just set. With a scream, Xu Yiting was flung into the air, one foot dangling as she collided with the coconut tree. Damn! In a split second, Tang Ming cursed under his breath and leaped forward, hugging the coconut tree. Then, he felt a thud behind him as Xu Yiting's head collided with his rear. Turning around, Tang Ming rubbed his backside while supporting the still-shocked Xu Yiting. You silly woman. Do you have any brains? I told you to try the trap, not to use your body. Do you want to die? With her body dangling, Xu Yiting's legs wrapped around Tang Ming's neck. Her face instantly flushed red. You jerk, don't look. Saying this, she attempted to flip herself up, but the upside-down position made it hard to find leverage. In her struggle, she felt one foot find a support, and she managed to sit up. Chapter 66, ready for a big undertaking. Then, in Tang Ming's stunned gaze, she ended up straddling his neck. With a flurry of colors before his eyes, even Tang Ming, with his thick skin, couldn't help but blush. Without caring about anything else, he lifted Xu Yiting by the waist. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and untie the rope. After holding her for a while, he noticed that Xu Yiting seemed to have forgotten what to do. Tang Ming shouted, hold on tight. I'm letting go. With beads of sweat on his forehead, he squatted down, wriggled out from under Xu Yiting, his face flushed, and coughed awkwardly. Looking at Xu Yiting's back, Tang Ming smiled wryly and pulled the coconut tree down again. It's time to eat. Stealing a glance at Xu Yiting, he noticed her face had improved. So he lifted the pot lid and took out the breakfast that had been heating inside. Xu Yiting awkwardly approached. Just now. You climbed on yourself. It has nothing to do with me, so don't try to pin it on me. Tang Ming quickly interrupted her. Xu Yiting's face darkened and was about to explode. But Tang Ming spoke again. Can you focus on eating breakfast? If not, I wouldn't mind sharing my feelings about what just happened. Shut up. Xu Yiting instantly lost her temper, shot Tang Ming a glare, and turned her attention to the pot of breakfast. Then her eyes widened again. This is breakfast? Tang Ming nodded, took a sorry, removed its head, gently pulled it apart, and the whole fish meat came off the long bone. He dipped it in the prepared nut sauce and brought it to his mouth. After more than half an hour of low-temperature roasting, the fish was both dry and tender. Taking a big bite gave a satisfying feeling. Seeing Tang Ming's eating style, Xu Yiting, who had initially intended to reprimand him, reluctantly closed her mouth. The raw fish had already turned into a cooked meal, and knowing this guy's nature, saying anything would be pointless. The only thing she could do was not let herself feel wronged. Thinking this, Xu Yiting also took a sorry and imitated Tang Ming, tearing off the fish meat and eating heartily. Surprisingly, although the fish was not expensive on the market and had a strong fishy smell, in Tang Ming's hands, it seemed to be transformed, full of fish aroma and almost no fishy taste. Eating it with the dipping sauce gave a feeling similar to eating rice. Soon, about 10 sories and a golden pomfret had disappeared into their stomachs. The steamed golden pomfret was tender, with scallions, ginger shreds, and oyster sauce. Delicious and somewhat extravagant for breakfast. After finishing the main meal, Tang Ming took out the sea urchins from the pot, handed Xu Yiting two, and gave her a spoon. When did you catch the sea urchins? Just as Tang Ming thought, when Xu Yiting opened the sea urchin, her eyes lit up. She eagerly scooped a spoonful and put it in her mouth, and it didn't need chewing. The tender steamed egg mixed with fish meat and sea urchin juice melted in her mouth, sending a delightful taste down her throat. This thing is actually the easiest to deal with in the sea, but it has too many spines, and there isn't much edible part. It's okay to eat occasionally. Only you, a spendthrift, would say that. In other teams, you'd probably stay in the water all day, Xu Yiting sneered. But her face seemed to carry a sense of pride. Tang Ming smiled and quickly finished the sea urchins in front of him, then got up to continue weaving the steamer. Not long after, Xu Yiting also finished eating, and under Tang Ming's instructions, she put all the valuable items into the bamboo box and lifted it into the air. After finishing, Tang Ming's steamer was almost ready. He placed it on the pot to try it out. It fit perfectly. The two-tiered steamer with a lid looked like it had added 2 small floors to the iron pot, making it much more convenient to handle several steamed dishes at the same time in the future. I'm really curious, where did you learn so many skills? Curious. Xu Yiting looked at the steamer and couldn't help but ask, if you can explain weaving ropes, nets, and fish traps as survival skills, then the bamboo box and steamer seem a bit too niche. Everything connects to everything else. This thing isn't much different from a fish trap, okay? Tang Ming casually explained, picking up 2 stretchers from the ground. Although they were called stretchers, they were actually a type of frame made of bamboo that could be carried on the back like a backpack. When the time comes, if we gather more things, we can directly use this frame to carry the net on our backs, freeing our hands to carry other items. Are you planning to do something big today? Remember to bring some food? Xu Yiting was still trying the stretcher, and Tang Ming had placed 2 large nets on her stretcher, filled with the dried skate they had roasted earlier. Since the trip already takes so long, let's gather more this time. Let's go? Looking at the sun that had risen higher in the sky, the two no longer wasted time and walked into the woods. After exiting the forest and glancing towards the cliff, Tang Ming spoke up after some thought. Xu Yiting nodded. Then let's take the same route we used last time to the monkey's home. As soon as Tang Ming finished speaking, he saw Xu Yiting looking at him with a strange expression. You're not thinking of targeting the monkey group again, are you? Saying this, Xu Yiting also glanced at the great sage on Tang Ming's shoulder. The great sage seemed to understand Xu Yiting's words, chirping a couple of times at them as if expressing its dissatisfaction. Am I that kind of person? As the saying goes, you can't just catch one sheep to shear it. If you want to shear, you have to wait until they have stored more before making a move, right? I knew you were a bad guy wanting to target them. Great sage, hurry up and scratch him, or he'll want to harm your fruits again. Xu Yiting shot Tang Ming a disdainful glance and joked with the great sage. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the great sage stood up on Tang Ming's shoulder, seemingly listening to something, and then it quickly darted up a tree. It let out a few urgent calls and then rapidly rushed forward along the treetops. Chapter 67, Confronting the Leopard. What's wrong? I don't know. It seems to have found something. Let's follow it. Although the great sage was Tang Ming's pet, it couldn't speak, and Tang Ming could only sense that it seemed a bit anxious, prompting him to quicken his pace. The two of them jogged along, trailing far behind the great sage. After more than 10 minutes, Tang Ming's ears perked up as a cacophony of calls reached them. Something's happening. He raised his hand to signal Xu Yiting to slow down, and the two cautiously advanced, climbing a small hill to the tree where they had hidden last time. Looking up, they saw something happening in the tree where the monkey group was. All the monkeys were screaming wildly and jumping around. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a long yellow shadow climbing up the monkey's nest tree. It was a leopard. The moment they recognized the yellow shadow, both of them instinctively held their breath, their eyes fixed on the leopard. So there really is one of those on the island. It must have been the one that came to our place last night. What do we do now? Let's observe the situation. You hide here, and I'll get a bit closer to figure something out. That's too dangerous. The leopard's attack power shouldn't be underestimated. Didn't you see the news? A leopard went into a village abroad, and basically, no one could stop it. But we still have to find a way to deal with it. Look at that silly monkey. Everyone else is hiding far away. And it's the only one charging at the leopard. What is the great sage trying to do? Following Tang Ming's gaze, Xu Yiting saw that the great sage had already jumped onto the giant tree, holding onto a branch with one hand and seemingly breaking off a stick from somewhere with the other, fiercely waving it towards the leopard. It can't possibly think that the leopard is a coconut crab that can be dealt with using a branch, right? Enough talk. I'll go take a look. You must not make a sound, or we'll draw the leopard over, and we won't have anywhere to run. After saying that, Tang Ming's expression turned serious as he pulled out the kitchen knife hanging from his waist, bending forward to move closer. Little did he know, this action not only made Xu Yiting's heart leap to her throat, but the live-streaming audience also held their breath in suspense. From their viewpoint, they could clearly see that the leopard had a barely alive monkey in its mouth, its fierce gaze greedily fixated on the other monkeys. What is the Jia god trying to do? No way, he is charging in with a kitchen knife. That is a creature far more formidable than a monkey. The Jia god is really getting carried away. One careless move could be fatal. They really are a bunch of muscle-bound, brainless contestants, acting without a thought. Get lost. You dead black fan. What time is it now, and you still come to mock? At least my Jia god dares to approach the leopard with a kitchen knife. If your contestant faced it, they'd probably wet themselves in fear. If having guts is all that matters, then what's the point of having a brain? Such foolish behavior can't be justified. Everything Jia god does, you call stupid, yet every time, your faces get slapped hard. Why can't you learn your lesson? Exactly. I've never seen Jia god fight an unprepared battle. I believe there will be a miracle this time too. On the other hand, although Tang Ming was bold due to his skills, as he got closer, his breathing quickened. From his angle, he could clearly see the leopard's appearance. It was an adult leopard, strong and powerful, with sharp claws gripping the tree trunk, its body length similar to his. The leopard had a monkey in its mouth, clenching it by the throat, and it looked like it would soon run out of breath. Such a monster, before engaging, Tang Ming couldn't confidently claim he could handle it. The key was that his current position was also not ideal. From any direction, he would be within the leopard's striking range. However, this was also his only good opportunity to approach the leopard. Otherwise, if it got down and he wanted to chase it again, it would be difficult. Great sage. Hold it down for me. As he got closer, the leopard seemed to finally notice Tang Ming and began to retreat slowly down the tree, clearly wary of this unknown creature. The nearby monkeys, upon spotting Tang Ming, screamed even more frantically. Left with no choice, Tang Ming shouted up at the tree. Upon receiving Tang Ming's command, the great sage seemed even more energized, tightly gripping the soft treetop, swinging down, and launching the stick towards the leopard. A howl erupted as the leopard lunged at the branch the great sage was on. Unfortunately, the great sage seemed to have anticipated this scene before the leopard could bite. It sprang away, using the branch's momentum to create distance. Taking advantage of the time the great sage and the leopard were entangled, Tang Ming had already reached the base of the tree, gripping the kitchen knife tightly in one hand while extending the other palm outward, preparing to execute the dragon subduing 18-palm stance. Up in the tree, Tang Ming's arrival also emboldened the great sage, which, during its provocations, was able to directly strike the leopard on the head with the branch when it wasn't paying attention. The leopard wanted to retaliate. But since the monkeys were positioned at the treetops, if it wanted to leap up, one misstep could lead it to fall down. And from a height of 20 or 30 meters, even for a feline, it would likely sustain serious injuries. Gradually, the leopard began to grow impatient. No longer paying attention to the monkeys, it let out a low growl and looked down at Tang Ming. After hesitating for a while, it started to quietly climb down. Tang Ming noticed the leopard's movements, his body tensing up, and he began to sweat in the palm gripping the kitchen knife. But the next moment, his expression changed slightly as he saw the leopard descend to a certain height and then move around to the other side of the trunk. What is this? Trying to escape? Realizing the leopard's intention, Tang Ming immediately lost his footing and shouted again, "Great sage, get it." At the same time, Tang Ming picked up a stone from the ground. Moving around to the side where the leopard was, he aimed and threw the stone at it. Unfortunately, his aim was slightly off, and the leopard dodged it. However, it could dodge the monk, but not the temple. At that moment, the great sage took advantage of the leopard's distraction and delivered a hard blow to it with the stick. Although this attack was nothing more than a tickle to the leopard, it instantly ignited its fury, and it charged towards the monkeys. "Great sage, watch your positioning, I'm coming." At this moment, Tang Ming had already picked up another stone, swinging his arm to throw it at the leopard. With a dull thud, the stone hit the leopard squarely this time, causing it to almost lose its grip on the tree trunk. Chapter 68, Mobilization Tool Monkey. In the next moment, the leopard, with a fierce look on its face, let out a loud roar and pounced directly at Tang Ming. Be careful. Tang Ming gripped his knife tightly, ready to slash at the leopard. Suddenly, he heard Shi Ting's voice from behind him. Then, a long wooden stick poked out from behind him. Are you crazy? Tang Ming growled, seeing the leopard land and pounce again. He snatched Shi Ting's stick and swung it at the leopard. With a thud, the leopard was struck and sent flying, rolling several times on the ground. The stick in Tang Ming's hand shattered into 2 pieces under the force of the impact. After struggling for a moment, the leopard got back up, but this time it did not continue its attack. Its eyes were filled with extreme caution, and it staggered slightly. The pressure Tang Ming exerted was immense, even though he had just casually swung the stick. His current strength and speed meant that he was delivering at least 100 pounds of force. For a nimble leopard, even a casual hit could easily injure or break bones. At this moment, Tang Ming was also tense, holding a knife in one hand and a stick in the other. Keeping Shi Ting protected behind him, his eyes slowly tracking the leopard's movements. Suddenly, the leopard let out a loud roar. Its muscles tensed as it prepared to leap. Tang Ming observed this through his perspective and swung the stick without hesitation. However, at the moment it pounced, the leopard's hind legs inexplicably changed direction and, in the blink of an eye, it turned and dashed into the jungle. Did it just run away? Shi Ting said, wide-eyed, stepping forward from behind Tang Ming, looking incredulous. How dare you say that? You foolish woman, why did you come up and cause trouble? We finally had a chance to get close. And you messed it up with your stick. I really want to hit you with a stick. Tang Ming cursed angrily. You're the foolish one. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be standing here intact. You probably don't know how sharp a leopard's claws are. Even if you managed to hit it, with that much impact, its dying struggles could definitely take a chunk of flesh from you. In this environment, getting hurt like that, what were you thinking? Tang Ming paused, unsure how to respond. After carefully considering Shi Ting's words, he realized that what she said was not impossible. Getting close would inevitably lead to a struggle. And this wasn't a fight with a person. Those claws were like 10 blades. No matter how strong he was, unless he could kill it in one blow, even a simple scratch could lead to significant injury. Getting hurt wasn't the main issue, but going deep underwater with such wounds could lead to infection. Fine. You have a point. But weren't you putting yourself in danger by rushing in like that? Tang Ming still retorted. Better to be in danger than you idiot. Rushing in with a kitchen knife. Tang Ming grumbled, choosing not to argue further with her. He waved at the tree, and the great sage jumped onto his shoulder. Patting the monkey's head, Tang Ming praised it, and the great sage excitedly called out a couple of times before waving at the monkey group in the trees. The group of monkeys, which had scattered earlier, began to gather back on the tree, hesitantly approaching the 2 people below. However, from their expressions, it seemed they bore no ill will. In fact, a particularly strong-looking monkey chattered a few times at the great sage. Then, that big monkey called out to them with an expectant look on its face. You made this so awkward, Tang Ming said, opening his mouth. He then took the fruit brought by the great sage and, without a second thought, wiped it and bit into it. They're probably thanking you for saving their lives. That's how it ends up, isn't it? If we build a good relationship, how will we be able to act against them later? Tang Ming said with a bitter smile. Can't you stop thinking about their stuff? Since they can find it, so can we. That's true. Tang Ming, used to taking advantage, had indeed forgotten his original intention, which was to follow the monkey group to find fruit trees. Thinking about it, Tang Ming said to the great sage, that big monkey must be your monkey king, right? Ask him if he wants to make a deal with me. You give me fruits, and I'll help you make fruit jam, and I want half of the fruits. Of course, Tang Ming didn't expect the great sage to convey the message clearly, but looking at the monkeys in the trees, he felt greedy. If he could get them to work, that would be dozens of tool monkeys. What food could compare to such labor? Indeed, after hearing Tang Ming's words, the great sage became excited, climbed up the tree, and started chattering and gesturing at the monkey king, especially when he mentioned fruit jam. The great sage made exaggerated expressions of enjoyment, causing the monkey king to be unable to resist becoming interested. Damn, only you could come up with such an idea. Shi Ting immediately looked at him with disdain, truly not understanding how Tang Ming's brain worked. Whenever food was involved, he seemed to think 100 times faster than others. Seeing how close the great sage was to Tang Ming, and the monkey king's attitude towards the 2 below was good, the monkeys in the tree grew bolder, with some even climbing down and gathering around Tang Ming, curiously tugging at his pants and touching his belly. Feeling embarrassed, Tang Ming dared not stay any longer and suggested moving forward to explore. Thus, the 2 continued on their journey. It had been a long time since it had been this lively, and they were quite happy to have so many monkeys accompanying them, not bothering to drive them away. Instead, after walking for a while, Tang Ming felt that wandering around like this was a waste of the tool monkeys. So he called the great sage and gave some instructions. Soon, the monkey king relayed the message, and after the great sage demonstrated how to gather bird eggs, The monkey group sprang into action, and the nests in the forest were quickly raided. The power of a group was undoubtedly formidable. After walking for about half an hour, Tang Ming's small net bag at his waist was already filled with dozens of bird eggs. Additionally, he had also collected many oddly shaped wild fruits. These wild fruits were difficult to detect even with Tang Ming's perspective. After all, it wasn't worth it to use his 10-minute food perspective to search for such small fruits. However, while he was lazy about finding fruits, he did not let other items slip by. He gathered wild onions, Sichuan pepper, sand ginger, and other ingredients needed for cooking. Collecting everything he saw, and had the great sage help the monkey group to pick them as well. Before long, they had completely filled a net bag. Chapter 69. Great strength brings miracles. In fact, some monkeys became addicted to finding things and brought Tang Ming all sorts of novel fruits as treasures. Finally, under the monkey's frantic offerings, Tang Ming was pleasantly surprised to discover something. Chili peppers. Although they looked shriveled, only the size of a pinky finger and crooked, Tang Ming recognized them at a glance as a type of wild chili pepper. As the name suggests, wild chili peppers are not carefully cultivated, and their fruit quality and shape are not great. But for a foodie, appearance does not matter. Thus, Tang Ming immediately had the monkey lead him to the bush where it had found the chili peppers. Looking around, he saw that this bush was sparsely interspersed with quite a few chili branches and leaves. This is great. If I were alone, I would hardly be able to gather this sparse amount of chili from such a dense bush in a day. However, with the monkey group at his disposal, everything was within reach. In just half an hour, they had filled a bag to the brim. At this moment, Tang Ming's attention was no longer on the chili peppers, as he discovered something even more delightful through his perspective: cassava. This thing is known as the king of starch. Hundreds of millions of people worldwide rely on it for survival. Finding it on this deserted island was a significant surprise. Because it has a high yield, just pulling the branches and leaves can yield a bunch of sturdy root vegetables. The only regret is that when it comes to digging cassava, the monkeys are clearly not reliable, so Tang Ming and Xu Yiting have to do it themselves, letting the monkeys look for peppers and fruits. The two of them started harvesting without stopping. With significantly increased arm strength, Tang Ming hardly felt tired while doing this physical labor. When he jabbed the bamboo hoe into the ground, he could easily pry up a massive clump of cassava laden with heavy soil. In contrast, Xu Yiting struggled much more than Tang Ming, seeing how effortlessly he worked. She tried it herself and found it hard to even get the hoe in that deep, let alone pry out the heavy layer of soil that must have weighed hundreds of pounds. Soon, Tang Ming's bamboo hoe couldn't bear the load anymore and cracked. Displeased, he tossed it to Xu Yiting and took hers, continuing to work while Xu Yiting began to clean the cassava that Tang Ming had pried out, shaking off the dirt, cutting off the branches, and putting the heavy tubers into large mesh bags. The Monkey King watched the monkey troop busily following Tang Ming and Xu Yiting from the tree without coming down, until he saw Xu Yiting fill 2 large bags with cassava that looked like small mountains. Unable to hold back, he jumped down and made some gestures at the two, even pretending to choke himself and fall to the ground. What is he saying? Xu Yiting blinked a couple of times, not quite understanding. Tang Ming smiled slightly. He said, "This thing is inedible. If you eat it, you'll die." Quite a vivid image. Xu Yiting covered her mouth and laughed. "Don't worry. I know how to prepare this." Although unsure if the Monkey King understood, Tang Ming explained anyway and continued working. After more than an hour of busy work, they had packed all the cassava they could find on the nearby hillside, using up more than half of the bags they had brought. Looking at their small mountain of harvest, the two exchanged joyful glances. However, soon this joy turned into pain in Xu Yiting's eyes. She naturally knew what cassava was. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so enthusiastic. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Tang Ming, wanting to hear his opinion. The latter, however, appeared indifferent, continuing to search the ground thoroughly for more usable items. Unable to hold back, Xu Yiting spoke up. "Why can't we take it away? One person can carry a bag. It would just take 2 trips at most. Let us hurry and see if there's anything we missed, so we can make sure every trip is fully loaded." Carry a bag? You try carrying it. Each bag weighs more than the bamboo and water combined from the last 2 days. It's impossible to move unless it's 2 people lifting it. Xu Yiting felt that her and Tang Ming's thinking was simply on different levels. Speechless, she said, "That's because we didn't have a stretcher before. Now that we do, what are you afraid of?" Tang Ming rolled his eyes at her and replied impatiently, "Is this about the stretcher?" Xu Yiting felt like she was going crazy. Then she saw Tang Ming place the stretcher on the ground, lift 1 bag of cassava, and set it on the bamboo pole underneath. "Hey, don't force it. This isn't a joke. If you hurt your back later, don't blame me for not warning you." Tang Ming ignored her, reached for another bag, and piled it on top of the first. "See, isn't this something that can be done in just 2 trips?" Tang Ming adjusted the stretcher. With a little effort, the ropes became taut, and even the stretcher started creaking. "Are you crazy?" Shu Yiting watched as Tang Ming secured 2 bags of cassava tightly again, and didn't he know how to express her feelings. I'll say it again. Don't overestimate yourself. These 2 bags weigh at least 300 pounds. Even if you can lift them and stand firm, you absolutely can't walk. If you're not careful, you could easily strain a muscle. Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Ming was already sitting on the ground, his hands passing through the shoulder straps of the stretcher. With a low growl, he used the strength of his legs to stand up directly. Be careful, Shu Yiting exclaimed, rushing over to support him. But she found that after Tang Ming stood up, his body didn't wobble at all. In fact, he even shook his shoulders and adjusted the position of the 2 bags of cassava to make them less shaky. Are you okay? Nervously watching Tang Ming stand still, Shu Yiting swallowed hard. In the live broadcast room, the sight of such enormous bags of cassava resting on one person's shoulder sent everyone into a frenzy. Strength brings miracles. The trash god is the best. He is simply not human. This must be close to 400 pounds. How is he doing this? Wait, isn't the issue. Did you see that he just stood up directly? Is there anyone who has carried heavy loads who can explain how he did it? I tried once. Even with something around 50 pounds, it was hard to get up from a step without help, let alone something 3 times my body weight. There's no explanation. So far, everything the trash god has done hasn't been explainable by science. Chapter 70. The trash god takes action. The world is mine. What can't be explained? Underestimating oneself is the best explanation. Once he stood still with 2 big mesh bags on his back. It was clear he was just putting on a show to intimidate that woman. Does he really think he is Superman? Can you not see this little clown act? Exactly. I've been wanting to say this. This so-called world number 1 has been performing an exaggerated act from start to finish. Although I don't know how he manages to eat while hiding food, every trick has its day of exposure. Now he needs to speak with strength. He can only keep up appearances. An adult's normal carrying capacity is 9 to 11 kilograms. Under such conditions, one can walk normally, but exceeding this number significantly reduces mobility. I dare say, even if he can move in this state, it won't be more than 100 meters. For a contestant, to perform such an act without regard for the potential harm to his body is utterly irrational. No way. Looking at the backpack behind him, Tang Ming shook his head. I told you it's too heavy. Don't overestimate yourself. Just don't listen. Let me see if you've strained your back. Shu Yiting scolded and came over to check on Tang Ming. But she found that Tang Ming lifted the last big bag of cassava and, with a loud thud, stacked it on top of the previous 2. Didn't you say it couldn't be done? Why pile them together? Shu Yiting asked in confusion. What I meant was it's too light. Making an extra trip for this is just wasting time. Tang Ming took out 2 ropes and securely tied the 3rd bag of cassava together. To prevent the stretcher from breaking, he tightly wrapped it a few times like a package. Then he grabbed some soft, dry grass from the ground, rolled it into 2 balls, and placed them on his shoulders. He passed his arms through the shoulder straps of the stretcher again, securing the grass where the load would be. Oh my God. You're still going. This time, Shu Yiting was genuinely scared. 3 bags of cassava weighed at least 500 pounds. With Tang Ming's small frame. Stop. Without thinking about anything else, Shu Yiting rushed over to pull him back. What greeted her was Tang Ming's stern shout. As the mountain of cassava remained suspended in the air as he stood up. This time it's about right. Shaking his shoulders and feeling the weight on him. Tang Ming nodded in satisfaction. I'll take the heavy ones. You can carry those small mesh bags, right? Turning around, Tang Ming said to Shu Yiting. No problem. Are you sure you can move? Shu Yiting asked, her jaw nearly dropping in shock, stammering. Tang Ming shrugged it off and stepped forward, walking back the way they came. As he moved, clear footprints were left on the ground, and all the weeds were trampled to pieces wherever he passed. His domineering strides made not only Shu Yiting, but even the Monkey King in the tree widen his eyes in shock. In the live broadcast room, everyone fell silent, watching as Tang Ming walked steadily forward for several hundred meters before suddenly exploding with excitement. I can't believe it. Who the hell told me what the hell is called a performance? Where are those haters from just now? Hurry up and come out. It's time to find fault. Come and explain to us again what it means to be overconfident. Also, explain again what it means to not be able to use strength when it's needed. This is what it means to be a god. What kind of bullshit war god can even be called a god? Is it meant to be funny? This is what power looks like. It makes my blood boil. I can't take it anymore. I also want to find something to back up. Brother, do you want me to call an ambulance for you first? No need for an ambulance. Just notify the funeral home. All right. Weren't there haters saying their team has already started harvesting? The trash god feels a lot of pressure. The latest battle report. The war god group has added another 10 gene of seafood and wild fruits from morning till now. That's impressive. And the temporary world third group has also harvested nearly 40 gene of produce, just under 5 gene less than the war god group. Congratulations. The world fourth. The German tank army has harvested 35 gene of various ingredients and is still growing steadily. For a moment, all the undercover agents in the Trash Gods live stream started to speak up, bringing battle reports. Wow, they are all so impressive. How did it happen? The top 10 combined have to exceed half of the trash goddess harvest. I'm worried for the trash god. Now feeling extremely heavy-hearted, silently praying. Hoping not to be caught up. The trash god goes out with nothing left behind. The trash god opens his mouth with nothing. The trash god takes action. The world is mine. Brothers, let us shout the new slogan together. The trash god goes out with nothing left behind. The trash god opens his mouth with nothing. The trash god takes action. The world is mine. Watching that man who walks like a small mountain, the entire live stream room is infected with a surging atmosphere. The synchronized slogans match Tang Ming's steps, and the number of viewers in the live stream skyrockets again. Strangely, this time, among the tens of millions of comments. There isn't a single hater, because there's nothing left to hate, facing the crushing of absolute power. Even the most professional water army can't find any reason to hate. In terms of harvest, just the 10 minutes of getting up has already reached world-class level. Let alone the cassava mountain that weighs down like Mount Tai. In terms of strength, how many trips do other teams have to make? Wasting how much time to complete the carrying capacity of one trip by him? In terms of speed, the picking speed of the full tree of tool monkeys and this monster Tang Ming is completely despairing. In terms of courage, that's a monster that dares to confront a leopard head-on with a kitchen knife. Damn, less than 600 or 700 gene of harvest in the morning. Even if Tang Ming is good at losing, he can't catch up with his creativity. The world is silent. Chapter 71, Waiting in Line for Jam. More than 10 meters behind, Xu Yiting is panting, with a head full of black lines. On her back, various scattered ingredients, although each not too much, add up to about 180 gene. At this weight, a normal person would be impressive to walk briskly for 10 minutes, but now after half an hour, that guy in front is still complaining about being slow. Is there any justice? She opens her mouth, wanting to rebut a few words, but finds Tang Ming is already walking towards her. He reaches out and lifts her stretcher. Too slow? I can't wait for you. After saying that, Tang Ming picks up Xu Yiting's stretcher like a chick and starts jogging forward. Standing in place, Xu Yiting watches as Tang Ming slowly disappears from her sight, feeling all disheveled in the wind. Monster. After a while, Xu Yiting finally squeezes out 2 words from between her teeth and chases after him. When they return to the camp, Tang Ming has already unloaded the goods. A group of curious monkeys surrounds him, eyeing various foods in the camp. Tang Ming is busy reinforcing the traps he and Xu Yiting set up earlier to prevent the monkeys from accidentally triggering them. Are you okay? Even when they got home, Xu Yiting still felt like she was dreaming. Looking at the cassava on the ground and then at Tang Ming, she asks with concern, I'm busy with something. You keep an eye on these monkeys. They're all clumsy and touch everything. Just now, one monkey almost got flung away. I'll go prepare some food to calm them down. Tang Ming smacks his lips and hands over the work to Xu Yiting. He digs out the various wild fruits the monkeys collected today, organizes them, and squeezes them all into jam, putting them into a pot. Then, he takes out the remaining half bottle of jam from before, adds some coconut sugar, and instructs the great sage to take the monkeys to each pick up a shell. Before long, the sweet aroma of jam wafts across the beach. Without him saying anything, the monkey troop has already gathered around. Curious monkey eyes staring motionlessly at the source of the fragrant smell coming from the pot. The Monkey King is right in the middle, greedily inhaling the scent in the air, also looking very anxious. In an instant, the aroma of the jam becomes even richer, causing many monkeys to almost drool. After teasing the monkeys' appetites for a while, Tang Ming finally takes the pot down. Line up, one by one. No cutting in line or there's nothing to eat. Tang Ming pats the great sage's head, telling him to inform the jumping monkeys around about the rules. He himself takes a large shell, scoops a lot of jam into it, then pulls out a roasted cassava from the fire, divides it into small pieces, skewers a few pieces with wooden sticks, and hands it to the Monkey King. The latter looks at the cassava, seeming a bit hesitant. However, the enticing aroma makes it a bit restless. Tang Ming smiles slightly, picks up a piece of cassava from the Monkey King's shell, and dips it in the jam. Instantly, the cassava piece looks as if it's wrapped in a layer of glaze, appearing as tempting as candied hawthorn. Then, in the surprised gaze of the Monkey King, Tang Ming puts it in his mouth. Having not eaten staple food for several days, the sweet and soft texture bursts in his mouth, and Tang Ming reveals a look of complete ecstasy. Then, he licks his lips, jumps up a few times, indicating he is completely fine. The Monkey King's expression also relaxes, but it still doesn't rush to eat. The great sage is the first to take the lead, extending his shell. Tang Ming flicks his wrist, adding a full shell of jam to it. The great sage cheers, licking the edge of the shell vigorously, making excited screeching sounds because it discovers today's jam is even tastier than the previous days. However, Tang Ming lightly slaps its head. What are you doing occupying the spot as the leader? Go to the back and maintain order. The great sage makes a face, then happily steps aside, starting to point and direct the restless monkey troop behind. Following suit, the monkeys behind can't wait to extend their shells. Tang Ming quickly scoops for them, and as the latter takes a lick, before they can express their excitement, they are already pulled away by the great sage, making way for the third one. Just like that, with the first few examples, the monkeys quickly learn the cafeteria mode. They grab their portion and quickly leave, then join the screaming monkey crowd. It took more than 10 minutes to distribute the jam, and Tang Ming looks at the Monkey King again. Then he is pleased to find it has started licking the jam, looking very excited. Shu Yiting also leans over at this moment, watching the monkeys that are merrily frolicking after eating the jam, her face full of bitter smiles. You've got them addicted. Are they going to come every day? This is exactly the effect I wanted. Otherwise, in the morning they might just follow us out of curiosity, and once they get bored, they scatter. Now, with their stomachs tied down, we can use them long-term, right? You have so many crafty ideas, but their appetite is not small. It doesn't matter how big. This is an equal exchange. I need to profit, and only then will they have good food. Tang Ming says nonchalantly, pulling out a few more cassavas from the stove, removing the burnt outer skin, leaving the steaming cassava flesh. He divides it into small pieces, also skewers them with bamboo sticks, directly puts them in the pot to coat with jam, and then hands them to Shu Yiting. Shu Yiting nods. Just take it easy. Don't gather too many things that can't be stored. This is our island. It shouldn't feel like we're moving all the time. Shu Yiting opened her eyes, a bright light appearing in her gaze. The idea is good, but I don't have much experience in growing vegetables. You don't need to worry about it. I can handle it. Our main task these days is to collect more different ingredients, and we should try to keep the roots and soil intact. That might work. But then there's the weight. As she spoke, Shu Yiting glanced at Tang Ming with a strange expression and closed her mouth reluctantly. After what happened in the morning, it would be ridiculous to talk to Tang Ming about weight. Thinking about it, her expression relaxed, and she popped a piece of cassava into her mouth, squinting her eyes into slits. Chapter 72, Another Leopard? I've eaten cassava before. It doesn't taste that great, but with your jam, it's surprisingly delicious. Also, the flavor of the jam is different from a few days ago. It's sweet, but not so cloying. Did you add something? Jam varies from person to person. The texture is different depending on who makes it. Just look at the ratio of fruit to berries. Moreover, among the ingredients we found this time, there are a few that, when mixed, can significantly enhance the sweetness of the fruit. Once we have more ingredients at our disposal, the flavor can elevate even further. As soon as food was mentioned, Tang Ming became interested. Shu Yiting observed Tang Ming's serious demeanor but didn't interrupt, savoring the food while listening. Before long, they finished several pieces of cassava. The Monkey King finally approached. Tang Ming raised an eyebrow. This monkey was cautious, waiting so long before daring to eat. If you want to eat in the future, we can just exchange. Seeing the Monkey King looking at him, Tang Ming didn't bother to explain further. Regardless of whether it understood, he selected a few items from the nearby ingredients. After a moment's thought, he waved 2 fist-sized wild fruits in front of the Monkey King, then scooped a small spoonful of jam to place alongside the fruit. 2 of these fruits can be exchanged for 1 spoon of jam. After that, he picked up 5 bird eggs. Or, this many bird eggs can also be exchanged for 1 spoon. The Monkey King blinked a few times and nodded in a human-like manner, seemingly agreeing with Tang Ming's proposal. This time, the Monkey King seemed to not fully understand, but Tang Ming didn't elaborate. After all, communication was difficult, and they could just take it directly later. After about 10 minutes, the slowest monkey finally couldn't resist eating the last bit of jam, staring longingly at the large iron pot. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Ming let the Monkey King take the stage. The Monkey King imitated Tang Ming, holding the fruits and eggs, babbling to the monkey troop, which immediately became excited. Let's go, continue on our way. With the tasks completed and everyone well rested, Tang Ming shouldered his backpack again. The army set off. If I were the opponent of the garbage god, I would just want to cry right now. Luckily, the other contestants can't see each other's live streams. Otherwise, this competition probably wouldn't be able to continue. Being first ahead of time, who dares to say the garbage god isn't deserving? Who dares to say our leaderboard isn't authoritative? I, the garbage god, have no sanctuary. No sanctuary +1. It's lonely at the top. Are you guys starting to self-deprecate now? Hurry up and help those haters think of what shortcomings the garbage god has. Without haters, life suddenly feels less fun. No need to be so arrogant. Finding a lot of food doesn't matter. There are only so many resources on an island. Finding more just means hoarding before other teams. Who can say for sure who will win? That's very reasonable. It's my first time agreeing with a hater's statement. Is there anything else? Hurry and say a few more to get us excited. I'll add, the garbage god eats too much. With so few resources, if he eats too much, he will lose in the future. Yes, that's one. Does anyone have better ideas? Let's give this hater more confidence. As a group of self-deprecating fans stirred the pot, Tang Ming and Shu Yiting passed through the woods. Considering they still needed to fetch water in the afternoon, they didn't head toward the monkey's main camp and chose the old path instead. With the previous trading rules established, the monkey troop was even crazier than in the morning. They spread out across the mountains, engaging in whatever they could find. By the time they reached the cliff's edge, Tang Ming had collected dozens more bird eggs in his pocket. Now, he wouldn't have to worry about wanting some eggs. Each bird egg was carefully placed into a well-designed net bag, along with some dry grass to reduce pressure and prevent breakage. You aren't short on eggs now, but those little birds are pitiful, Shu Yiting joked. If they feel hopeless, they could launch a suicidal attack on me. I'm open to anything. As he spoke, Tang Ming felt his mouth watering again, then abruptly paused. Wait, I came out specifically to find meat today. Where's the meat? He frowned, glancing at the tree full of monkeys. With these guys making such a ruckus, it seemed difficult to find meat. Feeling frustrated, the group arrived at the cliff. Then, Tang Ming suddenly relaxed his brow. The meat he wanted had a lead. Activating his X-ray vision, Tang Ming commanded the great sage to catch a bamboo worm, then demonstrated to the monkey troop that 10 bamboo worms could be exchanged for 1 spoon of jam. Upon receiving the order, the monkey army scattered immediately, and sounds of rustling filled the bamboo forest. Tang Ming and Shu Yiting made their way to the waterhole. Then, from a distance, their expressions changed. Oh no, could it be? This can't be happening. The sturdy bamboo cage they made yesterday had toppled over. The area around the waterhole looked as if it had been through a storm, in complete disarray. Tang Ming knew the quality of the bamboo cage he made. It was impossible for ordinary animals to escape once inside. To flip over that cage, it had to be something at the level of a wild boar or leopard. As he thought about this, Tang Ming seemed to sense something, moving closer to observe carefully. He then noticed some yellow-brown fur on the edge of the bamboo cage. Another leopard? It came here in just a few hours. It must be that guy. Besides its fur, there's a gray one that looks a lot like rabbit fur. That means this guy not only destroyed our trap, but also stole our food. Shu Yiting exclaimed angrily. I've always been the one to steal food from others. No one dares to steal from me. That's seeking death. Tang Ming roared, looking around, but sadly, all he had was X-ray vision, not telescopic vision. No matter how good his sight was, he couldn't spot the leopard if it wasn't nearby. As the greatest threat in the jungle, the Monkey King also took this matter seriously. After screeching at the little monkeys, even he darted out. Feeling this wasn't a solution, even if they found it, what then? That leopard might not want to confront them after what happened in the morning. It might just run away upon meeting them. Yes, we need to think of a way. Tang Ming nodded. After considering for a while without a good idea, he began digging a pit with Shu Yiting while pulling out the system. The author has something to say. Chapter 73, found a treasure. After browsing through the skills and finding nothing useful, Tang Ming opened the item bar. After a thorough check, his gaze landed on an item that looked like a talisman. Tracking talisman, price, 10,000 food points. Can be activated within 5 meters after activation. It can sense the opponent's location within a distance of no more than 10 miles, effective for 1 month. This is good, but isn't the price a bit steep? Using it against a leopard seems a bit unwise. With a pained expression, but just a moment of hesitation, Tang Ming chose to purchase it. After all, for him, it might just be a meal, but with Shu Yiting and the monkey troop around, if he accidentally got ambushed by that guy, the loss would be significant. After making the purchase, Tang Ming researched the usage and continued digging. The explosive increase in his strength allowed him to dig much faster than in the previous days, almost several times over. Half an hour later, the hole was dug, but this time it had almost turned into a well, with a large amount of well water rapidly gathering at the bottom at a visible speed. Watching the water flow, Tang Ming blinked, and a brand new idea formed in his mind. Do you think we can dig a well next to the base camp? Shu Yiting was taken aback. That would be great, but are you sure you can handle it? During the digging just now, Shu Yiting had witnessed the terrifying power of Tang Ming again. In that half hour, the two of them had dug down 3 or 4 meters deep. If they spent a bit more time, they might actually succeed. Let's give it a try. If it works, it will save us a lot of trouble in the future. A hint of joy appeared on Tang Ming's face, feeling that he had gained a new understanding of the development of his strength, and many things he had never dared to think about before seemed possible now. As he was pondering how to dig the well, Tang Ming suddenly twitched his ears, looked up, and saw a monkey quickly jumping over from a distance, making urgent screeching sounds. Something's happening. The two exchanged glances and rushed towards the direction of the monkey. Following the monkey, they exited the bamboo forest, passed through a thicket, and arrived at an open area with mostly grass and some large trees. Further ahead was a cliff. Looking down from above, they could already see the sea. Below the cliff, there was no beach, only jagged rocks. It seemed to be connected to the rocky area next to Tang Ming's beach. However, at this moment, the two were not in the mood to observe the terrain. Following the direction pointed by the monkey, they saw a tall tree, and on the tree, A familiar figure was glaring down at them. What are you looking at? Tang Ming's temper flared up immediately, and he picked up a stick and charged towards the big tree, letting out a roar. The leopard retreated a few steps behind the tree, but did not run away. Oh, you've got some guts. The leopard's actions played right into Tang Ming's hands. He quickened his pace and soon reached the base of the tree. Roar. Seeing Tang Ming approaching, the leopard let out an angry roar, seemingly trying to scare him off, but with the prey right in front of him. How could Tang Ming give up? Come down. He waved the stick and shouted at the tree. The leopard remained unfazed, staring intently at Tang Ming. You think I can't do anything if you don't come down, huh? Tang Ming cursed, lowering his head to look for stones. Just as he lowered his head, a shadow suddenly pounced down from above. Watch out. Shu Yiting's voice came from a distance. Damn it. Fortunately, his keen hearing was always on, allowing him to hear the movement above. Without thinking, Tang Ming rolled to the side and swung the stick. The leopard dodged the strike and immediately circled around to Tang Ming's back. Now alert, Tang Ming would not give it another chance. Wherever the leopard moved, his stick pointed. After a stalemate for a while, seeing that Shu Yiting was not far away, Tang Ming knew he couldn't drag it out any longer. He swung the wooden stick and charged at the leopard. Knowing Tang Ming's strength, the leopard dared not confront him directly. As it jumped back, it bit one end of Tang Ming's wooden stick, its body lunging towards him. Get lost. Just as it was about to get close, Tang Ming swung the wooden stick in a wide arc, using the immense inertia to send the leopard flying. In the next clash, neither side gained an advantage, but it seemed that Tang Ming had found his rhythm and attacked again. He pulled out a kitchen knife with his other hand. Playing close combat, huh? Let's see if your claws are faster or my knife. Faced with the gleaming blade, the leopard became even more cautious, this time not daring to bite the stick again, retreating while fighting, until Shu Yiting also approached with a wooden stick, trying to circle around to block the leopard's retreat. It suddenly turned its head and sprinted away. The speed of its escape left even Tang Ming feeling helpless. Hard to deal with. The words floated in his mind, but Tang Ming did not pursue. Shu Yiting, however, looked frustrated. It got away again. Still the same saying, the monk can run, but the temple can't. Tang Ming replied, raising his head with interest. His experience from the morning told him that this leopard was very cunning. When it chose to run earlier, it indicated that it knew it might not win against Tang Ming. However, just now, it had been in a standoff with Tang Ming under the tree for so long without running away, which certainly meant it had something it couldn't let go of. Coincidentally, Tang Ming had also leveled up. He had already discovered the leopard's secret. From the moment he saw that thing, he had lost the desire to kill. He directly used the tracking talisman. At 10,000 apiece, he had to collect some interest, and today was the first time. What are you looking at? Shu Yiting asked when she saw Tang Ming smiling strangely. You'll know if you go up and take a look. Hey, forget it, you woman. Why are you getting more and more vulgar? Let the monkey go up first. We only have this one piece of clothing now. Tang Ming covered his face in exasperation. He had planned to be shy, but she was getting ruder. Shu Yiting's face flushed, and she quickly stopped her actions. The monkey was not the great sage. Tang Ming gestured for a long time before the monkey understood his intentions. It quickly climbed the tree, and after being startled and stepping back a few paces, it approached again to look at the object lying on the tree trunk. Yes, that's the thing. Push it down hard. Due to communication difficulties, Tang Ming demonstrated the pushing action. The monkey tried, finding it a bit difficult, but fortunately understood Tang Ming's meaning. After quite a while, it finally pushed the object down. Chapter 74, More Work for the Capable. A rabbit. Shu Yiting was the first to pick up the object that the monkey had pushed down, her face filled with excitement. She examined the rabbit's corpse with a professional expression. Smack. Just as she finished speaking, another object fell from the tree. It was colorful and very eye-catching. A wild chicken? It was still relatively fresh. At this temperature, it hadn't spoiled, indicating that the leopard had dealt with it in a timely manner. If it hadn't eaten the organs, this wild chicken would probably be unfit for consumption. Tang Ming didn't mind. He checked the other parts of the wild chicken, which seemed intact and had not been bitten, and nodded in approval. He looked towards the direction the leopard had fled. In the perception of the tracking talisman, the leopard had not gone far after escaping. It seemed to have stopped somewhere to observe Tang Ming and Shu Yiting. Tang Ming smirked, letting Shu Yiting take both the wild chicken and the rabbit. And he picked up his stick and ran towards the sense location. Soon, he felt the leopard start moving again and stopped in its tracks. This should be the leopard's usual resting place, surrounded by many animal bones. If I want to eat meat in the future, I can come here to scavenge. That leopard is really unlucky to have encountered you. Once wasn't enough, and it came back. Tang Ming lamented. It was evident that the monkey troop was very excited because, after one of the monkeys babbled a speech, everyone now knew that Tang Ming had driven the leopard away again. With such a backing, they would no longer have to fear the leopard. The great sage brought Tang Ming a bamboo tube. During this time, The monkey troop had already caught over 100 bamboo worms, filling the tube almost to the brim. However, one bamboo forest could not possibly have too many bamboo worms, and the subsequent increase had begun to slow down. Tang Ming was quite satisfied. He felt that he had never eaten enough of these things when he was young. With over 100 of them, at least he could satisfy his craving. He couldn't let the larvae go either. Since they were now waiting for the well water to settle, Tang Ming opened his perspective and gently marked the nearby bamboo with bamboo worms. Then, he casually aimed at one and slapped it at the base. With a loud crack, the bamboo that was struck broke in response. Indeed, this was the correct way to use the dragon subduing 18 palms. Glancing at the neatly broken end, Tang Ming's lips curled into a smile. Now, with over 100 pounds of strength in one arm, if he used brute force normally, he could exert at most 700 or 800 pounds of force. However, with the dragon subduing 18 palms, he could unleash at least 1,000 or 2,000 pounds of immense power. Otherwise, even if the bamboo was cut, it wouldn't break so cleanly. To avoid dulling his vegetable knife, Tang Ming was willing to exert himself, and soon the bamboo forest was littered with fallen bamboo. Shouldn't we take it easy? If we keep chopping like this, there will be plenty of places where we need bamboo in the future, Shu Yiting said, a bit pained. What do you know? I'm helping to eliminate pests from the bamboo grove. There are bamboo worms in these bamboos, and if left unchecked, they will harm many more bamboos. Cleaning them up now is beneficial and harmless. As he spoke, Tang Ming paused, his ears twitching as if he had noticed something. Then, he activated his X-ray vision and looked down toward the source of the sound. What's wrong? Shu Yiting asked as she saw Tang Ming staring at a clump of bamboo's roots with a wicked smile. Good stuff. Tang Ming licked his lips, took the entrenching tool from Shu Yiting's hands, and walked to the bamboo clump he had just spotted. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly seemed to remember something, his gaze sharpening as he looked around. Then, he followed the hidden grooves that outsiders would never notice and walked to another clump of bamboo, stirring the dry leaves underfoot until he found a concealed hole. Is this a snake hole? Better than a snake. Tang Ming thought for a moment and asked Shu Yiting to gather some dry grass to block the hole while he searched for more openings along the groove. This time, without needing Tang Ming to explain, Shu Yiting cooperatively came over to seal the hole. Having received professional training, Shu Yiting would not be confused about what Tang Ming was doing at this point. Once they securely blocked the holes Tang Ming found, Shu Yiting didn't wait for orders but quickly gathered some dry branches and leaves, along with 2 handfuls of grass. Are there any more holes? Can I start the fire? Oh, so you're smart this time, knowing what I want to do. Tang Ming praised. You're the one who's smart. Everyone else is an idiot. Shu Yiting replied with irritation. All right, I'll let you show off this time. There are no other holes, so go ahead and burn. After saying that, Tang Ming activated his X-ray vision and began to wander through the bamboo forest. Shu Yiting piled the dry branches and leaves at the remaining hole and lit a fire. Then she found a bamboo tube and placed it next to the hole, covering the fire with the grass. Soon, the fire was extinguished by the grass, and thick smoke began to rise. Shu Yiting started blowing into the bamboo tube towards the hole. After a while, she saw white smoke starting to emerge from the covered holes. Stopping her blowing, Shu Yiting moved to the nearest hole and cleared the weeds. She took off a finely woven net bag from her waist and positioned it at the hole. Watching Shu Yiting's series of actions, Tang Ming nodded secretly, feeling a bit guilty for sometimes being too ostentatious and not giving others a chance to perform. It seemed that in the future, he should let the girl show off more. After all, those who can do more should do more. Confirming that Shu Yiting could handle it alone, Tang Ming didn't linger and continued searching for potential prey underground. He had to admit that the bamboo forest was a good breeding ground for wild game. After a thorough search, he indeed discovered several more burrows. One of them was so deep that his X-ray vision couldn't see the bottom. Now this is interesting. Observing the unusually wide passage, Tang Ming immediately became intrigued. He didn't call Shu Yiting for help, but instead blocked off several other exits along the route. Just as he was about to proceed with the next step, he heard Shu Yiting's excited call. Tang Ming, come quickly, I've caught something. Chapter 75, Bamboo Rats. Following the voice, Tang Ming saw Shu Yiting crouched on the ground, pressing down on the net bag. Inside the bag, 2 large rats were squeaking loudly. Pretty impressive. Catching them so quickly, Tang Ming squatted down to take a look. Both rats were quite fat, one weighing around 7 or 8 tails. They would definitely be tasty. Of course, don't forget who did it. During training, I caught the most rats, Shu Yiting boasted. Really? So impressive? Oof, you wouldn't understand. Catching rats this way isn't just brute force. You have to consider the wind direction and other factors. Some people might know they can smoke them out. And even if there's a fire in the hole, they still can't manage it. Believe it? With the wild game in hand, Shu Yiting immediately started blowing into the net, probably relieved after being suppressed for too long and finally finding a way to vent. Keep it up. There are still a few holes over there. Hurry and get them. And don't be too quick to collect here. There might still be more. Unlikely. Generally, there are only a few in one hole. With my pressure, they won't be able to stay hidden much longer. Shu Yiting shook her head. They're coming. Quickly move your hands away and let them come out. Tang Ming glanced at the ground and quickly reminded her. Shu Yiting was taken aback, hesitantly moved her hand away, and the two rats took the opportunity to burrow back into the hole. Ah, see, it's your fault. Now it's going to take more effort to get them out. They might even suffocate in there. Shu Yiting stomped her feet in frustration and complained. What's there to panic about? Let the rats go. Let them go. All you do is give blind orders. I won't listen to you next time, Shu Yiting said, just as she felt movement in the net bag and quickly let go of her hand. One by one, the rats surged out like a tide, causing Shu Yiting to panic as she hurriedly reached out to stabilize the net bag. After a few dozen seconds, Tang Ming pinched the opening of the net bag. Is that it? Shu Yiting stared wide-eyed at the net bag being lifted by Tang Ming, looking incredulous. Weren't you the one who said there were only two? Why are you now more greedy than I am? Tang Ming teased. That's the general case. How was I to know that the rats on this island come in nests? Quickly count how many there are. Shu Yiting defended herself, focusing her attention on the net bag, her eyes full of joy. After counting, there were 6 large ones, each weighing over half a pound, with the biggest nearly weighing a pound. The smaller ones numbered 13, weighing about 2 or 3 taels. Tang Ming shook the net bag. With this quantity, there was no need to count. He had seen everything clearly with his X-ray vision and missed not a single one. A pound? These rats on the island are really fat. Shu Yiting snatched the net bag and counted again. Then her gaze fixed on the largest ones, which were so plump they were a bit frightening. They probably wouldn't even be caught by an average small cat. All right, don't just celebrate. Hurry up and deal with those other holes. If we delay, it will be dark soon. Time is food, got it? Okay, now you're the boss. With the catch in hand, Shu Yiting didn't mind Tang Ming's tone, tightened the opening of the net bag, hung it on a bamboo, and followed Tang Ming to the next hole. Do you dare to have a competition? Each of us takes a hole and sees who can force the rats out the fastest? Noticing that Tang Ming had found more than one rat nest, Shu Yiting's eyes twinkled as she spoke. Are you serious about competing with me? Tang Ming was taken aback. What? Are you scared? No, I just think you're looking for trouble. Anyone can boast. If you have the skill, come on. The loser has to clean up tonight. The stakes are too low. I'm not interested. Tang Ming shook his head. Then how do you want to play? The loser has to handle the cassava. Fine, let's do it your way. Shu Yiting's eyes sparkled with excitement. Processing 500 or 600 pounds of cassava would be a big project. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Soon, the two of them selected the rat holes they wanted to tackle. Shu Yiting immediately began blocking the hole, gathering dry branches. Tang Ming watched her agile figure, the corner of his mouth curling up, and walked straight to the hole he had intended to target earlier. He began to assess the terrain. Hey, if you don't make a move soon, you're going to lose. Do you want me to give you 10 minutes? After busying herself for a while, Shu Yiting had finished her preparations and started to light a fire. Noticing Tang Ming still dazed, she raised an eyebrow at him. Tang Ming ignored her, suddenly stomping down hard on the ground. Then, to Shu Yiting's surprise, the ground he stepped on sank slightly. Following that, Tang Ming stomped several more times, directly collapsing the ground. After a few more stomps to compact the soil beneath his feet, he changed direction and stomped down hard again. 3 minutes later, the area around where Tang Ming had been standing was filled with several depressions, completely blocking off a few escape tunnels below. Then Tang Ming picked up a spade and began digging at one spot on the ground. Each time the spade went deeper, it pried up a large chunk of soil. As he swung his arm, a large pit was dug out. Standing in the pit, Tang Ming kicked at the dirt in front of him, creating a hole 2 or 3 times larger than a typical mouse hole. Dropping the spade, Tang Ming took out a net bag, covered the hole, and reached inside. No, it couldn't be described as a mouse anymore, because it was much larger than a mouse. Damn, a bamboo rat. Shu Yiting cursed and ran over to Tang Ming. Grab it. Just as she arrived, Tang Ming handed her the bamboo rat by its tail and reached in to pull out another one. It was about the same size as the first, with a short tail and a furry body, squirming and trying to bite. Tang Ming shook his hand a few times, and it calmed down. At this moment, Tang Ming looked at Shu Yiting and said, "How long did you say I should wait? You jerk. Pervert." Shu Yiting cursed angrily, feeling like she was just making things difficult for herself. Why did she have to bet with this guy? Had she ever won? However, even though she lost, she never felt disappointed afterward. There were only tangible gains. The 2 bamboo rats weighed about 4 pounds each. Although she had never eaten them, she had heard of their reputation and seemed to recall they tasted good, and they weren't cheap outside. Let us put them in the bamboo cage we made yesterday. A regular net bag won't hold them. After Shu Yiting played with them for a while, Tang Ming glanced at the bamboo rat's big front teeth and spoke up. Chapter 76, Rewarding the Monkeys. You go ahead, I'll continue smoking the mice. Feeling defeated, Shu Yiting did not give up. After Tang Ming secured the bamboo rats, He went back into the woods. The bamboo forest wasn't very large, so it couldn't hide too many mice. After a quick patrol, Tang Ming chose not to wipe them all out. He selectively ignored several holes with no significant mice and released some of the smaller mice from the net bag that did not meet the size requirement. After hesitating for a moment, Shu Yiting did not stop him. For other survivors, the caught prey might be a treasure, but for this guy, getting something to eat was just a matter of moving his feet. An hour later, several nests of large mice were flushed out. After releasing the small ones, there were 12 large ones, each weighing at least half a pound. Unfortunately, the 1-pound mouse king was the first one. However, they added up to about 8 pounds. Together with the 2 bamboo rats, the total meat harvest was 16 pounds. The bamboo worm larvae were not harvested in time, but just the adult insects weighed about a pound. This time, the scale was much larger. Following the principle of not wasting, each monkey was made to carry something, whether it was a bamboo stick or a roll of vines. Although each monkey did not carry much, it added up to over 100 pounds in total. As for Shu Yiting, she carried a net bag of mice, a small bundle of bamboo, a rabbit, and a mountain chicken on her shoulders, and held a bamboo rat in each hand. The main force, Tang Ming, was also working hard. A large bundle of bamboo was tied together into a massive pillar, which he carried on his shoulder, with bamboo tubes filled with water hanging from both ends. Moving around, he looked like a missile truck, quite a spectacle. Even some mischievous monkeys hopped onto the pillar to play. Shu Yiting set down her things, temporarily tossed the 2 bamboo rats into a pot, and covered it. Then walked over to Tang Ming. Seeing the red marks on his shoulder, her mouth twitched, and she took out a few plants she had secretly pulled on the way. Grinding the shells into a paste, she applied it to Tang Ming's shoulder. A wave of coolness spread, and Tang Ming opened his eyes, unexpectedly noticing the gentle E helping him massage. Oh, you're actually caring for someone. When did you pull out the bone-setting herb? You even know what the bone-setting herb is. If I weren't worried that your labor would leave you unable to get out of bed tomorrow, do you think I would pay attention to you? Caring was caring, but he wouldn't mock her. Hey, be gentle. Is this how you massage someone? I told you to stop talking nonsense after applying the medicine. Don't go into the water for now. Your skin looks a bit scraped. Soaking in seawater isn't good. Fine. I guess I really won't have time to go into the water today with all this stuff. Collecting was fun. But now looking at the pile of various materials and ingredients filling the beach, even Tang Ming felt a bit overwhelmed. A bet's a bet. I'll handle the cassava, and you can figure out the rest. Shu Yiting's eyelids twitched. For others, it would take at least 10 days or half a month to deal with these things. We don't need to process all of it. Let's wash about 200 pounds first, peel it, and then grind it into paste. Tang Ming thought for a moment and said. When Shu Yiting heard they would only process 200 pounds, she initially breathed a sigh of relief, but the latter part of his sentence made her jump up. You think that little amount will kill you? Are you kidding? What do you mean that little? That's 200 pounds. How long will that take to grind? It'll be done in a few minutes. Get lost with your few minutes. If you have the ability, you grind it for me to see. Can't you use your brain a little? I'm a representative of strength. Why do I always have to think? Do you think that's appropriate? Each cassava weighs about a pound or 2. Once you wash them clean and peel them, just give each monkey one. Then find a rock to demonstrate how to grind it, and let them find a leaf to complete it. After that, they get a spoonful of jam. Isn't that something that can be done in a few minutes? In the live broadcast room. As a monkey, I feel a lot of pressure. Monkey, is it too late to back out now? This is ridiculous. He completely doesn't treat monkeys as beings to command. This is so typical. Not only does he treat the goddess poorly, but he also treats monkeys poorly. Monkey, although I'm not human, you're really a dog. If this continues, it feels like the possibility of a Planet of the Apes outbreak. Where are the monkey lovers? It's time to step up. Why have we fallen to the point where we can only discuss monkeys? Are there any haters? Come out and play. I've thought of a point to criticize. This contestant is actually illegally employing monkey labor. Hurry up and report him for ruining game balance and ban his account. Yes, this kind of cheating must be firmly resisted. Absolutely cannot be tolerated. On the island, after listening to Tang Ming's description, Shu Yiting sneered again, but happily started processing the cassava. After resting for a while and feeling his stamina had recovered significantly, Tang Ming didn't slack off and got up to begin sorting today as harvest. He had to admit that today was truly a day of bountiful harvest. The seafood collected in the morning was already sorted, with about 40 pounds left to process. The cassava was estimated to weigh around 500 pounds, while various wild vegetables and seasonings, along with the wild fruits that the monkeys had found later, added up to about 100 pounds. Then there was the meat. One wild rabbit weighing about 5 pounds, one wild chicken without its entrails, weighing about 1.5 pounds. Together with the bamboo rats and mice, there were 16 pounds. The bamboo worms, both adults and larvae, added up to about 2 pounds. About 100 bird eggs, weighing 4 pounds. Altogether, it definitely exceeds 700 pounds. With such a large quantity of supplies, I must figure out a way to build a warehouse. There are about 70 bamboo poles of various lengths, with a good design. I should be able to construct a framework for what I have in mind. Therefore, I estimate that I won't have much time to look for food again in the next 2 days, and I need to do some preparatory work first. However, before that, I need to reward today's heroes, the monkey group. With this in mind, Tang Ming went to the iron pot, caught 2 bamboo rats, tied their tails with 2 ropes, letting their bodies just touch the ground while their butts hung in the air, unable to escape. After cleaning the pot, Tang Ming selected about 30 pounds of poorly shaped cassava, placed it in the steamer made in the morning, and increased the heat. Chapter 77. Preparing dinner. On Xu Yiting's side, they hadn't started using tools yet, so Tang Ming naturally wouldn't waste anything. He split one bamboo pole and threw one out, within seconds. The bamboo worms inside were cleaned out by the monkeys. After teaching them a few times, they even helped him neatly stack the bamboo strips together. Indeed, more monkeys mean more strength. Otherwise, just organizing these bamboo strips could keep Tang Ming busy for a long time. After over half an hour, all the bamboo was split, and the monkeys piled them into several stacks according to their width for Tang Ming's future use. Tang Ming picked out some thin strips, separated them into bamboo fibers and bamboo pieces, and started weaving fish traps. In terms of cost effectiveness, setting traps in the nearly infinite sea is certainly better than on land. Moreover, until the leopard issue is resolved, even if traps are made, they might be intercepted. After spending about half an hour, Tang Ming wove a large fish trap similar to the previous one. By this time, the cassava in the pot was almost ready. Putting down his things, Tang Ming lifted the pot lid, took out the cassava, and set it aside to cool. He called over the great sage and the monkeys to help peel it. Meanwhile, he cleaned the pot again to make more jam. While simmering, he continued weaving the fish trap and occasionally stirred the pot. When the second fish trap was almost halfway done, the jam was nearly ready. After some adjustments, he added the mixed juice, and the aroma wafted again. Not in a hurry to call the monkeys for dinner, Tang Ming cut a piece of cassava and prepared a large portion for the Monkey King. Then he looked over at Xu Yiting. With 200 pounds of cassava, it wasn't too much or too little, and at this moment, it was almost entirely peeled by Xu Yiting. Calling over the monkey group, Tang Ming handed each of them a piece of cassava and began demonstrating how to grind it. He then used body language to indicate that whoever ground it well first could eat. Under the temptation of delicious food, the monkeys were eager to learn, each finding a large leaf to place on the ground, carefully washing their paws with seawater, and lining up by the sea to have Tang Ming help select suitable stones for grinding. The stones were a bit dirty and couldn't be used directly, so Xu Yiting also put down her work to help clean the stones before handing them to the monkeys. After distributing the stones, the two surveyed the area. Although the monkeys were clumsy, they managed to scrape with the stones or wooden pieces. In fact, because of their smaller strength, the cassava paste they ground was finer than what Xu Yiting could achieve by hand. By the time Tang Ming finished the second fish trap, most of the monkeys had completed their work, although there was still a considerable amount of cassava left to grind. Tang Ming kept his promise and prepared a feast for the monkeys who finished first. The peeled cassava was diced and directly mixed into the pot with the jam, then served to the monkeys in shells. This time, he was generous, giving each monkey about half a pound of food, causing them to squeal with joy, their faces full of happiness. Tang Ming and Xu Yiting didn't eat with them this time. Each took some cassava to continue grinding. Some monkeys, finishing their food with nothing else to do, actively came to Tang Ming and asked for more cassava to grind. Noticing this behavior, Tang Ming was very satisfied. Without waiting for those proactive monkeys to finish, he helped them scoop more jam cassava into the shells nearby. This action stimulated the other monkeys, who quickly followed suit and began working again. You seem fit to start a company. The monkeys are obediently responding to you, let alone regular employees. Xu Yiting joked. Tang Ming shook his head. That's not necessarily true. The monkeys are currently simple-minded. Once they get familiar with the routine, I don't know if they'll still be this enthusiastic. That's better than others. How hard would it be for other people to achieve our efficiency? Xu Yiting said proudly. Then you're just worrying too much. Do others even need this level of efficiency? After saying that, they looked at the mountain of cassava paste in front of them, exchanged smiles, and continued working. Before long, the 200 pounds of cassava was processed. Tang Ming announced free activity, not pressuring the remaining labor force any further. He then worked with Xu Yiting to collect all the cassava paste into the two newly woven large fish traps, which temporarily had no barbs and were just right for storing things. However, looking at the two full traps of cassava paste, he realized he seemed to have overlooked a very important issue. He didn't have enough containers for sedimentation. It seemed that the manufacturing of containers was also urgent. I thought having more things would make it easier, but why is it getting busier? Feeling a headache, Tang Ming simply stopped thinking about it. He sent Xu Yiting to filter the water while he began preparing ingredients for dinner. Speaking of which, the ingredients for this meal were the richest. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, everything was available. The wild chicken had been dead the longest, so Tang Ming processed it first. Since the internal organs were gone, there was no need to eviscerate. He directly plucked the longer feathers to keep for later use. Tossed the body into the fire for about 2 minutes. After taking it out, the wild chicken was free of fluff. He washed off the burnt outer skin, sliced off the edible meat, and chopped the rest into large pieces to throw into the pot for soup. Next was the rabbit. Perhaps due to its weak fighting ability, the rabbit had only 2 small holes bitten by the leopard on its neck, so Tang Ming handled it more carefully. He tied its feet and hung it from a tree, making a circular incision just above its paws, then cut down along the leg to completely peel off the rabbit skin. Without washing it, Tang Ming directly made a frame with bamboo strips to spread the rabbit skin out for sun drying. He then eviscerated the rabbit, keeping the liver and stomach among other tasty parts, while tossing the remaining entrails aside for fish trap bait. Next, Tang Ming chopped the rabbit into small pieces and marinated them with sand ginger and wild garlic. Considering that the rats might escape if left alone, he made a decisive decision to kill them all, removing their heads, tails, and claws, and cleaned out their insides, making them look like small rabbits without any off-putting features. Then, Tang Ming cut the rats into small pieces and marinated them with seasonings. After finishing these, he looked at the bamboo rats, hesitated for a moment, and decided to spare their lives for now. Chapter 78, Outside Support. As usual, separating the meat and bones. He scraped the fish meat into a paste, and then cracked about 10 bird eggs onto the cutting board, repeatedly pounding them together. Until the fish meat was no longer so moist, he stopped. While Tang Ming was busy, the popularity of the live stream began to rise slowly. Many people were already prepared with instant noodles, peanuts, and melon seeds for emergencies. Dinner warning. Looking at Joshin's posture, it seems like he is going to have another feast tonight. It's been so many days, and we finally see real wild game. These rats look way too scary. Scary? You probably have never eaten a real mouse. These mice that grow up in bamboo forests mainly eat bamboo shoots and bamboo worms. It's better to call them field mice. Their taste is absolutely top-notch. Back in my hometown, such mice cost around 80 to 90 yuan per pound, and you have to rely on luck to buy them. Yes, I've eaten them too. The taste of these mice is even better than chicken. After frying, even the bones are crunchy, and just looking at them makes my mouth water. Today has also been the most satisfying day, watching the Joshin process so many ingredients without any sense of incongruity. I was worried a few days ago that he would eat up everything, but today, for the first time, I'm worried about how he will finish it all. The new competition rules are out. Have you seen them? It feels like these rules are very targeted. What rules? I haven't noticed anything. They were just announced on the official homepage. The brief content is that the warm-up time is over, and in 3 days, Joshin and the others need to go to a place called Central Island to submit ingredients. 10 people per group, and the team that submits the least will be directly eliminated. It seems the insider information that the black guy mentioned before is indeed true. At that time, he was looking forward to watching the joke, but now it's really hard to say. I just got the news that there has been a huge fluctuation in the latest rankings that were updated just now. Which rankings? I checked ours earlier. It hasn't changed much. Of course, it's not our rankings, it's old me's. What's funny is that theirs is actually closing in on ours. The teams that were previously ranked lower are all making a collective effort today. Take that cold country team that was at the bottom before, for example. They were in second to last place yesterday, but today they've jumped into the top 10 with a shocking increase. What's going on? I heard that team had incredible luck. A brand new fishing net actually floated onto the beach. Relying on that fishing net, the two of them harvested a lot today, by just now. They had caught over 60 pounds of sea fish, and now many people have gone to watch them catch fish. Damn, their luck is just too good. Are you sure it's a new fishing net? Anyway, according to the audience that has been in that live broadcast room, when they picked it up, there wasn't a single hole in it, and it was quite long. Not just that team, several other teams had similar situations. Some found crossbows on the island, and someone even discovered a sheep stuck in a bush, directly picking up a big haul. A classic scene, a hanging sheep. There's something even more exaggerated. The team that's currently ranked first in the world directly picked up a pig, a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds, that fell into a small trap they set. That pig's body filled the trap completely, and it couldn't get out. Isn't that amazing? What a crazy operation. Were those viewers blind? What can you do? When they went there, the wild boar was indeed stuck inside, and it had a hole in its belly and was on the verge of death. So they couldn't find fault with it. If you really want to nitpick, you can only blame the props team for being too effective. I also looked at that ranking and couldn't help but laugh. Basically, except for Joshin, who stubbornly refuses to admit it and remains at the bottom. The rest of the rankings are the same as ours. At that time, we directly reversed their rankings to annoy them, and I didn't expect it to actually come true now. It should be a dark secret, right? In this kind of competition, if there isn't some underhandedness. Even pigs wouldn't believe it. However, to dare to do it on such a large scale, I believe the competition team is in tacit approval. Otherwise, they would have raised a fuss long ago. Let me guess simply. It means each team can have support, but this support is fair, corresponding to the actual situation and resources of each island, to narrow the gap. For example, if a certain island has few plants but rich marine products, they would be given certain fishing tools to make up for it. Otherwise, eliminating one team per week would leave groups with scarce resources with no time to prepare. That makes sense. This means that in addition to the players' confrontation, there is also a contest of behind-the-scenes forces. Speaking of which, I want to ask, are the forces behind the teams that sent the fat pigs and sheep serious? I don't know about that. They probably panicked when they saw they had to submit in 2 days. However, if they are doing this, they should be able to ensure a smooth first advancement. I said it. How could the competition be so simple? These players, any one of them pulled out, don't seem like they would starve to death. It turns out the more exciting part is still to come. I see that the rules state that this is just the first round. The second round will be announced after a certain time, and I'm really looking forward to it. On the island, Tang Ming naturally doesn't know that the rules have sparked countless discussions outside. At this moment, he has already processed the ingredients needed for dinner. Returning to the pot, the wild chicken has released its aroma. He scooped out the bones and spice remnants from the soup and poured half of the soup into 2 large bamboo tubes. The remaining half of the soup is temporarily removed from the heat. After waiting a little while for it to stop boiling, he washed his hands, pinched a small ball of fish paste, pressed it with his thumb, and a fish ball the size of a longan was squeezed out and slid into the pot. The subsequent actions continued in this way, and 4 to 5 pounds of fish paste were quickly shaped into a pot full of fish balls. He turned the heat back on and brought the soup to a near boil. Tang Ming moved the pot again, added coarse salt and other seasonings, then sprinkled a handful of wild scallions. He packed it into the large bamboo tube that served as the soup bowl. The delicate fragrance of the scallions attracted the monkeys nearby. Even the Monkey King couldn't help but lean closer to the fire, curiously staring at the fish balls in the bamboo tube, which looked like fruit, sparking its strong interest. The author has something to say. It's that tense and exciting time to serve the poison again. I advise customers who want to lose weight or can't eat spicy food to avoid entering this restaurant easily. Otherwise, if there is any physical discomfort, this chef will not take any responsibility. Haha. Chapter 79. Monkeys are also afraid of spicy food. Want to give it a try? Tang Ming glanced at the Monkey King and made a hand gesture for eating rice. The Monkey King smacked its lips a couple of times and nodded. Tang Ming smiled slightly, took a shell from the side, scooped up 2 fish balls with a bit of soup, and handed it to the Monkey King, then made a blowing gesture. The Monkey King looked at Tang Ming with disdain, as if saying, "Do I need you to remind me of this?" Holding the shell, it picked up a bamboo skewer from Tang Ming's pile of materials, then sat down on the beach, poked a fish ball, and started blowing on it. Once it had cooled down a bit, it licked its tongue, and its eyes lit up. It quickly stuffed the fish ball into its mouth, a look of disbelief on its face. Originally, as a monkey, its interest in jam definitely exceeded that of fish balls. But even the tastiest things can become monotonous if eaten too much, especially after 2 excessively sweet meals of jam. Now that it has something salty in its mouth, it feels like a door to a new world has opened for it. After finishing the fish ball in 2 bites, it drank down the delicious soup. And when it looked back at Tang Ming's pot, the Monkey King's curiosity had turned into anticipation. After giving the fish balls, Tang Ming didn't pay any more attention to the Monkey King. He glanced at the side dishes he had prepared, poured a bit of oil into the pot, added water celery and other tender wild vegetables, and then added a bit of coarse salt. He stir-fried for 10 seconds until the vegetables were just cooked. He took 2 split bamboo tubes and neatly placed the wild vegetables at the bottom of the tubes. At this point, the soup in the pot had boiled, and Tang Ming used chopsticks to stir, evenly adding the rabbit meat into the pot while increasing the heat. Once the soup was boiling again, Tang Ming skimmed off the foam, boiled it for a little longer, then took a bamboo basket to scoop out the rabbit meat and laid it on top of the wild vegetables. When the remaining soup was reduced with increased heat until it became somewhat thick, he added oyster sauce and abalone sauce, pouring it into the bamboo tube with the rabbit meat and vegetables. Next, he quickly cleaned the iron pot, brought over a bucket of coconut oil, and looked at it with some reluctance before pouring it all in. Still lacking oil, and it's only been 2 days. The coconut oil that took so much effort to produce is about to run out again. With a sigh in his mouth, Tang Ming's movements were not hesitating at all. It was fine to eat less, but lowering the standards was absolutely not acceptable. While waiting for the oil to heat up, Tang Ming took out 2 handfuls of the chili peppers he found today and chopped them finely. He also minced some ginger and garlic, grabbed 2 handfuls of the fresh green Sichuan peppercorns he picked today, and spread everything over the rabbit meat. Picking up the coconut oil that was already smoking, Tang Ming flicked his wrist. The hot oil sizzled as it poured over the chili and peppercorns on the rabbit meat. In an instant, accompanied by the sizzling sound of hot oil mixing with the ingredients, The fragrant and spicy steam rose into the air. The impressive scene startled the nearby Monkey King, causing it to quickly retreat a few steps. Sniffing, it showed a hint of fear, not coming closer like it did when it saw fish balls. Meanwhile, Shu Yiting, who was still busy not far away, caught a whiff of the slightly pungent aroma in the air, her eyes lighting up with surprise as she greedily inhaled. Seeing that Tang Ming seemed to still be preparing the dishes, she shifted her body but held back. With saliva secreting in his mouth, Tang Ming couldn't resist the long-lost spicy flavor, but the oil in the pot was still heating, and it wasn't the time to sneak a taste. Grabbing the bamboo tube filled with rat meat, Tang Ming poured it all into the pot. With a crackling sound, the rat meat released a rich aroma. After about 30 seconds, Tang Ming scooped out the rat meat. With nothing left in the pot, the oil temperature rose again. Once the blue smoke started to rise, Tang Ming poured the rat meat back into the pot for a second fry. This time, it was evident that the rat meat's golden color deepened significantly. Even without tasting it, one could feel its crispiness. With only a little oil left in the pot, Tang Ming added a generous amount of minced ginger and garlic, followed by a heap of freshly chopped chili peppers. After stir-frying for a moment, he added oyster sauce to bring out the spicy aroma, then poured in the rat meat. He stir-fried vigorously. As the iron pot danced, the evenly sized pieces of rat meat quickly blended with the base ingredients, and under Tang Ming's control. Each shake allowed them to heat thoroughly. This time, it lasted longer, and only when the chili peppers had almost turned a charred yellow did Tang Ming stop, adding a bit of coconut oil to make it shine. Once it was plated, 3 main dishes were ready. It's time to eat, Tang Ming called out, and Shu Yiting, who could hardly wait, quickly surrounded by a group of monkeys. Looking at the monkeys fighting for seats around her, Shu Yiting felt a bit troubled and glanced at Tang Ming. The latter also hadn't anticipated the monkeys to be so rude and chuckled, taking a bamboo plate and putting a bit of rabbit and rat meat on it, placing it in front of them. Chirp chirp. Soon enough, the first monkey reached out, grabbing a piece of food and stuffing it into its mouth. Come on, we can eat in peace now. With space cleared, Tang Ming placed the bamboo plate for the monkeys to taste on a nearby empty spot and began to set the tablecloth. Shu Yiting and the Monkey King skillfully approached to help arrange the bowls and chopsticks. In no time, the table was set and the dishes were placed on it. 2 dishes and a soup. Compared to yesterday, it was indeed much simpler, but as a normal dinner, it was extremely luxurious. Of course, with this amount of food, it would definitely not satisfy Tang Ming's needs. Before cooking, he had already buried plenty of cassava in the stove, which was just right to eat now. He took a few leaves and piled about 10 large cassavas next to the dishes. A dinner was ready. The surface of the cassava was charred black with a bit of yellow remaining. At other times, it might be looked down upon, but at this moment, against the backdrop of green leaves and delicious food, it had a primitive ruggedness that gave a different kind of anticipation. How rare, I finally get to eat meat. Rubbing her chopsticks, Shu Yiting looked more excited than ever today. As those spectators said, no matter how she ate in the past few days, she always felt a mental barrier, thinking it was too extravagant. But today, she could finally eat freely without any worries. The light fish balls were the first to be dismissed by her. After several days of seafood, her mouth had grown bland. And with the spicy and numbing flavors in front of her, who would want to eat that? With one chopstick, Shu Yiting grabbed a large piece of rabbit meat. Lifting it from the bowl, the bright red chili oil dripping down the rabbit meat, making it both intimidating and exciting. Chapter 80, Spicy Boiled Rabbit. Trying to put it in her mouth, a wave of heat and spiciness mixed with numbing sensations instantly filled her mouth. Biting down, the rabbit meat was smooth with a bit of bounce, and after chewing a few times, it became tender and juicy. Wow, delicious. Not bothering to finish chewing what was in her mouth, Shu Yiting quickly picked up another piece. A thin layer of sweat had already formed on her forehead, but she showed no signs of stopping. This was the allure of chili peppers, both loved and feared, making it irresistible. Do you want some too? Tang Ming looked at Shu Yiting's eating style with satisfaction. Although it was a bit crude, it was a confirmation of his culinary skills. He couldn't help but glance at today's honored guest, the only Monkey King qualified to sit at the table. Like the Monkey King, Tang Ming had temporarily prepared a small set of utensils for him. The monkey stared wide-eyed at Shu Yiting, who was panting and blushing. With its monkey brain, it couldn't understand why this female human in front of it looked so pained, yet kept eating. It glanced at the Monkey King beside it. This guy was much more experienced, knowing only to grab fish balls from the bamboo tube. However, that operation was quite pitiful. It took a long time to get anything out, and it was only with Tang Ming's help that it managed to scoop a few into its bowl. Otherwise, with its stirring, the whole bowl of fish balls would have been unmanageable. Seeing the monkey hesitate, Tang Ming raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief in his eyes. He filled a clean bowl with some fishball soup, added a few small pieces of rabbit meat to wash off the red oil, and then placed it in front of the Monkey King. He then ignored it and started competing with Shu Yiting for the rabbit meat. It must be said that using fresh chili peppers to make boiled rabbit is not authentic. It lacks that dry fragrance and feels somewhat lacking. However, this flaw was completely covered by the green Sichuan peppercorns. In their combination, the dry fragrance was replaced by a fresh aroma, and the spiciness hit hard. Even Tang Ming, who was so picky, felt he couldn't stop, finishing all the rat meat along with the wild chicken mixed in with the rabbit meat. Putting down his chopsticks, both of their mouths were a bit swollen and red, their faces glowing. Hurry up and open it. I want pearl coconut. Oh, now you're ordering me around? You've got some nerve. What nonsense. Who told you to make it so spicy? Shu Yiting seemed to be on a high from eating, waving her chopsticks and ignoring Tang Ming, reaching for the rat meat again. After these few days, she had already learned Tang Ming's rules. Dishes should be eaten one at a time to fully appreciate the unique flavors of each dish. Of course, this was for the dishes made by Tang Ming. For others, did it matter about the taste? Could they match Tang Ming's culinary skills? The Monkey King on the side finally piqued with curiosity amid the intense competition between the two, cautiously trying the rabbit meat. Having been washed, it didn't react as dramatically as the other monkeys. The slight spiciness and numbing sensation allowed it to fully experience the difference of this food before it. After a few small pieces, it closed its eyes to savor the taste. When it opened them again, its face was filled with disbelief. This unusual sweetness seemed to transport the Monkey King into another world, realizing that besides fruits, there were other things in this world that could taste so good. Instinctively, it wanted to try again. Unfortunately, facing two insatiable foodies, the rabbit meat had long disappeared. Soon, its gaze shifted to the rat meat that the two were currently fighting over. It nudged the distracted Monkey King, who quickly understood the Monkey King's intention and dutifully helped him grab some rat meat. Crunch, crunch, the rich and fragrant dry-fried rat meat, after several preparations. Even the bones were fried crispy and delicious. The rat meat wrapped around the outside was even more flavorful, and in the Monkey King's eyes, this texture was simply more delicious than the best nuts. It was that spiciness. Damn, this is at least 10 times spicier than what I just ate. Almost the moment he swallowed the rat meat, the Monkey King couldn't hold it in anymore, starting to jump up and down in place while fanning his mouth. His exaggerated actions made Tang Ming and Shu Yiting burst into laughter. However, soon after, Tang Ming handed the Monkey King a peeled pearl coconut, knowing it was fruit. The Monkey King, suffering from the spiciness, didn't care what it was and took a big bite. Pop! The thin coconut meat was crushed, and the Monkey King's whole head sank in, juice flowing everywhere. Lifting his wet head, the Monkey King finally calmed down and looked at the stifled laughter of Tang Ming and Shu Yiting, directly slapping his own backside. Then, he turned to the fruit that had embarrassed him once again, the coconut. This thing, living on the island. He had occasionally eaten a few times when it was accidentally smashed open, but this was the first time he ate it like this. It was also the best tasting experience for him, and the reason was simple. It relieved the spiciness. Moreover, once the spiciness subsided, he felt completely refreshed, as if his monkey fur had breathed for the first time. What a thrill, looking back at the chili that had almost cost him his life earlier. The Monkey King's eyes sparkled with new interest. Noticing that the Monkey King had developed a great interest in chili, Tang Ming's true purpose was revealed. He laid out some chili peppers and the few spices he had found in front of the Monkey King, indicating that in the future, the Monkey King could lead the monkey troop to find these items for him. The more the better. After thinking for a moment, the Monkey King readily agreed. This chef's skills are undeniable. He managed to entice the monkey with chili. As a person from Sichuan and Chongqing, tonight was the night I drooled the most. Hunan wouldn't have it, claiming my drool can't compare to theirs, as fresh chili is representative of Hunan cuisine. They said to wait until the chef shows off dried chili to compare. These monkeys are so cute. When the Monkey King buried his head in the coconut just now, I almost burst out laughing. It was truly entertaining. Among all the live streams, only the chefs here has so much surprise and joy. As a foreigner, I must say this Huaxiao person has conquered me. I was initially a bit unconvinced as to why he ranked above, but after today's performance, I can only say one thing. Amazing. There are also foreign people like me who have fallen in love with this powerful Huaxiao person. Different nationalities. But I admit he is a true powerhouse. Moreover, he is the strongest. Like you, I was most amazed by his culinary skills in wilderness survival. This is the first time I have seen someone cook at this level, and every dish is so rich in color, aroma, and flavor. However, that chili is lethal for me. Chapter 81, Cat Shark. Today, there are quite a few international friends. I'm glad that the chef finally has foreign fans. Welcome friends from all countries. Don't be shy here. Feel free to speak your mind. Why do you all call him the chef? What does ZA mean? Is there a language expert who can explain this? It means not to be overly pretentious. Take your time to watch, and after a while, you'll understand why we call him the chef. I miss Heizi on the first day. Without Heizi, life feels devoid of fun. If all goes well, in the coming days, there should be a surge of Heizi, Let us wait and see. How to say? Today's wave, some people couldn't possibly remain indifferent. Tonight will be a great time for support, and with new equipment, some people will probably go wild. This is the first time I'm so looking forward to seeing someone cheat. I feel a bit dangerous though, after all. The resources on the chef's island are indeed fixed, and until we know the extent of their support, we shouldn't be too optimistic. Let me say, of course, this is just my guess. Has anyone considered that these monkeys, besides being tool monkeys, also have another identity? Wow, brother, your thoughts are a bit twisted. Is the chef that kind of person? He is not that kind of person, but it cannot be denied that this monkey troop also represents a pile of food. With the chef feeding them like this, wanting to pull a trick later on wouldn't be difficult. Just, you smelly men, don't insult my chef. On the island, Tang Ming and the others have finished off all the dry-fried rat meat, and the 2 humans and 1 monkey, unable to handle the spiciness, switched to fish balls. Eating 2 spicy dishes in a row, now having this light fish ball, they immediately felt incredibly fresh and fragrant, eating it with fishball soup. Peeling 2 cassavas as the main food, occasionally mixing in some leftover chili from the dry-fried rat meat into the cassava, it was a fulfilling experience. Shu Yiting and the Monkey King didn't have Tang Ming's unbeatable appetite. They both couldn't finish even half. The remaining 10 or so were all stuffed into Tang Ming's stomach. Soon, the familiar warmth surged again. By the end, Tang Ming checked the enhancement progress. It had increased by another 5%. Swinging his fists, Tang Ming felt a slight boost in his strength again. His arm strength probably increased by about 20 pounds. Today was a bit rushed. This is all he could manage. Tomorrow, he would do something big. Looking at the cassava puree he had processed earlier, Tang Ming felt a bit impatient. He asked Shu Yiting to clean up, wiped his mouth, stood up to wash the pot, tore off the largest piece of his ragged clothes to make a piece of gauze, and cleaned it for later use. Then he made a cross-like structure with 2 bamboo sticks, tying the intersecting part with rope and hanging it on a tree. Next, he tied the 4 corners of the gauze made from the rag to the top of the cross, with the gauze hanging down directly over the pot placed on the ground. Finally, Tang Ming grabbed a large lump of cassava puree, placed it in the gauze, and began to knead it vigorously. Under his terrifying strength, the moisture in the cassava puree was easily squeezed out, and the white cassava juice dripped down from the gauze. After kneading a full bag, Tang Ming took a bucket of clean water, poured it into the squeezed cassava puree, and began to knead again. After the second pressing, the cassava puree was essentially drained of its remaining value. He scooped it out and piled it aside, and Tang Ming continued adding new cassava puree and repeating the process. After an hour, the 2 fish baskets of cassava puree had all turned into milky white cassava juice, filling a large iron pot and about 20 large bamboo tubes. He secured the iron pot with several stones and covered it with a lid. Now he just had to wait for the cassava juice inside to settle and separate. Checking the time, the sun was about to set. Feeling that he had a lot on his plate, Tang Ming called Shu Yiting over. Tonight's task is to weave fish baskets. I'll demonstrate one first, and you can follow my steps. No problem. Shu Yiting nodded and sat down next to the bamboo strips they had previously divided. The first thing to do is to make the base, standing it up like this. Then interweaving. The wider the area, the thicker the bamboo strips needed, while the narrower areas require thinner ones. As he worked, Tang Ming demonstrated, and Shu Yiting followed his movements. Although she was a bit slow, she managed to make something that was about 80 to 90% accurate. An hour later, Tang Ming finished 2 fish baskets, while Shu Yiting barely completed 1. Although it couldn't compare to Tang Ming's in appearance, it was still usable. By this time, the sky was gradually darkening, and the stuffed Monkey King had also caught his breath. He chirped at Tang Ming a couple of times, leading the monkey troop away. Tang Ming glanced at his shoulder wound, which was almost healed, greeted Shu Yiting to continue working, and then went into the water. Taking advantage of the fact that it wasn't completely dark yet, he needed to retrieve the fish baskets he had set out in the morning to see what he had caught. 10 minutes later, a small string of fish baskets came ashore, and Shu Yiting came forward to help pour out the fish, while Tang Ming went to collect the larger one. Tang Ming nodded. Since there were catches during the day, he could free up more time to do other things in the next couple of days. Thinking this, he tipped over the large fish basket as well. With a splash, a heavy object hit the ground. A long black-brown fish appeared before the 2 of them. Huh, what is this? Such a strange fish. Shu Yiting squatted down, touched the fish in front of her that looked to weigh about 7 or 8 pounds, and asked in confusion, "It should be a cat shark." Tang Ming observed for a moment. As a top chef, he had encountered most ingredients. Instant kill? What are you talking about? No, I mean the cat shark. Look closely at its eyes. Don't they resemble those of a cat? Indeed, what beautiful eyes. Is this a shark? I guess so. This guy is only considered a medium-sized fish in the sea, reaching a maximum size of about 4 meters, with smaller ones around 40 centimeters. However, in terms of taste, it's one of the rarer delicious fish among sharks. great for making soup. What a pity it's just this one. The other small fish have all been bitten to pieces. You're being greedier than me now. I remember when you used to pull me up just to see a few small fish. Tang Ming joked. One must look forward in life. And since we're close to submission, the more we gather, the better. Chapter 82. The Shelter. All right, hurry up and tidy up. Let's quickly make a few more fish traps. After saying that, Tang Ming glanced at the eel he had been keeping in the water tank and pulled Shu Yiting to dig 2 large pits a few meters above the highest tide level they had observed. One pit was for small sea fish that met the specifications, and the other was for more aggressive sea eels. If we had time, I think we should specifically find a spot to create a few safe pools. Otherwise, if we have a large harvest in the future, it would be difficult to manage. Especially since many seafood aren't suitable for drying into fish jerky, Shu Yiting suggested. Yeah, for today, we can only do this. In a couple of days, when we have time, let us check out the rocky area to see if there are any suitable water pools. Otherwise, in these sandy pits, they can't handle the sun for long during the day. 2 hours later, Tang Ming had made 4 traps, and Shu Yiting had made 3. Together with the previous 6, they had a total of 13 large fish traps. This should be enough. Looking at the 13 fish traps lined up together, Tang Ming paused. Isn't it still early? Keep going. Shu Yiting seemed to be getting addicted. As she became more skilled, her interest grew stronger. I want to, but the key is to have enough bait. Tang Ming rolled his eyes at her, taking out the rabbit and mouse entrails he had collected during the day and chopping up some small, unsuitable fish and crabs, barely gathering about 10 pounds of bait. Dividing the 13 large fish traps meant that each one got less than a pound, while the small traps only received a little bit. Watching Tang Ming put the bait into the traps, Shu Yiting couldn't help but click her tongue, realizing that their supply for feeding the fish had reached this level. However, despite her concern, Shu Yiting didn't say much. After all, you have to give to gain. With these 13 fish traps set, there should be a big harvest tomorrow. Thinking this, she diligently helped Tang Ming move all the traps to the water's edge. Since they were all large traps, they couldn't be strung together like the small ones. Tang Ming had to work hard to set everything up, which took almost an hour. After finishing, they returned to the shore and took a brief rest. Tang Ming then started wandering around the nearby woods. What are you looking at? Shu Yiting followed him. Feeling that Tang Ming was acting a bit strangely today, being more proactive than usual, which wasn't he like him. Looking at the foundation, Tang Ming replied succinctly. Foundation? You want to build a shelter? I'm good at that. Is there even a need to look? I've already selected a spot. Upon hearing this, Shu Yiting's eyes lit up. As a survivor who had been distracted by food, she had been on the island for 4 days and hadn't built a shelter yet, which was starting to bother her. However, being led around by Tang Ming every day left her with no time to build. Tang Ming glanced at her, but continued observing the surroundings without responding. I said there's no need to look. This time it's my turn to teach you how to build the perfect shelter. In my survival training, my shelters were always the best and sturdiest. Seeing that Tang Ming ignored her, Shu Yiting puffed up her chest and asserted confidently, Fine, you do your thing, don't mind me. Aren't you going to help? I don't want to waste time. Tang Ming was honest. Wasting time? I told you building a shelter is my strong suit. How is that wasting time? If you're capable, don't stay in it later. Feeling insulted, Shu Yiting snapped back, as if not having a shelter means I can't sleep. Fine, go play by yourself. I have serious business. Okay, just wait and see. I'll build it well, and then you'll have nothing to say. Shu Yiting stomped her foot and turned to leave. With Shu Yiting's buzzing voice gone, Tang Ming's thoughts became clearer. Activating his perspective, he scanned the surrounding area. After about half an hour of wandering, he finally stopped at a relatively open area. The spot he stood on had several huge trees around, each at least 20 to 30 meters tall and spaced about 10 meters apart. From where Tang Ming stood, he could see the beach, and the sea breeze was blowing in. It was a windward spot. The view and width were quite suitable. The ground was also relatively firm, covered with dry branches and leaves, not damp at all. Most importantly, not far from this land, Tang Ming discovered a patch of darker soil. He didn't know how it formed, but could tell that after digging down a meter, the soil was much wetter than in other areas. It was a good choice for digging a well. Additionally, walking a few dozen meters from this spot would lead out of the woods to a flat grassy area, which seemed suitable for some wild vegetables like wild onions and wild garlic to survive. Let us see if I can dig out some water. Clearing away the dead branches and leaves covering the dark spot, Tang Ming squatted down and felt the soil. It was indeed wetter compared to other areas. In the distance, Shu Yiting was also holding her breath, struggling with the wide bamboo strips, looking determined and not wanting to give up, even huffing at Tang Ming without speaking to him. The two busied themselves, relying on the strength of his arms. Tang Ming progressed quickly despite not having the best tools. In just half an hour, he had dug a pit about 1 meter in diameter and 1 meter deep. The soil below was indeed wetter, but it was still far from seeping water. Standing in the pit, his shovel was starting to feel restricted. After hesitating for a moment, he widened the pit by half a meter along the edge and dumped the excavated soil into a basket outside the pit. This time, standing in the pit, he faced no obstacles. He swung the shovel and continued digging down. As the depth increased, it became slightly harder to remove the soil. After about an hour, he managed to dig down another meter. By this time, he could faintly feel the ground was much wetter, but there was still no water seeping out. Wanting to dig deeper, he realized that at this height, if he continued digging down, it would be hard for him to jump back up later. And moving the mud also became a troublesome issue. Observing the surroundings, he noticed that Shu Yiting's shelter was starting to take shape. With tripods on both sides as supports, a bamboo pole laid across the top, and a large number of bamboo strips leaned against it to form a roof. Chapter 83, Digging a Well. It did look somewhat like a shelter, but in Tang Ming's eyes, who held the title of a novice carpenter, it seemed like a child playing house stacking blocks. Folding the rope in half, Tang Ming tied one end securely to a nearby tree and tossed the other end into the well. He jumped down without worrying about climbing back up, and his work became much smoother. Using his perspective to check, it seemed there was still no sign of water a meter below, so he expanded the pit to match the width of the one in front. Under the powerful force, the excess soil in the pit could be thrown directly out of the well, so there was no need for anyone's help for the time being. Time slowly passed, and before he knew it, 2 hours had gone by, and the surroundings were already dark. Tang Ming mechanically repeated the action of digging the well, exerting all his strength to continue downward. After another 2 meters of depth, he seemed to be able to feel the damp breath coming from underground. Almost there. He reached out to grab a handful of soil, feeling that he could almost squeeze water out of it, and excitement shone in his eyes. Digging again, all the fatigue in his body vanished, and the only thing that annoyed him was that at 4 meters deep, it had become a bit difficult to throw the soil out. Fortunately, the soil at this moment was much softer due to its moisture. So Tang Ming simply gave up using a basket to hold the soil, instead forming large clumps of mud with each scoop and throwing them directly outside, which significantly improved his efficiency. Soon, another hour passed, and the well had reached a depth of over 6 meters. The ground he was standing on was now all muddy, and every time he lifted his foot, he could even hear the sound of the mud being pulled. Tang Ming had no choice but to stop his actions. Because he couldn't dig anymore, a layer of rock had appeared below the mud, and the bamboo couldn't penetrate it at all. Feeling the thin layer of water accumulating beneath his feet, Tang Ming couldn't help but frown. He reached down to touch the rock beneath the soil, feeling a chill. His ears twitched slightly, and he seemed to hear faint sounds of flowing water from below. Have I reached the spring water layer? A hint of doubt appeared on his face as Tang Ming looked again, and then, in his line of sight, the thin layer of rock below turned into a pitch-black expanse. This is the color of water in the dark. Finally, a hint of ecstatic joy appeared on Tang Ming's face. However, how to break through this rock layer? Without professional tools, it seemed a bit difficult. After pondering what he could use, he found he only had a kitchen knife and a military shovel, neither of which could be used to chisel the rock. If he couldn't break through this, relying on just this little bit of accumulated water at the bottom would still be a drop in the bucket. Damn, have I worked hard for nothing? Frowning, Tang Ming slapped the rock. Then, his ears moved again, and he realized that his slap seemed to have caused vibrations in the underground water. His eyes darted around. Tang Ming raised his hand, and a bold idea came to his mind. Why not? Without hesitation, Tang Ming began to make the final preparations. First, he vigorously scraped around the well with a bamboo pole, making the uneven well walls neat. Then, he kneaded the fallen soil and the muddy sludge at the bottom into large clumps and threw them out of the well. Half an hour later, all the soil was cleared, and the ground he was standing on had turned into solid rock. Tang Ming pushed himself to the edge of the well. He tied a rope around his waist. Taking a deep breath, he smacked his palm downward. Flying dragon in the sky. The proud dragon has regrets. The dragon is in the field. With Tang Ming's frantic smacking, the rock layer began to tremble violently. Crack. Suddenly, a cracking sound made Tang Ming stop his attack. The spot where he had slapped seemed to have opened a gap. A thin stream of water gushed out from it. It's done. Laughing heartily, Tang Ming placed his palm on the crack, carefully feeling the water flowing out, overjoyed like a child. Just then, a loud rumble came from the sky. Tang Ming looked up and saw a lightning bolt cutting through the sky. No way. Is it going to rain just after I struck water? Tang Ming's face darkened as he observed the weather outside. Leaves were already falling into the well, indicating a significant wind. It seemed like it was really going to rain. However, he couldn't just leave like this. Touching the crack in the ground, Tang Ming gritted his teeth and reached his hand into the gap, his fingers gripping tightly on both sides. With a low roar from his mouth, the muscles in his arms bulged, twin dragons drawing water, as if an eggshell was breaking. He pried the 2 pieces of rock apart along the crack, creating a hole. Then, A stream of water as thick as a bucket burst out from the ground, splashing all over Tang Ming. Amid the sound of rushing water, a large amount of spring water gushed out frantically. Refreshing. Leaning forward, he took a big gulp of the spring water, which was clear and delicious, invigorating his mind. Tang Ming couldn't help but shout out loud. In just a few seconds, the gushing spring water had already reached his waist. Tightening the rope, Tang Ming greedily drank a few more mouthfuls of water before reluctantly climbing back up. As soon as he reached the surface, he heard Xu Yiting's voice calling out, "Tang Ming, where are you?" "Over here." While responding, Tang Ming also untied the rope around his waist. Looking down into the well, he could still hear the sound of rushing water. After hesitating for a moment, he headed toward the camp. All the while, the sea breeze was blowing more fiercely. In the camp, Xu Yiting was frantically tidying up the daily necessities scattered around. "What have you been doing? Hurry up and help. Otherwise, everything will be blown away." "I was just wandering around the woods for a bit." Tang Ming paused for a moment, deciding to surprise this girl tomorrow. "Umph, you seem relaxed while I'm almost working myself to death. Hurry up and tidy up these things. I still need to reinforce my shelter." Speaking, Xu Yiting quickened her movements. Just as they finished tidying up, big raindrops began to fall. "Help me reinforce the shelter. Drag anything that can't get wet under the big tree." Xu Yiting handed a rope to Tang Ming, and the two of them went to the front of the shelter. Tang Ming took a look. The shelter was basically completed. However, under the raging wind and rain, the bamboo pieces used for the roof were making a loud noise, feeling like they were about to collapse at any moment. Without hesitation, Tang Ming began to use the rope to reinforce the loose areas, and then secured the four corners of the shelter to the ground with ropes and stakes like a tent. In a hurried attempt, both of them were already soaked. "Come in and try it out." Xu Yiting waved to Tang Ming as she squeezed into the shelter. Without thinking, Tang Ming lowered his body and squeezed in. As for dashing, that little guy had already hidden inside before the rain even started. "How is it? Isn't my shelter nice?" Once Tang Ming settled down, Xu Yiting looked at her masterpiece and held her head high. Chapter 84, Still Betting. Tang Ming touched the bamboo frame around him and nodded. "It's passable. TCH, can you speak properly? Can this be called passable? Can an ordinary shelter block the wind and rain like mine? If it weren't for me tonight, we would all have been soaked. It's just because of this that it's passable, otherwise." "Otherwise what? Are you saying that such a good shelter is not good enough for you? I think you don't understand at all. You're just being stubborn like a dead duck. My shelter can not only block the wind and rain, but also has another great use. You'll know tomorrow." "Humph. Okay, whatever you say." Your tone shows you're not convinced. "Then tell me, what is wrong with my shelter? There's not even a bed. How can you ask me what's wrong? Plus, look at how much bamboo you used to build this shelter. Even a pig could pile up a decent shelter with this much bamboo. It's a typical waste of resources. Besides, am I lacking in materials because of you? After spending a whole night, you only built such a small shelter. Were you thinking that a small space would give you an advantage or something? Go to hell. Who would want to take advantage of you? You should look at yourself and your character. I've worked hard all night without complaining, and you, the one wandering around, still have the nerve to make sarcastic remarks. I just wanted to tell you, can we broaden our perspective? A small mindset will only waste our time. Why is it just a small mindset? Aren't shelters like this? Mine is still considered large. So, you keep thinking about survival, just those two words, limiting your creativity. Can't we think about how to enjoy it? It's the same principle as food. Why must survival mean eating like a wild man?" A single sentence left Xu Yiting stunned. After a long while, she clicked her tongue and said, "I can't be bothered to talk to you. You always have so many ridiculous arguments." Seeing the two start bickering again, Desheng rolled his monkey eyes, wrapped one arm around Xu Yiting and the other around Tang Ming, positioning himself between them. With his little head peeking out, he noticed their tacit understanding and both of them fell silent, looking up at the outside world. The storm continued to rage, with gusts of wind and rain occasionally blowing in. Unconsciously, the three of them huddled closer together. A night passed in silence, and the rain only stopped the next morning. Tang Ming had curled up on the ground, unknowingly holding Desheng in his arms. In front of Desheng was Xu Yiting, who was also curled up. Tang Ming's arm was wrapped around both the person and the monkey's waist. Squinting his eyes, he felt Desheng stir restlessly in his arms and couldn't help but pull him closer, saying, "Stop messing around. Let's sleep a bit longer." Then, Tang Ming sensed something was off. The sensation in his fingers was not furry, but rather warm and elastic. "You monkey, you actually have no hair on your belly." He laughed and scolded, squeezing a few times, feeling quite good. Suddenly, he felt a pinch on the back of his hand, and he opened his eyes wide to find a face full of anger staring back at him. Tang Ming let out a cry of horror as Xu Yiting twisted his hand around 360 degrees. "You are the monkey. Your whole family is monkeys." Fuming, she got up and swung Tang Ming's arm back, immediately pummeling him with her fists. "How dare you take advantage of me in secret? I see you must be tired of living. Damn, Who knew when you crawled into my arms? So shameless, pretending to be a monkey to take advantage of me. Die. After 5 minutes of beating, Shu Yiting finally vented her anger and cheerfully crawled out of the shelter, stretching. Then, as if she remembered something, she quickly pulled Tang Ming out as well. Dragging him to the back of the shelter, she proudly pointed to a row of items on the ground. Look, what is this? Tang Ming looked down and saw a row of bamboo tubes, with the ends of bamboo strips serving as the roof of the shelter above them. Understand now? This is the key to my shelter. Each roof can act as a rainwater collector. The rain we collected overnight is equivalent to us making 2 trips to the bamboo forest. As she spoke, Shu Yiting casually picked up one of the bamboo tubes. It was already full and clear, and such water could be drunk directly without filtering. How about that? Are you convinced? Shu Yiting raised an eyebrow provocatively. Just this? Tang Ming said, helplessly rubbing his forehead. Then you can start working. First, take down this shelter. I slept here with a sore back. I really don't know what use this little thing is. Tang Ming complained. Take down your sister. Do you have water to bet with me? Or are you counting on those shells on the ground? To tell you the truth, those shells were also placed by me. You think I was just waiting for the rain like you? Now do you see our difference? This is the awareness a survivor should have. Very good awareness. Worthy of praise. Stop being so sarcastic. This time, aside from going to the bamboo forest, you have no chance to win against me. However, the water from the bamboo forest doesn't count in our bet. Shu Yiting said confidently. Oh, I think I also left some containers for water in the woods yesterday. How about we go check? Tang Ming shrugged, lazily stretching and walking toward the woods. You, if you lose, want to find an excuse to slip away, huh? It's not that easy. Shu Yiting shouted as she chased after him. However, she didn't run far when she suddenly froze. The Tang Ming who had been nearby had vanished into thin air. Moreover, the area around where he disappeared was flat ground, with no trees around. Where is he? Why did he disappear? Shu Yiting rubbed her eyes, ensuring she wasn't dreaming, and hesitantly walked toward the direction where Tang Ming had vanished. Then, she saw a puddle. The puddle was floating with some fallen leaves. Hey, this puddle is quite big. It seems a bit deep. She reached out to brush aside the leaves on top, curiously looking beneath the water. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in the water. With a splash, a face burst out from the surface. Ah, caught off guard. Shu Yiting was scared and fell back, letting out a startled scream. Then, she heard Tang Ming's unrestrained laughter. Looking back at the puddle, she saw Tang Ming slowly climbing out of the water, his face full of mischievous glee. Chapter 85, Pufferfish. You bastard. You scared me to death. She jumped up and grabbed Tang Ming's hair, pulling him up. Hey, that hurts. My hair is coming out. That's what you get for scaring me and playing tricks. Come on, can we be reasonable? I just went down to take a look. Who knew I would come up to see you staring at me with those big eyes out of curiosity? Down. This puddle is deep? Shu Yiting slowed down her grip, asking, Deep? Have you seen a puddle this deep? This is a well I dug. A well? Is that what you were doing last night? Shu Yiting swallowed, glancing at the size of the well, and couldn't help but be astonished. You really got lucky. Just as you dug the well, it rained. Even if it doesn't yield water, this big pit of water will last us a long time. By the way, is this pit 2 meters deep? You can hide down there. It should be 2 meters deep, and with such a large area, this time you really struck it rich. 2 meters? What do you think I, Tang, am? Also, the water in here is not rainwater. Then how deep can it be? Without my help, you would barely manage 2 meters. What else could it be if not rainwater? I'll admit you were luckier than me. Shu Yiting scoffed. Just come down and see for yourself. A sly glint flashed in Tang Ming's eyes as he grabbed Shu Yiting's arms and flipped her backward. With a splash, they both rolled into the well. Hold your breath. I'll take you down. Just as Shu Yiting was about to get angry, she felt Tang Ming pulling her down. 1 meter, 2 meters. As they kept sinking, Shu Yiting couldn't help but open her eyes. Underwater, it was clear. Although the light at this depth was dim, she could still make out shapes. After a moment, they reached the bottom, and Tang Ming took her hand, feeling around the rocks. Shu Yiting almost gasped. They had indeed dug so deep. Moreover, to her surprise, she could distinctly feel a current of water flowing up from below. Looking closely, she saw an opening on the surface of the rocks, and that surging sensation was coming from there. After a while, she finally climbed back up, gasping for breath, staring at Tang Ming as if he were a monster. You actually dug such a big well in just one night, and even managed to tap into a spring. Tang Ming shook off the water droplets from his head. No big deal. If this well wasn't so fragile, I could have dug another several meters. Go ahead and brag. How many meters do you think it is now? Shu Yiting rolled her eyes at him. About 7 or 8 meters. But since the spring water has been tapped, how deep it is doesn't really matter. We want to be able to drink it all anyway. Now we finally don't have to worry about water. You don't know how much I've struggled filtering water every day. Finally, I'm relieved. Shu Yiting sighed, feeling refreshed after soaking in the well water. That comfort was something the sea couldn't compare to. Thinking about it, She looked at Tang Ming with a strange expression. That smelly man had also soaked in there. Hey, let us call it a day. You're not allowed to go down the well again in the future. Why not? The well water is for drinking. How can you use it to bathe? Shu Yiting replied speechlessly. Oh, I can't believe I let you down. It feels like I need to dig a new well. Tang Ming also sighed, glancing disdainfully at Shu Yiting's wet body. I see you haven't been beaten awake just now. With a dark expression, Shu Yiting lunged at Tang Ming again. In the live broadcast room, the audience was also dumbfounded. What is going on? Just one night without seeing, and it feels like they missed out on $1 billion. Is this well for real? Damn, wilderness survival. And they actually managed to dig such a big well. And what did the goddess just say? The spring water below has already been tapped. This means that the scumbags can respawn directly in the spring water from now on. This operation is slick. I really want to drink a sip of the goddess's bathwater. The taste upstairs is really heavy, but I want to drink it too. With this well, the scumbags group has released at least half a day's worth of labor. Just thinking about the free time is terrifying. Everyone is talking about the well, but has anyone noticed? There's actually a shelter now. Didn't we agree to leave some hope for the black team? Do they really have to be so ruthless? Looking at all the teams, the scumbag shelter is at least in the top 3 for aesthetics. Of course, the goddess's taste can't be bad. It's just a bit small. There's already a monkey squeezed in with the scumbag. Do they really need to have another one? It's possible. Didn't you see how close they were when they woke up in the morning? What a pity we can't see the specific situation at night. Otherwise, even if I didn't sleep, I would want to see it clearly. I'm most looking forward to those big fish traps from last night. There are a total of 13. I wonder if they can break the record. The live broadcast room is filled with anticipation. After washing up with some branches and coarse salt, Tang Ming went into the sea under Shu Yiting's eager gaze. After a night of wild wind and rain, today the nearshore water was a bit murky, but this murkiness meant more food for many fish. As he swam out, Tang Ming noticed that the fish at the seabed were quite active today, often seen swimming in groups of 3 to 5. Starting from the farthest trap, Tang Ming quickly returned to shore with a big fish trap. Shu Yiting took the fish trap, eagerly pouring it out. Splash! A heavy thud echoed. One grouper. About 2 pounds, 2 large crabs, each over half a pound, and 3 round, plump things, each weighing about a pound. What is this? Shu Yiting poked one of the 3 round things with her finger, puzzled. Good stuff. Could it be pufferfish? Shu Yiting observed again and asked. Rarely, you also recognize fish. It really is pufferfish, but what a waste. These 3 are just over 3 pounds. Wasted. What a pity. Pufferfish. Isn't that a shame? This thing is highly toxic. You can't tell me you want to eat it. What else? If it weren't poisonous, I wouldn't eat it. This wild one is far tastier than the farm non-toxic pufferfish. These 3 are a good size. I'll cook them well today. Tang Ming licked his lips, his eyes full of delight. No way. You can eat whatever you want, but this one absolutely cannot be eaten, even if your cooking skills are good. You can't take that risk. Let us talk about this later. You put them in the pit first. I'll continue to gather the traps. Seeing Shu Yiting's serious expression, Tang Ming waved his hand and went back into the water. The next few traps didn't have as much as the first one, but there were still some big fish inside. Each time he dropped a trap, he didn't look too closely. Until the 7th trap. Just as Tang Ming reached the shore, he was called out. Shu Yiting had a look of surprise on her face, raising her eyebrows at him. Guess what just came out? Just tell me, don't waste my time. TCH, no sense of romance. Look for yourself. Shu Yiting rolled her eyes at him and revealed what she had hidden in her hand. Wow, this is nice. Tang Ming raised his eyebrows. Taking the big flower dragon from Shu Yiting's hand, which weighed about 2 pounds, bigger than the one he caught last time. Hee, with my little red hand. How could the things I catch be inferior? Saying this, Shu Yiting took out another one from behind her. No way. Still a pair? It should be a male and a female. That's right. A family should be together. Tang Ming beamed, weighing the other one, which was also over 2 pounds. If sold in the market, that would be $1,000 in income. Not bad. Keep up the good work. You can separate these good things. It would be a pity if they died. Do I need to tell you that? Look, I've dug 10 pits over there. You're not greedy. All right. I'll continue. After saying this, Tang Ming energetically re-entered the water. One trip after another, he gathered all the small and large traps, taking about an hour. On the last trip to shore, Tang Ming directly walked toward the joyful Shu Yiting with the small trap. How much did we catch to be this happy? Ding ding ding. At this moment, Shu Yiting was standing next to a pit, and as Tang Ming's voice fell, she reached out to uncover the palm leaves covering the water pit. What the heck? Did we encounter a shrimp swarm? What is going on? Tang Ming's eyes widened, staring blankly at the water pit. Inside, many lobsters were dancing their antennae. 8 in total, very auspicious. Shu Yiting also couldn't help but touch this one and pull that one, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes. What else do we have? 8 big lobsters at the bottom. Tang Ming eagerly looked towards the other water pits. Shu Yiting said, listing what was there. Tang Ming followed her to look into each uncovered pit, his face showing some surprise. This harvest is indeed too rich. Ordinary fishermen would be far behind this. Stopping in front of a fish pit, Tang Ming scooped up various fish to look at, mostly groupers and blackfish, quite a few stonefish too, plus a few yellow snapper and black snapper, and even a cat shark, but it was smaller than the one from yesterday. Also, this pit had fish, all of which I don't recognize. Shu Yiting uncovered another lid. With just one glance, Tang Ming was attracted by a golden shadow. Golden legend? Suddenly squatting down, Tang Ming reached out to scoop up that golden shadow, his eyes filled with joy. What golden legend? Shu Yiting leaned closer, but she didn't share Tang Ming's excitement. As the fish in his hand looked the ugliest to her, although it was golden, it appeared bumpy and not beautiful at all. Big yellow croaker. This thing is worth more than the others. This one is about £1, but in the market, it's worth at least a few thousand. And it's hard to find. Tang Ming couldn't contain his joy, looking at the big yellow croaker again and again, as a top chef. Nothing is more beloved than this kind of wild treasure that's hard to buy even with money. So valuable. I've often heard people talk about big yellow croaker. But this one is too small, not big at all. You can't even communicate with me. Soon, his eyes widened. Damn, is today a lucky day? What's wrong? 2 knife fish kings. Tang Ming reached out, scooping up a fish that looked similar to ordinary sea fish, but its body had stripes like a zebra. It doesn't look any different. It seems very ordinary. I said I can't communicate with you. Wild knife fish, known as the fish king, has rich meat, and it must be cut 3 times before steaming to cook through. Generally, big hotels don't take reservations for this fish. Anyone who wants to eat it must rely on luck. Is it that exaggerated? Tang Ming ignored her, carefully examining the fish, muttering, parrot mouth, zebra body, spotted deer tail. Knife fish king, steaming is good, sealing and frying is also fine, sweet and fresh can be tasted. Oh wow, it's just a fish. And you're making it sound so poetic. Do you think you're a poet? Shu Yiting sneered. Look for yourself, isn't it like that? Tang Ming was too lazy to explain and handed the fish to Shu Yiting, who examined it carefully. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Indeed, its mouth resembled that of a parrot, its body had zebra stripes, and its tail had patterns similar to plum blossoms. I'm going to eat it this morning. Tang Ming stopped the saliva that was about to drip, only taking one of the fish while leaving the other untouched. Good stuff should be savored slowly. Eating it all at once would be such a waste. After speaking, Tang Ming looked into the water and saw 2 more sea fish that he didn't recognize. So he didn't pay them much attention. After some thought, he grabbed 2 large lobsters. The usual routine, a casual meal in the morning and a feast in the evening. Damn, this is called a casual meal? The trash god is really showing off. Damn, the trash god must be Poseidon's illegitimate child. Does it have to be this excessive? We want to even talk about how much he caught. The key is that the value is so high. Big yellow croakers and the 3-sword fish king. He had only heard of them in legends and had never seen them before. Didn't the trash god say that this kind of fish might not even be found in high-end restaurants? Unexpectedly, not only is the trash god good at cooking, but he also knows these ingredients like the back of his hand. If it were me, I probably would only recognize a puffer fish, while the others would be completely clueless. 13 large fish cages and 10 small fish cages combined to yield over 100 pounds of catch. The value easily exceeded 10,000. Seeing this, my old fisherman's eyes widened. Should I report it? The trash god is definitely cheating. Are you saying the trash god is also secretly manipulating things? Chapter 87. The 3-sword fish king. Not at all. Moreover, I'm sure that the trash god's catch is genuine. Not to mention anything else. Just the wild big yellow croakers alone couldn't be manipulated. Who would be willing to do that? Besides, the trash god has put in some serious investment. Just the sea fish he chopped up last night weighed 7 or 8 pounds. Having such a catch isn't too surprising. However, I must say that the resources in his sea area are really good. Haven't you noticed? Even the man-made garbage is relatively scarce. In all these days, the goddess has only picked up 2 bottles by the sea. If there's a chance in the future, I really want to visit this island and admire the ruins. Speaking of which, there might really be such an opportunity. I just checked the official updates on the competition rules and content, and one item is simply mouth-watering. Do you know what it is? Hey, we're all on the same side. Don't keep us in suspense. Just say it. The first place in the competition wins an island, and they can choose from among hundreds of islands. Well, I suspect that the following competitions will have significant changes. Otherwise, this is just handing out points. I hope it's not too excessive. Otherwise, it will be really nerve-wracking. The cassava paste in the pot had settled overnight. The surface had turned to clear water, while the bottom had sediment resembling white sludge. I found a few bamboo baskets to scoop out the cassava starch and drain the water, then hung it on a tree to sunbathe. Tang Ming took the pot to the seaside to wash it. He added half a pot of seawater and brought it to a boil over high heat. Shu Yiting stared at Tang Ming's actions, somewhat dazed. Is that it? Didn't they say it was very precious? You didn't even process it? This is the best way to handle precious ingredients, seeking their original flavor. Any other processing is unnecessary, and besides, the scales of the three-sword fish are also a key part of its deliciousness, so they definitely shouldn't be touched. You're the chef, you call the shots. Xu Yiting understood and shrugged, not dwelling on it. She then asked, what is the plan for today? Didn't I arrange everything for you? First, take down your shelter. Don't waste my materials. Then gather more materials for weaving ropes around the camp. The more, the better. Didn't we just get a lot of ropes? Is that not enough? Far from it. I estimate that just for the ropes, we'll need to spend a lot of time gathering. The great sage nodded and went into the woods. Tang Ming then cut some scallions and ginger, and used oyster sauce and abalone sauce to prepare a steaming sauce for the fish. After finishing, the timing for the pot was just right. He lifted the lid, took out the upper layer of three-sword fish, and the lobster shell was still thick, needing to be steamed a little longer. He poured out the water from the bamboo tray where the fish was steamed, placed the finely shredded scallions and ginger on the three-sword fish, and then poured in the steaming sauce, instantly releasing a fragrant aroma. Try it. It was just breakfast, so Tang Ming didn't fuss too much. He casually found a spot, placed 2 leaves down, put the bamboo tray on top, and started eating with Xu Yiting. I want to see how delicious it really is. Xu Yiting picked up her chopsticks, poked at the fish meat, took a small piece, dipped it in the sauce, and brought it to her mouth to smell. Her eyes sparkled a bit. The fish meat, which didn't even have its scales removed, surprisingly had no fishy smell at all, exuding a faint aroma. Once in her mouth, a burst of freshness rushed to her head, followed by a rich sweetness. It tasted somewhat oily, but she clearly saw that Tang Ming hadn't drizzled any oil on it. Then, the tender fish meat seemed to melt in her mouth, sliding right down her throat. How is it? Did I say anything wrong? Tang Ming also picked up a piece to taste, closed his eyes to savor it, and his face was full of enjoyment. Sweet, tender, the fish meat was as fresh and sweet as clam meat. Delicious, really delicious. With Xu Yiting's almost limited vocabulary for food, she was able to express so much, which showed that she truly liked this fish. Try the fish scales. Xu Yiting nodded and specifically picked up some fish scales to put in her mouth. This time, she experienced an unparalleled freshness, so fresh that she couldn't help but take a deep breath. When she looked down again, her eyes widened in surprise, realizing that Tang Ming had swiftly taken away a lot of the fish meat while she was savoring. You bastard, slow down. Didn't you say good food should be savored slowly? Yeah, you just savor it slowly. Tang Ming nodded in agreement. I don't believe you. After saying that, Xu Yiting picked up the plate and ran away. Damn, can't you take a joke? She cursed angrily, and Tang Ming chased after her. The food battle lasted only a few minutes. There was no choice. The fish was too small, totaling only about half a pound, so at most, they could only have a taste. Looking at the fish from which they could no longer extract any meat, and seeing that Tang Ming had taken the only fish head to suck on, Xu Yiting licked her lips and couldn't help but glance at the remaining fish in the pit. How about that one? She nudged her chin towards Tang Ming. Her expression lewd. No way. That one I'm keeping as a treasure. Tang Ming decisively refused. Stingy. Xu Yiting pouted and scoffed. I've made up my mind. I want to build a large fish pond to collect precious species. At that time, just looking at them will be a delight. Tang Ming declared grandly. That sounds nice, but it depends on whether you have the ability. Xu Yiting laughed. As long as I want, nothing is impossible. After being on the island for so many days, Tang Ming finally had a real goal at this moment, and his gaze had changed a bit. All right, I'll be waiting. Seeing Tang Ming so excited, Xu Yiting felt a bit of anticipation as well, especially after tasting the three-sword fish queen. Her understanding of food seemed to have greatly improved. I'm dying to know what this three-sword fish tastes like. Even the trash god is fighting for it. Yeah, in the early morning, I've salivated so much. It's simply too much. If you want to eat, you can make a reservation. My family's restaurant has it for sale. If you reserve now, you can skip half a year's waiting list. Chapter 88, Catching the Autumn Wind. Damn, half a year? How can you say that? There's no choice. Wild three-sword fish are just too hard to come by. As the trash god said, being able to eat it relies entirely on luck. Otherwise, why do you think this kind of fish sells for over $300 a pound? $300 a pound. Let us talk about something else. Then let us talk about big yellow croakers. They're only $3,000 a pound, and also available for reservation. Damn, how do you reserve three-sword fish? While everyone was chatting and joking, the large lobsters in Tang Ming's pot were also steamed and ready. He lifted the lid and took them out. Tang Ming directly handed one to Xu Yiting. How do you eat this? The latter was a bit dazed. Pull it apart and then bite. With a twist, Tang Ming pulled out the steaming lobster meat by grabbing the tail. The snow-white lobster meat was topped with golden lobster roe. He took a big bite out of the plump part, and there were only 2 words to describe the taste: fresh and sweet. The meat of the flower lobster ranks among the best of all lobsters, especially when eaten in such large bites. It felt completely different from the meticulously prepared lobster. Again, 2 words, satisfying. Watching Tang Ming devour it like he was eating a bun, Xu Yiting couldn't wait any longer. She brutally tore open a lobster and stuffed a piece into her mouth, starting to express her delight with stammered words. Although the lobsters were not small, there wasn't much meat to eat, and it didn't take long for them to finish everything. Breakfast was over. It seemed that today the monkey troop was well prepared, each monkey holding 1 or 2 fruits, and a few had even stuffed their little nets full, thanks to the rewards from Tang Ming yesterday. Upon reaching the camp, the monkeys obediently piled their fruits together and looked eagerly at Tang Ming. Is this a habit now? Do I have to make breakfast too? Tang Ming chuckled. But he wasn't impatient. Who wouldn't be pleased to have someone deliver fruits in the wilderness first thing in the morning? According to the agreed-upon rules, Tang Ming divided the fruits into 2 piles. One for himself that was well-preserved, and the other, which was overripe and unsuitable for storage. He made into jam for the monkeys. The monkeys didn't complain about his actions. In fact, when they saw Tang Ming steaming cassava for them, the Monkey King felt a bit embarrassed, knowing that it was food meant for both him and Tang Ming, and sharing it with so many monkeys was quite generous. Immediately, he walked over and patted his chest to indicate that he would bring more fruits next time. After a while, Tang Ming understood the Monkey King's meaning and quickly replied modestly, "How can I accept this? It's not convenient for you to come empty-handed. Next time, I'll prepare more nets for you." Xu Yiting, who was listening nearby, rolled her eyes. "You're just taking advantage of the fact that the monkeys don't understand human language. Not convinced? Then teach it to speak," Tang Ming boasted. It took more than half an hour for the monkeys to finish their breakfast. After finishing his tasks, Tang Ming took the opportunity to process the cassava pulp that had been separated into bamboo tubes. The final drained cassava starch weighed about 60 to 70 pounds. But it would take quite some time to dry. While the monkeys were still eating, Tang Ming and Xu Yiting chopped all the small fish, shrimp, and crabs collected from today's big and small fish traps into pieces and packed them into the fish traps. Reflecting on last night's harvest, Tang Ming filled each fish trap with over 2 pounds of bait, using up the previously accumulated inferior products in one go. Xu Yiting felt a pang of heartache. "Isn't this too much? It should be fine. We want to collect the fish traps tonight. Let us leave them out for a day and night. Anyway, the catch during the day isn't much, so it's not worth wasting energy." "That makes sense. The fish traps are so big. They shouldn't die in the sea." Xu Yiting nodded, her expression brightening considerably. After finishing their work, more than an hour had passed. To be honest, let them handle the weeding. They're much better at it. In no time, they've piled up a small hill. I wanted them to come with me, but it seems more suitable for them to stay. Tang Ming observed for a while and said, "Yeah, I just thought about it. If these monkeys help crush the fibers, their many hands will be far more efficient than just the 2 of us." Nodding, Tang Ming called over the Monkey King and instructed him to relay Xu Yiting's idea. The Monkey King had no objections. After all, they were idle anyway. It would be foolish not to help out while enjoying good food. Seeing that things in the camp were starting to proceed in an orderly manner, Tang Ming didn't waste any time. He slung a stretcher over his back, grabbed several bundles of rope, and headed into the forest. His task for today was simple: to transport bamboo, a large amount of bamboo. Only Da Sheng accompanied him, and the area had already been scoured by the monkeys yesterday. So Tang Ming didn't linger on the way. In less than half an hour, he reached the bamboo forest. Just as he was about to start chopping, he suddenly felt something. Putting away his knife, he walked towards the distance. He hurried along and soon arrived at the cliff from yesterday. In the same spot, he saw that flash of yellow again. With a wicked smile, Tang Ming approached the tree where the leopard was resting. Suddenly, the leopardess first stood on end. It was that human again. When would this end? At that moment, the leopard was in despair. With an angry roar, it glanced behind Tang Ming and noticed that aside from a monkey squatting on a nearby tree, the other female human was nowhere to be seen. Suppressing the urge to flee, the leopard quickly descended the tree, its muscles tensing as it fixed its gaze on Tang Ming. "Good morning. Have you had breakfast yet?" Tang Ming, holding a thick bamboo stick, tapped it rhythmically in his palm as he walked towards the leopard with a smile. The leopard roared in anger, indicating it didn't understand what the damned human was saying. "Don't be so fierce. I'm just here to catch the autumn wind. As the saying goes, good things should be shared. After all, we've been friends for a day. You got good stuff and didn't tell me. Isn't that a bit unkind?" Chapter 89, Bullying the Leopard Too Much. Roar. Another furious roar erupted. The leopard felt insulted. This 2-legged creature completely disregarded it, rambling on at such a close distance. After the roar, it lunged at Tang Ming with a powerful leap. Whoosh. What greeted it was a whistling bamboo stick. It seemed like the leopard had anticipated this move. It dodged the stick by sidestepping and opened its mouth to bite at Tang Ming. "Come on. The leopard was on guard, but so was Tang Ming. Otherwise, with his current reflexes, he wouldn't even be able to brush against the leopard. With a flip of his palm, Tang Ming struck the leopard's chin just inches away. The next moment, a loud crack echoed from the leopard's mouth as its massive jaws slammed shut, sending its body flying backward. That seemingly light tap felt like it had been hit by a 1,000-pound boulder. Its mouth went numb, and it felt dizzy. Seeing that the leopard seemed dazed by his strike, Tang Ming, emboldened, swung the stick and lunged at the leopard. The latter deftly jumped back several meters, glaring angrily at Tang Ming before swiftly turning to run. Come on, it's always like this. Can't I have a little fun? With pin-up energy, Tang Ming hurled his stick in the direction the leopard was running, and it landed with a thud in the grass less than 5 meters away from it. Desheng. Understanding the cue, Desheng scampered over, climbing the tree while looking back at his master, filled with admiration. That was a leopard, his natural enemy, and his master was now able to chase it away. At the treetop, Desheng spotted the prey hanging from a branch and used all his strength to start dropping it. Bang! A heavy object hit the ground. Tang Ming rushed over, beaming with joy. Today was indeed a day of incredible luck. This thing was no lightweight. On the ground lay a porcupine, not small in size, weighing about 30 pounds, which was quite large among porcupines. Tang Ming reached out to poke the long quills on the porcupine and noticed a few traces of blood on it. From the position of the bloodstains, it seemed they didn't belong to the porcupine. The leopard had really gone all out for a meal, not caring about the consequences, and probably endured quite a bit of suffering while catching it. The leopard had no choice but to risk everything to get me something rare. Should I be more gentle next time? If I break it, where will I find such a good hunter? With a chuckle, Tang Ming flipped the porcupine over, examining the wound. The blood was still fresh, likely from the leopard's recent catch, as it hadn't even had time to eat the innards. Luckily, he arrived just in time. Little did he know, the live stream was once again exploding with comments. The trash god was on a rampage, leaving nothing behind. When the trash god spoke, he had nothing, but when he acted, the world was his. Today, not shouting this slogan would make it hard to calm my excited heart. Incredible. I've heard of snatching food from a tiger's mouth, but I had never seen it in person until today. Poor leopard. Is it being treated as an ATM by the trash god? I can only imagine the psychological trauma the leopard is going through. If I were the leopard, I would fight back against the trash god. It's just too much bullying. After the tool monkey, the tool leopard was online, putting down the porcupine. Tang Ming seemed to remember something and walked over to the bamboo cage trap. He looked inside through the bars. There's actually something in there. However, the moment Tang Ming saw what was inside, he instinctively took a step back. No way, this thing has too much lethality. If I accidentally scare it, my day would be ruined. Inside the cage was a skunk, weighing around 4 to 5 pounds, and it looked quite cute. Should I take it or leave it? To be honest, Tang Ming didn't care much for this 3 to 5 pounds of meat. Even as a chef, he had never cooked skunk before. After a long moment of hesitation, he decided to ignore it for now and focus on cutting bamboo first. It didn't take much time for him to lay a pile of bamboo, filled with bamboo worms on the ground. With a flurry of chopping, he removed the branches and leaves, turning all the bamboo into a huge bundle. Just as he was about to leave, the great sage bounced over with a white object, presenting it to Tang Ming like a treasure. Is this bamboo fungus? Tang Ming was naturally familiar with this delicious mushroom and took it with excitement. Feeling the net-like layer on top, compared to other mushrooms, this was its most distinctive feature. Where did you find this? Tang Ming asked. The great sage chirped twice and pulled Tang Ming to run forward. Not far along, Tang Ming saw a piece of bamboo fungus on the ground. Then, he looked around at the ground in all directions. His eyes lit up with joy. Within his line of sight, he discovered no less than 10 pieces. Clearly, it was supposed to be a day of work, but how come there was food everywhere? This is outrageous. Although he complained, his body was honest, and he called to the great sage, transforming into a mushroom-picking girl, joyfully walking through the bamboo forest as the range widened. Both he and the monkey collected more and more bamboo fungus. Moreover, besides bamboo fungus, other types of mushrooms also appeared in Tang Ming's sight. Wow, there are even chicken mushrooms. Just as he was happily picking, a cluster of mushrooms caught Tang Ming's attention not far away. He quickly approached, squinting his eyes. Indeed, it was a day of incredible luck to find this as well. In the world, there are many precious mushrooms, but those that truly impress Tang Ming are few, and chicken mushrooms are among them. These mushrooms have a stronger aroma than other fungi, and once you've tasted them, you will never forget them. More importantly, these mushrooms never grow alone. When they grow in clusters. Putting down what he was holding, Tang Ming squatted in front of the chicken mushrooms, carefully prying up the soil with a piece of bamboo. Unlike other mushrooms, most of the chicken mushroom's body is underground, so to harvest it completely, he had to pry up the soil. Chapter 90, A Glass of Juice. Digging up chicken mushrooms is quite satisfying. This bunch must weigh 4 to 5 pounds. Weighing the leafy bundle, Tang Ming was very pleased and continued to look around with his perspective. Soon, he began to smile wryly. Damn, is there no way to enjoy working? In his sight, besides mushrooms peeking out of the ground, he also found many buried under bamboo leaves, and not far away. There was another cluster of chicken mushrooms that hadn't emerged yet. Damn, hesitating for less than a tenth of a second, the temptation of food extinguished his desire to work. Rolling up his sleeves, he continued picking. In the bamboo forest, a discordant song rang out. The mushroom-picking girl was carrying a bundle of large bamboo sticks. 2 hours later, Tang Ming rubbed his waist and straightened up, his face expressing a mix of pain and joy. Well, half a day has passed like this. Looking at the sun in the sky, he couldn't help but smile wryly. But looking at the several full bags on the ground, his heart was filled with joy. These bags must weigh at least 50 to 60 pounds. Of course, if it were an ordinary person, they would never have such a harvest. Unfortunately, with the cheat activated, not only the surface mushrooms, but also those underground were all gathered by Tang Ming. After all, mushrooms won't stick around for long if you don't pick them. Taking the initiative is the right way to go. Hanging all the mushrooms on his chest, Tang Ming energetically shouldered his cannon and walked home. With a loud thud, he put down the bamboo, and the huge noise quickly attracted Shu Yiting out of the woods. What is this? Seeing Tang Ming's bulging bags, Shu Yiting's eyes widened. Tonight will be a feast. Luck is on my side. Tang Ming grinned, carefully unpacking the mushrooms and spreading them out. Fungi shouldn't be covered too tightly, or they would spoil quickly. Seeing what was in the bags, Shu Yiting smiled brightly and brought Tang Ming a glass of juice. So I've been working myself to death outside, and you're secretly enjoying delicious food at home. Tang Ming took the juice, jokingly saying it was sour. What do you mean secretly enjoying? The monkeys helped me for half a day, and I can't make jam, so I just made some juice for them to drink. Anyway, I don't care. If one glass isn't enough, make me another fresh one. Tang Ming acted like a spoiled child. Dream on. It's just a few mushrooms. It's not like nobody can find them. Look, what is this? Saying that, Shu Yiting went to a tree and picked up a bamboo basket. Inside the bamboo basket were also some mushrooms, but the quality was somewhat questionable. Some were picked by the monkeys, so they got smashed a bit. But mine are all intact, not a single one damaged. How about that? I can find food too. Not just you. Shu Yiting raised an eyebrow. Alright, I'll show you something else. Tang Ming smirked, stretched lazily, got up, kicked aside the bamboo to reveal the porcupine underneath. Come on, go catch one for me to see. Don't say just one glass of juice. I'll make you 10. Damn, where did you get that? Staring at the porcupine covered in spikes, Shu Yiting's mouth fell open. Was this guy really out working and not hunting? I picked it up. Tang Ming replied nonsensically. I don't believe you. Quickly tell me how you got it. This guy is huge. It must weigh 30 pounds, all meat. Shu Yiting examined the spikes with joy. What else could I do? I asked Brother Leopard for it. Brother Leopard? Shu Yiting blinked, momentarily taken aback. After a moment, her eyes widened. Did you encounter a leopard again? Was it in the same spot as yesterday? Didn't you say that was its lair? I couldn't help but take a look, and then it gifted me a porcupine. We need to treat it better from now on, got it? You're unbelievable. Shu Yiting looked at Tang Ming with a speechless expression, unsure how to convey her feelings. Taking the opportunity, Tang Ming lay down on the ground to rest for a moment. Shu Yiting's juice was also ready, and after taking a sip, he felt refreshed. By the way, I have another harvest, but I can't make up my mind. You tell me. Suddenly, Tang Ming remembered the skunk in the trap and explained the situation to Shu Yiting, making her laugh and cry at the same time. After talking, Tang Ming got up and shouldered the burden again. Do you want me to go with you? It's exhausting to carry so much by yourself. What is so exhausting? You just stay home and weave ropes. With a wave of his hand, Tang Ming strode away. Shu Yiting watched his back, not knowing what she was thinking. But the corners of her mouth curled into a sweet smile. The goddess's heart is fluttering. How could it not flutter? Meeting a scumbag like him. Any woman would struggle to resist, like me. Not just women. As a man, I can't resist either. Damn queer, get lost. Why can you all like him? But I can't. It's starting to look like a combination. This is the strongest team in my mind, harmonious and fulfilling. Unlike some teams that are always squabbling over nothing. Look at my scumbag. He would never let the goddess do something he could handle himself. Do you mean the goddess is doing less? No, I mean, with no complaints, each doing what they can, that's the best state. It's decided. I'm going to catch a snakehead fish to eat. Maybe it will turn my luck around. Bro, you're too late, just now. Almost all the high-end restaurants are booked for snakehead fish reservations for a year. Damn, is it that exaggerated? It really is that exaggerated. There is still space for yellow croaker. How about that? Get lost. I can't afford it. Chapter 91, Playing with Snakes. On the island. From a distance, a nauseating stench wafted through the air. What the hell is that smell? Covering his nose, Tang Ming frowned and walked forward, soon discovering the source of the odor. A skunk. Damn it. I didn't come here to scare you. Why are you making such a stink? Cursing inwardly, Tang Ming was about to deal with the skunk. Chirp chirp. Suddenly, the monkey jumped down from the tree, its fur standing on end, and began screaming at Tang Ming. What's wrong? Tang Ming was taken aback, confused. Chirp. The monkey jumped onto Tang Ming's shoulder, pointed towards the bamboo cage, its expression tense. Could it be that Brother Leopard is here to steal food again? Tang Ming thought for a moment, stopped, and looked around the bamboo cage, but saw no yellow figure. Then, he activated his X-ray vision. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened. Damn, what is going on? Under his vision, a brown mass appeared in the bamboo cage. The skunk's black and white body was still visible, with only its tail sticking out. Wrapped around it was a python as thick as a thigh. What kind of day is it today? Tang Ming felt like he was going crazy. Is this what they call going out empty-handed and returning with treasure? One porcupine and mushroom wasn't enough. And now there's a giant python too. Can I still work happily? Swallowing, Tang Ming cautiously approached the bamboo cage. He wasn't afraid of snakes, but the largest he had dealt with before was about the thickness of his arm. This python was the first of its kind. So where to begin? Reaching the bamboo cage, Tang Ming glanced inside. The skunk seemed to have been bitten by the giant python and was being swallowed. The trapdoor, which only opened inward, had trapped it inside. It stinks. Covering his nose, Tang Ming was nearly blinded by the smell. Forget it, I'll come back when it's not so smelly. After checking the bamboo cage and confirming there were no gaps for the python to escape, Tang Ming wasted no time and quickly dashed into the bamboo forest. After some chopping, he soon gathered a large pile of bamboo. The smell in the air still hadn't dissipated, so he started chopping more bamboo, one bundle after another. After more than an hour of hard work, he had 3 bundles ready to carry back later. The python had completely swallowed the skunk and was now at its neck, trying to digest. Seeing Tang Ming approach, it immediately began to twist and assumed an attacking posture. Tang Ming curled his lips. I'm not afraid of king cobras. Why would I be afraid of you, you big pregnant lady? Cursing inwardly, Tang Ming began to untie the ropes securing the bamboo cage. He only needed to untie one side for the cage to flip over. With a bamboo pole pressed against the cage, Tang Ming put his arm into it, and the cage tipped over. The python saw its chance and quickly slithered out. Still trying to escape? Tang Ming scoffed. As soon as the python stood upright, he stepped on its tail. With a pole, he pressed down on its head, then held its head down with one hand. Be good. There will be plenty of chances for you to coil later, Tang Ming muttered, one hand pinning the snake's head while he untied the rope from his waist and tightened it around its neck, starting to wrap it around the bamboo pole. Securing the snake's head, Tang Ming began to move its body, wrapping it around the pole like winding yarn, quickly turning the python into a lollipop. He took out 2 more ropes to secure the middle and the end. The python was completely immobilized. If it wanted to coil, it could only tighten around the pole. Lifting the python lollipop, Tang Ming shook it with satisfaction. It weighed at least 70 or 80 pounds. Another big haul. Seeing Tang Ming's figure, she turned to wave, wanting to greet him, but found the monkeys starting to make urgent sounds, getting all flustered. What happened? Looking at the restless monkeys with confusion, Shu Yiting was puzzled. Boom. Tang Ming unloaded the bamboo, leaving only the python lollipop in his hands. Instantly, Shu Yiting's mouth dropped open, her words trembling. What's going on here? Watching from a distance, not to mention the monkeys, Shu Yiting felt a bit scared to approach, as if performing with a large knife. Tang Ming waved the python lollipop around casually. Oh my god, this is too amazing. Confirming that the python couldn't move, Shu Yiting, suppressing her fear, slowly approached. After a careful observation, she couldn't help but swallow. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Afraid of not having enough to eat. This guy should be enough for us to have a hearty meal. Do you want to try carrying it? It's quite thrilling. Forget it. I don't have such a twisted hobby. You better keep it away, don't scare the monkeys. Shu Yiting quickly waved her hands. It's fine. It's my prey. Raising his voice, Tang Ming shouted at the monkeys, then tossed the python lollipop on the ground, pinching its head and demonstrating a choking motion to the monkeys. The monkey also joined in, flailing its arms and making noise. After this explanation, the monkeys gradually quieted down, looking at Tang Ming with a bit more admiration, cautiously approaching. The python was tightly bound and couldn't move at all. After observing for a while and confirming there was indeed no danger, the monkeys let out a series of delighted calls. If leopards are considered the #1 enemy for monkeys, then this python would definitely rank second. It seemed that these were the only 2 giant creatures on the island that could threaten the monkey troop. In just 2 days, they were all dealt with by this human in front of them. Scumbag God is mighty, powerful, and handsome, having seen many people play with snakes. Scumbag God plays the best. Scumbag God's big snake is terrifying. I really want to try it. Watch snake civilized, don't drive. But someone really wants to try? Damn. The son of fortune lives up to his name. He can fight leopards in trees and catch snakes on the ground. Truly a man who can devour even the food chain. So awesome. Another haul of over 100 pounds. On the island, after the monkeys observed the python, they returned to normal and continued working. Tang Ming boiled a pot of water, and after resting for a while, he took the porcupine to the beach. In this weather, wild game spoils quickly after death, so it must be processed immediately. A porcupine is actually quite similar to an ordinary pig, except for the long sharp quills on its back. After pouring hot water over it, the long spines actually feel quite similar to chicken feathers and can be easily pulled out. Then, scrape off the tougher short spines and remove the nails, making the entire pig clean and plump. The only difference from a domestic pig might be the layer of scale-like flesh left on the skin of the back due to the spines, but it's not hard. Finding some hay, Tang Ming buried the processed pig in it and lit a fire to burn the pig skin, removing sweat glands and odors. Once done, he took it to the water's edge again to scrape off the burnt parts and washed it clean with fresh water. The porcupine was restored to its white color and became much rounder and fuller. He then eviscerated it, removing the internal organs. Except for the large intestine and the waste in the stomach, most could be eaten, and Tang Ming cleaned them one by one. He hung them in strings to let them drain. What pleased Tang Ming was that this porcupine was quite fat, with a thin layer of lard found inside. Good stuff. Cherishing the lard, Tang Ming cut the whole pig into several parts: the head, trotters, ribs, and meat. After processing a 30-pound porcupine, surprisingly, not much was lost, and large chunks of pork filled 2 bamboo baskets. Truly deserving of the title ginseng of meat. As a chef, Tang Ming hardly needed to cook. Just by feeling the texture and tenderness of the meat, he could sense its quality, believing it would turn out exquisite. With that in mind, Tang Ming went forward to untie the rope binding the snake's head, reinforced the lower body, and placed it a bit farther from the camp, leaving it unattended. Glancing at the sky, it wasn't too late yet, so Tang Ming went to the bamboo forest again. By now, the bamboo in the campsite had piled up like a mountain. A rough look showed there were already 300 to 400 stalks. After finishing, Tang Ming started helping Shu Yiting twist ropes. During this time, the monkeys finished their tasks and were called over by Tang Ming for assistance. Unfortunately, while the monkeys could handle miscellaneous tasks, this fine work was a bit too much for them. There was no choice but to have them all clean the fibers. They were adept at picking lice, so they handled this task well, producing tidier results than Tang Ming and his companion. This unintended improvement in efficiency gave Tang Ming an idea. He made a few simple spinning wheels and assigned 2 or 3 monkeys to cooperate in passing fibers to him, producing ropes like an assembly line. As time passed, by the time it was nearly dark, a massive amount of rope had been made into 10 neat bundles at Tang Ming's feet. For now, this would do. If it wasn't enough later, they could deal with it then. Stretching, Tang Ming announced free activity to the monkeys. With so much rope, what are you going to do with it? What else? Build a shelter. Shu Yiting's eyes widened. What kind of shelter needs so much rope? You'll find out later. After saying this, Tang Ming got up and walked towards the sweet potato starch drying area. After checking, the moisture had mostly dried, though it still felt a bit damp. He instructed Shu Yiting to gather a lot of palm leaves to divide the starch into small pieces and lay them out to dry. He, on the other hand, began selecting ingredients for tonight's meal. Seeing that Tang Ming seemed to be preparing dinner, the Monkey King called out a couple of times to gather the monkeys. Bad guy, you really want to empty their pantry. Watching the monkeys leave, Shu Yiting rolled her eyes. How could that be? Even if we hadn't come, this group of monkeys would still eat. Now, we're just helping them process it to make it taste better. Saying this, Tang Ming took out most of the mushrooms he had collected in the morning, leaving a small portion that was still intact and not fully opened. He went to the seaside to start cleaning. Shu Yiting naturally stepped forward to help. Be careful when washing the chicken mushrooms. Just use bamboo slices and leaves to gently clean them. No need to use too much force. While washing, Tang Ming reminded Shu Yiting. She shot him a glance, but still followed his instructions. After spending more than half an hour, the mushrooms were cleaned and packed into several large baskets. Next, Tang Ming caught most of the sea fish, over 10 octopuses, and some smaller eels. He cleaned them one by one. He hesitated about using the yellow croaker and 3-knife fish meant for dinner, not wanting to touch them. With no tasks from the system, and since it was just a dinner, Tang Ming didn't have the patience to make it too elaborate after a busy day. A simple preparation would suffice. The fish with poor quality, like the bullhead, was deboned and made into fish balls, which the Monkey King and the Great Sage liked. The better quality fish like grouper and black sea bream were steamed. The eel had a strong fishy taste, better suited for a rich sauce, so it was cooked together with the octopus. After much deliberation, Tang Ming decided not to touch the porcupine meat and only took the internal organs that were not easy to store as tonight's ingredients. Having made a plan, Tang Ming first blanched the pig's internal organs, then took the lard and cut it into small pieces, adding some fatty pork into the pot. He simmered it over low heat. After about 10 minutes, a tempting aroma of oil spread across the beach. Xu Yiting sniffed the air. This long-lost oil fragrance was making her mouth water. Seeing the oil residue beginning to change color, Tang Ming added some wild onions and peppercorns to the oil, then a bit of salt. After simmering for about a minute, the wild onions changed color, and Tang Ming scooped them out along with the oil residue. The remaining pig fat, after cooling a bit, was poured into a prepared bamboo tube. Unfortunately, even though he managed not to waste anything, a porcupine couldn't yield oil like a domestic pig. All collected, it amounted to just a small bamboo tube. Tang Ming treasured it as a precious item. The author has something to say. Chapter 93, Time to Eat. The layer of oil left in the pot certainly couldn't go to waste. A bit of coconut oil was added for mixing. Once the temperature rose, he tossed in the previously processed pig's internal organs and a few pig bones to stir-fry, releasing their fragrance, then added oyster sauce and other seasonings, followed by a pot of water. He waited for it to slowly boil. Then, Tang Ming began to make fish balls. After about 10 minutes, when the water in the pot boiled, he lifted the lid and added the mushrooms in batches. During this process, he also added a few sour fruits similar to tomatoes. Next came the long simmering, and while waiting, Tang Ming and Xu Yiting strung all the bamboo worms they had gathered over the past 2 days, using long bamboo skewers. Each had at least 20 worms strung on it. Finally, with a hefty handful, they had nearly 30 strings. You handle the grilling. I'll continue with the cooking. Estimating that the mushroom soup was about ready, Tang Ming helped Xu Yiting dig out a pile of charcoal from the stove, forming a heap, and made her a grill with bamboo sticks. No problem. Having done it twice, Xu Yiting was now quite adept at grilling and nodded confidently. Then, lifting the pot lid, he stirred it a bit before starting to shape the fish balls. Unlike last time, after squeezing out each fish ball, Tang Ming added a piece of octopus meat inside before rolling it into a ball and placing it into the pot. The steps were a bit more complicated, and by the time the last fish ball was in, the first batch was nearly cooked. After stirring a bit, Tang Ming tasted the flavor, added some coarse salt, sprinkled on some chopped green onions, covered the pot, and moved it aside. Lifting the lid, the fragrant mushroom soup with the aroma of scallions wafted out. Picking up a shell, Tang Ming began to ladle it out. It wasn't tea until all the bowls were filled that the soup in the pot had reduced by a third. The shell bowls were neatly arranged in 2 rows on the ground. Then, Tang Ming took a few large bamboo tubes to use as soup bowls and filled them with mushroom soup. After using 10 large bamboo tubes, the mushroom soup was finally poured in, making Tang Ming sigh at how uncomfortable it was to live without large containers. Clean the pot. Tang Ming pours in a bit of lard and coconut oil again, adds some chili powder, and throws in a handful of dried chili peppers. Then, he stirs various seasonings to fry out the red oil, followed by adding eel and chopped octopus. Once the meat shrinks, he adds oyster sauce and water level with the ingredients, then covers the pot. After the water boils, he places a steaming rack on top and puts in the already processed and marinated grouper and black bream. However, this time, they completely lack the previous elegant movements, each one holding something in their hands or arms, almost using just one hand to hurry along. Panting, they arrive at the camp, and the monkeys quickly dump the fruits they brought onto the ground, looking relieved, especially the tall adult monkeys, each carrying a net full of fruits. Correspondingly, the supplies transported this time are much more than in the morning. Stacked together, they form a small mountain, and without counting, Tang Ming judges it to be over 120 pounds. The only regret is that these fruits are of considerably lower quality than before, most of them still quite immature, as if just picked. Moreover, there are 2 bunches of bananas that Tang Ming hasn't seen before. How many of these are on the island? Tang Ming calls over the great sage and asks. The great sage thinks for a moment and shakes his head. What a pity. Tang Ming pouts. Seeing the bananas, he first thinks not of eating, but of their leaves, which are much quicker to use for holding food than the large leaves he has been searching for. Up until today, all the larger leaves around have basically been stripped clean by the 2 of them. Even those palm trees are nearly bare. At this time, the Monkey King also comes in front of Tang Ming, wearing a hint of pride on his face. Tang Ming smiles slightly, pats the Monkey King's shoulder. Well done. You all worked hard today. Let me treat you to something good. Without him saying, the curious monkeys have already gathered around, eagerly looking at the shell bowls filled with food. Tang Ming casually picks up a bowl and hands it to the Monkey King. Sniffing the aroma from the bowl, the Monkey King's eyes light up. This smell is generally not unfamiliar. The fish balls they had yesterday were delicious, and mushrooms are also considered a staple for the monkey tribe. Opening his mouth, he takes a sip of the soup. Soon, his eyes squint in satisfaction. Considering that the monkeys will eat, Tang Ming didn't add any chili or anything. The base is a rich pork bone soup, with mushrooms enhancing the flavor, fruits adding a sour taste, and fish balls providing fragrance. All combined, The mushroom soup is rich yet sweet and fragrant. For the monkeys, it is definitely a delicacy. The other monkeys, seeing the king's expression, are anxiously scratching their ears and staring hard at the 2 rows of bowls on the ground. Since it is soup, Tang Ming naturally wouldn't let them snatch it. With a wave of his hand, he gets them to line up properly and hands them one by one. Soon, each monkey gets their share of food, slurping the soup and eating mushrooms, and occasionally a few lucky ones get to eat a fishball, chirping excitedly. Feeling that their monkey lives have gained a few more colors. Seeing the monkeys eating so excitedly, Tang Ming's smile grows even wider. His stomach also rumbles. Quickly handling the steamed fish, Tang Ming lifts the lid, and when the eel juice is nearly done, he adds some abalone sauce and then prepares a small bowl of cassava starch for thickening. Time to serve. Lifting the iron pot, Tang Ming looks around and finds no suitable containers, so he simply places the large pot directly on the dining table prepared by Xu Yiting. At this point, the bamboo worms that Xu Yiting roasted are already set out. Influenced by Tang Ming, this girl is now quite skilled in plating. A large handful of bamboo worms has been packed into 2 bamboo tubes, resembling 2 bouquets of flowers. Beside the bamboo tubes, there are also the dried fruits and spices that Tang Ming taught her to prepare. Overall, it looks quite artistic. The mushroom soup is arranged in a circular shape around the table, with the large iron pot of braised eel in the center. Wow, you can be more creative than me. Tang Ming shows a bit of pleasant surprise. Huh, you think you're the only one who knows how to be particular? Everyone else is a primitive person, right? Flattered, Xu Yiting puffs out her chest, proudly saying. Chapter 94, just a little bit more. Keep it up, the more you learn, the happier I'll be. This is something Tang Ming says from the heart. Doing everything himself, even with the system by his side, can still be tiring. Fortunately, Xu Yiting is different from other women. Many times she is more proactive than he is, with the only drawback being that most things she cannot master like he does. Setting up the bowls and chopsticks, the 2 people and 2 monkeys quickly sit down, feeling Tang Ming's heavy physical labor over the past 2 days. Xu Yiting seems to care less about how much food he prepares now. Grabbing her chopsticks, she starts eating. The great sage has long been accustomed to the rich dinners at night, grabbing whatever he wants to eat, his mouth never stopping. Only the Monkey King, this new guest, is still bewildered by the spread on the table. Yesterday was fine. It was just a rabbit and a rat, not much to share, and they finished it in a few bites. But today, looking at this situation, a large iron pot and 10 buckets of mushroom soup, along with so many worms and cassava, can they really eat all this? After being surprised for a while, he tentatively reaches for a bunch of bamboo worms, which are the only familiar thing on the table aside from the mushroom soup he just had. Moreover, the biggest advantage is that he doesn't need to use those difficult bamboo skewers to pick them up. Crunch. The bamboo worm goes into his mouth, releasing a fragrant and smoky flavor, with a crispy texture that doesn't lose the meaty feel. After a few bites, the aroma of the barbecue spices still swirls in his mouth. The Monkey King stares wide-eyed at the bamboo worm, wondering if this is really the same thing he ate before. While the Monkey King is entangled with the bamboo worms, Xu Yiting is delighted by the thick soup. The entire large pot's portion initially made her feel like it wouldn't be that impressive, but once she tasted it, she understood why the monkeys were screaming like crazy earlier. Sometimes, a quantitative change can lead to a qualitative change. It's like making some braised dishes. An ordinary household can hardly recreate the taste of a restaurant because the ingredients aren't enough and the aroma isn't strong enough. Now, this mushroom soup, with a massive amount of various mushrooms, concentrates the essence in the broth. The rich umami flavor is astonishing, and the small amount of lard and pork bones mixed in greatly enhances it. After drinking the thick soup, a few bites of long-lost pork heart and lungs, with a perfect balance of meat and vegetables, is simply satisfying. Of course, the most unassuming fish balls also surprised her. The already chewy fish balls, when bitten open, have a crunchy texture inside, making her inexplicably excited. As she eats, Xu Yiting unconsciously finishes a whole bamboo tube of mushroom soup. She secretly clicks her tongue, realizing that she has indeed been spoiled by Tang Ming. If this continues, she might really end up fat as a pig by the end of survival. No, she absolutely cannot let that happen. Stopping her actions, Xu Yiting looks serious, ready to retreat. But the tree wants to be still while the wind doesn't stop. Watching the 1 person and 2 monkeys eating so happily, Xu Yiting can't help but swallow her saliva. Well, I'll just taste a little bit. It's impossible for me not to even try a bite of the dinner that Tang Ming worked so hard to prepare. That would be too disrespectful. Finding a good reason for herself, Xu Yiting feels relieved and reaches out her chopsticks to pick up a piece of eel. Wow, it's so delicious. The sauce is rich, paired with the collagen-rich eel, it sticks to her teeth, feeling like her mouth is struggling in mud. It's incredibly sticky. But this stickiness gives a completely different texture, making her unable to resist pulling and testing it, one piece after another, suppressing the urge to take another piece. She decides to finish with one last bamboo worm she roasted. However, why should she leave such an irresistibly delicious thing for that bastard to enjoy? No, she can't let him be so comfortable. As she was eating, Xu Yiting was once again dragged into the abyss by the fragrant taste in her mouth. The live streaming room was packed with people. During dinner time, the audience always swelled. Tears unexpectedly flowed from the corners of her mouth. Why do I always drool so much when I see bamboo worms? This mushroom soup looks so rich, and I wonder what the filling fish balls taste like. I really want to try them. My favorite is still eel. This one is grilled perfectly. You can't even see the meat inside, just thick sauce. One bite, and I feel like I could die of happiness. But the porcupine is the most attractive. I heard porcupine meat is very delicate, but unfortunately, today only a bit of the internal organs was used. What is Jashin saving for? Enough about that, with the amount today. Is he trying to set a new record? Jashin's ability to waste is still as strong as ever. 100 pounds for one meal. Only Jashin can pull that off. The future looks grim. Based on this meal, it feels like Jashin isn't trying to perform for us to boost viewership. But he really can eat a lot. Now I can understand why Jashin is so strong. It makes sense with how much he eats. His body definitely surpasses ordinary limits. Fortunately, Jashin's ability to find food is also impressive. Otherwise, with his daily eating habits, he might not even last until the end of the competition before being overwhelmed. But don't worry, at least Jashin's more than 10 large fish baskets can now basically keep up with his consumption. Consumption is one thing, but there's also more income. Although other live streaming rooms haven't had such large gains, the support they've received in the past 2 days has given them some fighting chance. Take those teams that got fishing nets, for example. Once the nets went down, they woke up this morning with at least dozens of pounds of income. Moreover, some teams have started making fish baskets too, but their gains are still quite far from Jashin's. Yes, the fish basket isn't an advantage. It's just that Jashin made it first. I believe it won't be long before other teams shift their focus to the sea, and this advantage will only shrink further. Forget it. I'm too lazy to think about this. I believe that Jashin dares to eat like this because he has absolute confidence it won't affect the competition. Everyone shouldn't overthink it. That's right, just as Heisey said, what is our advantage? Mysterious confidence. Everyone should keep promoting. Don't just get caught up in watching food and forget what they can do. This 100-pound daily meal is a great advertising opportunity. The author has something to say. It's so hot today. Everyone take care of your health, avoid heat stroke, and drink more water. Chapter 95, The Monkey Ruined Me. Dinner on the island left everyone satisfied. After eating, the two of them and the 2 monkeys lay flat on the beach, not wanting to move at all. Xu Yiting and the 2 monkeys had round bellies, clearly stuffed. Meanwhile, Tang Ming was just tired from eating. After all, over 100 pounds of food takes a long time to chew, right? You greedy monkey, look at your belly. Tang Ming scoffed as he looked at the large monkey on his left, which resembled a pregnant woman. He reached out and patted its round belly, which was quite amusing. The Monkey King noticed his action and unconsciously started to touch its own belly, which was also quite round. However, it was surprised that this human, who ate the most and the fiercest, didn't he seem to have a swollen belly at all. After staring for a while, it couldn't help but reach out to touch Tang Ming's abs. A ticklish sensation spread, and Tang Ming noticed the furry hand on his stomach. The Monkey King began chattering as if asking something. After pondering for a while, Tang Ming saw it puffing out its belly for comparison and understood its meaning, explaining, "Because I'm bigger than you, so I can eat without getting a swollen belly." After saying this, he placed one hand on the monkey's head, aligning it with his navel to gesture for size comparison. Little did he know, the Monkey King shook its head, not agreeing with his explanation. Then, in a moment Tang Ming wasn't prepared for, it reached out to touch Xu Yiting's belly, which was resting. Not just touching, but it rubbed all over and started chattering, implying that this female human's belly was indeed bigger. Saying this, it grabbed Tang Ming's hand, urging him to also feel it to see if it was correct. "What do you want to do?" Tang Ming's face tightened as he sensed danger approaching. Facing Xu Yiting, who was rolling over towards him, he shouted, "You bastard. Taking advantage of me while I'm asleep. That's nonsense. I didn't touch it." Tang Ming explained helplessly. "Who else could it be but you?" Xu Yiting ignored his explanation, lunging at him and grabbing a handful of his hair. "Damn it, it really wasn't me. It was the Monkey King. If you don't believe me, ask it." Xu Yiting glanced at the Monkey King with half-belief, pointing to her belly and then at Tang Ming, asking, "Was it him who touched it?" The Monkey King looked pleased. Sure enough, this female human had noticed the difference between her and that male human. It quickly nodded. "No, it's not. The monkey can't understand our words. It just nods at whatever you ask." Tang Ming was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, shaking his head in denial. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw the Monkey King looking disapproving. The female human had already noticed, and he still shook his head, denying that there was a problem with his belly. Thinking this, the Monkey King grabbed one of Tang Ming's hands and moved it towards Xu Yiting's belly, wanting him to compare and recognize the reality. Now there's solid evidence, right? The monkey can't talk, but it can reenact the story. What more is there to say? Just admit it. Damn it. The monkey ruined me. My hair got pulled out. Be gentle. The Monkey King was excitedly hopping around, thinking that this human couldn't recognize reality, so it needed to be taught a lesson. Seeing the couple getting into a playful quarrel, the great sage joined in, kindly picking lice from Tang Ming's hair that was being pulled. After a long time, Shu Yiting finally let go of Tang Ming in satisfaction. You bastard, if you dare to take advantage of me while I'm asleep again, I'll chop your hands off. With a head full of messy hair, Tang Ming allowed the great sage to continue fiddling with his hair, sighing to the sky, feeling lifeless. How could such a smart person like him be outwitted by a monkey? And he had no place to vent his grievances. No, I can't just swallow this anger. Thinking this, Tang Ming flipped over, got up, grabbed some ropes, and quickly started weaving a net bag. As night approached, he managed to weave about 20 small net bags. Because he was in a hurry, the holes were quite large, but they were more than enough for carrying fruits. After distributing them to the monkeys, each monkey that received a net bag was overjoyed. This human's creation was incredibly convenient. Just putting fruits inside didn't affect their climbing at all. Much more comfortable than holding fruit with their hands. Seeing that it was getting late, the Monkey King came to bid farewell and thanked Tang Ming for giving him so many net bags. You're welcome. Remember to fill them up and come back tomorrow. Tang Ming waved his hand, bidding farewell. Look at that fake appearance of yours. You're just coveting their fruits. Shu Yiting sneered. I'm not coveting their fruits. Am I coveting their bodies? Saying this, Tang Ming unconsciously glanced at Shu Yiting's belly, annoyed. It's all that damn monkey's fault. I didn't benefit from it, and still got into trouble. Coveting bodies is coveting bodies. Why are you looking at me? Do you want another beating? Damn. As if anyone would covet your body. How blind do you have to be? Tang Ming said dismissively. I'm going to make you really blind. Shu Yiting, in a fit of anger, lunged at him again, forcing Tang Ming to run away. Along the beach, the two chased each other all the way to the rocky area. Still chasing? Looking back at the relentless Shu Yiting, Tang Ming was forced to climb onto the rocks. Get down here. Shu Yiting shouted as she stopped. Realizing that the rocky area was uneven and prickly, and neither of them was wearing shoes. Come up if you can. Okay, just wait for me. Once I catch you, you'll see. Shu Yiting gritted her teeth and began to climb up. You really came. Tang Ming's expression changed as he thought of the heart-wrenching pain of having his hair pulled. How could he dare to stay? He continued to crawl away. Unexpectedly, not far into his climb, he suddenly heard Shu Yiting's exclamation. Turning around, he saw that she had vanished. No way. Did she fall into the sea? His face changed dramatically as he quickly crawled back the way he came. Following Shu Yiting's calls, he spotted a pit. Inside the pit, Shu Yiting was soaked. Using her hands to grip the rocks as she climbed up. Wait for me, I'll go get a rope. Tang Ming tied the rope to a nearby protruding rock and jumped down. Just as he saw, there was a lot of seawater in the pit. And even if he jumped down, it was completely bearable. Chapter 96, The Ladder to Heaven. How are you? Did you get hurt? Tang Ming ignored her resentful look, grabbed her arm, looked around, and found no injuries before he breathed a sigh of relief. You're already this big, can't you be more careful? How could you not see such a deep pit? Who told you to run so fast? I didn't pay attention for a moment and slipped. Shu Yiting retorted. By the way, this seems to be a cave. Looking back into the pit, there was a pool of seawater accumulating, and above the pool was a dark cave, seemingly adorned with stalactites. They could hear the sound of dripping water. Below was a water hole formed by the rising tide. The water was about 7 to 1, 8 meters deep, and the two of them had to stand on tiptoe to barely hold their ground. Quite a hidden cave. If it weren't for accidentally falling down, I wouldn't have known there was such a world underneath. Shu Yiting nodded. It's a pity the cave isn't big, the location isn't good, and it's damp. Otherwise, it would be nice to set up a shelter here. Definitely good for blocking wind and rain. You're thinking too much. If we set up a shelter here, when the tide rises, you'd probably turn into a fish. Not necessarily. Did you notice that the stones on the ground over there are all dry? Not a bit of moss has grown on them. If it had been subjected to the rising and falling tides for a long time, it wouldn't be possible for no moss to grow. So, this is just a water hole. Water can come in but can't go out, and it probably takes a very high tide to fill it. What? You really have thoughts about this? Living here is not very feasible, but this pool can definitely be used. The sunlight doesn't shine in much, and the water isn't too deep or too shallow. It's an excellent place for raising fish and shrimp. Oh yeah. Shu Yiting's eyes lit up as she looked around the pool, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Tomorrow during the day, let us come back and see if there's anything we missed. If everything is okay, we can put the better seafood we catch in here if we can't eat it all. The environment here isn't much different from natural seawater, so those seafood should survive easily. Alright, let us go up first. We'll come back tomorrow morning to check. I'm really worried about the fish in the holding pool. I'm afraid they won't hold up. The sunlight is too strong during the day, and if we're not careful, they might die from the sun. After saying that, Tang Ming handed the rope to Xu Yiting and reached out to lift her waist. Raising her up, Xu Yiting's face blushed slightly, but she couldn't say anything and could only climb up with all her might. Once they were out of the cave, she tossed the rope back to Tang Ming. "Pull me up," Xu Yiting said as she started to pull the rope. However, she soon realized a very serious problem. No matter how hard she pulled, the rope barely moved upwards. Tang Ming could only rely on his own strength to climb up. "Damn, how heavy are you? Why can't I pull you up at all?" "Me?" Tang Ming was taken aback, shaking off the water on his body. He felt a bit puzzled. To be honest, ever since his physique was transformed, he felt like he had gained weight, but he didn't know by how much. However, judging from Xu Yiting's earlier reaction, it seemed like she couldn't handle his weight at all. Unconsciously clenching his fists, he looked at his body. It seemed that after eating today, his body had puffed up again. Of course, this puffiness didn't mean he was gaining fat, but rather that he felt stronger, and the feeling was most obvious when his muscles tightened. Even his height seemed to have increased by a centimeter or two. Stealing a glance at Xu Yiting, it seemed like she hadn't noticed his changes. After thinking for a moment, Tang Ming spoke up. "I guess it's because I ate a bit too much today, and all the weight is in my stomach. I must weigh at least over 200 pounds now, and that's normal." "That makes sense." After thinking for a moment, Xu Yiting seemed to agree, so she didn't dwell on it anymore. Turning to look at the pit behind them, her brow furrowed slightly. "Even if this place can raise fish, it's a bit troublesome for us to go down every time to catch them. It's all about how you approach it. As long as we confirm that we can raise them, there are plenty of ways to solve this. For example, we could chisel a stone ladder out of this rock. Wouldn't that make it easier to go down?" With a craftsman's eye, Tang Ming thought of a solution without hesitation. "Hey, that is a good idea, but it would take quite a bit of effort, right? The rocks here seem much harder than the coral. There's another way, but what? You have to promise not to touch me again for a while before I tell you." "Humph. Do you think everyone is as stingy as you? Hurry up and say it, or..." Xu Yiting clenched her fist. "The stone ladder is too much work. We can make a bamboo ladder instead. Just 2 bamboo poles will do." As he spoke, Tang Ming looked at Xu Yiting as if she were a fool. Xu Yiting's expression froze, and she turned angrily, thinking, this bastard is definitely doing this on purpose to make a fool of her. Blaming this jerk, she felt like she was getting dumber the longer she spent with him. Looking at the ladder that was over 10 meters long leaning against the coconut tree, she couldn't help but click her tongue. "Isn't this ladder a bit too long to put in the pit? Who said it's going in the pit?" Tang Ming tried to grab the bamboo pole and climbed up a bit. Aside from the slight tremor caused by its length, it felt quite stable overall, and it shouldn't fall apart. Satisfied with the ladder leaning against the coconut tree, Tang Ming chose 2 more similar bamboo poles and made another ladder. "What are you doing with so many ladders?" Xu Yiting asked while chopping the bamboo strips as per Tang Ming's instructions, observing his movements with growing confusion. The 2 ladders combined into one instantly reached about 30 meters in length. "Why don't you go to the sky?" Looking at the towering 2-in-1 bamboo ladder, Xu Yiting was somewhat amazed. "I had that thought. This is exactly the ladder to heaven." Tang Ming looked at the height of the coconut tree, which limited his ability to move, and raised the ladder as he walked towards the forest. Arriving beneath the large tree he had scouted yesterday, he propped the ladder against it and began to climb up carefully. After all, it was a combined ladder, and its stability was not as good as a single one. But Tang Ming still climbed to the top of the tree crown without any danger. Chapter 97. Preparing a full feast. From his vantage point, he could see the entire island, except for the distant cliffs. Unfortunately, it was nighttime, so many things weren't clearly visible. Next, he joined Xu Yiting in chopping bamboo strips. After nearly an hour, all the bamboo strips were cut into pieces the length of a palm. In the end, they sharpened one end of these bamboo pieces and polished them into bamboo nails. A lot of time had passed, and it was already late into the night. After bundling the massive number of bamboo nails into small bundles and stacking them neatly, Tang Ming looked sadly at the chipped edge of the kitchen knife and quickly found a sharpening stone to carefully polish it until it shone brightly. "Is there anything else to do?" Xu Yiting quietly watched Tang Ming sharpen the knife, beginning to understand a bit about what he had said earlier regarding the issue of a wife. It seemed that this guy really treated the kitchen knife as if it were his wife. What terrified Xu Yiting the most was that after a whole night of using the kitchen knife, Tang Ming could almost accurately chop with the thick part at the bottom of the knife with every strike. Therefore, even if there were notches, the damage to the knife was extremely limited. If it were her doing it, she estimated the knife would probably be directly ruined. "It's fine for now, you're tired. Go to sleep first, I'll handle the finishing work." The octopus noodles were left untouched, still hanging over the fire. After contemplating the porcupine meat, he took it to his trap made of coconut trees, found a branch to hang it above the trap, directly over the opening. Still feeling uneasy, he brought over the python lollipop. After being trapped for a day, The giant python had long lost its temper and lay limply as Tang Ming fiddled with it. After observing the surroundings, he tied the giant python along with the bamboo pole to a big tree not far from the trap. After hesitating for a moment, he moved the rope tied to the snake's head down again, leaving it with enough space to move freely. Seeing that Xu Yiting had already fallen asleep against the big tree, Tang Ming didn't disturb her, took out the hammock he had made earlier, and tied it between the two big trees before lying down in it. The hammock swayed slightly, and his body, which had been sore from a day of work, seemed to relax a bit as well. Tang Ming went over what he needed to do tomorrow in his mind and pulled out the system. He had been so busy these past 2 days that it seemed like he hadn't checked his gains in a long time. As soon as he entered, a prompt caught his attention with a ding. System task, Culinary Elite. As a food god, you must have an extreme understanding of every ingredient. Please prepare a full banquet within 24 hours. Damn it, why is the task coming at this time? I still need to build a house. Tang Ming looked at the task speechlessly. Another meal, and a full banquet at that. In this remote area, where was he supposed to find ingredients for a full banquet? A full banquet, as the name implies, requires using a certain ingredient to create different delicious dishes. And all the dishes must contain this ingredient to be called a full banquet. This was a huge problem. Thinking of the perfect completion of the last big gift package, Tang Ming couldn't help but drool. After thinking for a while, he shook his head. Forget it. I'll think about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Let's see if there are any new changes in the ingredients by then. For now, he should check the gains from the past 2 days. Then, Tang Ming's gaze turned to the culinary points. Huh, so many? Last time it was a big meal, which was understandable, but over the past 2 days, he hadn't really made anything special, just a few dishes each meal, and the culinary points had directly increased by 50,000. Looking at the log, Tang Ming discovered some clues. The first small increase was from yesterday's spicy feast, where many spicy food lovers contributed a lot of culinary points. This could be seen from the fact that most of the deep poisoners converted from the culinary points. Today's dinner was slightly more than the spicy feast. It seemed that most of my audience were from the price association. The rarer the ingredient, the stronger the curiosity it attracted. If he wanted to earn more culinary points in the future, he needed to consider this factor more. While thinking, Tang Ming suddenly froze and then showed an angry expression. No, the lobster and the 3 knives were directly steamed, pursuing the original flavor, yet there were so many culinary points. Didn't this mean that his cooking skills were still not as good as the ingredients? Damn, this is absolutely intolerable. He glared at the drone above his head, secretly swearing that next time, he would definitely let this group of snobs open their eyes and tell them the importance of cooking skills. Grinding his teeth, Tang Ming looked at the culinary points. There were just over 180,000, with 80,000 as a base to deal with some emergencies, which should be enough. So, with his mind racing, Tang Ming opened the props bar and directly focused on the space ring. As food increased, the number of items that could be preserved in such weather was decreasing, and having a space with constant capacity was urgent. After considering for 3 seconds, Tang Ming clicked to purchase. Then, he felt a faint flow of light appear on his finger, spinning around and transforming into a blue pattern. Is this the space ring? He raised his hand to look at it in the firelight and found that the ring had almost completely turned into a tattoo-like thing. This appearance relieved Tang Ming. Otherwise, with such a conspicuous ring, someone would inevitably notice it in his hand, and then he would have trouble explaining if accused of cheating. After observing the tattoo, Tang Ming followed the method described by the system, silently reciting the word space in his heart. A pure white square appeared in his mind. Is this the space of the space ring? It looked rather small. 1 cubic meter, at most, was about the same size as the bamboo box he made. Slightly larger items couldn't fit in at all. Thinking about it, Tang Ming looked around and pointed to a fallen leaf on the sandy ground beneath him. Collect. The next moment, the leaf appeared in that pure white space, floating motionless. With a thought, the leaf began to flutter in the space, moving to various corners as Tang Ming directed it with his mind. Chapter 98. Being a leopard means accepting fate. Very good. This space ring is even more useful than I imagined. I just don't know what will happen if I put living creatures inside. With that thought, Tang Ming flipped off the hammock, looked at the 2 bamboo rats, but ultimately didn't he have the heart to take action. After circling around, he came to the fish pit, casually grabbed a crab, and placed it in the space. The moment it entered, the crab seemed to stop moving, as if entering a state of suspension. With a thought, the crab appeared back in his hand, regaining its vitality. Thankfully, the space only kept it relatively motionless and did not eliminate its life force. Otherwise, his idea of using the space to transport goods would have been a failure. He tried a few other fish, and they all behaved the same way, still inside and unchanged outside. Completely relieved, Tang Ming didn't dare to experiment further. Although it was dark, there was still a drone hovering above, making it unwise to act too obviously. On the quiet island at night, Only the sound of waves crashing and insects chirping could be heard. Not far away in the woods, a yellow figure crawled silently, its deep gaze fixed on the still-burning bonfire ahead, hesitating to move. It wasn't until it confirmed that Tang Ming was no longer active that it began to move again. The hunter's instinct made it avoid charging straight ahead, instead choosing to circle around the camp, ultimately selecting the best route for concealment. It hadn't forgotten that the damned bipedal creature had a monkey following it. That monkey might be perched in that tree right now, like a ghost. It made no sound as it moved, using tree after tree as cover, finally getting within 50 meters of Tang Ming. The bipedal creature's strength was too abnormal. It definitely couldn't confront it head-on. It had to maximize its advantages and aim for a lethal strike. This monster was utterly shameless, repeatedly targeting it and stealing its food. It would not rest until it avenged this grievance. Breathe again. Suddenly, a sea breeze blew in, and it twitched its nose. This smell, so familiar, was like the breakfast that had been snatched away before it could even take a bite. The leopard glanced around suspiciously, then followed the scent, locking its gaze on the porcupine meat suspended in the air ahead. Its belly rumbled with hunger. That was definitely its breakfast. The big porcupine that had been stolen by that bipedal creature. Looking at the porcupine meat, the leopard felt a surge of indignation. It had worked hard to capture it, tearing its mouth in the process, only to have someone else snatch it away before it could eat a bite. This was absolutely intolerable. Suppressing its inner desire, it cautiously crawled to the nearest big tree under the porcupine meat, eyeing it suspiciously, wanting to jump up and bite it down. But as a beast, it could clearly smell the strong scent of the bipedal creature nearby. Things were definitely not that simple. First, observe the terrain and confirm there's no danger before proceeding. As the leopard thought this, it turned its head to survey the area. However, before it could fully turn around, it felt a chilling tremor behind it. Suddenly, a pair of glowing vertical pupils shot towards it at high speed, accompanied by a massive mouth dripping with blood and a foul smell. Roar. Instinctively, the leopard let out a low growl. Its extraordinary reflexes allowed it to twist its body like a spring and leap backward. At the same time, its two paws struck hard against the giant snake's head. The snake's head hit the ground heavily, and the leopard, still shaken, stared intently at the giant python in front of it. How could such a big creature appear in the territory of the two-legged monster? With confusion in its eyes, the leopard took a few steps back. It was no stranger to pythons. As a large predator that could also climb trees, it normally felt no fear when facing such creatures, and sometimes even had the chance to feast on them if luck was on its side. However, this was the territory of the two-legged monster, and if it woke up the creature, the leopard would only be able to escape with its tail between its legs. Thinking this, the leopard decided not to linger and retreated a few steps to a safe distance before turning to bypass the area. Swish! Just as it put force into its front legs, a crackling sound came from the dry leaves beneath its feet, and an invisible force suddenly constricted around its legs. In the next moment, its entire body was propelled forward. Roar! The urgent roar echoed across the beach. The two sleeping humans and a monkey were all startled awake. What is happening? Hearing the roar, Shu Yiting felt instantly wide awake and looked nervously in the direction of the sound. The great sage also let out a series of urgent screeches from the tree, as if he had already seen what was happening. Tang Ming rubbed his eyes, glanced in that direction, and then unexpectedly smiled, curling his lips as he got out of bed and walked towards the trap. Shu Yiting picked up a bamboo stick from the ground and followed closely behind. In just a few steps, they arrived at the battlefield. At this moment, one of the leopard's front paws was tied up with a rope, hanging in midair, while its body twisted desperately, trying to lift its head to bite the rope that bound it. Especially upon seeing Tang Ming approach, it became even more frantically agitated, completely forgetting that its paws could firmly grip the tree trunk and still bite. Be careful, I put the snake under that tree, Tang Ming said with interest, watching the leopard struggle and reminded Shu Yiting. At this moment, she also saw the python on the ground, half its body dragging and continuously writhing. Her eyes widened in surprise. Why did you only tie up half of it? Wasn't the plan to let it sleep well and use it to scare off potential thieves? Who would have thought it would catch such a big creature? Tang Ming rubbed his hands together, completely ignoring the python, and walked over to the leopard. Roar! The leopard was so anxious that it was almost on fire. It didn't care about its current position and turned its head to bite Tang Ming. Unfortunately, with one paw hanging, its efforts only made it spin in place like a top. Alright, you're not my opponent on flat ground. What are you trying to act fierce for? Smack! Tang Ming slapped the leopard's rear, causing it to let out a series of roars, becoming even more agitated. Still roaring, huh? Do you know what time it is? Don't I need to sleep? Another slap made the leopard's muscles tense up, finally silencing its wildness. That's more like it. This leopard needs to learn to accept its fate. Once it fell into my hands, struggling was pointless. With lightning speed, Tang Ming reached out and grabbed the leopard by the neck, pressing it against the tree, then began to deliver a flurry of slaps to its raised rear, which had been lifted by its back legs against the tree. The author has something to say. Chapter 99 Lin Chong. I have to say, the leopardess rear is different when slapped. It's firm and elastic, extremely satisfying. Be careful not to get bitten. Shu Yiting stepped closer, gripping the bamboo stick tightly. Looking cautious. The feel is nice. Should I give it a try? Tang Ming didn't care, stopping his actions to make way for Shu Yiting to hit it a couple of times too. The latter, however, didn't share his morbid curiosity. She nervously glanced at the seemingly non-struggling leopard and curiously reached out to touch its smooth back. How does it feel? Isn't this big kitty fun to pet? Seeing Shu Yiting gradually become bolder, Tang Ming also got interested and started petting the leopardess head. Without the pain in its rear, the leopard found itself in a state of confusion, being stroked down its face by Tang Ming's large hands, eyes tightly shut. It began to question its existence as a leopard. I'm a fierce beast, standing at the top of the food chain. What are you doing playing with me? But why does it feel so good? Moreover, what is this two-legged monster doing? It's actually untying the ropes on me. Oh my god. Does it not realize my terrifying nature? Feeling its tied foot released, the leopard immediately went wild, letting out a loud roar, ready to go berserk. However, before it could unleash its attack, a palm the size of a fan struck its head. Its neck felt as though it was clamped in a vice, rendering it unable to exert any strength. Like a small cat, it was lifted down. What are you yelling about? If you yell again, do you believe I'll skin you alive? Holding the big kitty, Tang Ming dragged it towards the camp. Shu Yiting followed behind, mouth agape and eyes wide as saucers. Are you sure this is okay? This is a leopard. If you're not careful, it might escape. Don't worry. It won't run away. Tang Ming shook his hand and slapped the leopard's head again as it tried to bare its teeth at him. It immediately quieted down. The great sage in the tree also watched in astonishment. His master's actions were simply too powerful. Back at the camp, Tang Ming found a spot on the beach to sit down. With a bit of force, he pressed the leopard's neck into the sand, its forepaws obediently lying flat on the ground, unable to move at all. This makes it so much more enjoyable to pet. Starting from its head, Tang Ming stroked downwards, eventually even pulling on the leopard's tail to play with it. What on earth are you trying to do? Shu Yiting nervously poked at the leopard's fur, her face filled with curiosity, though she still felt anxious. I'm not trying to do anything. I just miss my cat at home. I wonder if that picky eater can get used to the food others make when I'm not around. As he spoke, Tang Ming stroked the leopard again, expressing his feelings. This is not a cat, Shu Yiting said speechlessly. Are you a big kitty? Tang Ming turned to glance at the leopard and spoke. Roar. The leopard felt a bit of slack on its neck and immediately let out a loud roar. Trying to move. See, it says it is. Tang Ming pressed down again, and the leopard went limp once more. Shu Yiting rolled her eyes. You're being unreasonable. The leopard is just expressing its dissatisfaction. How can you say it is? It doesn't matter. As long as I beat it until it admits it, that is fine. Tang Ming seemed to have become addicted to this, starting to tug at the leopard's whiskers and even flipping its lips to check its teeth. This leopard couldn't stand it, desperately trying to bite. What welcomed it, however, was another slap on its rear, causing it to be unable to roar in pain. After a while, Tang Ming stopped. You just deserve a beating. Are you still trying to show your teeth? Listen well. If you dare to show your teeth again when you see me in the future, I'll make sure to slap your rear until it blooms. After saying this, Tang Ming continued to flip the leopard's lips to inspect its teeth. This time, the leopard didn't dare to move. I have a monkey named Great Sage. Let us unify it and call you Lin Chong from now on. Being fond of cats, Tang Ming decided to give the leopard a name. Lin Chong. What is that? Shouldn't the Great Sage correspond to Big Cat instead? Shu Yiting was left speechless. The leopard's name is Lin Chong. You should read more books to broaden your horizons. It's scary to be uncultured. All right, as long as you're happy, how do you plan to handle it? As Shu Yiting said this, the leopard seemed to sense something, tensing its body. Why should I handle it? It's just a bit of meat. And I don't even know if it's good or not. We'll talk about it when the interest is enough. Tang Ming curled his lips and patted the leopard's head. From now on, whether we eat well or not depends on you. Be diligent every day. If one day the food isn't up to par, let's see if I won't deal with you. Go on. After saying that, Tang Ming slapped the leopards, but with a loud smack and released his grip on the leopard's head. What's going on? The leopard was once again confused. Am I free? Not moving immediately, the leopard nervously tilted its head to look at Tang Ming, a puzzled expression on its face. What's wrong? Can't bear to leave? Still thinking about my porcupine meat? Tang Ming slapped its butt again, scolding. With a leap, the leopard stood up and dashed toward the sea. Remember, bring back some good stuff tomorrow. I'll come to get it early. The leopard couldn't understand, but it was certain that it was really free. With a face full of having survived a disaster, the leopard deeply glanced at Tang Ming and Shu Yiting, then turned to leave. The most miraculous thing was that throughout this, it never harbored any thoughts of revenge. Because, honestly, it couldn't win, with just those 2 legs. The creature that had caught it could easily squash it if it wanted to. Watching the leopard gradually disappear into the forest, Shu Yiting still couldn't believe it. You just let it go like that? What else? Keep it here for a midnight snack? No, I mean, you actually just let it go without any guard? Aren't you afraid it might suddenly bite you back? You don't understand animals. In the animal kingdom, apart from the flat-headed brother, I doubt any animal would dare to bite back after being released. Do you think that beating was for nothing? It has developed a fear and has no thoughts of anything else now. Maybe next time it meets me, it will have the courage to fight back. But definitely not now. Tang Ming explained nonchalantly. Probably only you would dare to play like this. However, having been caught in a trap today, it probably won't dare to come back to our camp again. Well, then, let's sleep peacefully. Chapter 100, Rare Butter Crab. In the live streaming room. It was the time with the least number of viewers. After all, it was pitch dark, and even if the unmanned camera was turned on with night vision, it wouldn't be very clear, so fewer people were watching. However, at this moment, those who hadn't left erupted with a flood of comments. Wow, is this god of trash going to show off to the sky? Catching a leopard barehanded, slapping its butt, petting its head. Can humans really do this? Does the leopard have no dignity? Why not call it a big cat? My obsessive-compulsive disorder is feeling very uncomfortable. I want to send God of Trash a blade. An 800,000 strong Forbidden Army instructor is being toyed with like this. The coffin lid is almost unable to hold down. Still, God of Trash's moves are so slick. Catching a leopard and just letting it go like that. What kind of karma did Lin Chong accumulate in his past life to be remembered by God of Trash like this? It feels like the leopard's life is dimmed. Lin Chong will probably have to live under the shadow of God of Trash for the rest of his life. I really want a big cat like that as a pet. Did you all notice how the leopard was trembling in God of Trash's hands? It's really so cute. On the island, that night was undoubtedly the most stable night's sleep the two had since discovering the leopard. Waking up in the morning, it was time to exercise. Shu Yiting had already washed up and was panting as she dismantled her shelter. Oh, finally willing to take it down? Tang Ming joked. If I hadn't seen you carrying bamboo so diligently every day, I wouldn't have helped you. You make it sound like I wouldn't sleep with you if you built the shelter. Who wants to sleep with you? Shameless. All right, it's early in the morning. I won't chat with you too much. I'll check our harvest first. Tang Ming waved his hand and went into the sea. Not long after, he came ashore carrying a fish cage. Come and see. How's the harvest today? The fish cage had been placed for a day and night, and they had spent such a high price to make bait. It would be impossible not to be excited. Shu Yiting quickly took the fish cage from Tang Ming and began to untie the opening. So many. Before dumping it out, she looked inside through the opening and gasped. Then, with a flip, she struggled a bit to turn the fish cage upside down. With a clatter, a large number of catches rolled onto the beach. Seeing the catches on the ground, the surprise in Shu Yiting's eyes was replaced by a question. Unlike before, this time there were many more catches, but problems also arose. Among the catches, there were both small and large ones, but it was clear that many of the smaller catches had various injuries. Some had missing tails, while others were missing chunks of meat. How could this happen? Shu Yiting asked, puzzled. The cage was left for too long, and a large number of catches were crammed together. It's normal for them to kill and devour each other. The main culprits should be these crabs. Saying this, Tang Ming grabbed a few large crabs from the pile of fish, and they were still energetically waving their pincers. With them, this cage has already made a profit. They had caught quite a few crabs these days, but crabs of this size were indeed rare. 5 crabs, with the smallest weighing over a pound, and the largest one, with its claws round and full, looked exceptionally fierce. It was estimated to weigh around 3 pounds. Crabs of this size could definitely be considered king-level crabs. Turning the crab over, Tang Ming's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What's wrong? Just a bit bigger. Why are you so surprised?" Shu Yiting said disdainfully. "A bit bigger? Is that the issue? Do you know what this is? It's a blue crab. I thought you were a newbie, even if you didn't know before. Hearing me talk about it every day, you should have known by now. Blue crab, my foot. This is not called blue crab. Then what is it called? Butter crab. The premium among blue crabs, the king of crabs. Even I am seeing it for the first time." Saying this, Tang Ming picked up the giant crab, held it up to the sunlight with one hand covering the claw area, and his face showed even more joy. "It's a first-hand catch. We hit the jackpot. Awesome. What is a first-hand catch?" Shu Yiting was getting more and more confused. Come and see." Tang Ming called Shu Yiting over, lifting the crab for her to look at in the light. "Wow, I can actually see through it. It's all golden inside. You touch its shell." Tang Ming held the claw and let Shu Yiting extend her finger. With just a bit of pressure, the crab shell softened a little. At this point, Tang Ming glanced at Shu Yiting, seeing that she still looked a bit confused, and continued, "You've eaten crab roe and crab paste, right? You should know that's the best part of the crab, but a crab only has that little bit. However, this butter crab, you can think of it as a crab covered all over with crab paste. Shu Yiting swallowed hard, and her gaze toward the butter crab suddenly changed. So, with this one, we have both kinds, which is the best state. Tang Ming nodded and continued. So, how much can this first-hand butter crab sell for? Hearing that it could be compared to the three-sliced fish king, Shu Yiting was immediately filled with curiosity. The price is really hard to say. In any case, first-hand butter crabs are at least a few hundred, let alone this wild crab king in my hand. If I could find it normally. Even if it cost me tens of thousands to eat, I wouldn't think it was expensive. The bigger it is, the price of this thing will only skyrocket. Chapter 101, The Perfect Fish Pond. Shu Yiting secretly clicked her tongue. A crab worth tens of thousands. Is this eating gold? However, I really want to eat it. So, should we have it for breakfast? Swallowing her saliva, Shu Yiting said eagerly. Eat it. I'm telling you. This big pile is to give you a comprehensive understanding of crabs, so we can distinguish them well in the future. Who told you I was going to eat it? Well, we have to eat what we catch. Shu Yiting retorted. It feels like you're even more reckless than I am now. Let's see how it goes. If there's a chance, we'll handle it. This thing is a bit tricky to deal with. Otherwise, if we don't handle it well, it would be a real waste. Tang Ming thought to himself, having already added the king crab to his collection list, planning to find an opportunity to put the butter crab in the space. Hearing this, Shu Yiting had no way to refute and curiously grabbed a few other crabs to look at, but unfortunately, none were butter crabs. Of course, this haul wasn't just crabs. There were also normal fish like cabezone, adding up to about 5 or 6 pounds, but there wasn't a single complete specimen. After speaking, Tang Ming dug a small water pit, placing the butter crab inside, ensuring it wouldn't break its own limbs before going back into the water. With double the time, the catch indeed improved significantly. Almost every fish trap produced no less than 10 pounds. When all the fish traps were pulled up, Tang Ming eagerly approached Shu Yiting, waiting for her report. 3 flower dragons, but they're not as big as yesterday, about 8 or 9 tails each. More than 20 octopuses, but they're quite large, adding up to around 40 pounds. About 10 eels, totaling around 10 pounds. The crabs today are all big. The smallest I picked can at least weigh half a pound, with a total of about 30. Overall, that's over 20 pounds. There are too many other miscellaneous sea fish, close to 70 or 80, and I only kept those over half a pound, nearing 30 pounds. Additionally, today's shrimp haul was good, with over 10 palm-sized ones, totaling about 3 pounds. Not bad. Overall, over 100 pounds. Tang Ming strolled along the water pit, his face showing satisfaction, not because of the weight, but because of the quality. Most of it exceeded the minimum preservation standard he had set for Shu Yiting. The remaining ones also reached a historical high, totaling about 40 to 50 pounds. Mainly because today's crabs were too fierce and ruined quite a few catches. It's a pity there were no swordfish or golden legends today, Shu Yiting said with a smile, pretending to sigh. If those things were so easy to come by, they wouldn't be worth that much. But if we keep fishing every day, there will always be opportunities. Tang Ming nodded, looking at all the ingredients, finally locking his gaze on the large lobster. Breakfast again with lobster? Shu Yiting asked when she saw Tang Ming pull out 2 lobsters. What can I do? This thing is the most like a steamed bun and easy to eat. Isn't that right? The god of waste is already floating in the sky. With such buns, I could eat 10 by myself. But honestly, compared to that butter crab king, the flower dragon can only be considered a bun. I've sold seafood for a lifetime, and most butter crabs I've handled were about 5 tails per pound. This 3 to 4 pound one is the first I've seen. I really want to try the texture of that thing. My mouth can't help but drool. There will be opportunities. The god of waste always lets the audience eat first. Damn, not talking about this makes me angry. The meals are so good and always particularly tempting. It's simply inhumane. Why does it feel like today's haul isn't a big explosion? I thought the longer we wait, the more surprising the catch would be. Be content. With just this stretch of water and those traps, this kind of harvest is already at the normal times limit. Unless we encounter a school of fish or something, it's hard to increase further. So, it seems other teams might catch up a bit. After all, there are still 2 days left before we have to hand in our catch. Stay steady. First place is ours. The key is whether we can hold steady. Looking at the god of waste's momentum, it seems he will go all out to build a shelter in these 2 days. I'm looking forward to it. The materials are piled up like a mountain. What is he planning to create? I don't know. Just wait and see. If nothing unexpected happens, he will probably start working today. We're going to make a big meal tonight, and with the time now, we should save as much as we can. During the waiting time, he continued making bamboo pegs and twisting ropes, even making a small bamboo ladder. Although eating quickly, after getting used to big meals, having a simple meal occasionally feels comforting. As netizens say, finally, there's something I can afford to eat. After cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, and seeing the monkeys hadn't arrived yet, Tang Ming asked Shu Yiting for help to pick out all the poorly shaped and overripe fruits from the pile. boiling a large pot of fruit jam. Then, he took the small bamboo ladder he had just made and, together with Shu Yiting, went to the hole in the rocky area. The 4-meter-long bamboo ladder was just enough to reach the bottom of the hole. The two descended one after the other, getting a clear view of the hole's shape, not only at their position, but there were also some openings on the surrounding rock walls that allowed sunlight to shine through. Inside the cave, there wasn't just this one pool they were in. There were several slightly smaller pools around, some separated like hot springs and some connected. Beside the pool, under the stalactites, there was a flat area about 2 meters wide. Going further in, they didn't see any further space to delve into. Tang Ming dived into the water at the bottom of those pools to take a look. All around were just pools, and he didn't see any underground rivers or seawater entrances. It was a perfect fish pond, with no worries about the fish escaping, making it convenient to catch them. This would do. Tang Ming wiped the beads of water from his head, his face showing satisfaction. And those small pools will allow us to separate various fish, avoiding the situation where crabs bite randomly. Right, and this pit often has seawater coming in. There's no shortage of seaweed and plankton, and even various small fish. It's completely a natural breeding ground, and we hardly need to provide feed. The author has something to say. I'm really sorry for being late, everyone. Sorry. Chapter 102. Surprised or not? Then let's hurry up and move. We can leave the rest aside. Swordfish, large yellow croaker, and butter crab are a must to bring over. Okay, you take care of those 3, and I'll pick out some good stuff. However, apart from butter crabs, let's skip the other crabs. They're too troublesome. And they can climb ashore. I'm afraid they might pinch your precious ones to death. Shu Yiting nodded, chuckling. In fact, when no one was watching, he secretly placed these 3 treasures into the space ring. After a busy half hour, the monkeys finally arrived, each one like they were moving house, carrying big and small bundles. If you're coming, just come. Bringing so much stuff is really too polite. Seeing the monkeys' display, Tang Ming couldn't help but grin, enthusiastically helping to take the nets. I have to say, the biggest difference between animals and humans is that they can't make tools. With tools, they could also soar. The amount of fruit the monkeys brought today was almost double that of yesterday, steadily over 200 pounds, a variety of types. Tang Ming couldn't help but wonder if things continued like this. Would the fruit on this island be cleared out? After sorting the fruit, Tang Ming quickly served the monkeys some fruit jam, letting them take fruit to dip as breakfast. After finishing up, Tang Ming spread out all the cassava starch and some spices, chili, and so on to dry. Then, he shouldered the stretcher and took the great sage towards the bamboo forest. Approaching the bamboo forest, Tang Ming suddenly remembered he hadn't collected the interest today. Heading back to the old place. However, he didn't go far when he frowned slightly. According to his sensing, the leopard wasn't at the old place and was at least a kilometer away from him. Moreover, it was moving quickly. Running this fast, could it be hunting? Should I go take a look? With this in mind, Tang Ming jogged towards the direction he sensed. Since coming to the island, apart from seeing a spectacled cobra, he hadn't personally seen any prey. It was a good opportunity to observe the lifestyle of the island's animals. Moving forward, there was still a vast expanse of grassland, with a few large rocks occasionally protruding from it. With the naked eye, Tang Ming could hardly see any creatures aside from the seabirds overhead. However, he could hear a lot of noise coming from beneath the grassland. Activating his perspective ability, he immediately saw the various interconnected caves underground. Wow! Is this a rabbit hole or a mouse hole? Tang Ming stared for a long time, but couldn't figure out a single path. There were simply too many trenches underground, resembling a maze. No wonder such a small island can support that silly leopard and pythons. This grassland is a true treasure. But why are all the creatures concentrated here? Filled with curiosity, Tang Ming observed while moving in the direction of the big cat. Not far along, he discovered a small stream. To be precise, it was a dry stream, with silt visible inside, and he could see scattered footprints in the mud. So that's how it is. With this, Tang Ming could basically understand why the animals were concentrated nearby. There should be a water source upstream. Following the stream, Tang Ming moved upward, getting closer to where the leopard was. 10 minutes later, he stopped, and in his line of sight, he could already see a faint flow of water in the stream. Occasionally, a small animal would hurriedly dart past him. Water from the mountains flowed down, gathering into a small pool, and the water from the pool flowed outward, forming the stream. This pool must be where the animals come to drink. According to his sensing ability, the leopard was already very close. It seemed he would see it as soon as he turned the corner of the mountain wall. Squeak! Suddenly, the voice of the great sage came from above. Tang Ming looked up, and the great sage was excitedly waving at him. What's up? Tang Ming asked, puzzled. The great sage jumped down from the tree, grabbed him, and ran toward a tree not far away. Then, it climbed up that tree. With a bang, something fell in front of Tang Ming. A rabbit? He bent down to pick it up. Touching the rabbit's fur, he felt warmth. It was obviously freshly killed. Before he could finish examining it, something else fell from the tree. This time, the object was much larger than the rabbit, about 50 centimeters long, with a nose almost connected to its body and a very short neck. It looked a bit like a pangolin, with short, stout limbs and quite plump. It was actually a badger. This creature is not commonly seen nowadays, and its size was impressive. It weighed about 20 pounds or so and was full of treasures. Not bad, not bad. My big kitty is quite capable. Early in the morning, it caught so many things. One hand holding a rabbit, the other hand holding a badger. Tang Ming chuckled to himself. After thinking for a moment, he glanced at the corner where the leopard was about to appear, a sly smile on his lips, and sneaked behind the tree, instructing the great sage to remain quiet. Before long, the leopard appeared in Tang Ming's line of sight with steady steps, surprisingly holding a wild rabbit in its mouth. After having its food stolen for 2 days, it was determined today. It went to the water pool to stake out, and in no time, it caught 3 prey. Usually, it rarely came to this auspicious place, fearing that frequent visits would scare the prey away from drinking water. But today, it couldn't care less. That damned 2-legged creature had caused it to go 2 days without food, and it needed to replenish itself. Thinking about the 2 pieces of food still in the tree, the leopard quickened its pace, resolving to hide in a different place this time to avoid encountering the 2-legged creature again. When it reached the tree, the leopard suddenly stopped, sniffed the air around, and wore a puzzled expression. How could there be a 2-legged creature sent here? Had it been tormented too much these past 2 days, causing it to hallucinate? Shaking its head, it tilted its head to look behind the tree. Then, a smiling human face appeared in its view. Hey! With a low shout, Tang Ming jumped in front of the leopard, startling it so much that it shivered all over, causing the rabbit to fall from its mouth. Surprised? Unexpected? Chapter 103, Making Clothes. Tang Ming greeted with a beaming face. However, his gaze was fixed on the plump wild rabbit at the leopard's feet. If it could speak, the leopard would really want to shout, "Damn it! Why did it have to encounter this 2-legged creature here as well?" Before it could express too many sentiments, Tang Ming was already walking toward it. Instinctively, the leopard turned to run. But after a few steps, it realized the 2-legged creature's attention was completely not on it. "That's my rabbit. Good job. I won't spank you today, but remember to keep up the good work tomorrow." Tang Ming didn't care about the leopard's fierce look, weighed the rabbit in his hand, and thought, "Wow, this rabbit is quite fat. It must weigh around 7 or 8 pounds. Roar. The leopard let out another roar, its limbs bending as it prepared to pounce. "What's up? Want to practice with me again?" With a swift motion, Tang Ming drew a kitchen knife from his waist, the cold glint flashing in the leopard's eyes. The next moment, the rabbit's belly was neatly cut in half. Watching the blade's cold gleam, the leopard swallowed hard, feeling that its fur didn't seem much sturdier than the rabbit's. If that were to slice across its body. Without hesitation, the leopard turned to run. "Stop!" Tang Ming shouted. The leopard froze, thinking Tang Ming was about to attack, and didn't dare to move immediately. It crouched low and jumped back swiftly. The leopard dodged Tang Ming's hidden weapon. Then, it sniffed the air and looked at the ground. It turned out to be a pile of rabbit entrails. Fresh, still steaming. Just smelling it made its stomach rumble, clearly very hungry. However, it was evident that this was not the time to eat. Confused, the leopard looked at Tang Ming, who was not paying any attention to it, and casually picked up the badger and another rabbit from behind the tree. With a swift motion, the 2 prey were also cut open. With 2 loud thuds, 3 piles of entrails were smashed together and rolled to the leopard's feet. "Here, a reward for you. Follow me and work hard. The future is bright." Tang Ming smiled broadly at the leopard, gesturing that it could start eating. The leopard looked at the food, then at Tang Ming, and didn't dare to make a move. If it could understand Tang Ming's words, it would probably be spitting mad right now. "What the hell? Why should I thank you for robbing my food and then rewarding me?" Looking at its cowardly appearance, Tang Ming urged, "Hurry up and eat. Eat enough to work well. I'll come to supervise tomorrow." Proudly turning its head, the leopard snorted disdainfully. Then, the enticing scent wafted in again with its inhalation. "Damn, it smells so good." Wanting to ride the horse and not let it eat grass is clearly impossible. Complementing each other is the way to go. Entrails are a favorite of ferocious beasts. But for itself, it really didn't dare to eat this kind of wild animal's entrails indiscriminately. It was just perfect for both sides. As for how the leopard felt about it, Tang Ming only had one thing to say. "I don't care how you feel. I care how I feel." Rushing along. Nothing else happened on the way. The monkeys had long finished their breakfast and, under Shu Yiting's arrangement, started today's work, smashing fibers. They had all seen the process of making the net bag yesterday. It was made from these fibers woven into rope and then braided, so everyone was quite interested. After checking on Lin Chong, Tang Ming downed some juice and stretched his cup towards Shu Yiting. "Still enjoying it? If you want more, pour it yourself. I've prepared more than half a pot over there." Tang Ming shot her a glance. "Are you sure you won't give me another cup?" "Huh, wow." With stars in her eyes, Shu Yiting pulled out 3 pieces of wild game that had been pressed below. "How did you get those?" 2 wild rabbits and 1 badger. Why do you always encounter such good fortune when you go out? What do you mean by saying that I can encounter good things as soon as I go out? My buddy relies on his strength, okay? Strength? Are you a dog? You caught a rabbit and still bit several holes in its neck. Shu Yiting directly exposed Tang Ming's bragging. Lin Chong is my big cat. My cat is strong. Doesn't that mean I'm strong? I knew you would steal someone else's food, but why are there so many today? Isn't it enough for a leopard to just have enough to eat? It's probably thanking me for not killing it. I don't believe you, you definitely starved it, which is why it caught so many. As she spoke, Shu Yiting's expression became a bit strange, secretly mourning for the leopard. Encountering a guy like Tang Ming, even animals couldn't find peace. All right, before they stiffen up, I'll process them first, or it would be hard to skin them. Saying this, Tang Ming took 3 pieces of wild game from Shu Yiting's hands and hung them on a nearby tree. Because it had a cut on its belly, he couldn't skin it as he did before. He could only pull the skin slowly along the cut. After a little while, 3 relatively intact skins were pulled off, and Tang Ming made 3 bamboo frames. He tied them straight and hung them up to dry alongside the previous rabbit skin. Looking at the 4 skins, Tang Ming figured it was about time to make some decent clothes. He had been wearing this outfit for so many days without changing, and it was really uncomfortable. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Shu Yiting, then curled his lips. A woman like her, what was she doing in the wild survival? Look at how messy she is. I feel like you're looking down on me. Noticing Tang Ming's expression, Shu Yiting immediately glared at him. No, I was just looking at how many skins there are, thinking about how to make you a piece of clothing. Tang Ming said innocently, you know how to make clothes? What are you planning to make? I didn't expect that. Chapter 104, Building a Shelter. This big rabbit skin can be made into a bustier for you. This medium-sized one can probably be cut into a pair of triangular pants. And look, the tail is already there, and this one has complete ears. So I can make you a hat. Just imagine how cute it would be with the ears on. Tang Ming assessed Shu Yiting's figure, fantasizing about what the finished product would look like. Hearing his description and seeing his infatuated gaze, Shu Yiting's expression darkened as she snorted coldly through her nose. Are you planning to prepare a beach chair for me? You lie down, I'll bring you juice. And then say, Master, please enjoy your meal. Yes, that's the feeling. Tang Ming's eyes lit up, nodding excitedly. You big-headed ghost. Do you think I'm your bunny girl? While speaking, Shu Yiting, who had circled behind Tang Ming, quickly grabbed his hair and pulled it back. Ouch, be gentle. What is wrong with being a bunny girl? If you wear it, how many stinky men could we attract to our live stream? I'm thinking about our data. What is wrong with that? You're not wrong. I just simply want to hit you. Is that okay? The daily self-destruction of the scumbag god has begun again. Normally, he would act out at night. Now he is even doing it in the morning. Scumbag god, take care of your health. Not to mention, if the scumbag god really makes a set of clothes for the goddess, that scene, TSK. What a pity about Lin Chong's skin, if it could be skinned. You all understand the leopard print. This is a colorful live stream. Lin Chong, don't even think about it. The tool leopard is confirmed. The skin definitely won't come off. Encountering the scumbag god, he is really unfortunate. He has sold, and still has to help count the money. Lin Chong, I have something in my heart that I don't know whether to say or not. Go ahead, after you finish, we can see the leopard print. I'm starting to like this leopard more and more. A cowardly leopard is a good leopard. Looking forward to tomorrow's encounter, to be honest. The scumbag god has really good luck to encounter this. This is called a fateful meeting from 1,000 miles away. On the island, after being simply beaten once, Tang Ming felt refreshed, carrying his ladder into the woods. After walking around the chosen open space, Tang Ming leaned the ladder against one of the trees and climbed to about 5 or 6 meters high. He took a roll of rope and had the great sage help him pull it tight at the same position on another large tree. Starting to measure the distance between the 4 trees. Do you want me to help? Seeing Tang Ming finally starting to work, Shu Yiting came over. No need. Just keep working on the rope. The more, the better. Tang Ming shook his head, climbed the ladder with the engineer's shovel, and started to chisel at the side of the tree trunk at the height he had previously marked. After more than 10 minutes, a deep groove was chiseled into the huge trunk. Tang Ming climbed down the bamboo ladder, pulled up a bamboo pole he had prepared earlier, and inserted it horizontally into the groove. The bamboo was just the right size to fit snugly into the tree's groove, leaving only the outermost rounded outline exposed. Nodding, Tang Ming moved the bamboo ladder to the other side and chiseled it similarly. He had to chisel 8 times in total for the 4 trees to be completed. With the bamboo inserted, all 4 trees became a purely natural frame, and it was incredibly sturdy. He patted the horizontal bamboo, which didn't budge at all, incredibly firm. With a creaking sound, the 2 bamboo poles were firmly embedded in the trunk under mutual pressure, with no chance of slipping off. After more than 10 minutes, all 4 corners were tied up. With his superb tying skills, all the ropes were taut and neatly arranged. Even the grooves were wrapped a few times to cover the scars. Overall, It gave an extremely tight feeling. At this moment, Xu Yiting also walked over, looking up in surprise at the huge frame, finally understanding why Tang Ming completely looked down on her building a shelter. Just the outline alone made her own look like child's play in comparison. To build according to this outline, the area would have to be over 100 square meters. Such a large project. Are you sure you don't want my help? Xu Yiting asked. Not for now. You can't do these. The next step is just laying bamboo. What's so hard about that? Tang Ming smiled, not explaining further. Back at the camp, he selected 2 thick bamboo poles again. He quickly polished them with dense grooves. Soon, another bamboo pole was also set up in the same way between the other 2 bamboo poles. Xu Yiting had initially followed along, somewhat unconvinced. But when she saw the frame above turn into a grid and that each junction had already been designed with grooves by Tang Ming, she finally closed her mouth reluctantly. Indeed, just as Tang Ming said, this operation was something she couldn't handle. Digging a small pit in the ground, Tang Ming aimed the first bamboo pole at the center of the grid and inserted it down. Around the nodes, Tang Ming also added 4 more bamboo poles. Finally, he tied the 9 bamboo poles together, completing the main load-bearing column. It looks so sturdy. I guess we can jump on it without any problem. Isn't it just laying bamboo next? Although Tang Ming told Xu Yiting to just work on the rope, seeing the exaggerated bamboo frame take shape, she had no interest in doing anything else. It's still early. This is just a warm-up. Tang Ming shook his head and began to chop bamboo. However, what puzzled Xu Yiting was that the bamboo Tang Ming was cutting was of varying lengths, and she had no idea what he was planning to do. One more reminder. The group number is 228504615, and I am the group owner. You can add me as a friend directly. The pandemic in the capital has returned. Everyone must pay attention to safety, wear masks when going out, and protect yourselves. Today we changed the cover. Is the new cover nice? Is it pretty? Chapter 105. Below is the warehouse. After working for nearly 2 hours, Tang Ming finally finished cutting most of the bamboo. He calculated the distances and selected the 4 shortest bamboo poles, inserting them into a position slightly to the right facing the beach. Next, at the 4 corners of the rectangle, bamboo was set up to create a frame. After securely inserting the bamboo pegs that had been prepared earlier, he took a step forward and inserted 4 slightly taller bamboo poles. Similarly, a frame was created and secured with bamboo pegs. Damn, is this going to be a staircase? If you're going to do it, then do it. A bamboo house needs a staircase, but does it have to be so exaggerated with a rounded design? Dude, we're trying to survive, not build a house. Practicality is what matters. It doesn't need to look that good, right? Thinking this way, Xu Yiting couldn't bring herself to voice her complaints. The reason was simple. As the staircase gradually took shape, she could roughly guess what the finished product would look like. And it was definitely impressive. As a girl, she naturally had no resistance to beautiful things, and now to open her mouth to advise Tang Ming to keep it simple? Unless she was out of her mind. Otherwise, apart from getting scolded, there would be no other outcome. The more she looked, the more excited she became, and she couldn't help but step forward to lend a hand. The staircase wasn't complicated, and with someone helping, Tang Ming was naturally happy, speeding up the progress significantly. After more than an hour, the staircase gradually spiraled upwards, forming a 320-degree circle around the main frame, leaving 40 degrees for the door Tang Ming had left. Once the frame was completed, Tang Ming called Xu Yiting over and brought a lot of bamboo strips, cutting them all to the length of the ladder, and began to lay them up along the frame. Half an hour later, the bamboo ladder was completed. The two walked on it, their bodies shaking slightly due to the elasticity of the bamboo, which not only felt stable, but also very comfortable. From a distance, with the formation of this circular spiral staircase, the building specifications had roughly taken on a simple outline. Look, this is our god of trash. This is the villa that the god of trash should live in. It looks so appealing. From the choice of bamboo to the uniformity of length and the fit of the grooves, everything so far could be described as perfect. The god of trash's new skill is online. Definitely an architect. Damn, this planning ability is so skilled it's almost heartbreaking. Right now, all I want to do is bring those haters over to see what a lack of shelter looks like. There was no shelter to begin with. There never was and never will be. This is straight up a villa, not a shelter. On the island, after finishing the staircase, the two took a break, each drinking some water before continuing to work. With a ready-made staircase, carrying bamboo up was much simpler. From any angle, they could easily reach up and place it. For most people, the most troublesome part became the simplest task under Tang Ming's abnormal stamina and strength. As one bamboo after another filled the top of the frame, Xu Yiting was once again stunned. Because of how Tang Ming was placing them, he used the center of each square in the grid as a divergent support point, placing bamboo of varying lengths in each. Once finished, the entire upper platform transformed into a uniform circle that corresponded perfectly with the surrounding staircase. Wow, does it have to be this exhilarating? Walking on the significantly enlarged circular suspended platform, Shu Yiting's face flushed with excitement. On a deserted island. Having such a dreamlike house is something every girl would dream of. Seeing Shu Yiting's excited expression, Tang Ming felt inexplicably proud. There was a time when he never imagined he could personally create such a magnificent structure. One must admit, the power of being an intermediate carpenter exceeded his expectations. What seemed incredibly difficult to ordinary people, he could almost figure out with just a glance, where support was needed and where grooves should be used. Thus, building a house became like stacking blocks. Of course, his abnormal physique was also a key factor. Otherwise, relying on just 1 or 2 people to complete such a building would be impossible without 3 or 4 months of effort. After some thought, Tang Ming walked to the edge of the ark and tried it out. Those longest protruding parts, although tied with ropes at both ends, still swayed a little. Going down to the ground, Tang Ming cut a bundle of bamboo, firmly propping up the end of each extending bamboo pole, tying it securely and nailing it down with bamboo pegs. After another hour of busy work, the effect was even more shocking. The bottom of the building, which had looked somewhat empty before, now had a circle of bamboo walls standing, making it truly resemble a house. Neat and precise, like a large cake surrounded by a ladder, making one unable to resist the urge to climb up. I really like this house. For the first time, Shu Yiting confidently expressed her admiration for Tang Ming. Heh, superficial woman, only knows how to want a house. Are you looking for death, or what? After finally giving a sincere compliment, this guy went and ruined the mood. And Shu Yiting clenched her fists. It's just that, this is only the beginning, and you already like it. If I complete it, won't you be crying and begging to marry me? Not finished yet. This is already perfect. That large space below can fit 10 people. What are you thinking about eating? Living below? You probably don't know how rheumatism comes about. The bottom is a storage area, and the top is where we live. Tang Ming casually glanced at the building below. The sky wasn't dark yet. So how about building a bit more? Can we build more? What do you think otherwise? Why did I make those grooves? Saying this, Tang Ming pointed at the various grooves on the bamboo. Following his gaze, Shu Yiting frowned slightly. She understood the grooves. Tang Ming had used them numerous times earlier, but those were all to secure the joints more firmly. However, she couldn't understand the remaining grooves. Each one was slanted and crooked, making it impossible to insert the bamboo straight down. Tang Ming knew she couldn't understand and didn't explain. Going downstairs to carry up bamboo again. Soon, he brought up a large bundle, and these bamboos were generally quite long and uniform in size. Come on, help me hold this. Tang Ming casually picked up one and inserted it into a groove at the edge. What are you doing? Shu Yiting, confused, helped lift the bamboo, watching it slant upwards into the air, momentarily baffled. With 2 consecutive poles, both inserted at odd angles towards the sky, Shu Yiting was even more perplexed. Before long, Tang Ming had inserted 5 or 6 bamboo poles, stacked one on top of the other, held above her head by Shu Yiting. Without Tang Ming's abnormal strength, this pile of bamboo weighed at least 80 or 90 pounds. After a while, it was unbearable. Useless, Tang Ming muttered, stepping in front of her and taking the bamboo from her hands. I'll carry it. You can insert it like I do, facing the direction of the camp, leaving 6 bamboo poles uninserted. You're the one who's useless. After all this time, you still don't know what you're trying to do. 1, 2. After inserting more than half a circle, Tang Ming had completely let go of his hands. But surprisingly, the bamboo not only didn't collapse, but instead gradually rose higher with his adjustments, until later, Tang Ming found a bamboo pole to push the center of the gathered bamboo upwards. Meanwhile, Shu Yiting, who had initially scoffed, gradually became dazed. Is this a dream? Can bamboo be played with like this? It's incredibly impressive. How did he think of this? What a beautiful spiral. It feels like a dreamlike existence. The creativity of the god of trash exceeds my imagination. It feels almost like a conceptual building now. I remember when I was cooking noodles. I would put the dough into the pot and then twist it around, just like this shape. The metaphor for the upper part is quite vivid. It could also be compared to an hourglass. But to turn bamboo like this is truly beautiful. Look at those even gaps. You can see outside in a full 360 degrees. Living inside would definitely be comfortable. Speaking of imagery, Shu Yiting's perspective definitely can't compare to a drone's overhead view. But that doesn't affect her expressing the strongest shock at what is about to be completed. Normally, for a bamboo house to be livable, a massive amount of bamboo strips must be tied to the surrounding walls, with each one requiring time and effort. Tang Ming thought that with just a bundle of bamboo, he could support a few more poles at the junction of the upper bamboo, and even without tying ropes outside, everything would be just fine. Sure enough, after inserting all the bamboo, Tang Ming added 2 more poles at the junction, and then stood with her on the remaining circle of the activity platform to watch. The construction of the bamboo structure also attracted the attention of the monkey troop. The Monkey King was the first to run over, staring at the orderly spiral with immense shock in its eyes. It had never known that humans could create trees, and such beautiful ones at that. The next moment, it followed the great sage and began to climb up. Then, standing in the small nest formed by the intersection, it was calling and laughing, clearly enchanted by this novel bamboo tree. How about it? Don't you feel an urge to cry and shout that you want to marry me? Tang Ming looked at the spiral house with some pride and said to Shu Yiting, too lazy to bother with you. Shu Yiting rolled her eyes at him, squeezed through the gap left, and looked around inside the spiral. The air was fresh, and the view was wide. The key was that being in such a house felt like being one with nature, with no sense of incongruity at all. One could imagine how comfortable it would be to set up a wide bed here, waking up every morning to the sunlight streaming through the gaps. You just said you like living downstairs? Tang Ming raised his eyebrows as he followed her inside. You're the one who likes living downstairs. I've decided this will be my bedroom from now on. Shu Yiting walked around the house, lightly touching the evenly spaced bamboo, as if strumming the strings of a musical instrument, joyous like a little bird trapped in a cage. Although the spiral house looked smaller than a vertical one, don't forget that this spiral had a base space of over 100 square meters. Even if the surroundings were a bit low, it was more than enough for two people to live comfortably and freely. After feeling the bamboo, Shu Yiting lay down on the ground, inhaling the bamboo fragrance emanating from below, feeling an impulse to take a nap right there. Unfortunately, after lying for a while, she was pulled up by Tang Ming. You really aren't afraid of itching. These poles haven't been sanded, and there are still plenty of splinters on them. If they poke into your flesh, you'll have something to cry about, Tang Ming said irritably, glancing helplessly at the ceiling. Originally, it was such a refreshing bamboo house. But now there were monkeys jumping all over the place above. Some, excitedly playing, were shaking the bamboo, making the house creak. We'll continue working on it tomorrow. Let us get the ground ready today. Okay, I'll handle this, Shu Yiting quickly replied, joking that this would be her villa in the future. So these detailed tasks should naturally be handled by a woman. After observing for a while, Tang Ming nodded in satisfaction. It seemed this woman was temporarily not interested in doing anything else. It was time for him to start preparing for tonight's big meal. Back at the camp, Tang Ming began to sort through the existing ingredients. There were dozens of crabs, which wouldn't be of much use if left, so he considered using them all. There were 7 lobsters left that needed to be cooked. The eel had to be eaten soon to avoid it getting skinny. There were so many sea fish that they had to be eaten. With 2 rabbits, they couldn't be kept for long, so he needed to find a way to deal with them. The same went for the badger. The only ones that could continue to be raised seemed to be the bamboo rats and the big snake. The bamboo rats had plenty of bamboo, so they wouldn't starve, and the big snake had just eaten a skunk, so it could go 10 days or half a month without any issues. There were also quite a few vegetables left, various wild greens that hadn't been finished, and a lot of mushrooms that needed to be eaten before they spoiled. It's really a dilemma. I clearly don't want to eat so much, but this is what heaven wants me to eat. There's nothing I can do about it. Heaven's arrangements are the biggest. Thinking this way, Tang Ming stopped being conflicted. After all, his primary physique progress was only at 33%, so he wasn't afraid of not being able to eat. After finishing his thoughts, Tang Ming's gaze swept over the ingredients, and then it landed on the already dried cassava flour. If he had to choose one versatile ingredient from his supplies, it seemed this was the only thing. Then, let us get started. Since cassava was the main dish, it had to be handled first. Chapter 107, The Chef's Knife Skills. With that thought, Tang Ming took out the soaked cassava, throwing some into the fire to roast while placing others in the steamer. He left a small portion raw outside. Additionally, beneath the steamer, Tang Ming cut some porcupine skin and badger skin and added a few porcupine bones inside. Then, he collected the cassava flour. After 2 days of drying, the cassava flour had turned into hard lumps. Taking a considerable amount, Tang Ming cracked in over 100 bird eggs, without adding water, and began to knead. Usually, cassava flour is best used with flour. But since he didn't have any at hand, he had to make do, using bird eggs to replace the flour's stickiness. It took him over half an hour to knead the 4 or 50 pounds of dough, which he then set aside for later use. Next, he cleaned all the crabs, tossing them into the steamer with the cassava to cook. He killed some eels, removed the bones, and cut them into long pieces of fish meat, adding some coarse salt and oyster sauce to marinate. He selected some mushrooms that had fully opened today, chopping them into small pieces and stacking them on several leaves. Then, Tang Ming took down some porcupine meat, selecting some fatty and some lean meat, and began to chop the filling. After chopping, he mixed it with the mushroom bits, adding coarse salt, minced ginger, and garlic, stirring it all together. Once done, Tang Ming took a smaller rabbit, cutting it into small pieces, adding some chicken mushrooms, and salting it to marinate. After preparing everything, he took the crabs he had set aside earlier, extracting all the meat, crab roe, and crab mustard. With the side dishes nearly ready, Tang Ming didn't rush to start cooking. Instead, he took some bamboo strips and began to make something. Half an hour later, he had made 2 large steamers and 4 or 5 small ones. He also wove some mats from herbs to place in the small steamers. He took the remaining large fat rabbit, opened its belly, and stuffed it with the small rabbit meat chunks mixed with chicken mushrooms and other seasonings. Then folded the rabbit into a ball, spreading a layer of coconut syrup over the surface, wrapping it in a large leaf. Finally, he picked up the dough he had prepared earlier and started to wrap the rabbit. In no time, the rabbit was shaped into an oval ball in Tang Ming's hands. He cleared the fire, dug out the charcoal and cassava, then dug a small pit and placed the rabbit dough inside. After covering it with dirt, he put the charcoal back on top and left it alone. What did you put in the fire? It doesn't look like cassava. Finally finishing tidying up the house, Shu Yiting peeked into the stove, but didn't find anything unusual. Just a lump of cassava flour. Tang Ming was in the mood to tease her. Roasting cassava flour to eat? What does that mean for this pile? Shu Yiting was somewhat confused. The taste is different. You eat noodles and eat buns. Can the taste be the same? Alright, I won't say anything. I'll just watch. When it came to food, Shu Yiting couldn't compete with Tang Ming, so she reluctantly shut her mouth. Then, she saw Tang Ming really open the roasted cassava, taking out the soft, mushy cassava flesh and putting it into a bamboo plate. Instantly, the aroma of roasted cassava was enhanced several times. Then, Tang Ming took a few large leaves, pressed the mixed roasted cassava into thin sheets, brushed them with a thin layer of coconut oil, placed them on a few not-so-thick stones, and pushed them into the stove that hadn't been lit yet, covering the stove door with a few leaves. Wow, that is actually quite interesting. Seeing what Tang Ming was making, Shu Yiting recalled a snack she used to like. Potato chips. She believed that when it was time to eat, the taste would definitely be different. After preparing the baked food, Tang Ming took some steamed cassava and mashed it, adding a bit of seasoning and sprinkling some crushed nuts on top. Next, he took the eel fillets, spread them out, and evenly smeared the cassava mash over the eel meat. He then sprinkled more seasoning inside and rolled in some crunchy white stalks of water celery, setting it aside. Are today's dishes all this exquisite? Shu Yiting couldn't help but speak up. Isn't this to reward you for your hard work cleaning the room? You're so nice. Shu Yiting looked at him with disbelief. When have I ever been bad? By the way, after we finish eating later, you should polish the ladder or something. After all, we need to go there, and it won't be good if you hurt your foot. Tang Ming casually mentioned. I knew you weren't that kind-hearted. Do you really have to be so particular about polishing a ladder? How about I just use less salt and seasoning when cooking? It's the same principle. Women should live a bit more exquisitely, right? Cut it out. Shu Yiting was too lazy to argue with him. This guy always had a pile of grand theories. While talking, Tang Ming took out 2 soaked raw cassavas and began to peel them. As he peeled, one cassava lost its thick skin, leaving very little flesh. Shu Yiting couldn't help but chuckle. Your knife skills are pretty good. Tang Ming glanced at her without saying a word and placed the cassava on the newly made bamboo cutting board. He raised his hand and brought down the knife. In an instant, the bamboo cutting board produced a sound like a machine gun, and looking at Tang Ming's hands, the cassava was sliced as thin as cicada wings, flowing like water behind him. In less than 30 seconds, one cassava was finished. Tang Ming lightly swept the knife over the cassava slices, instantly making them neat and tidy. The knife was raised again, and another flurry of activity ensued. The cassava became as fine as strands of silver thread, making Shu Yiting unable to resist picking one up. Then, she couldn't help but swallow. She thought she was holding a very thin piece, but when she squeezed it with her fingers, it turned into several strands. Looking again at Tang Ming's kitchen knife, there was a strange light in Shu Yiting's eyes. Speaking of which, she had watched Tang Ming cook for so long but had hardly seen his true knife skills. Now, seeing it, she could only exclaim in awe. In her life, including all the impressive videos she had seen, she had never encountered such sharp knife techniques. The author has something to say. Does anyone feel that the new cover looks a lot like me? Exceptionally beautiful? Chapter 108, 36 Pleats Big Stuffed Bun. After that, Tang Ming selected 2 differently colored fruits, squeezed them into purple and red juices, and added them to bamboo tubes, waiting for them to settle. After finishing the cassava shreds, Tang Ming uncovered the large iron pot, where various meat skins had simmered until soft. He scooped out the seasoning and bone remnants, pouring them into several bamboo trays, and took them to the well to let them float on the water's surface to cool. Returning to the stove, Tang Ming set the steaming rack aside, divided the large dough into 2 portions, took one part, and cut it into small pieces. Then, he brought over the seasoned porcupine meat and mushrooms and arranged them in a handy position. Taking a piece of dough the size of a chicken egg, he shaped it into a round skin and used a bamboo spoon to scoop a fist-sized filling of pork and mushroom inside. As his thumb and index finger moved, the skin continuously shrank and gathered, forming evenly detailed pleats under Shu Yiting's wide-eyed gaze, culminating in a small spiral opening. Shu Yiting counted the pleats on top. At least 36 or more. Moreover, the entire bun was swollen and plump, with hardly any filling leaking out from the thin skin, recalling the fist-sized filling from earlier. Her mouth began to water. Tang Ming glanced at her disdainfully and continued to wrap. After making about 10 pork and mushroom buns, he stopped and began to wrap only the mushroom and wild vegetable filling. There was no choice. The porcupine was only so big, and he couldn't afford to waste it. However, although the mushroom and wild vegetable filling sounded simple, Tang Ming also added quite a few good ingredients, such as a bit of shrimp and some fresh fish meat without bones. Soon, he wrapped 70 to 80 mushroom and wild vegetable buns, filling 2 whole steaming baskets. After placing the finished products aside, Tang Ming turned around and went to the pit to grab 5 large lobsters. Then took some fatty porcupine meat and cut a large piece of relatively fatty badger meat. He finally chopped the porcupine and badger meat, adding a bit of coarse salt and oyster sauce for seasoning, and cracked in a few bird eggs, placing it all in a large bamboo tray. Next, he removed the tails from all the lobsters, took out the shrimp veins, cut the larger pieces of shrimp meat into chunks, and mixed them in the bamboo tray with the meat paste. After mixing evenly, Tang Ming pulled some cassava dough again and grabbed a bamboo rolling pin. He sprinkled some dry cassava flour on the cutting board and began to roll out the dough. Xu Yiting basically only saw the rolling pin roll a few times on the board, and thin sheets of dough were stacked together. Then, Tang Ming picked up a sheet, placed 4 pieces of shrimp meat inside each skin, and gently pinched the edges a few times, forming dumplings the length of his palm. Even before steaming, Xu Yiting could already see the shrimp meat swelling inside. At that moment, she felt as if she had arrived at a Cantonese tea restaurant. And opposite her stood a high-end private dim sum chef. Wow, these shrimp dumplings look so appetizing. Yes, I've had shrimp dumplings before, but thinking about the ones made with hundreds per pound of flower dragon shrimp feels extravagant. But it's so appealing, even without eating. Just looking at that meatiness is already captivating. Just the shrimp dumplings? Those buns from earlier have already left me dumbfounded. I've always dreamed of eating a truly thin-skinned, big filling bun, but unfortunately, the ones bought outside are basically thick-skinned and meat poor. If I try to make them myself, I completely lack the skill. If I add even a little more filling, it will definitely burst. If I could have a bite of these buns made by Jia Shun, it would be worth dying for. Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the details. Although Jia Shun's bun skins, due to conditions, lack yeast flour and such, using pure bird eggs to knead and compensate for insufficient expansion nonetheless gives it sufficient elasticity, allowing it to perfectly hold a massive amount of filling. I'm a dim sum chef, and I've been wrapping buns for over 10 years. I've only managed to get 32 pleats at most. I just counted, and Jia Shun's are all 36, and it looks like he intentionally controlled the frequency of his fingers. Otherwise, he could probably do even more. In short, it's amazing. Wrapping buns is amazing, rolling dumpling skins is amazing, and the knife skills are even more amazing. Just now, when the goddess picked up that strand of cassava, even I thought it was just one. I can only say, truly divine. While everyone was discussing, Tang Ming had also finished wrapping the shrimp dumplings. He made 10 shrimp dumplings, each weighing about 1.5 pounds, along with several pounds of porcupine and badger meat, all perfectly consistent in size and weight, filling up another steaming basket. Then, Tang Ming took about 20 pounds of various fruits, peeled them, leaving the flesh, and mixed them according to various flavors, cutting them into uneven pieces or grinding them into a puree, then adding some fruit jam, coconut sugar, and finally mixing in some pine nuts and other dry goods or powders, creating 3 different sweet fillings. After that, he continued wrapping buns. However, this time, he didn't make them uniform like the meat buns. Instead, after adding the fillings, he shaped them into various forms. In the end, he created a nest of monkey-shaped models and also made some longer, irregular objects, along with some buns shaped like flowers, using bamboo pieces or skewers for some carving. The monkeys were crafted vividly, causing Xu Yiting to wash her hands and pick one up to admire. The Monkey King and the Great Sage looked at the monkeys, which resembled them, in astonishment, chattering among themselves. After finishing wrapping the various flavored buns, Tang Ming went to the well and retrieved the skin and meat jelly he had set aside to cool. Although it wasn't ice water, the well water was still cool. After more than an hour of cooling, it had slightly solidified and taken shape. The elasticity that can't be achieved, but it's completely enough for the filling. Just stir fry a bit, then take it off the heat and plate it. Next, Tang Ming took some dough, rolled it into a ball, and flattened it. He took a large spoonful of the stir-fried crab roe and crab meat and placed it inside, then added some meat jelly, sealing the buns opening tightly. After that, he took out the small steamers he had prepared earlier. Chapter 109, No Sneaking a Bite. Each steamer had a large crab roe bun, placed on a bed of herbs. After a flurry of activity, only a few small dough pieces were left from the half of the large dough he had initially divided. Tang Ming mixed in a bit of water to make it moist and softer. He thought for a moment, then cut a piece of badger meat, added lard, minced ginger and garlic, wild onion, and diced mushrooms to make a mixed filling. Do we still need to make buns? The steamers are already full. Tang Ming shook his head, pinched off a small piece of dough the size of an egg, then scooped up a large amount of filling from the bowl. He flattened the small piece of dough a bit and placed it at the bottom of the filling. You can't be serious? Is this going to fit? Shu Yiting's eyes widened. Just now, Tang Ming had used a piece of dough the size of an egg to wrap a bun the size of a fist, which was already outrageous. Now this filling is at least the size of 3 fists. Why can't it fit? If you can fit it, I'll eat it. Shu Yiting chose not to believe it this time, because science or whatever told her that the dough was simply too small. Unless it was rolled out super thin like dumpling skins, there was almost no possibility. Just to be clear, do you want to eat it raw or cooked? If it's raw, I'm a bit interested in playing with you. Otherwise, just cool it and stop making dirty jokes that distract me from cooking. Tang Ming paused, looked at Shu Yiting playfully, and said, raw? Come on, please start your performance. Shu Yiting was filled with energy, hands on her hips, shouting. Tang Ming raised an eyebrow, and the hand holding the dough began to move. The slippery dough seemed to melt like water, closely adhering to the filling, turning into a giant mouth of an abyss. Then, under Shu Yiting's stunned gaze, it evenly covered the surface of the filling. Moreover, at the end, Tang Ming even pinched off a small piece of excess dough. This. Shu Yiting's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. Tang Ming reached out, presenting the palm-sized dough to Shu Yiting, also inviting her to start her performance. Wow, I can't believe it. How is this possible? How skilled do you have to be to wrap so much filling with such a small piece of dough? The key point is, it didn't break at all. This is simply a miracle. I can understand this because I once saw a street vendor selling pies. He used a tiny bit of dough to wrap a lot of filling, just not as exaggerated as this guy. I wanted to remind the goddess back then, but there was no way to communicate. Now this is awkward. I'll ask the goddess a question. How do you eat a pie the size of a palm raw? Waiting online, urgent. If I were the goddess, I would never bet with this guy again in my life. I've never won, have I? However, this time is the most awkward, instant slap to the face. I have won before, though. That time, this guy left a fruit for her to win. At the camp. At this moment, Shu Yiting was completely bewildered. Watching the dough getting closer to her face, she chuckled awkwardly. I didn't finish my sentence just now. I want to eat it raw and cooked. I didn't finish my sentence. How did you make it already? Really? After speaking, Shu Yiting seemed to give herself a thumbs up for being so clever, glaring at Tang Ming. A bet's a bet. Hurry up and cook it. I can eat it in one bite. Huh, woman, what's wrong with me? Cook it and see if I can eat it in one bite. How about we make another bet? What if you can't eat it in one bite? If I can't eat it in one bite, I'll eat it in 2. Boring. Looking at the expanding dough under Tang Ming's rolling, turning into a pancake larger than a face, and the skin still intact, Shu Yiting took a deep breath. Glad she hadn't made any bets with Tang Ming. Otherwise, with his control, she wouldn't even know how she got played. After placing the pancake aside, Tang Ming made 3 more pies with the remaining dough and filling. Looking around, he found that the prepared side dishes were basically all in place. Tang Ming took the remaining parts of the badger, chopped a row of ribs into even small pieces, and placed them with the porcupine ribs. The remaining meaty leg bones were piled into another bamboo tray. Tang Ming took them out piece by piece, grabbed a large leaf, and stacked them from bottom to top into a pyramid shape. Then, he grabbed a small handful of ground dried chili mixed powder, bending his elbow, and sprinkled it on the pyramid. Instantly, a serving of minced meat cassava chips added a few more aromas. No sneaking a bite. Tang Ming warned Shu Yiting and the monkeys, casting a vigilant glance at them as he covered the dish with a basket. Cut, what's the big deal? Anyway, we'll get to eat it later, but I really want to eat it right now. The woman and the monkeys exchanged glances, and one of the monkeys wobbled away. Smack. Before the 2 monkeys could uncover the bamboo basket, Tang Ming threw a bamboo stick, sticking it straight into the sand. The 2 monkeys were frightened and hurriedly ran away. After driving away the monkeys that wanted to sneak a bite, Tang Ming heated a pot and poured in all the unused coconut oil from earlier frying, then added some fresh oil, finally mixing in some lard, resulting in a small half pot. It's not that he was reluctant to use more, but he simply ran out. Once the house was built, he had to find a way to get more oil. Disdainfully glancing at the amount of oil in the pot, Tang Ming took the prepared cassava shreds. He added 2 portions into the different colored juices he had prepared earlier, stirring to color them. After mixing evenly, Tang Ming swirled his chopsticks in the bowl a few times, picked out a portion of cassava shreds, and placed it in the oil pot. At that moment, the oil temperature wasn't high, and the cassava shreds didn't spread out upon entering the pot. The bird egg liquid surrounding them began to expand, fixing the cassava shreds into shape while also puffing them up. After repeating this for a few minutes, dozens of tricolored cassava flowers floated in the bowl. Removing the wood from the stove to keep the oil temperature not too hot, Tang Ming gently turned the fried cassava flowers out while adding the ones that had just been placed in to prevent sticking. 10 minutes later, All the cassava flowers were fried. Tang Ming took them out, placed them on a few bamboo trays, and found another bamboo basket to cover them, preventing them from cooling too quickly. Chapter 110, Another Lavish Meal. Shu Yiting watched his movements, unable to help rolling her eyes. By the way, do you really need to do this? With the amount you're making. Even if you let me eat to my heart's content, I can't eat that much. Are you afraid of sneaking a bite? You don't understand anything. All these things are useful to me. If I eat them now, it won't be perfect later. Tang Ming explained impatiently. He then took the eel rolls he had prepared earlier. On the side, he grabbed some cassava flour, broke a few bird eggs, added some water, and mixed it into a thick liquid. Then he wrapped the eel rolls in it and placed them in the pot, controlling the oil temperature in the same way. As the surface of the eel rolls gradually turned golden, Tang Ming took them out. After that, he took out 2 unwrapped pieces of eel, dipped them in egg liquid, then coated them with a layer of cassava flour and placed them in the pot. This time, although he was frying eel again, the feeling was completely different. The long eels, once fried, looked like 2 long swords, golden and shining. It gave a grand feeling. After frying the eel, Tang Ming took the pork ribs and badger ribs and placed them in, frying for a minute before taking them out. Then he took most of the cleaned chicken mushrooms and poured them all into the pot, starting to stir. Why aren't you coating them with flour anymore? Shu Yiting asked curiously. The tempura is done, so why bother coating it? I'm currently making chicken oil, which can be used as light oil or sesame oil, and it tastes great. The fried chicken mushrooms are also very fragrant. If you add some to noodles, it enhances the flavor, saving time and effort. Moreover, after frying things twice, it's not good to reheat them, so this method is the best way to utilize it. Shu Yiting nodded, smelling the increasingly intense mushroom aroma in the air, seemingly looking forward to it. The chicken oil took nearly half an hour to finish, during which Tang Ming also added some spices and chili to enhance the flavor. After it was done, Tang Ming didn't separate the chicken mushrooms from the oil. He poured everything directly into a bamboo tube, leaving a bit of base oil in the pan. Tang Ming took the pancakes from earlier and put them in one by one, frying them on low heat. While frying, Tang Ming shook the iron pan, and the 4 pancakes squeezed together, making an enticing sizzling sound. When one side was almost done, Tang Ming flicked his wrist, flipping all 4 pancakes over. He began to shake them again. 3 minutes later, both sides of the pancakes turned golden. Tang Ming lowered the heat again and covered the pot to steam them. After all, with such large pancakes, it's basically impossible for them to cook through just by frying for a short time. Calculating the time in his mind. A few minutes later, Tang Ming lifted the pot lid and took out the pancakes, placing them on the stone where the cassava cakes were just baked. Pulling out the firewood from the stove and putting the stone inside. Frying and then baking? What kind of method is this? Shu Yiting asked curiously. The pancakes fried this way have more moisture and oil. Baking them for a while makes the surface crispy while evaporating excess water and oil. So they won't be too greasy when eaten. It's different from what I imagined about something. Shu Yiting asked with bright eyes. Tang Ming nodded, continuing to focus on his work. I didn't expect you could make it without that special iron plate. If you put your heart into it, anyone can do it. I don't believe you, you stinky man. So bad. Stinky man. Does that mean you're planning to wear a bunny girl costume to seduce me? In your dreams. If you dare mention bunny girls again, I'll make you regret it. Shu Yiting clenched her fist, saying fiercely. TCH, no sense of humor. What is wrong with bunny girls? Or do you prefer leopard print? I could let Lin Chong sacrifice himself for that. I feel like the one who needs to sacrifice is you. Shu Yiting twisted her neck a couple of times, making a cracking sound, and was about to reach for Tang Ming. The latter was unafraid. If you don't want to eat, just go ahead and hit me. Anyway, if I can't eat, I'll just spit. Stopping her movement in frustration, Shu Yiting glared at him. This time you're lucky. Wait until I'm full. Do you want to eat spit to get full or vegetables? You. What do you mean by you? If you have time to chat nonsense with me, you might as well set the dining table first. This time I want a big dining table, a really big one. Get more leaves. A smaller one won't be enough. Tang Ming said irritably. Humph. Shu Yiting knew not to mess with Tang Ming while he was cooking, so she huffed and ignored him, calling to Sheng and Monkey King to go pick leaves. With a splash, the water in the pot boiled, and Tang Ming moved all the steamers over, stacking them heavily. Covering the lid, the work was done. Another sumptuous meal. Every dish looked mouth-watering. Today's variety is really rich, and most of it hasn't been seen made by the god of trash, but it feels incredibly familiar. Familiarity is one thing, but these things we could never eat in our lifetime. It's still about cooking skills. The same dish in the hands of the god of trash can be made into something I can't afford to eat. You guys are overlooking one thing. The quantity. That's the key this time. Did you see how many materials were used? It's shocking, right? Oh, if you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have noticed. This time the quantity is insane. It's basically been emptied. What is going on? I just got off work. I didn't notice before. Can someone explain in detail? The cassava starch made before used at least 2/3 of it, which is about 60 pounds. More than 100 bird eggs were used, so that's at least 5 or 6 pounds. Eel is 7 to 8 pounds, lobster is 7 to 8 pounds, crab is over 10 pounds, and sea fish is over 20 pounds. The wild vegetables and mushrooms add up to 50 pounds, plus the porcupine, which is over 10 pounds, and the badger used up has over 10 pounds as well. Fruits are around 30 pounds. Raw cassava also used at least 50 pounds. Adding the various spices and oils, that's at least another 10 pounds. Wow, are we going crazy? Just by calculating, it's close to 300 pounds. Why did we only just notice now? The author has something to say. All members, please note that the content being updated tomorrow may cause strong discomfort, so please be sure to prepare snacks before reading. If any guests need to fast for weight loss, please consciously skip tomorrow's 3 chapters. Otherwise, we will not be responsible for any consequences.